With molten copper poured into the right, I to invite malevolent spirits. Ancestral sorcery calls upon deities. As demons wreak havoc and 5 families vie for power. Witness the protagonist wield the Three Purities Technique to establish reincarnation and restore peace amidst chaos. Chapter 1. The Fear of Fame. My name is Li Sansheng, and for generations, my family has subsisted on the practice of divination. In my era, this tradition continues. This practice, colloquially known as white living or dead man's fair, involves the assessment of feng shui, the pursuit of auspiciousness while evading misfortune, the search for tombs, and the establishment of residences. The elders of our trade have bestowed upon us a relatively refined title. Yin-yang masters, in the parlance of the 21st century. Our profession could be deemed a guise of deception. Whether one calls it deceit or the art of the yin-yang master, I can accept both labels. However, what I find utterly intolerable is that, at the tender age of 8, my father poured a layer of copper oil over my right eye and stitched my eyelid shut with a thread, stained by an unknown substance. As a consequence of this act, my father spent 5 years imprisoned, yet he seemed unfazed by the repercussions, insisting instead that I was destined for greatness, a natural youth with a yin pupil and yang aperture. The Leaf family is bound for glory. His words eluded my comprehension, and all that remained for me was a tattered tome entitled The Complete Art of the Yang God Mask. At the age of 15, my father met a tragic fate. While journeying to assist another in his divinatory pursuits, he was brutally slain by robbers. The gossip mongers in our village proclaimed that my father had brought this upon himself, deserving of such a fate for blinding his own son. Yet, he was always my father, and upon his demise, I inherited his mantle. My only regret is that, even after his passing, the reason for my blinded right eye remains a mystery. Armed with the teachings from the complete art of the Yang God Mask, my reputation as a young masterly has spread throughout the neighboring regions. As the saying goes, where do the ancestors' souls return? Seek the young San and Lee family village. I believe my father could never have imagined that my reputation now far surpasses his own from years past. There are those who travel great distances in search of my judgment, and others who forsake lavish tombs, desiring merely a casual gesture toward the humble mound I may indicate. Yet, I'm not one to grant audience to just anyone. Claims of fate are mere nonsense. I am governed by my mood. When the spirit strikes me favorably, I am inclined to assist even without compensation. Conversely, when my mood sours, no amount of gold or silver will sway me. It is precisely due to my peculiar principles that my reputation has grown ever more legendary beyond my own village. Fame, as they say, is a double-edged sword. The notoriety I have garnered has bestowed upon me not only an enhanced standard of living, but also an unending array of troubles. Countless individuals within the industry view me as a stepping stone should they surpass me. They believe they can usurp all that I possess. Regularly, I am approached by those eager to challenge me. Yet these individuals invariably overestimate their own abilities while underestimating mine. Each one sent away, empty-handed. However, there exists one individual whose perseverance I find commendable, even beyond my own. His name is Qin Chuan. 6 months ago, he first sought me out, and after enduring a thorough beating at my hands, he did not relent instead. He purchased a home in our village, returning weekly for another round every time he arrived. It was always at dawn. Yet today, I found myself waiting until noon before I finally heard the sound of a knock at the door. You are exceedingly late today. Should you arrive at such a tardy hour again, I shall not wait for you. The door cracked open slightly. A glimmer of cold steel emerged. The tip of a knife aimed directly at my brow. Good heavens, are you attempting to take my life? I leaned back, evading the blade, and in one swift motion, I kicked the door apart. With a resounding crash, the already fragile wooden door splintered into numerous pieces. A tall shadow stood resolutely in the courtyard, the short dagger in his hand gleaming ominously under the moonlight. Who are you? My gaze turned icy. He was not Qin Chuan, for Qin Chuan did not possess such stature. He was not a challenger seeking to best me, rather. He exuded an aura of lethal intent that he intended to kill me. Li Sansheng, the son of the Guosheng? It seems the tales circulating outside have been exaggerated. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, he produced an envelope from within his coat. tossing it carelessly before me. "Our boss wishes to meet you. He requires your assistance with a matter." I let out a derisive laugh. "Pray tell, sir, do you grasp the situation? You attempt to take my life, and yet expect me to assist your employer? Surely you must have forgotten to bring your wits with you." He sneered coldly. "Your disciple is in our possession. Should you fail to appear before sunset tomorrow, prepare to collect his remains." "My disciple? Qin Chuan?" I was about to inform him that Qin Chuan was not my disciple and that his fate held no significance for me. But before I could articulate my thoughts, the man vanished into thin air before my very eyes. As I tore open the envelope, a collection of black and white photographs lay within, each image sending a jolt through my heart. These photographs captured every moment of my father's tragic demise, each frame a haunting testament to his murder. The official investigation concluded that he had been killed during a robbery. However, the series of photos told a different story, one in which my father was engaged in a fierce battle against 3 adversaries. Even a fool could discern that the truth behind my father's death was far more complex than it appeared. I felt an undeniable compulsion to pursue this matter further. Early the next morning, after a brief preparation, I set off for the address found within the envelope, Wulong Group. Established for over a century, many took pride in being associated with Wulong Group. The 30-story office building stood impressively, while the bustling traffic in front of the corporation painted a picture of vibrancy. Dressed in my tattered jacket, I felt like a debt collector, utterly out of place amidst the grandeur. "Are you Mr. Li Sansheng?" A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, greeted me politely. "Yes, I am," I replied. The man exhibited commendable composure, only momentarily startled by the peculiarity of my right eye. "Please follow me, Mr. Li. President Su has been waiting for you," he said. Su Tianlong, the formidable head of Wulong Group, was a force to be reckoned with. In his 70s, he had taken the reins of the company at 20, guiding it to unprecedented heights. Today, Wulong Group's office building had become a landmark in our city. Under his leadership, I ascended to the top floor of the Wulong Group. As the elevator doors opened, I caught sight of the man from last night. He glared at me with a fierce intensity, as if I owed him millions. "The boss is inside, go in." I furrowed my brow, tilting my head slightly. One I fixed steadfastly upon him. "I'll warn you just once. Do not speak to me in that tone. You." Before he could finish, I kicked open the office door. The opulence of this wealthy man's office was beyond my imagination. A mere glance inside was akin to catching sight of a royal palace. Before a grand desk sat an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, clad in a blue tang suit, poised as if he were fishing in tranquil waters. "Is he Su Tianlong?" I had encountered him once. During the new year, when my father was released from prison, I recalled receiving a rather generous red envelope from him. "Xiao Sanzi? What's this? Don't you recognize me? You are the esteemed owner of Wulong Group, Su Tianlong?" "Young man, I'm already 70. Shouldn't you address me as Su Grandpa?" "Boss, this kid is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson to bring him to his senses." "Shaolin." Su Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now and close the door behind you." Despite Shaolin's earlier bravado before me, he obeyed Su Tianlong's command without a hint of defiance. Once Shaolin exited, my gaze remained fixed on Su Tianlong. After a moment's contemplation, I began to understand why he sought me out. "Mr. Su, you need not attempt to establish a rapport, simply state your purpose. However, do not expect me to carry out the tasks you coerced my father into doing." Although he bestowed upon me a monetary gift, I was subjected to the ordeal of having a blade pressed against my throat for an entire day. "Young Sanzi, are you cognizant of my expectations?" I responded with a nonchalant shrug. To ignite the candle that consumes life's vitality, and to harness the spectral wind that prolongs the soul's existence. I paused momentarily before continuing. "Is it truly necessary for me to elucidate further? Young Sanzi, I implore you to temper your animosity towards me. After all, I paid a visit to your abode during the Lunar New Year. Indeed, and you also saw fit to entertain me with a blade against my person for an entire day." I reached out and gently massaged my neck, remarking, "My neck still aches somewhat from the experience," as Su Tianlong appeared momentarily taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. "You possess a far greater fortitude than your father. Had I not resorted to such measures, Your father would never have agreed to assist me in my endeavors. I nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you successful individuals are wont to employ any means necessary to achieve your objectives. Were I to hold a blade to your son's throat, I dare say you would readily relinquish your life to ensure his safety. Those are but relics of the past. Should you consent to assist me, I shall grant you anything your heart desires. I extended my thumb towards Su Tianlong, exclaiming, "Good heavens! If I were to request the celestial orb itself, would you be capable of procuring it for me?" Su Tianlong was momentarily nonplussed, evidently taken aback by the unyielding demeanor of a young man of my age. In truth, my behavior was partly a facade, and partly the result of being indulged by others. After all, my reputation precedes me, and those who seek my assistance typically approach me with deference and humility. However, Su Tianlong is not one to be trifled with, possessing a dark and ruthless nature. Had I betrayed even the slightest hint of fear, I dare say he would not be engaging in such amicable discourse with me at this juncture. Xiao Sanzi, do not forget that your disciple remains in my grasp. Are you not afraid? Before Su Tianlong could finish his sentence, I interrupted him decisively. I believe you are mistaken. I have no disciple. Qin Chuan merely seeks an opportunity to surpass me. If you eliminate him, I shall be grateful for your assistance in removing a nuisance. I reached up to touch the tip of my nose and smiled, saying, "What is it? Do you intend to threaten me as you did my father?" The tranquility on Su Tianlong's face dissipated, replaced by a menacing expression. "Li Sansheng, you must assist me." "Assist you? You wish to enhance your fortune by sacrificing your own lifespan? Then, summon malevolent spirits to prolong your existence?" I shook my head and continued, "You have held dominion over the Wulong group for 50 years, basking in its glory long enough. It is time for you to depart to where you belong. Why linger? Life is but a fleeting dream spanning decades, and you have played your part sufficiently. It is time to rest. If you do not aid me, that individual named Qin Chuan will perish because of you, and you shall never uncover the truth behind Li Guoxing's death. Oh, you truly believe matters are so straightforward? Su Tianlong, you. Chapter 2. The Return of the Malevolent Spirit. Are you out of your mind? Su Tianlong never anticipated that I would verbally assault him once again. My brow furrowed, and my expression darkened as I pointed to my right eye. I was blinded by my father. It is he who has rendered me a monster in the eyes of others since childhood, leaving me without a single friend. To be honest, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. He is dead now. Should I not feel a sense of relief? Do you not wish to know why those individuals sought to kill your father? I shook my head dismissively. I'm sorry, but I am currently living a life of unrestrained joy. There is no need for me to invite trouble. However, should you persist in your inquiries, I would not hesitate to draw blood. I turned on my heel and approached the door, pausing to retrieve my phone from my pocket. By the way, Qin Chuan, you had best release him. Should he meet his demise, I will make public the recording of your threats against him. Su Tianlong's eyes widened in shock as he gasped for breath, ultimately collapsing into his office chair. Shaolin, why are you not coming in? Realizing that a softer approach would yield no results, Su Tianlong directly summoned Shaolin. As Shaolin entered, without a moment's hesitation, he brandished a dagger and lunged towards my face. I leaped backward, landing atop Su Tianlong's desk. Crouching there, I slightly turned to face Su Tianlong, while Shaolin hesitated to advance. Su Tianlong, you were able to threaten my father because he refrained from engaging with you ordinary folk, fearing a breach of decorum. But I'm different, you see. Li Sansheng, if you dare lay a finger on my boss, I shall take your life. My countenance shifted abruptly as I rose and leaped directly before Xiaolin. He brandished a knife, aiming to strike me, but I seized his wrist with one hand, forcefully pinning him against the wall. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge me in the slightest. I wrested the dagger from his grasp and plunged it into his thigh. As he attempted to cry out, I swiftly covered his mouth, cold sweat trickling down his chin and landing upon my shoe. I had warned him only once. With that, I withdrew the blade and struck him upon the temple with the hilt. He crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. Su Tianlong, do not provoke me. I discarded the dagger and turned to depart. Li Sansheng, should you refuse to assist me, It won't be long before someone comes seeking you. An innocent man may bear the burden of misfortune. You shall share the same fate as Li Guosheng. I sincerely appreciate your well-intentioned warning. Upon exiting the Wulong group, I adjusted my jacket, took a seat by the roadside, and lit a cigarette, retrieving those black and white photographs from my pocket. I glanced back at the Wulong group and spat disdainfully onto the ground. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan emerged from the Wulong group, his face bruised and battered. It was not that I was incapable of defeating him. He had ambushed me. Rising without a word, I turned to leave. He trailed closely behind me, prompting me to halt and scrutinize him from head to toe. If you wish to live, do not follow me. If you allow me to accompany you, I can help you eliminate many troubles. I laughed heartily. Assist me in resolving my troubles? You are the one creating them. Were it not for you, I would not find myself here today. I owe you, and I shall repay you. A smile graced my lips, yet I remained silent, opting instead to rent an apartment. Su Tianlong would not act without cause. It is likely that someone will come to my home this evening. An innocent man may bear the weight of a treasure. What is it on my person that they covet? The sun god mask technique? Unlikely. Seated on the sofa of my new abode, I stifled a yawn and glanced at Qin Chuan, who was meditating directly on the floor. Have you made up your mind to follow me? Qin Chuan opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Very well. This evening, return to the village and ascertain who has come seeking me. If possible, gather information about these individuals. One thing I must caution you about is to refrain from acting impulsively. These individuals are not the half-hearted challengers who approached me previously. Do you understand? Qin Chuan appeared taken aback. So, in your eyes, I'm also a half-hearted challenger? I chose not to respond, allowing him to ponder this question on his own. At 3 a.m, a rapid series of knocks roused me from slumber. Upon opening the door, I found Qin Chuan had returned, his body drenched in blood, particularly a gaping wound on his face that stretched like a centipede down to his chin. Qin Chuan? I truly am a half-hearted challenger. Qin Chuan collapsed into my arms. He was still breathing. A quick examination revealed 3 fatal wounds, were it not for his cultivation. A mere mortal would have perished long ago. More critically, from the wounds on his face emanated tendrils of dark, malevolent energy. He had been cursed. While I possessed means to dispel the curse, his physical injuries necessitated immediate medical attention. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors remarked on Qin Chuan's tenacious vitality, tirelessly working to stabilize him until the surgery concluded the following afternoon around 6 o'clock. The physician stated that as long as he could endure 3 days without infection at the wound site, he would be out of danger. Sitting beside his hospital bed, I let out a sigh, intending to examine the incantations that had been cast upon him when the ward's door was forcibly kicked open. I immediately rose to my feet, only to see Xiao Lin, panting and with a grim expression, glaring at me. Are you seeking death? Xiao Lin stepped forward, and just as I prepared to confront him, he suddenly knelt before me with a thud. Mr. Li, I apologize. My previous actions were impulsive. Regardless of how you perceive me or how you've treated me, I implore you, please return with me and save my boss. I was taken aback. This transformation seemed rather abrupt. Noticing my silence, Xiao Lin even began to bow his head. Stop it. You are older than I am, and I cannot bear such reverence from you. Besides, we have a relationship. Mr. Li, I beg you, my boss is nearing death, and I am powerless. Su Tianlong should have met his end long ago. His demise now would be entirely normal. Why are you so agitated? No, it's not that. Someone has placed a curse upon him. The Xieyang Sha. What did you say? Xieyang Sha. Upon hearing those 4 words, I suddenly recalled a conversation my father had shared with me shortly before his passing. He informed me that in the future, whether he was present or absent, upon hearing the incantation of the Xieyang Sha, I must assist without hesitation, regardless of the cost. At that time, I paid little heed, never anticipating that I would encounter such a situation today. However, it was unfortunate that the one ensnared by this curse was Su Tianlong. Assisting him would be akin to striking my own face. Observing my lack of refusal, Xiao Lin promptly interjected, Mr. Li, as long as you agree, I will never hesitate to assist you in any matters you may require. I rose and instructed, Arrange for someone to locate Qin Chuan. He is still within a critical 3-day period of danger. You have sustained injuries due to this situation, and thus, you ought to take responsibility. Very well. As long as you can agree, I am willing to do anything. Lin Su exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and immediately knelt to retrieve his phone for arrangements. I must say, the efficiency of the Wulong group is commendable. Within 3 minutes, Qin Chuan was transferred from a standard ward to a luxurious private room, attended by dedicated medical staff, with security arranged by Lin Su outside the door. Standing before Su Tianlong's bed, gazing at the man who had previously threatened our family and now lay on the brink of death, I felt a deep sense of curiosity. Speak up. You are more aware than anyone regarding your boss's affairs. What is truly happening? Lin Su looked at the ailing Su Tianlong with a face full of concern, saying, Mr. Li, I must apologize for my earlier presumption. It was my failure to recognize true talent. Enough with the pleasantries. I am pressed for time, I replied. With a deep sigh, Lin Su began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding Su Tianlong. Previously, Su Tianlong acquired the knowledge that my father possessed the ability to transform yang energy and to replenish it within. He exploited this knowledge to threaten my father. This situation tarnished our moral standing, yet my father, out of love for me, acquiesced. In the preceding years, everything seemed to progress smoothly, and Su Tianlong's business flourished. However, my father's sudden demise led him to lose an immeasurable amount. In an attempt to restore his former glory, he sought me out. Regrettably, I was still quite young at that time, grasping only fragments of what transpired. Thus, I was unable to assist him. Eventually, he found a master from an unknown source who replicated my father's techniques. Although the effects were somewhat similar, the side effects were considerably severe. My father had sought spirits of malevolent entities that wandered among the living to sustain Su Tianlong's vitality. Conversely, the master Su Tianlong advised him that in order to extend life to its fullest, one must seek the souls of those who had met untimely deaths within the past 7 days. Such individuals are exceedingly rare to encounter. In his desperation to survive and prosper, Su Tianlong's malevolence grew. Whenever he required a spell, he meticulously orchestrated the accidental deaths of certain individuals, all of whom were employees of his company. Naturally, after the demise of those chosen, he would compensate their families handsomely under the company's name. This sorcery necessitated annual enactment, implying that in the years following my father's death, many lives must have been lost. With such occurrences, who would still be willing to continue working? Lin Su appeared somewhat resigned. The allure of money is potent. Everyone is aware of the company's sinister reputation, with several unexpected deaths each year. Yet, so many people believe it could never be their turn. I shrugged, acknowledging the undeniable truth of human nature. You too are a person of discernment. Can you truly reconcile your conscience with acting as an accomplice? Lin Su's expression turned serious. My life is at the mercy of my employer. Observing Lin Su, I shook my head. Reasoning with someone as obtuse as him would yield no fruit. By your logic, the malevolent force afflicting Su Tianlong must be the work of that esteemed master he sought out. Are they not allies? Why then betrayal? It seems that prior to my assignment to seek you out, my employer had a fierce dispute with the black-robed Taoist, after which I have not laid eyes on him. Lin Su appeared anxious. Mr. Li, what are we to do now? I rubbed my nose thoughtfully to untie the knot. One must find the one who tied it. I truly do not know how to address your ignorance. This malevolent force has been festering within him for several years, and you fail to notice it. Several years? Lin Su was taken aback. I nodded and smiled. They have wrought untimely deaths. Although those vengeful spirits have been refined, the resentment cannot simply dissipate. Had it not been for the sorcery that transformed it into a malevolent seed, these grievances would have clung to Su Tianlong. He would not perish, but rather suffer endlessly from affliction. Is such a straightforward matter beyond your comprehension? I had thought it was the black robe. I shook my head, pondering what truly occupied Lin Su's mind. The malevolent force of the leaky yang has been deeply entrenched, intertwining its resentment with Su Tianlong's lifespan. Previously dormant, it was under the control of the practitioner. However, attempting to forcibly dismantle this leaky yang curse necessitates the expulsion of that bitterness. Yet, such an action would inevitably compromise his lifespan, leaving him in a perilous predicament. Given his current circumstances, he faces an inescapable demise. No, the master cannot perish. Chapter 3. The three-pronged centipede life has its predetermined course. If your employer's fate is not meant to end, locating the black-robed Taoist within 3 days and incapacitating him will resolve the matter. Is it truly that simple? Do you underestimate the challenge? The phenomenon known as leaking yang to return to death is, at its core, a gradual process, akin to a slow-acting poison that diminishes another's vitality through accumulated resentment. This makes no sense. Lin Su expressed his confusion. According to Mr. Li, the black robe has already targeted the boss, yet simultaneously aids him in prolonging his life whilst also draining his yang. What is the rationale behind this? I shook my head. Such inquiries likely could only be clarified by the parties involved. The task of finding him rests upon your shoulders. I am of little assistance in this regard. However, upon locating him, I have one stipulation. I wish to meet this black-robed Taoist. Lin Su offered a wry smile. Mr. Li, I am no match for him. I furrowed my brow. Lin Su, when you sought my help regarding Su Tianlong's affliction of leaking yang, I can indeed provide a remedy, though it too will lead to his demise. From your expression, it appears you wish for my assistance against the black robe as well. Mr. Li. I initially agreed to assist you with one matter, and now another has arisen. I am not one to court complications. Lin Su appeared at a loss for words. With a shift of my gaze, I added, a fee must be established. To the Wulong group, money has become merely a figure, and considering this pertains to Su Tianlong's life, Lin Su would naturally not be stingy. Lin Su entrusted me with a bank card, the sum within undisclosed. Yet he assured me that it constituted a deposit, the amount of which would surely bring me satisfaction. He arranged for someone to escort me back to the hospital, where I arrived at the entrance of Qin Chuan's ward. The two security personnel leaned against the wall, utterly devoid of the vigor they exhibited when I had departed. My brief absence had not lasted long. I reached out and patted one of them on the shoulder. To my astonishment, upon contact, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. I noticed a gruesome gash at the back of his neck, from which a crimson centipede emerged, trailing a series of bloodstains behind it. A three-pronged centipede? I hurriedly examined the other individual, only to discover a horrifyingly identical scene. The centipede, devoid of a three-pronged tail, was a creation of a sorcerer, imbued with lethal venom. Once it latched onto a host, it would drain the very essence of life, ultimately transforming the corpse into a monstrous being, a ravenous creature driven solely by the thirst for blood and flesh. These two security guards had perished only recently, not yet succumbing to the control of the three-pronged centipede. However, an ominous premonition arose within me. After crushing the two advancing centipedes, I resolutely pushed open the door to the ward. Though I had mentally prepared myself, the moment I beheld the scene within, my heart quaked with trepidation. The eyes of the two medical staff had lost their luster, their pupils dilated, standing motionless by the bedside like puppets. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan lay on the bed, his only movement the torn bandage on his face, from which a centipede's head, the size of a longan, emerged. I stepped forward, and in the next moment, a jet of dark liquid erupted from the mouth of the centipede, transforming mid-air into a tri-pronged centipede. Caught off guard, it landed squarely on my chest, poised to burrow into my flesh. With no time to spare, I tore off my jacket, scattering the black and white photographs contained within onto the ground. The source of the tri-pronged centipede resided within Qin Chuan. If I could eliminate it, the other manifestations would revert to mere dark water. Damn it! I cursed silently. I had misjudged the situation. Had I known that Qin Chuan had been afflicted with such a creature, I would have dealt with it first. Before I could act, the two medical personnel, now turned into puppets of the tri-pronged centipede, lunged at me. I could vividly see the swift movements of the centipede beneath their skin, intent on delivering a fatal blow, something even I could not evade. In a fleeting encounter, I knocked one of them down with a punch, while my other hand grasped the remaining one by the throat, forcefully pinning him against the wall. I quickly bit my finger, using my blood to inscribe the fire-breaking charm of the Jiao Zizi on his face. With unwavering determination, I commanded, "No obstruction shall prevail, no malevolent shall endure. Arise." A ball of fiery sunlight ignited upon his face, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed, limp, to the ground. My gaze swiftly shifted to the other individual. Perhaps witnessing his companion's demise had instilled caution in him. He maintained his distance, leading to a stalemate. I am acutely aware that the longer I delay, the more perilous Qin Chuan's situation becomes. What now looms over his face transcends the mere presence of a head. I have no time to waste. My peripheral vision catches sight of a jacket on the ground. Swiftly, I bend down to retrieve it, employing the jacket as a makeshift net to ensnare another's head. The power of the talisman is rendered ineffective by the jacket's barrier. With deftness, I grasp the fruit knife resting on the cabinet and, through the cloth, plunge it into his skull. Although the precise location of the three-pronged centipede eludes my sight, I can sense the flow of malevolent energy. With one decisive thrust, I sever the jacket and extract the creature from within the corpse. Despite its lethal venom, this three-pronged centipede is not insurmountable. Witnessing the swift demise of its two guardians, the centipede's leader exhibits palpable fury, emitting a series of shrill howls. Though centipedes are typically silent, it manipulates the sinister energy to affect human perception. Your master truly holds you in high regard. You, a mere insignificant creature, dare to make a sound before me? I scoff, noting that it seems incapable of emerging in the immediate future. The three-pronged centipede has claimed Qin Chuan's body as its lair, and should it succeed in breaking free, Qin Chuan's fate is sealed. I cannot allow this to happen. I tear a sheet, cleanse the knife with water, and then make an incision on my wrist to draw blood. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, I would not resort to using my own blood to inscribe the talisman. Gazing at a small bowl of blood, I felt a sense of helplessness. How many eggs would it take to replenish this? Soon, a massive broken spell was formed, directly enveloping Qin Chuan. Urgently, as commanded, the sun's fire instantly engulfed the entire bedspread, ultimately concentrating on Qin Chuan's face. The three-pronged centipede writhed in agony amidst the flames until it was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the scars on Qin Chuan's face had scabbed over, and his complexion gradually became more vibrant. Is this a declaration of war against me? As dawn broke, I leaned against the window and lit a cigarette. The room had returned to its previous state. With a life lost, I was unable to manage it and could only leave it to Lin Su. I had inquired with him about any knowledge regarding our family's affairs. Unfortunately, he was merely a subordinate of Su Tianlong, with limited information. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan awakened. Although he was no longer in danger, his injuries required time to heal. You saved me. I fell victim to the three-pronged centipede. What did you witness that night? Tell me how long you dealt with the three-pronged centipede. I furrowed my brow as I looked at Qin Chuan. This is not the time for your inquiries. Tell me what I wish to know. Qin Chuan revealed that 3 individuals had come to my home that night, exuding an aura of murderous intent, seemingly not in search of anything, but rather intent on taking my life. At the forefront stands the individual who inflicted harm upon me, adorned in a conspicuous black robe, while the other 2, clad in suits, exude an air of menace. Their demeanor suggests that they are likely subordinates of the one in the robe. A black robe? Such attire is rather rare in this day and age. It is highly probable that he is the enigmatic Taoist priest who previously collaborated with Su Tianlong. That said, today marks the 3rd day, and I have yet to receive any news from Lin Su. Should Su Tianlong meet his demise, I am left pondering the motives behind these individuals targeting me at this particular moment. After advising Qin Chuan to recuperate diligently, I rose and returned to my ancestral home. The interior remains unchanged, devoid of any signs of rummaging. Why seek my life? Why now? These questions plague my mind. After all, I hold no secrets. I merely declined to assist Su Tianlong. Furthermore, if they desired something from me, why not act years ago when it would have been far easier? Additionally, my father's death weighs heavily on my heart. Today is a significant day. Suddenly, a melody emanates from my pocket. Lin Su is calling. Upon hearing his words, my countenance shifted dramatically. The black-robed priest has met a gruesome fate, his head severed and displayed at the entrance of the Wulong group, while his head was sent to Su Tianlong's residence. More alarming still, Su Tianlong has vanished, leaving no trace of his existence. An hour later, Lin Su appeared before me, his face etched with urgency. In his hand, he held a piece of letter paper that read, "Surrender Li Guisheng, and Su Tianlong shall be spared." Who sent this? Is this person not merely jesting? Surrender my father? He is as good as dust, long deceased. Lin Su appeared to be in a considerable quandary. After all, my father's death was a well-known fact. Yet, the sender of this note seemed utterly oblivious to the truth. The envelope lay atop the corpse of the man in black robes. These individuals are anything but ordinary. Not even the surveillance footage captured how they managed to abduct the boss and leave behind the body. Lin Su stole a glance at me. I have no idea what these people are after. If I knew, I would not be in such distress. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. You should return. I will reach out if needed. However, my boss, the man in black, is dead, and with the demise of Xie Yang, the threat has naturally dissipated. Su Tianlong is not in any immediate danger. Lin Su wished to say more, but, seeing my grim expression, chose to remain silent and departed. After Lin Su left, I sat at home, smoking one cigarette after another. The adversary has presented me with a dilemma. Setting aside the fact that my father is already gone, in Lin Su's eyes, Su Tianlong holds paramount importance. For Su Tianlong, Lin Su would go to any lengths, even if it meant surrendering a corpse. Would I allow Lin Su to disturb my father's grave? Absolutely not. Chapter 4. The coffin opens to an empty space. Zheng Ge. It has been quite a while. Ah, rare guest. Little brother, what brings you to my humble abode today? Inside the office of the editor-in-chief of the News Daily, I gazed at Zheng Xiaohua, whom I hadn't seen in over a year, and a surge of emotions washed over me. He is the editor-in-chief of the News Daily, now in his 45th year. Over a year ago, he had approached me due to a predicament involving his child. His integrity shone through, and I assisted him without expecting any remuneration, which forged a deep friendship between us, transcending our age difference. Please, take a seat. There's no need for formality. Here, you are as welcome as if you were in your own home. I offered a slight smile and pointed teasingly at the balding crown of his head, now resembling the Mediterranean Sea. If you don't start taking care of yourself, next year you'll be a monk without needing to have your head shaved. Little brother, you ought not to dwell on my baldness. Speak your mind. You must have a reason for visiting. Zheng Xiaohua remarked, helplessly rubbing his head. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Please share what is on your mind. With Zheng Xiaohua, I indeed felt no need for formality. I produced several black and white photographs and placed them upon his desk. I wished to uncover the identities, addresses, and all pertinent information regarding these three individuals. Zheng Xiaohua squinted his eyes, leaned over to examine the photographs, and picked one up. A look of confusion crossed his face as he inquired, "Isn't this related to the victims and perpetrator of the 314 case? These are crime scene photographs. Where did you obtain them? The 314 case?" I mused, recalling that the day my father passed away was indeed the 14th of March. This matter is of no concern to you. I merely wish to ascertain the identities of these three criminals. Given your demeanor, you must be rather well informed. Am I correct? Indeed, I am well acquainted with this case, as I have been closely following it. It is evidently a crime of vengeance. Yet I fail to comprehend why it was subsequently classified as a robbery and homicide. A crime of vengeance, you say? Yes. According to my investigation, the deceased bore numerous fatal wounds and was later subjected to desecration. I never imagined that Zheng Xiaohua was the journalist closely tracking this case. Completely unaware that the victim was my father. When I sought to uncover the truth, I was met with resistance from higher authorities, who forbade me from continuing my inquiry. So, did you cease your investigation? Zheng Xiaohua shook his head. How could I simply stop? As a journalist, my sole desire was to reveal the truth to the world. Yet fear took hold of me. Please elaborate. Zheng Xiaohua sighed. I was enjoying a meal when I unexpectedly expelled a centipede. Can you believe that the centipede spoke? A centipede? Capable of speech? That very night, my former superior visited my home and informed me that as long as I refrained from pursuing that matter further, I could be appointed as the chief editor. I nodded in understanding. I recognized that Zheng Xiaohua, being an ordinary individual with his own pressures of life, would indeed feel fear and consent to halt his investigation. Nevertheless, this issue has remained a thorn in my heart. Ever since I became the editor-in-chief, I have been secretly seeking the truth. The more time passes, the more I am grateful for my decision back then to relent. Otherwise, you would not find me here today. Zheng Xiaohua cast a glance at me, especially after I became acquainted with you. I increasingly affirmed that my decision back then was indeed correct. After getting to know me, Zheng Xiaohua nodded. It was you who made me realize that there are entities in this world that we are utterly unaware of. With a sigh, Zheng Xiaohua pointed to the long-haired figure in the photograph and said, "This person is named Wang Qing. Haven't you heard of him?" I shook my head, and Zheng Xiaohua continued, "It is understandable that ordinary individuals are unaware of me, but in your circle, he is quite renowned, the foremost disciple of the current leader of the Shuzi sect." This, Zheng Xiaohua then indicated the crew-cut individual among the three, Deng Zhengkai, who was appointed as the successor by the Deng family of the Sanyi sect back in the day. Both Wang Qing and Deng Zhengkai have perished, yet the last individual, he still lives. I inhaled sharply. Still alive? This is impossible. At that time, the incident was widely publicized, and the conclusion was that all three perpetrators were captured and executed. Yet Zheng Xiaohua claims one remains alive. My gaze turned cold, fixated on the sole survivor in the photograph, the bespectacled middle-aged man. Is it possible that you are entirely unaware of any information regarding him? This cannot be. Do you not keep up with the news or television? I shook my head. Watching those is a waste of time. Zheng Xiaohua looked at me oddly. He is now the owner of the Xizhuang, Wei Lianyang. Their establishment is not only famous in your profession. Even ordinary people are aware of their existence. Why? To put it plainly, they are merely performers, and those who excel in their craft naturally garner popularity. The names of the Three Arts sect, the Trinity sect, and the Theater Guild are ones I have encountered for the very first time in my life. According to Zheng Xiaohua, these three factions wield a considerable influence within our industry. However, how could such esteemed individuals resort to violence against my father? Robbery? Surely. This is no jest. My father has little of value to offer them. Noticing my contemplative silence, Zheng Xiaohua placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. What is the matter? Are you intrigued by this matter? I glanced up at him, my expression somber. It was my father who perished. What? Zheng Xiaohua was taken aback, unable to fathom this revelation. Tell me, where's the Theater Guild? I wish to meet Wei Lianyang. Any taxi can take you there, but I doubt Wei Lianyang will grant you an audience. Zheng Xiaohua paused momentarily. What is your purpose in seeking him? Young brother, you must refrain from making foolish decisions. Foolish decisions? I shook my head with a resigned smile. Fear not, I am not so naive. Zheng Xiaohua seemed poised to say more, yet I had already departed his office. Although I had come to learn the identities of the three individuals in the photograph, I found myself increasingly perplexed. If my suspicions hold true, then the abduction of Su Tianlong and the demand for my father's release could very well involve one of these three factions, or perhaps a coalition among them. Yet, this does not make sense. My father was personally killed by individuals from these three sects. Would they really commit such a foolish act? Su Tianlong, who is most familiar with the situation, has also been captured, and the mysterious death of the black-robed priest remains inexplicable. How infuriating! I stamped my foot in anger, having just hailed a cab to head to the theater, only to receive a call from the village, stating that a large group of people intended to desecrate my father's grave, urging me to return immediately. This is intolerable. Regardless of any grievances I may have had with my father during his lifetime, he remains my father. Moreover, the dead deserve respect. After all these years, I absolutely refuse to allow him to be disturbed. Lin Su, you have some audacity. Halt this at once. At the cemetery on the village's back mountain, indeed, a dozen or so people had gathered, with Lin Su leading the charge, having already unearthed my father's grave, revealing the coffin lid. Upon hearing my voice, Lin Su turned around, his expression slightly awkward upon seeing me, yet he gritted his teeth and commanded his men to continue digging. Do not stop, he insisted. Mr. Li, this is my fault, but for the sake of my boss, I must proceed. You are courting death. I charged forward, only to be intercepted by two burly men. However, these ordinary individuals stood no chance against me. Setting aside my prowess, I had trained in 8th level boxing under my father since childhood, and a mere few could truly withstand my approach. Get out of my way. I struck one down with a single punch and seized the other by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and hurling him directly towards Lin Su. Lin Su was taken aback, as he believed that my relationship with my father was strained, especially considering the harm he had inflicted upon me. After all, even grave digging could be resolved with a sufficient sum of money. However, he was mistaken. Upon witnessing me using someone to strike him, Lin Su instinctively sidestepped. The person, with impeccable aim, struck my father's coffin. A thunderous crash resounded. The aged coffin lid could scarcely withstand such tumult. The impact created a gaping hole in the lid. To my astonishment, I never anticipated the situation would escalate in this manner, and I rushed forward. Grabbing Lin Su by the collar, I was ready to strike him. Mr. Shaoli, look! My fist halted midair as I followed Lin Su's pointing finger. The burly man who had fallen into the coffin was being pulled out, yet inside the coffin, there was no sign of my father's body. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at Lin Su, who instinctively took a step back. I truly had no idea this would happen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I leaped into the coffin for a closer inspection. It was entirely empty. No body, not even a single hair. My father was not dead. He was still alive? This could not be true. I had witnessed his burial with my own eyes, and I had mourned by his grave for a full 7 days. Suddenly, I sprang out of the coffin, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Su. Wasn't that person demanding my father? Where is he supposed to be? Tonight, at the Lianhua Terrace in the southern part of the city. In the deep of night, at the Lianhua Terrace in the southern part of the city, two figures emerged under the dim glow of the lights. One was me, seated cross-legged in meditation, while the other was Lin Su, anxiously scanning the surroundings beside me. I opened my eyes to check the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. I rose and said, "Let us go, no one will come." "Why? How should I know? What about my boss?" I halted, pointing my finger at him, and declared, "I have accepted your money. I will seek out your boss later. But remember this, do not engage in actions that provoke me to the brink of violence. Next time, you may not be so fortunate." I returned to my rented room, indulged in a warm bath, and comfortably reclined on my bed. Lighting a cigarette, my mind began to race. I seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. They did not request me to hand over a person, but rather Lin Su, or more accurately, the Wulong group. Why did they not approach me directly? And why did they wish to eliminate the black-robed priest? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks jolted me back to reality. I frowned. I had only been living in this place for less than a week. Qin Chuan was in the hospital, and it was unlikely the landlord would come looking for me at this hour. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback to find Zheng Xiaohua standing outside, despite having never disclosed my whereabouts to him. Moreover, his condition was peculiar. He was drenched, as though he had just emerged from a watery abyss. "Brother Zheng, what brings you here? What happened to you?" To my astonishment, before I could finish my sentence, Zheng Xiaohua let out a strange cry and lunged towards me. Chapter 5. Inexperienced Zheng Xiaohua is not my enemy. Instinctively, I held him tightly. "Brother Zheng, what are you doing?" I must die." Suddenly, he produced a dagger from who knows where and lunged towards my lower back. Being stabbed was not an option. I forcefully shoved him away and swiftly evaded to the side. Zheng Xiaohua lost his balance from the push and fell to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, but I noticed a large pool of dark blood where he had just sat. Before I could react, he lunged at me again, intent on taking my life, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. Zheng Xiaohua, known for his office demeanor, could not possibly be my adversary, regardless of his current state. With a sharp elbow strike to his chest, he instantly lost his combat ability. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head. Furrowing my brow, I crouched down to inspect him. Just as I was about to check on him, Zheng Xiaohua suddenly grasped my arm, gasping, They are acting." "Brother Zheng, what are you trying to tell me?" "Acting what?" Unfortunately, Zheng Xiaohua could never provide me with an answer, He died inexplicably before my eyes. Today was supposed to be a good day. A ringtone that clashed with the scene rang out. It was Qin Chuan calling. Something strange happened at the hospital just now. It brought in a corpse, but the body suddenly ran away, murmuring your name as it fled. Is it related to recent events? When I encountered Zheng Xiaohua, he was already deceased. After hanging up the phone, I found myself staring blankly at his lifeless body. Just as I lit a cigarette, a distinct crackling sound of dislocated bones broke the silence. My gaze fixated on Zheng Xiaohua's corpse as, to my astonishment, he stood up once more, his eyes locked onto mine, devoid of any semblance of life. I took a cautious step back, observing him warily. I could hardly fathom that the corpse had begun to speak. The divine bone. The divine bone? What madness was this? I had never encountered such a term before, and the voice that emerged was not Zheng Xiaohua's at all. Someone was manipulating his corpse from afar. I tilted my head, regarding Zheng Xiaohua with a challenging expression. If you desire the divine bone, then do not hide behind shadows. Have the audacity to ask me face to face. What, are you afraid of being seen? Could it be that these individuals sought my deceased father merely for the divine bone? Had it been with him all along? Yet, he had never mentioned it to me. Fear not. Capture you. Li Guosheng will reveal himself. My brow furrowed as Zheng Xiaohua inexplicably vanished before my eyes. A sinister wind howled behind me, prompting me to swiftly turn. Zheng Xiaohua's form passed perilously close to my temple. Such folly! I swiftly bit my finger, drawing a miniature version of the Jiaowu fire-breaking curse upon my palm. As commanded, Zheng Xiaohua evaded my attack, leaping onto the balcony, cackling. The Li family does not utilize the sun god mask. The Li family are but fools. He is also aware of the yang god mask. He knows that the Jiaowu fire-breaking spell is not a technique found within the yang god mask. I find myself becoming cautious. It is not that I am unwilling to utilize the yang god mask, but rather that I am currently incapable of manifesting any of its powers. As the name suggests, the yang god mask serves as a guise, a deceptive facade. This mask is not a physical object, but a manifestation of spiritual belief. After donning this disguise, one ceases to be oneself and instead embodies the deity one pretends to be. It can also be interpreted as invoking a spirit. However, employing the techniques of the yang god mask necessitates not only personal cultivation and formidable spiritual conviction, but also the establishment of a pact with the deity one wishes to impersonate. At the very least, one must secure its consent. Otherwise, the endeavor proves futile. In this regard, it bears some resemblance to the disciples of the spirit medium, with the distinction that a disciple may forge a contract with only one celestial being throughout their lifetime. The yang god mask, conversely, imposes no such limitations as long as one is deemed capable. Regarding the establishment of such contracts, my father imparted but 10 words to me. Fortune may be encountered but cannot be sought. If not encountered, do not force it. Before his passing, I inquired how many he had encountered, to which he merely smiled without answering. Returning to the matter at hand, this is not the time for such musings. To contend with someone like you, who dares only to control mere corpses, I need not resort to the secrets of the Li family. My Three Purities Technique shall suffice. Humph, I pressed my palms together, ensuring both hands bore the Jiaowu fire-breaking spell, preventing him from seizing the initiative. Taking a deep breath, I leaped forward in a few swift strides, delivering a decisive palm strike aimed directly at his face. He had nowhere to retreat. A bizarre grin plastered on his face as he resolutely met my strike with his forehead. Ha ha, young one, your practical experience is insufficient. How could this be? I could dispatch a 3-pronged centipede with a single blow, yet I am faltering against this walking corpse. I inhaled sharply, suddenly recollecting that this creature could not be classified as an evil spirit. It was merely under someone's magical control, rendering my exorcism incantation utterly ineffective. This is dire. By the time I grasped the situation, it was already too late. Zheng Xiaohua had seized my throat, poised to sink his teeth into my neck. Damn! I struggled to hold his chin, yet his strength exceeded my expectations. What now? Just as he stated, my practical experience was indeed lacking. The adversaries I'd faced until now were simply not on the same level as I, and our encounters had always been rather superficial. I had only assisted a few in dispelling malevolent spirits, and those had merely been simple apparitions. The air was gradually being drawn from my body, and if this continued, I would undoubtedly perish. Li Sansheng. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, Qin Chuan. I glanced sideways to see Qin Chuan still clad in his hospital gown, wielding a watermelon knife that appeared to have materialized from thin air. Strike, sever his head. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, leaping to my side, ready to deliver a blow. Zheng Xiaohua also noticed Qin Chuan, loosening his grip in an attempt to seize him. With swift reflexes, I wrapped my arms around him, pinning his hands firmly beneath my armpits. Strike! With a clenched jaw, Qin Chuan swiftly brought down the knife, and a round, plump head rolled to rest at our feet. Zheng Xiaohua instantly lost all strength, collapsing like a broken doll. Li Sansheng, are you all right? I touched my throat, realizing my carelessness. I turned to him. You saved me once. We owe each other nothing now. Qin Chuan stood beside me, gesturing towards Zheng Xiaohua's lifeless body. What shall we do with it? I retrieved a cigarette from my pack, offering him one before lighting it and taking a deep drag. Are you truly certain you wish to remain by my side? How shall we dispose of the body? If discovered, we will both be implicated. Observing the expressionless visage of Qin Chuan, I helplessly shook my head. Are you feeling all right? He nodded. I'm fine. Nothing serious. Then you should make a trip to Lin Su's place and get a vehicle. I will take care of the body and find a place for cremation. I exhaled a plume of smoke and continued. The unjustly deceased should not remain unburied. Their souls wander aimlessly. Qin Chuan asked no further questions. After dialing Lin Su's number, he departed. I crouched beside Zheng Xiaohua's head, placing the remaining half of my cigarette in his mouth. Brother Zheng, had I not sought you out today, you would not have met this fate. I will look after your family and ensure you are sent off properly. Strangely, the once wide-open eyes of the corpse closed after I spoke those words. Life is ever unpredictable as we traverse the mortal realm. All things, like smoke, shall dissipate, leaving only the echoes of our thoughts. I have found an auspicious burial site for Zheng Xiaohua, a place imbued with excellent feng shui, where I shall conduct his burial and spiritual transcendence. This process has become second nature to me. Yet, I can no longer maintain the same tranquility as before. He perished because of me, his death shrouded in ambiguity. I have duly noted this life. Qin Chuan is driving while I sit in the passenger seat, eyes closed, seeking solace. Li Sansheng, what shall we do next? I slightly open my eyes and gaze at the fleeting scenery outside, murmuring, we shall proceed step by step. What they seek lies with my father. Yet he is no longer alive. Although his body is missing, he is undeniably deceased. I seem to be addressing Qin Chuan, yet it feels as though I am conversing with myself. They initially exploited Su Tianlong, attempting to coerce the Wulong group into doing their bidding, a miscalculation on their part. Now, their focus has shifted to me, aiming to capture me and force my father to reappear. But is it not true that your father has already passed? What significance does this pursuit hold? Indeed, this is a question I ponder as well. Qin Chuan turned a glance at me. And what of that black-robed Taoist? What is their connection? I chuckled softly. You inquire of me. Who else might I ask? Qin Chuan's question mirrors my own deepest concern. The black-robed Taoist visited my home, evidently in search of something akin to the intentions of the one who controlled the zombie today, yet he met his demise. To suggest that they are of the same faction does not hold water. I can only conclude that multiple groups have set their sights upon me, or rather, upon the divine bone. It is also plausible that those I encountered tonight, as well as those who abducted Su Tianlong and murdered the black-robed Taoist, are not affiliated with each other. Unbeknownst to me, I have been ensnared in a colossal vortex. It seems that my desire to remain a tranquil and principled Master Li, as I once was, has become an impossibility. To unravel the intricacies of this situation, I must locate Su Tianlong or uncover my father's remains. So, where shall we go now? To Wulong Group? I cast a glance at Qin Chuan and said, please set me down. I wish to walk on my own. Return the vehicle and take some time to rest. There is nothing pressing at the moment. It is not that I am unwilling to have assistance, but rather, I genuinely wish to shield Qin Xuan from this turmoil. In just a few days, 2 lives have been lost. He need not accompany me into this peril. As I watched Qin Xuan depart, I hailed a taxi driver to the theater district, please. The driver, evidently a chatterbox, replied, "Oh, young man, I never would have guessed you had a fondness for opera at such a young age. In this day and age, it is rare for the youth to appreciate such art." He continued, "I must tell you, you are in for a treat today. The renowned performer Zhuang Xiaolu will grace the stage at the theater, portraying the valiant king of Chu in Farewell, My Concubine. He truly brings the character to life." Chapter 6. The theater and its renowned performers in the theater. The performance reflects the transient nature of human existence, revealing the myriad of facades that life presents. The couplet, framed by the classic architectural style on either side, struck a chord deep within me. The theater was teeming with patrons, predominantly of advanced age, while I, a young adult in my 20s, stood amidst them like a crane among chickens. It became evident to me why the youth seldom frequented this establishment. The ticket prices were exorbitant, 188 yuan per person, excluding tea and refreshments. Had it not been for a pressing matter, I would not have graced this venue. As the driver mentioned, today featured a celebrated performer, Zhuang Xiaolu, taking the stage. The audience was already packed to capacity, and for the price of 188 yuan, I had merely secured a standing ticket. The performance commenced, and the soul would not find rest until the curtain fell. I must admit, Zhuang Xiaolu's vocal prowess and stage presence exceeded my expectations. Upon his first note, I felt as though the legendary Xiang Yu was standing before me. The performance was indeed captivating, and I was genuinely moved. However, my purpose for being here was not solely to appreciate the national treasure of opera. Once Zhuang Xiaolu concluded his performance, I navigated through the throngs of eager spectators, finally managing to reach the backstage area. To my dismay, I discovered that the crowd outside Zhuang Xiaolu's dressing room was even larger. Were it not for the security personnel, the fans would likely have surged through the door. Given the circumstances, I realized it would be nearly impossible to gain entry. Reluctantly, I exited the theater and awaited my chance in the parking lot. I initially intended to approach Wei Lianyang directly. However, upon further contemplation, I realized that he would surely refuse to meet me, regardless of whether he had any connection to the matter at hand or the disparity in our social standings. Gaining access to Zhuang Xiaolu, on the other hand, proved to be considerably easier. He is merely a renowned figure, impressive perhaps in the eyes of the average person. Yet to me, he is hardly a noteworthy individual. After waiting for 3 hours and smoking the majority of a pack, I finally observed Zhuang Xiaolu being escorted by security personnel to a black Audi. I knew I had to act quickly, otherwise he would depart without my intervention. Just as he settled into the vehicle, I approached the front, but the security guard attempted to block my way. With a decisive push, I brushed past them and calmly took a seat beside Zhuang Xiaolu, lighting a cigarette in the process. "Do you smoke?" I inquired. "I do not smoke. It is detrimental to one's throat," he replied. I nodded. "Oh." To my surprise, he exhibited no astonishment whatsoever, not even glancing in my direction. His indifference did not deter my scrutiny. As I took a drag from my cigarette, I noted his delicate features. Without makeup, he hardly resembled a man, appearing rather effeminate. With such a demeanor, portraying the legendary figure of Chu Bawang is quite a feat. "You are not the first to say so," he responded. His reaction left me somewhat at a loss for words. "Aren't you curious about my identity? Why, I've come to seek you." Zhuang Xiaolu smiled and shook his head. "I do not need to know who you are. Soon enough, you will be shown the door." Huh? Lost in thought, I was suddenly seized by a strong hand reaching through the car door, gripping my shoulder with surprising force, causing a twinge of pain. "Get out," the voice commanded. Caught off guard, I found myself yanked out of the vehicle. I had anticipated a robust figure, yet to my astonishment, it was a frail individual, gaunt and seemingly devoid of vitality. "I detest fans like you," he spat, who would go to any lengths just to catch a glimpse of their idol. "Do you consider yourself a fan?" I pointed at myself, incredulous. "Begone. Young Master Zhuang requires his rest. If you wish to see him, you must wait for his next performance." The little man appeared increasingly impatient, yet he seemed to misinterpret the situation. I uttered a soft "oh" and slowly approached him. "What do you want?" I exclaimed, abruptly lifting him by the throat, hoisting him into the air. With a thud, I forcefully pressed him against the car. Next time, do not act recklessly. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. Stop, shouted Zhuang Xiaolu as he stepped out of the car, a look of fury etched on his face. I, with a cigarette dangling from my lips, tilted my head to regard him. It was the first time Zhuang Xiaolu had seen me, and upon noticing the state of my right eye, he momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. What exactly do you intend to do? I released my grip and shoved the small man aside. Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to meet the esteemed Wei Lianyang, the master of the Zhuang Theater. You wish to see my master? Who are you? I impatiently remarked. I've stated before, I am merely an unknown junior. An unknown junior? You hardly seem like an ordinary person, came the retort. I shrugged. You chatter excessively. I am here to seek your master and collect a debt. Nonsense. Xui. He is no ordinary individual. Be courteous and drive him away. Shuehui, the small fellow I had previously subdued, received an order from Zhuang Xiaolu and, with a sinister grin, began to stretch his limbs. Young man, are you attempting to leverage our theater's reputation to elevate your own fame? This remark struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of Qin Chuan's actions towards me. From our initial encounter, I surmised that Xue Hui's abilities were comparable to Qin Chuan's. Yet he still fell short in comparison to me. Xue Hui charged at me with a shriek, and the outcome was predictable. He would fare no better than Qin Chuan had. Defeated and battered, Xue Hui lay on the ground, unable to rise. I plopped down onto his back, extinguishing my cigarette. Master Zhuang, do you wish to take me directly to see your master, or would you prefer to test your mettle against me? Just as Zhuang Xiaolu began to speak, he noticed a large crowd of onlookers emerging, and even if he wished to act, the moment was ill-suited for it. Get in the car. I grinned, stood up, and directly entered the vehicle. What does my master owe you? I shall assist him in repaying it. No, you cannot repay it. How would you know unless you inquire? Is my reputation not sufficient? I scrutinized Zhuang Xiaolu, acknowledging that his reputation within his circle was commendable. However, in our line of work, it seemed somewhat insufficient. Furthermore, your master owes me a life. Can you possibly repay that? Impossible. My master has dedicated his life to virtuous deeds. How could he owe you a life? Upon hearing this, I expressed my disdain. Virtuous deeds? Huh, what a commendable notion. I sighed and urged him to call his master, asking if he remembered Li Guosheng, who perished at his hands. I am his son, Li Sansheng. What? You are Li Guosheng's son, Li Sansheng? Just as I was about to speak, no one anticipated that at this very moment, Zhuang Xiaolu would go berserk. Out of nowhere, he produced a dagger and lunged it towards my throat. Damn it, are you seeking death? The driver continued to steer the car, while Zhuang Xiaolu and I trembled in the confined space of the back seat. Zhuang Xiaolu's skill surpassed my expectations. One moment of inattention allowed him to slice a small cut across my face. Observing our escalating scuffle in the back, the driver abruptly halted in a secluded area. As the vehicle came to a stop, Zhuang Xiaolu and I simultaneously flung open the doors and leaped out. You are Li Sansheng. I shall avenge my master. Avenge? How does that phrase sound so familiar? Damn! I cursed under my breath, and Zhuang Xiaolu and I both sprang atop the car's roof. I was uncertain of the intricacies of Zhuang's theatrical arts, yet I was certain that his prowess was on par with mine. This fellow had honed his craft with remarkable dedication. Had it not been for my rigorous training since childhood, I fear I would not have withstood even a single round against him. With every exchange, I found myself marked by 2 dark imprints upon my body, while his cheek bore signs of swelling. Zhuang Xiaolu's fury surpassed my own. In a sudden fit of rage, he slashed his palm with a dagger, smearing his own blood across his face. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he shook his head fervently, stomping his right foot, hands raised in a ritualistic gesture, emitting guttural sounds. Invoking the divine, a thought flickered in my mind, reminiscent of the sun god mask's incantations. Was he not merely performing a dramatic act? Could it be that his sorcery bore a resemblance to that of the sun god mask? When Zhuang Xiaolu spoke, his voice transformed. With strength that can uproot mountains and a spirit that can overshadow the world, I humbly welcomed the Western Shu overlord to my side. Assist me in vanquishing demons. I watched, spellbound, for it was the first time in my life I witnessed someone invoke a spirit before my very eyes, akin to the sun god mask's enchantments. However, there were distinctions in Zhuang Xiaolu's invocation. Although I could not yet replicate it, I could unmistakably sense its essence. After calling upon the spirit, he emanated an entirely different aura, as if the deity he summoned had taken residence within his corporeal form. There exists a tenet within the sun god mask. The deity belongs to the divine, yet I remain myself. Amidst myriad transformations, I do not stray from my essence. This phrase conveys a straightforward principle. Regardless of the mighty deity summoned, one must retain their true nature. I command the spirit, not the spirit commanding me. Following his invocation, Zhuang Xiaolu spoke little further, standing atop the vehicle, launching a powerful strike directed towards me. Goodness, with a single stamp of his foot, the car's roof caved in. Is the art of the theatrical realm a form of summoning deities? I inhaled deeply. If it were another form of magic, I might require some time to unravel it. However, in the realm of divine summoning, my father has imparted to me that our Leaf family excels in the art of masquerading as ancestors. Young one, prepare to meet your end. Curse it all. To dismantle the technique of summoning deities is quite simple. One merely needs to locate their method and compel them to release their vital essence, thereby rendering the magic ineffective. My father has informed me that those who typically summon deities possess their methods centered in the philtrum. Striking this point will thus break their spell. I took a deep breath, my fingers weaving intricate gestures, while I murmured, "Three pure ones transform the essence to envelop my being. The three talents align to stabilize the cosmos. The three energies converge within me, as swift as the law commands. Open." This technique, belonging to the three pure ones, involves the absorption of the three energies, which represent heaven, earth, and humanity, gathering the practitioner's spiritual essence to enhance their vital cultivation. The 8 extremes complement the three energies. This is my favorite maneuver. Today, let me, Li Sansheng, test the true prowess of the Western Chu overlord. Break for me. Bang! My fist collided with a resounding thud. Even amidst the three energies converging within me, I felt a tingling sensation in my bones. Chapter 7. The human pig of Zhuang, the renowned overlord of Western Chu, indeed lives up to his illustrious reputation. With a shake of my head, I remarked, "It is a pity that the one you summoned lacks the necessary cultivation to wield your formidable power. Otherwise, that last punch could have dispersed my vital energy." Now it is my turn. I swiftly initiated the attack, feigning a movement in front of him. He instinctively attempted to block, but I propelled myself backward, leaping behind him, ensnaring his neck and firmly pressing my thumb against his acupoint. Zhuang Xiaolu struggled to break free, but I would not allow him such ease. His resistance only intensified my grip until he gradually succumbed to my embrace. Taking a deep breath, I sensed that he had been sufficiently drained of his vitality to be of no consequence. Moments later, Zhuang Xiaolu awoke, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. "With your meager skills in summoning, do you truly believe you can challenge me?" Upon hearing my words, Zhuang Xiaolu struck himself across the face, lamenting, "I have neglected my cultivation over the years, preoccupied with fame and fortune. I have failed my master." A smirk crept across my lips. "Take me to meet Wei Lianyang. Li Sansheng, do not presume that your victory over me renders you formidable. I am the least talented disciple of the theater, and my senior brothers will not let you off easily." Furrowing my brow, I crouched before Zhuang Xiaolu, raising my hand to deliver a sharp slap across his delicate face. "Understand this. I am here to demand recompense from your master, not to listen to your sermons. If you refuse to lead me to him, I shall render your cultivation null and void." I inhaled deeply, retrieving the dagger that had just fallen to the ground, then twisted his arm, pinning his wrist down, and with a decisive motion, I aimed to sever his tendons. "I will take you there. I will take you there." I scoffed. "If only you had done this earlier. You wouldn't have had to suffer." Zhuang Xiaolu glared at me with gritted teeth. "You're finished." I let out a cold laugh, whistling as I stepped into the car. In that moment, I realized I had never been so wicked. I had broken the law and slapped him. Yet I found a strange sense of satisfaction in now sitting in his vehicle. Under Zhuang Xiaolu's guidance, I learned that the theater I had previously visited was merely a fade, a place for public performances, while the true theater lay hidden deep within the mountains. A veritable paradise. As we approached the entrance of the theater, the melodious sounds of operatic singing filled the air. "If you have the courage, come inside," Zhuang Xiaolu warned me with a fierce tone. I chuckled softly and delivered a playful slap to his head. I wondered how his fans would react to such a display. "Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up," Zhuang Xiaolu replied, speechless, his mind racing with expletives. Upon entering the theater, I was greeted by the fragrant aroma of pine, willows, and orchids, and the picturesque surroundings instantly eased my spirit. "Senior brother, what brings you here today?" "Junior brother, Xiaolu." It was evident that Zhuang Xiaolu had cultivated excellent relationships. Everyone he encountered greeted him warmly. I scrutinized each individual around me, noting that each possessed a certain degree of cultivation. It wasn't long before someone took notice of me, the one-eyed man. "Junior brother, who is this fellow? I've never seen him before. What happened to your face?" Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaolu shoved me aside and, rushing into the crowd, pointed at me, exclaiming, "Senior brother, he is Li Guosheng's son, Li Sansheng. Li Guosheng has incapacitated our master. We must avenge him. My father incapacitated his master? How could that be possible?" Yet, in that instant, I sensed a wave of murderous intent closing in from all directions, and I became the target of their ire. Though I had activated the 3 Qi to shield myself, they dared not make a reckless move. One could only imagine the trepidation I felt, knowing full well the nature of this place, yet daring to venture here alone. Any rational person would feel a sense of apprehension. The commotion outside soon captured the attention of those within. "Cease. Everyone disperse and return to your business." The senior brother. Zhuang Xiaolu turned and saw his senior brother, Fang Ku, standing on the steps, surveying the crowd with an air of authority. Fang Ku, at 52, was widely recognized as the next successor of the theater troupe, with rumors circulating that his cultivation was on par with that of our master, Wei Lianyang. Silence. Fang Ku, seemingly devoid of empathy, regarded me with palpable hostility in his gaze. "You are Li Sansheng? Come with me." His words were direct and unambiguous. I shrugged and, after surveying the circle of onlookers, followed in Fang Ku's footsteps. As I walked, my mind was preoccupied with the meaning behind Zhuang Xiaolu's recent words. Was his sudden action toward me prompted by that jest? Had the joke gone too far? With these questions swirling in my thoughts, I followed Fang Ku into a humble thatched cottage that seemed entirely out of place within the theatrical surroundings. In the center of the cottage, a white curtain partitioned the space, and through the fabric, I discerned the silhouette of a figure seated on the bed, meditating. Fang Ku, with utmost reverence, bowed towards the person hidden behind the curtain and announced, "Master, Li Sansheng has arrived." The individual behind the curtain was none other than Wei Lianyang, the very person I sought. Taking a deep breath, I managed to restrain myself from rushing forward, not due to a temperate disposition, but an awareness of the situation. I had no desire to jeopardize my safety here. After a prolonged silence, Wei Lianyang's trembling voice finally emerged. "Qi, you may leave now. Ensure no one approaches." Fang Ku uttered no further words and cast me a fierce glare before exiting, conveying a silent warning that if I dared to act recklessly, my life would be at stake. I scoffed at him disdainfully. I, Li Sansheng, would not be intimidated by his threats. He lacked the merit to instill fear in me. "Li Sansheng? You are Guosheng's son?" I coughed lightly, then confronted Wei Lianyang. "Do not feign concern with me here. You, Wang Qing, and Deng Zhengkai conspire to harm my father, and you still dare to call him Guosheng?" Wei Lianyang fell into a long silence before slowly responding. "If I were to say that we are not the culprits, would you believe me? Are you jesting? If it is not you, then who could it possibly be? I'm not a fool." I pondered for a moment, then took out the black and white photograph that I had kept close to my heart, and let it fall to the ground. The image was crystal clear. Could I possibly be mistaken? Wei Lianyang was rendered speechless, perhaps at a loss for how to defend himself. "Come closer to me," I said with a cold snort. "What is this? Now that I've exposed your lies, Do you intend to turn against me? Very well, I shall indulge you. I spat on the ground and swept aside the curtain. But when I beheld Wei Lianyang's current state, I gasped in shock. I prided myself on my courage and had witnessed many things. Yet I found myself involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. You, what have you done? Rather than sitting in meditation on the bed, it appeared that he had been placed there against his will. His limbs were entirely missing, resembling a mere ornament left in that position. A human puppet. Even as someone familiar with this line of work, I struggled to come to terms with such a sight. In that moment, I finally comprehended why Zhuang Xiaolu had gone mad and sought my life upon learning of my identity. My gaze turned icy. In this condition, you claim my father is responsible, but he has already passed away. A grim smile contorted Wei Lianyang's face, a sight more pitiable than tears. It is him. It is not him. Do not play games with me. You are aware of my arrival and have matters to discuss. Be direct and do not waste our time. Wei Lianyang's eyes scrutinized me, and for a fleeting moment, I sensed an overwhelming affection within his gaze. I apologize, dear child, for the suffering I have caused you. In truth, I should have sought you out long ago, yet circumstances have prevented me from doing so, for I cannot bring harm upon you. Enough, old man. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I cannot fathom why, but under ordinary circumstances, I might have listened to him speak at length. Yet now it is impossible, especially upon witnessing his current state. Even knowing he was complicit in my father's demise, I find it hard to bear. For him, living has become more unbearable than death itself. You must listen closely to what follows, for it pertains to your very existence. You still possess the power of choice. Wei Lianyang was lost in reminiscence as he recounted that he, along with Wang Qing, Deng Zhengkai, and my father, were sworn brothers. That fateful night was marked by an unforeseen incident. My father had accepted a business deal, but soon realized he could not manage it alone. Thus he invited the 3 of them to assist him. However, en route, my father suddenly went into a frenzy and turned against them. Among the 4, my father was the most formidable, and in his delirium, even their combined strength could not match his. In a fleeting moment, my father's consciousness returned, and he implored them to end his life, claiming that he had been cursed by someone of great power. He warned that if they did not act swiftly, he would lose his essence and himself entirely, becoming a mere instrument of murder. Wei Lianyang hesitated, yet my father was gradually losing control. Wang Qing and Deng Zhengkai, unable to witness my father's torment, united to take his life. This is precisely why only Wei Lianyang among the 3 murderers managed to survive. Do you truly expect me to believe such a feeble excuse? You 3 were sworn brothers with my father. How could I possibly be unaware of that? Your father wished to distance himself from this dark profession, aspiring only to raise you into adulthood, to see you marry and lead a peaceful life. Fine. Let us assume your words hold truth. If my father is indeed deceased, why do you claim he is responsible for your current predicament? Are you familiar with the art of corpse manipulation? The moment I heard those 4 words, I was momentarily taken aback. It suddenly illuminated the mystery of my father's missing body. No, that cannot be right. I furrowed my brow. If it was the same individual who killed Zheng Xiaohua that stole my father's body, then why would he insist on capturing me to force my father to reveal himself? I took a deep breath and, with a hint of reluctance, scrutinized Wei Lianyang. Since you wish to discuss this matter in detail, let me first share what I have recently encountered. I seek to understand the truth of this situation, and while finding Su Tianlong may take some time, now that I have someone who seemingly possesses insight, why not inquire? Furthermore, my purpose in coming to the theater was to ascertain whether the events I have recently faced bear any relation to this establishment. Chapter 8, The Eerie Hall and the White Pavilion Prey, enlighten me regarding Su Tianlong and the enigmatic figure of the cloaked Taoist. Also, shed light on the individuals who abducted Su Tianlong and those responsible for the demise of Zheng Xiaohua. I paused momentarily before continuing, imploring, do not feign ignorance, nor assert that none of these matters pertain to you. Wei Lianyang evaded my inquiries. A fortnight ago, I attended a gathering, and on my return, I was ambushed. It was your father, Li Guosheng, who transformed me into a wretched being. Such is the folly of age, his responses meandering. And then, I pressed. Wei Lianyang sighed deeply. I am aware of his passing, yet I can assert with certainty that those who exert dominion over his remains are, indeed, of your Li family. Are you insinuating that a relative of ours has exhumed my father's body and turned him into a reanimated corpse? Precisely. Do not spout nonsense. For years, I have not encountered a single relative. How could you conjure such a tale? Wei Lianyang regarded me with a look of bewilderment, shaking his head in self-mockery before posing another question. Are you familiar with the sacred bone of the Li family? My expression darkened as I nodded, though previously unaware. I now possessed knowledge of it. Your family's secret arts, the Yang God mask, require the sacred bone to unleash their true potency. I slightly parted my lips, urging him to continue. If my assumptions are correct, the individuals and events you reference are all in pursuit of the sacred bone. I can assert with utmost certainty that what you speak of bears no relation to our theater troupe, nor to the Sanyi sect or the Shuzi sect. Doesn't matter? Do you truly expect me to believe that? You must, for we are both aware of the whereabouts of the divine bone. Where, you ask? To my astonishment, Wei Lianyang merely gestured towards me and declared, the divine bone resides within your right eye. What did you say? I retorted. Wei Lianyang continued. My father was well aware that the divine bone would inevitably attract calamity, so when I was but a child, he amalgamated the divine bone with copper oil to seal my right eye. This is what your father explicitly communicated to us, he added, and we were all in disagreement. For such an act was far too cruel for you. However, he insisted it was for the sake of your family. The Li clan? I clutched my head in disbelief. Are you implying that the divine bone has now completely assimilated with my right eye? Indeed, he affirmed. But what purpose does this object serve? Although the divine bone was intended to assist in the mastery of the sun god mask technique, possessing it alone, even without the mastery of the technique, allows one to forcibly wield the power of a specific deity for a brief duration. Is it truly that formidable? What would happen in conjunction with the sun god mask? I mused. Wei Lianyang's forehead glistened with perspiration as he gritted his teeth, evidently struggling to contain his anxiety. Listen closely. The individuals who once targeted Guosheng are the very same who now pursue you. Their sole objective is the divine bone. Exercise utmost caution, especially regarding the denizens of the Yin Hall. They are unscrupulous in their methods to achieve their aims. Never allow them to discover that the divine bone is your right eye. Yin Hall? What is this Yin Hall you speak of? Old man, clarify your words. Whilst do you know? I waited in vain for a response, yet none came. I swallowed hard, taking a step forward, my hand outstretched, only for him to collapse on his own. Good heavens! Surely he cannot be dead. My entire being would be rendered speechless. No, do not fear. I am merely in agony and unable to articulate. That old rascal Wei Lianyang nearly scared me into a heart attack. I inhaled deeply, observing his tormented expression, and inquired once more. So, what you mean to say is that my father is currently being controlled in death by someone connected to our family, and the recent occurrences I have encountered are indeed the work of those from the Shadow Palace? I have not misunderstood, have I? Yes. Remember, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Seek you out? You have been turned into a wretched creature by my father, and your disciple harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me. I bear no ill will. This is my own doing. Had I not spoken recklessly, inebriated, you would not have been ensnared in this predicament. My mind was a whirlwind of questions. Yet I feared that if I pressed further, I might endanger Wei Lianyang's life. I averted my gaze, turning instead to push open the door and call for Fong Qi to enter. Old man, for now, I shall place my trust in your words. Should you dare deceive me, I will ensure that you and your troop face dire consequences. Fong Qi, upon witnessing my audacity to threaten his master, advanced as if to strike me, only to be halted by Wei Lianyang's command. Qi, do you not heed your master's words? I do listen, master, but there is no but. Remember, from this moment forth, whenever Li Sanqing speaks, our troop shall lend our utmost support. What? Upon hearing Wei Lianyang's lamentations, I couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile, as if anyone truly valued the assistance of the theater. When I arrived, It was Zhang Xiaolu who brought me here. Now, as I depart, it is solely upon my own two legs. Throughout my journey, I pondered Wei Lianyang's words. While they were indeed coherent, a nagging suspicion lingered within me that he was concealing something. His demeanor towards me was markedly different. Even though he professed to be a sworn brother of my father, his current state evoked no resentment, but rather a willingness to assist me. If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly find that impossible. Yet, the true nature of this situation remains solely in his understanding. Nevertheless, this visit was not without its rewards. At the very least, I have discerned the identity of my adversary and gleaned some insights regarding the Ling Shinbone. It appears that the unfolding events are orchestrated to enable me to wield the Yang God Mask's full capabilities. I have mastered the technique and acquired the necessary implement to amplify its power. Thus, only the final step remains, establishing a contract. Based on Wei Lianyang's recent exposition regarding the function of the Ling Shinbone, it seems that possessing this artifact might absolve me from the need for a contract altogether. Shaking my head, I suspect this notion may be a product of my own fanciful thinking. If it were indeed unnecessary, I would have surely noticed its effects during the many years it has accompanied me. As I stepped onto the highway, I lifted my gaze to the sun above and then glanced down at the shadow beneath my feet. I sensed I could comprehend Wei Lianyang's earlier assertion. I still possessed the opportunity to make a choice. Upon learning of these matters, I found myself faced with two choices. The first was to live in obscurity, completely disregarding it all. I firmly believed that with my skills, I could sustain myself anywhere, leading a life of peace and safety. The second option was to seek vengeance. If Wei Lianyang's words held any truth, then my father's act of blinding my right, I was born out of desperation. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens, where no one would anticipate that such a precious secret had become one with my very eye. Even if he were to be discovered, I would possess the means to protect myself. Lighting a cigarette, I took a puff and gazed at the sky, a smile suddenly gracing my lips. Father, I mused, you've passed on, yet here I am confronted with your legacy. When we meet again, should I scold you or express my gratitude? In truth, I realized I had no real choice at all. Someone must pay for Zhang Xiaohua's life. Upon returning to my rented room, I was greeted by an enticing aroma of meat as I pushed the door open. To my surprise, Qin Chuan possessed such culinary skills. I grabbed a piece of braised pork from the table and savored its exquisite flavor. Qin Chuan, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of tomato and egg soup. He glanced at me and asked, "Did you get into a fight?" At that moment, I recalled the dark footprints on my body and chuckled, casually wiping them away. "It's nothing. You shouldn't have left me behind. You are injured, and I would prefer you not to get too involved. It could cost you your life." "I'm not afraid." I nodded slightly, my gaze shifting as I suddenly looked at him and earnestly inquired, "The word is circulating that you are my disciple, and now you are preparing my meals. It is as if you are merely one step away from doing my laundry. Do you genuinely wish to become my apprentice?" Qin Chuan appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. "What if I do, and what if I don't? I am curious to know your response." After considerable contemplation, he finally nodded. "I do harbor such thoughts, but whether you accept me as your disciple depends on you. You possess greater prowess, and I aspire to grow stronger." Observing his serious demeanor, I began to question whether there was something amiss with him or if he was simply incapable of humor, despite our similar ages. "Never mind. Let us dine. Should any matters arise in the future, I shall inform you. However, should you meet your demise, do not hold me accountable. Rest assured, I will ensure your remains are taken care of. Indeed, should you perish, I will see to it that your body is handled." With a resigned shake of my head, I continued my meal. Days of tranquil existence passed, yet Lin Su did not attempt to contact me again. It seemed the specter from the underworld had relinquished their pursuit. The only constant was the absence of news from Su Tianlong. I found this idle life unappealing. After all, I was accustomed to engaging with various guests daily and enjoyed a steady income. Now, I faced a complete lack of revenue. Having lived alone since childhood, I understood better than anyone that wealth is paramount. Initially, I intended to return to the village to resume my former endeavors. But Qin Chuan advised me that it was no longer suitable to go back. Due to the ominous presence of the underworld, our village is rather remote, making it susceptible to misfortune affecting its inhabitants. In contrast, the city operates under different dynamics. Even the underworld must tread carefully in its endeavors. Consequently, my partner and I decided to lease a storefront within our rented complex to sell items specifically intended for the deceased. Qin Chuan took the liberty of naming the establishment, and the title left me utterly bewildered. I found myself at a loss for words. Little Third Funeral Home was the name he chose. He even had numerous business cards printed, declaring me as the proprietor and himself as the manager. It's just the two of us. And setting aside the absurdity of a name, how could I possibly distribute those cards without feeling embarrassed? Those unaware might mistakenly assume we are involved in some unsavory arrangement. Nonetheless, selling these items is merely a side venture. My primary business revolves around reconnecting with my former clientele, informing them of my new location. These individuals are akin to the god of wealth. During this time, I inquired of Qin Chuan whether he had heard any rumors concerning the underworld during his outings, to which he simply replied in the negative. Deep down, I am acutely aware that this matter is far from resolved. After the calm, a storm inevitably follows, an age-old truth. On the fourth day of our opening, a genuine business opportunity presented itself at our doorstep. Chapter 9. Flesh to bone. On a gloomy day, a gentle drizzle fell outside. An unexpected figure emerged within the small funeral home. "Oh, is that not young Master Zhuang Shaolu?" I jested. "Has your ancient master departed this life? Here, to procure some items? Since we are acquainted, I shall extend a 10% discount." Upon seeing Zhuang Shaolu, I could not restrain my playful banter. I anticipated him to confront me, yet all he did was huff in annoyance. "Even if my master were to perish, it would not concern you. He sent me to find you." "Find me? For what purpose?" "Your master possesses remarkable abilities. If he falters, there is always Feng Kuyu." I paused for a moment before continuing. "Could it be that my establishment here is an impediment to you? Are you intending to disrupt my business? Will you conduct business or not? Am I mistaken? Is this a personal matter or one representing the theater?" "It is a personal matter. My master instructed us to look after your business when we have the opportunity, and I have come." I chuckled softly. "Then you ought to return and inform your master that my affairs do not require your oversight." Zhuang Shaolu was visibly angered, yet he managed to contain himself. "Li San Sheng, my master has briefed me on your situation. Previously, I acted impulsively, but this time I seek your assistance due to a friend's predicament that I cannot resolve." "A matter you cannot resolve? Then why come to me? You have many senior and junior disciples who are far more capable." Zhuang Shaolu opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. Finally, he replied, "They are all preoccupied. My master is currently arranging for the next head of the Zhuang family, and everyone is quite busy." I stifled a yawn and said, "Very well, I shall proceed, though the price is not modest. Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction." With a mischievous grin, I turned and called out to the room, "Brother Chuan, we have a business matter. Please take note, I must relieve myself." Afterward, I smiled apologetically at Zhuang Shaolu and said, "Pardon me, nature calls. I have matters to discuss with Manager Qin." Ignoring the expression on Zhuang Shaolu's face, I turned and walked away, though I still caught him muttering something about a pig's nose and garlic. I was unaware of the conversation between Qin Chuan and Zhuang Shaolu, which lasted the entire morning, until the rain outside finally ceased. After Zhuang Shaolu departed, he even shook hands with Qin Chuan. What on earth had transpired? Over the course of these days, my relationship with Qin Chuan had undergone a change. He referred to me as Little Three, and I called him Brother Chuan. To an outsider, it might seem as though he were my superior, but that is a matter for later discussion. I had collected a deposit of 3,000 from him, with an additional 7,000 to follow upon completion of the task. Was that an excessive amount? "What did you say?" I exclaimed, incredulous. 3,000? Does this fellow take us for a charity? No wonder he shook hands with Qin Chuan just now. To think, I had yet to finalize the task, and had already received a bank card from Lin Su amounting to 500,000. And this man only handed me 3,000 as a deposit? Noticing my displeasure, Qin Chuan cautiously inquired, "Is the price too high?" I observed that he appeared quite affluent. I refrained from speaking, as Qin Chuan is the manager, and it would be inappropriate to undermine him. I simply made a resolution. In future discussions regarding finances, I would ensure he was not involved. Nevertheless, let's address the matter at hand. I settled down, my fingers clutching a half-burnt cigarette, flicking the ash away. What predicament has Zhuang Xiaolu's friend encountered? Qin Chuan nodded, taking a seat across from me, gently sipping from his teacup. Have you ever heard of flesh turning to bone? I replied, I have heard of bone giving rise to flesh. Are you not reversing the phrase? Qin Chuan shook his head, and, after organizing his thoughts, he recounted the events concerning Zhuang Xiaolu's friend. Zhuang Xiaolu is a renowned figure, possessing considerable worth and social standing. Most of his acquaintances, aside from his fellow actors, are affluent individuals. The one embroiled in this situation is a notorious young scion. His name is Ku Ziyuan, approximately 27 or 28 years old, relying on his father's wealth, indulges in a life of excess, claiming that his father's earnings could sustain his extravagant lifestyle for 10 lifetimes. Brother Chuan, I interjected, I have little interest in this person's background. Could you be more straightforward? You mentioned flesh turning to bone, so please elaborate. It's quite simple. This Ku Ziyuan met a woman at a bar, engaged with her, and upon discovering she was pregnant, he abandoned her. The woman, seemingly seeking revenge, enlisted someone to cast a spell. In Zhuang Xiaolu's words, a skull has manifested on Ku Ziyuan's abdomen. Oh, I nodded in acknowledgement. Is this not deserved? Who could blame this fellow for his irresponsibility? This matter is beyond our control. Qin Chuan's words resonate profoundly. Such occurrences seem to transpire incessantly in today's society, having morphed into a grim norm. There's a saying that rings true. The era where one could merely hold hands and age gracefully together is long gone. It is regrettable that the young woman was so naive, failing to choose her partner with discernment. Qin Chuan did not respond but remarked, he has also provided me with the address. The meeting is set for tonight. After dining, Qin Chuan and I, equipped with various items, proceeded to Ku Ziyuan's residence. Ku Ziyuan resided alone in a luxurious 200-square-meter apartment. Although the day was neither hot nor cold, when he opened the door, he was swathed in a thick quilt. Goodness, is it really that warm? Mr. Ku, is your air conditioning set to heating? Ku Yuan's complexion was far from pleasant. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, which were veined with red. Approaching him, I felt a chill despite the warmth emanating from the heated room. I chose not to engage him in conversation, merely casting a fleeting glance before wandering about the space. You were referred by Xiao Lu, he stated brusquely. I have paid for your services. You must remedy my ailment, or you shall see the consequences. I was taken aback. Had he already adopted such an attitude before we had even commenced? This fellow must be accustomed to being coddled. While I could tolerate the topic of money to some extent, the mere mention of it, coupled with the sight of Qin Chuan, ignited my frustration. The business amounts to merely 10,000 yuan, and upon arrival, we were met with hostility. Qin Chuan seemed poised to express something to Ku Ziyuan, but I halted him, stepping in front of Ku and scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Mr. Ku, I declared, let be clear that we are here to save your life, not to witness your pretense of superiority. If you truly possess the capabilities, bear the consequences of your actions yourself. Why then, summon Zhuang Xiaolu to seek our assistance? I have spent money, and yet I am not permitted to utter a few words. With that, I nodded and pulled out 20,000 yuan in cash from my pocket, tossing it on to him. I inhaled deeply and remarked, a few words, you say? Thus far, we have only received 3,000. Now that I offer you this 20,000, does it mean I may defecate upon your head? Xiao San, what are you doing? He is a customer. I shot Qin Chuan a disdainful glance. Brother Chuan, I'm unaware of your previous business practices, but my decision to take this order was solely based on your reputation. I have my own rules, and if you wish to accompany me, you must adhere to them. Qin Chuan appeared taken aback, as if the interactions of recent days had nearly caused him to forget my former demeanor. Understood. I lit a cigarette, smiled at Qin Chuan, and then turned my attention back to Ku Ziyuan. Let me enlighten you. Do not presume that possessing a mere 2 million grants you any significance. If it were not for our encounter, no amount of wealth could secure your life. When dealing with a person like Ku Ziyuan, One must be more ruthless than he. The moment you show any sign of weakness, he will undoubtedly perceive you as easy prey, escalating his demands. Due to his identity, he has likely never encountered anyone as audacious as I am throughout his life. At this moment, he resembled a petulant child, his face contorted with grievance as he stammered. I'm just a bit frightened. I sank onto the sofa, gesturing towards him. Remove your shirt. Let me see what lies upon your abdomen. Kuzi-yuan hesitated, but just as he was about to unbutton his shirt, an alluring female voice wafted from the bedroom. Darling, I'm all done with my bath. Where are you? Both Qin Chuan and I involuntarily shuddered in unison. This was utterly intoxicating. Moments later, a stunning woman clad in scanty attire emerged, her figure exquisite. Cough, cough, cough. I happened to be smoking, and, as a novice, I had never witnessed such a spectacle. I nearly choked on the smoke. I cast an incredulous glance at Kuzi-yuan, particularly with my solitary eye, which sent a shiver down his spine. Wait for me, Kuzi-yuan exclaimed, rushing to the woman's side and drawing her back into the room. A cacophony erupted from within, and soon, Kuzi-yuan emerged, ushering the now-dressed girl out. Bang! The door slammed shut, yet the sounds of her tirade echoed outside, which Kuzi-yuan ignored completely. I apologize for the disturbance, gentlemen. I swallowed hard, scoundrel. Though my voice was barely above a whisper, Kuzi-yuan undoubtedly heard me. What are you waiting for? If you wish to live, then remove your clothing. Kuzi-yuan nodded fervently. As he gradually removed his garments, his body began to tremble incessantly, and a thin layer of frost formed upon his skin, exposed to the air. I'm so cold. I marveled at his audacity, despite his dire state, to still seek the company of women. I gestured to Qin Chuan, saying, Brother Chuan, please fetch some more boiling water. Without hesitation, he set off to fulfill my request, while I began to scrutinize the peculiar sight on Kuzi-yuan's abdomen. Zhuang Xiaolo's description was not amiss. Kuzi-yuan had become emaciated, his skeletal frame rendering the outline of a skull on his belly increasingly prominent. Rising to my feet, I approached him and gently tapped on the bony figure. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Kuzi-yuan widened his eyes in innocence and shook his head. Mr. Li, what am I to do? Is there still hope for me? I cast him a peculiar glance and replied, It's quite simple. We merely need to excavate that bone from your body. It's akin to having a tumor. A single incision would suffice, but given your current physical condition, I doubt you can endure it. What? Kuzi-yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as the cold sweat that had just begun to seep from his skin instantly froze. I stifled a yawn, dismissing his plight, and proceeded to the kitchen. Brother Chuan, is the water not ready yet? If it takes any longer, that fellow may very well freeze to death. Chapter 10. The 9 Phases of Life and Death. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan and I arrived before Kuzi-yuan, each carrying a bottle of freshly boiled water. In just 5 minutes, this fellow was almost frozen solid. The malevolent energy had permeated his body, and it appeared to have reached his heart and lungs. If we did not act swiftly, it might soon be too late. After observing for a moment, Qin Chuan remarked, However, that thing on his abdomen is quite peculiar. I chuckled softly. Zhuang Xiaolo's understanding is rather limited. He has failed to grasp the essence of the situation. Can you not see it as well? Qin Chuan shook his head, candidly admitting his confusion regarding the matter. I glanced at Kuzi-yuan, who was now nearly devoid of sensation, and said, in his condition, it superficially resembles flesh giving rise to bone, but alas, it is not the case. I shifted my focus. You should be aware of the 9 phases of life, the so-called 9 phases diagram. Qin Chuan nodded, and I continued. The renowned poet Su Dongpa even composed verses about the 9 phases, one of which aptly reflects Kuzi-yuan's current state. Men and women embrace in lascivious pleasure. Stinking corpses entwined. Pointing to the skeleton on Kuzi-yuan's abdomen, I urged, take a closer look. You will notice that this skeleton is asymmetrical, indicative of a male and a female. Qin Chuan bent down, frowning as he examined it for a while. Indeed, that is the case. But what does it mean? I mused thoughtfully, then poured a bottle of hot water over the top of Kuzi-yuan's head. Will this not scald him? He questioned. Not at all. Observe how he seems to be relishing it, I replied, and indeed, Kuzi-yuan appeared to be enjoying the sensation. After 4 bottles of water were poured over him, Kuzuan seemed to regain some composure, and I urged him to hastily don his clothes. Kuzuan, if you wish to preserve your life, you must divulge the truth. Zhuang Xiaolu informed me that you abandoned the girl after impregnating her, which incited her to seek revenge against you. However, I suspect the matter is far more intricate than that. Upon hearing my words, Kuzuan's expression shifted momentarily, only to quickly revert to its previous state. He regarded us with a perplexed look, insisting, "That's precisely how it is. There's nothing more to it. The girl has a vengeful disposition, desiring to marry me. Yet how could she ever be worthy of me? Thus, when she could not have me, she resolved to ruin me instead." I let out a cold laugh and gestured to Qin Chuan. "Let us depart. The 3,000 yuan will be returned. We cannot undertake this task. This man is doomed." Qin Chuan, taken aback by my sudden change in demeanor, refrained from questioning further due to my earlier statements. He merely cast a glance at Kuzuan before picking up the 20,000 yuan I had discarded on the table and following me out. Wait, gentlemen. Xiaolu said only you can save me." "Well, I do if you leave," he pleaded. "Then reveal the truth to us," I countered. Kuzuan appeared troubled, and from his demeanor, I surmised my assumptions were correct. I turned away, raking my fingers through my hair. "Kuzuan, you are well aware of your own actions. If you remain silent, you shall meet your end." His brow furrowed, indicating an internal struggle, yet I had neither the time nor the inclination to wait for his deliberation. "Allow me to express, Mr. Li, can you truly assure me that speaking out will indeed save me?" I urged. He was inclined to respond, and I beckoned Qin Chuan to take a seat on the sofa. Meanwhile, I busied myself with my phone, indulging in a cigarette. Yet apart from the initial drag, the remainder of the cigarette burned away almost of its own accord. Were it not for my exceptional self-control, I fear I might have taken it upon myself to end Kuzuan's life on the spot. This individual is utterly inhumane. To label him as a beast would be an insult to beasts themselves. He is destined for the depths of hell, never to rise again. He divulged to us that he frequently frequents various nightclubs and bars, seeking companionship in the form of women, so that he need not endure lonely nights. While I found this aspect somewhat comprehensible, what baffled me was his infatuation with a girl named Jiang Wanwan, who, despite his advances, made it abundantly clear that she had a boyfriend. The more unattainable she became, the deeper his anguish grew. Moreover, with Jiang Wanwan's ethereal beauty, there came a fleeting moment when Kuzuan believed he had discovered true love. After being spurned by Jiang Wanwan, he found himself restless each night, his mind consumed by visions of her alluring figure. Jiang Wanwan was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of any privileged background, while Kuzuan, in stark contrast, was wealthy. In today's society, wealth, in a certain sense, grants one the power to act with impunity. He resorted to drugging Jiang Wanwan to possess her. Yet it was precisely in the moments of longing and unrequited desire that she seemed most enchanting. Once he had attained her, he found her to be merely ordinary. He continued with his life. Yet Jiang Wanwan was different. She remained an untouched maiden, harmed by a being unworthy of the title of man. How would she cope? The cigarette had burned down to my fingertips, but I felt no pain whatsoever. Squinting at Kuzuan, I thought that if not for the law against murder, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Qin Chuan rose abruptly, seizing the ashtray and striking it against Kuzuan's forehead without warning. A dull thud echoed as the already weakened Kuzuan collapsed to the ground, blood trickling down from his chin. "Do not act rashly. If you kill him, we will bear the consequences," I cautioned, rising to observe Kuzuan, who lay on the floor, clutching his head. "Thus, Jiang Wanwan has chosen to perish alongside you. A mistress? Jiang Wanwan wishes to share his fate? Such a person deserves death. How foolish can this girl be?" I turned to Qin Chuan and said, "Kuzuan is afflicted by the 9 transformations of bone, a curse that can only be invoked out of jealousy and hatred. It endangers both parties involved." I sighed, indicating Kuzuan. Once the bones in his abdomen transform into flesh, his demise is inevitable. No, he cannot die. It was the first time I had witnessed Qin Chuan so agitated. After shooting a fierce glare at Kuzuan, he turned to me and said, "This scoundrel is unworthy of life. Yet the loss of that girl would be a true tragedy. Her future is still bright." I concurred with Qin Chuan's sentiments. But at present, Ke Ziyuan's position was that of our employer. Ke Ziyuan, look at what you have done. If you wish to save your life, 10,000 is insufficient. First, bring me 500,000, and upon completion, another 500,000. At this moment, Ke Ziyuan dared not utter another word, nor did he even dare to meet Qin Chuan's gaze. However, I simply do not possess such an amount. I shook my head. Isn't 1 million worth your life? You have no one to rely on. If I do not see 50,000 deposited by tomorrow morning, you may as well prepare for your demise. With that, I turned away and left Ke Ziyuan's residence, accompanied by Qin Chuan. I could hardly bear to linger in such a place for even a second longer. Upon exiting the community, just as I intended to discuss certain matters with Qin Chuan, I was unexpectedly greeted with a punch. Caught off guard, I found myself bleeding from the nose. Brother Chuan, have you lost your mind? I exclaimed. Li Sunshan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Ke Ziyuan deserves his fate, yet you wish to save him. And for money, Qin Chuan pointed at me, his disappointment palpable. I see through you now. Without allowing me the chance to explain, Qin Chuan turned on his heel and departed. Watching his retreating figure, I sighed helplessly, choosing to disregard him and instead hailed a taxi to a village within the city. This was the residence of Jiang Wanwan. Following the address provided by Ke Ziyuan, I arrived at an old and dilapidated martial arts school. Were it not for the words martial arts school affixed above the entrance, one might easily mistake it for a mere warehouse. At the entrance stood a man with a scruffy beard, his hair appearing as though it had not seen water in weeks, diligently sweeping the ground. The streetlight, long overdue for maintenance, cast a flickering, dim glow. Jiang Wanwan had rented a room here, and the once thriving martial arts school had lost its business. The proprietor, in a bid for survival, had resorted to partitioning the space and renting out single rooms. As I pushed the door open, the muffled thuds of fists striking a sandbag reached my ears. The first floor of the martial arts school seemed to retain its former character, equipped with some exercise apparatus and a ring. Although the layout was rather rudimentary, the entire environment was impeccably clean. In the southeast corner, a young man clad in oversized shorts, his hands wrapped in gauze, was drenched in sweat as he trained vigorously. "Excuse me, are you the owner here?" I inquired. The young man paused, turning to glance at me before shaking his head. "Then might you know which room Jiang Wanwan is in?" Upon hearing her name, he approached me, scrutinizing my appearance. After a moment of examining my right eye, his brow furrowed as he asked, "Who are you? What do you want with Wanwan?" "Sent by someone. I need to discuss a matter with her. Could you please provide me with some information?" I replied with a smile. "Sent by someone? Who sent you?" I blinked, pondering if this fellow was perhaps Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend. I raised my hand to tousle my hair. "If you believe Jiang Wanwan is important to you, then take me to see her. Otherwise, if we delay, her life may be at stake." "You think you're the one in danger?" "Damn it, it's that scoundrel Ke Ziyuan who sent you." I assented. Before I had the chance to utter a word, he launched a punch toward my face. Fortunately, having undergone some training, I remained steadfast, merely tilting my head slightly. His fist grazed past my temple, and I did not even blink. "My friend, I am here to assist her. Should you choose to strike, I shall not hold back." Alas, this individual paid no heed to my warning and continued to swing his fists at me. I could not tolerate this any longer. I stepped forward, seized the central position, and delivered a swift strike to his chin. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. I came to rescue her, not to cause harm. Rescue? Must one resort to violence? My dear brother, your actions seem rather excessive. I frowned slightly and turned abruptly, only to discover that the disheveled individual who had been sweeping outside had silently appeared behind me. A subtle smile graced my lips as I took a step back, and, with a slight bow, introduced myself. "I am Li Sansheng from the Little Three Funeral Home, and I have yet to be acquainted with you." Chapter 11. Lack of skill leave, for there is no one here you seek. The disheveled individual completely disregarded my presence, instead picking up a broom and sweeping at my feet. I leaped back several meters, a smile curling at the corner of my mouth as I remarked, "Is it not a tad disrespectful to behave in such a manner? Respect you? Would you extend such courtesy to a beast?" My brow furrowed. Even with my generally placid temperament, such words would surely provoke me. You know better than I the true nature of Kuzi-wan. Do you not fear for your own longevity by aiding him? Have all those years of cultivation been squandered? I shook my head, choosing not to elaborate further. The cycle of life and death was completed with your assistance to Jiang Wanwan, was it not? Initially, I perceived him merely as a janitor, not giving him much thought. However, the moment he silently appeared behind me, I sensed that he was a kindred spirit. The cycle of life and death determines fate. Do you truly believe that a life for a life between Jiang Wanwan and Kuzi-yuan is a fair exchange? As I uttered these words, the young man I had previously knocked down rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With wide eyes, he approached the scruffy figure and implored, "Commander, is what he says true? Will Wanwan also perish?" The commander remained silent, bowing his head without a word. "Commander, you did not convey it this way earlier. You said Wanwan would be safe." The commander slightly parted his lips and solemnly replied, "That is Wanwan's own choice." The young man, gazing at the commander, turned abruptly and dashed upstairs in silence. "Humph, you and I are of the same ilk. Are you not aware that, in our profession, it is imperative to convey the unvarnished truth to those involved, regardless of the circumstances? How I choose to act is none of your concern. You are unworthy to judge. Should you persist in your presence, I would not hesitate to unleash my wrath." With a sigh, I lit another cigarette. I have stated my intention to save lives. If you insist on this path, I am prepared to test your capabilities. It is evident that this so-called commander possesses a stubborn disposition. To instill reason within him would require a demonstration of strength. With a chant, I invoke the energies of the three purities to envelop me, binding the cosmos with the essence of the three talents. With urgency and resolve, I commanded the forces to manifest. I was eager to ascertain whether his prowess matched the ferocity implied by his title. It is quite peculiar that anyone would still address him with such a name. As I coldly scoffed, I challenged him to reveal his abilities. I understood the principle of striking first to avoid calamity, particularly as the commander exuded an aura that eluded comprehension. Rising, I delivered a punch aimed squarely at his face. Just as I was about to connect, he deftly sidestepped, seizing control of my right arm. The combination of 8 extremes boxing and the 3 purities was somewhat inventive. However, your mastery of 8 extremes is merely superficial. I furrowed my brow, struggling to grasp the full meaning of his statement. Yet, in the next moment, he struck my chest with a powerful palm. I felt as though I had been struck by an immense boulder. The wind knocked out of me, and I collapsed to the ground. Enduring excruciating pain, a wild donkey, rolled on the ground before rising to my feet, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of my mouth. What a remarkable technique, I praised sincerely. To make me cough up blood amidst my 8 extremes and 3 energies training is indeed an impressive feat. You have merely practiced martial arts, while I have honed the art of killing. I shall grant you one final opportunity. I stretched my limbs, contemplating that perhaps you have misunderstood the situation. I too have mastered the art of killing. The first strike was merely a test. I needed to discern your patterns. At that moment, my form danced like a dragon, and despite the prowess of her palm technique, I evaded her attacks with unexpected agility. Before long, I had firmly seized the upper hand. If you do not unleash your technique soon, defeat is inevitable. The commander scoffed coldly, his fists clenched tightly. I observed a palpable dark aura rising from beneath his feet, soon enveloping his entire being. This dark energy was indeed peculiar, leaving even me unable to discern its true nature. Anticipating an imminent attack, I focused intently, bracing myself for defense. To my surprise, the dark energy began to shift. Previously surrounding him entirely, it now coalesced around his fists. From a distance, it appeared as though he donned a pair of obsidian boxing gloves. I dared not let my guard down, activating the 3 energies to their maximum intensity, causing radiant golden light to emanate from my body. "Commander, Wanwan is on the brink." Just as the grand attack was about to be unleashed, the voice of that young man echoed nearby. The commander was momentarily taken aback. After casting a profound glance in my direction, he withdrew the dark energy enveloping his hands and hurried past me towards the second floor. I unclenched my fists, the golden light surrounding me dissipating. and with a resigned sigh, I thrust my hands into my pockets and proceeded towards the same destination. Upon reaching the doorway, I was startled by a girl's anguished scream. Entering the room, I beheld a girl sprawled upon the bed, half of her face grotesquely decaying, the flesh gradually peeling away. Terror was etched upon her features as she screamed incessantly, her hands vainly attempting to shield her visage. But any contact only accelerated the deterioration of her face. "Commander, why is this happening? Why is this happening?" I observed the commander, equally perplexed, muttering that it was impossible, that it made no sense. I remained silent, standing still as I watched the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the commander turned to me. "It was you who did this." I feigned innocence, raising my hands in a dismissive gesture. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak carelessly, lest I accuse you of slander. The commander rose to his feet. The cycle of life and death has not yet been completed. Even if an incident were to occur, it cannot manifest so swiftly upon one. You are violating the law. I shot the commander a disdainful glance. What nonsense! If I wished to break the law, would I seek you out? The commander was left speechless by my retort. With a sigh, I remarked, "You are called commander, are you not? Some things cannot be replicated merely by desire. The intricacies of the cycle of life and death are boundless, a life exchanged for another. How could your rudimentary understanding possibly replicate such profundity? You, commander, you have yet to provide any clarity." I pushed past the commander and approached Jiang Wanwan, casting a glance at the young man. "You must be your boyfriend. If you wish to avoid spending the latter half of your life gazing at that grotesque visage, procure a rooster, boil a basin of water, and also gather some mugwort. You have merely half an hour. Time waits for no one." He stammered. "What do you mean? Hurry." Despite having been struck by me earlier, the young man dashed away without hesitation. At that moment, I seized Jiang Wanwan's hand, which was flailing towards her own face in distress, and gently spoke, "Do not be afraid. Nothing will happen. Just lie still and do not move." Jiang Wanwan trembled all over, gazing at me with bitten lips, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. I pondered within, considering her state. She must be in pain, not merely frightened by my gaze. I stifled a yawn and remarked, "Commander, you possess the ability to emulate the 9 forms of life and death. You should comprehend that this is the Three Purities Technique, yet your method bears no relation to it. Your actions will not only fail to eliminate your intended target, but may also endanger her life. From the very first moment I encountered Kuziyuan, I harbored doubts. Once the genuine 9 forms of life and death is fully realized, the icy grip upon Kuziyuan would not be easily remedied, not even by boiling him in water. It simply could not be alleviated by a mere splash of hot water. I suspected the practitioner lacked skill, but it now appeared that the situation was not just a matter of incompetence. It was sheer chaos. What are you truly trying to accomplish? The commander's tone had softened considerably from before. I lit a cigarette and tore a strip from a bedsheet to cover Jiang Wanwan's face. I have repeatedly implored for assistance. I bit my finger, inscribing a healing incantation upon the bedsheet. With urgency, I summoned the forces at my command. Jiang Wanwan's trembling form gradually found solace. Rising, I cast a sidelong glance at the commander and remarked, "There are whispers outside that the cycle of life and death is a matter of one life exchanged for another. However, the world remains oblivious to the fact that such exchanges can be substituted. Whether it be the chosen one or a willing sacrifice, both may be replaced." "What?" the commander exclaimed. "The 3 pure techniques are profound and cannot be mastered with but a glance." I paused briefly before adding, "In truth, I find you quite foolish." "What did that mean?" "Jiang Wanwan has a bright future ahead, countless beautiful moments awaiting her. Why would you agree to assist her?" The commander remained silent. I continued, "I understand your collective disdain for Kuziyuan. I share it too. That scoundrel is less than human. Yet he sought me out, and I cannot turn my back on financial matters. What do you propose?" Suddenly, the commander's eyes sparkled with realization. "The rescue you speak of is not solely about saving Jiang Wanwan, but also him." Naturally, I retorted, "Do you think that employing sorcery to take a life would go unnoticed? That would not lead to complications?" I spat contemptuously. The influence of Ku Ziyuan's family is far greater than you imagine. He approached me through the theatrical circles, and it is fortunate that it was I. Had it been someone else, both you and Jiang Wanwan would find yourselves in dire straits. Upon hearing this, the commander clenched his fists tighter. The theatrical circles. How could these seemingly reputable sects align with such a wretch, all for the sake of money? I chuckled dismissively. When it comes from Kaziwan's lips, he speaks as he pleases. Sometimes, the truth is inconsequential. What truly matters is the individual who presents a matter as truth. I harbor no fear of them. Kuziyuan must meet his demise. I find myself helpless. How is it that his stubbornness surpasses even that of Qin Chuan? You possess the capability to escape if necessary. But what of Jiang Wanwan and her young companion? Have you ever considered their plight? Well, I tire of elaborating further with you. Remember this. We currently reside in a society governed by the rule of law. Do you comprehend? Ku Ziyuan has erred, and he must face the consequences of his actions. Do you think we are unwilling to report this? Have you contemplated the potential harm an investigation might inflict upon Wanwan? I express my bewilderment. I find it perplexing that she fears nothing, yet is apprehensive about these matters. The opinions of others can be daunting. Do you understand? I shook my head. I do not grasp your reasoning. I only know that certain events, once transpired, must be faced with courage rather than avoidance. If everyone were to respond to challenges as you do, would not the wicked roam free without consequence? It is unfortunate that you, a practitioner of the Tao, have allowed your years of cultivation to be squandered. Chapter 12. The Malice of Humanity. The commander's face flushed with alternating shades of crimson and pallor. He was utterly at a loss for how to counter my assertions. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Wanwan's young boyfriend burst into the room, burdened with a sack and cradling mugwort in his arms. After depositing his load, he anxiously inquired of me, "What shall we do now?" "Boil water. A basin of boiling water will suffice. Off you go." At that moment, my phone rang. It was Lin Su, informing me of his arrival. After ending the call, I stepped out of the martial arts hall to find Lin Su standing by his vehicle, his expression one of disdain as he surveyed the surroundings. "Mr. Li, what brings you here? Where's the item I requested?" "Here it is." Lin Su produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to me. "Thank you." I turned to leave, but Lin Su called out after me, "Mr. Li, well, my boss's situation." I understood his anxiety, casting a glance his way as I shook my head. There are no leads as of yet, but he should be safe for the time being. "Do not worry, Mr. Li, it has been quite some time. He is my boss, and the Wulong Group cannot function without him for a single day. I cannot afford to delay much longer." I smiled wryly. "My friend, you must grasp one essential truth. You are the one seeking my assistance. If I ask you to wait, you shall wait. Your urgency pales in comparison to that of others involved. Should you doubt my capability, I can return your money, and I am more than willing to forego this venture." Regardless of Lin Su's reaction, I returned to the martial arts hall. Regarding Su Tianlong, I firmly believe that he is currently in no peril. The individuals from the Yin Hall have yet to achieve their goals, at least from what we can observe now. They have discerned Lin Su's concern for Su Tianlong and are attempting to coerce Lin Su, or rather, the Wulong Group, into serving their interests. However, one aspect leaves me bewildered. They only demanded Lin Su to surrender my father, yet since that incident of exhumation, there has been no further communication. It is truly perplexing what these individuals from the Yin Hall are contemplating. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. One cannot evade it. I shall focus on the tasks at hand with a tranquil mind. 10 minutes later, the water boiled. I extracted a rooster from the burlap sack and handed it to the commander. Drain its blood and immerse it directly in the boiling water, if the water cools. Reheat it. The commander paused. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" I shot him a glance. I simply forgot. "Did you not notice I just stepped outside?" The commander fell silent. "Did you not say half an hour?" "Indeed. I feared he might not procure these items within that time frame. My patience only extends to half an hour." The commander ceased to engage with me, and I turned to Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, instructing him to thoroughly crush all the mugwort. Meanwhile, I quietly smoked and offered words of comfort to Jiang Wanwan. We completed our preparations. The commander brought forth the boiling blood, while Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend carried the entirely crushed mugwort. though it appeared he had used his teeth to do so, as remnants clung to the corners of his mouth. I chuckled softly and said to the commander, "Do you have any incense ash?" "Yes." "Then please fetch it." The commander, on the verge of losing his temper, ultimately restrained himself. Moments later, he presented me with an incense burner, inquiring with a hint of skepticism, "Do you truly possess the means to unravel this spell? Even if my method is a mere imitation of the 9 forms of life and death, logically, it should be insurmountable." I reassured him, "That is merely a misconception. In this world, every form of sorcery has a countermeasure. It is simply a matter of whether one is willing to seek it out. The means to break this enchantment are, in fact, quite straightforward and manifold. Attempting to do so through Kuziyuan would be futile and could lead to dire consequences, rendering me a murderer. If your version is indeed not a counterfeit of the 9 forms of life and death, unraveling it from Jiang Wanwan's side would be a matter of mere moments. However, given the unforeseen complications, preserving her visage has become rather troublesome." I continued, "The reason her half of the face has deteriorated is due to the flesh that has begun to grow from Kuziyuan's corporeal form, which is now manifesting on Jiang Wanwan's face. So what must be done now?" After removing the healing incantation from Jiang Wanwan's face, I promptly poured the incense ashes over it. "Bear with it. Do not inhale the ashes, as it is unhygienic," I instructed the commander. "To preserve her face, we must exchange the flesh that has overgrown." I then filled a cup with a bowl of chicken blood and turned to Jiang Wanwan, advising, "Do not open your mouth. It may sting a bit." Without further ado, I poured the boiling chicken blood over her face. Unlike Kuziyuan, who had already succumbed to the malevolent aura and felt no burn, Jiang Wanwan was quite different. As the water cascaded down, her disfigured face a testament to her suffering. She struggled desperately, nearly escaping the hold of both the commander and her boyfriend. My heart ached for her, yet I understood the necessity of restoring her face. Without this, even if we broke through the cycle of life and death, her existence would be rendered futile. Gradually, it seemed her strength waned and her resistance subsided. Observing that the situation had stabilized, I instructed them to release Jiang Wanwan, while I took it upon myself to apply the mixture of rejuvenating essence and ashes to her face. In a short while, half of her ashen visage had been completed. "Not bad, Jiang Wanwan. Do not dwell on the fearful opinions of others. You have endured so much. What more is there to fear? Moreover, you have a boyfriend who loves you dearly. Do not be selfish. If you were to perish, what would become of him? Would you wish for him to remain a widower? Surely not. Imagine, if such a wonderful man were to become someone else's husband, you would not find peace even in death." Jiang Wanwan's gaze remained fixated on her boyfriend. "All right, cease your tears. You should be feeling less pain now. Am I correct?" Jiang Wanwan slightly shook her head. I nodded and said, "The other half of your face has sustained burns, and I have no remedies for that. Fortunately, the area is not extensive. Once this situation resolves, a visit to the hospital should suffice, and there should be no lasting effects." Jiang Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement, and I continued, "Now, rise and apply some makeup to your ashen face. I am not skilled in that art. If not, I would assist you." The commander seemed taken aback by my unexpected request, and I sighed, preparing to offer my explanations. To change one's face, one must possess a visage. I crafted a facial mold using a mixture of incense, ash, and chicken blood, ensuring it bore at least 5 features. Upon hearing my explanation, the commander involuntarily gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly defying the heavens." I shrugged nonchalantly. What of it? My intentions are to save, not to harm. "You have no pressing matters at hand. Assist me with the task," he insisted. "What do you want me to do?" I shot him a sidelong glance. "Your thoughts are rather dark. Do you not despise Kuziyuan? Go find him and inform him that you can rescue him. I do not care how you persuade him. Just ensure he retrieves the hard drive from his computer. Do you comprehend?" "Impossible." The commander abruptly rose, incredulous. "Yuyist, approach him? It would be a mercy if I did not slay him. Grow up, please. Trust me completely if you must. Just tell him that 50,000 will secure his salvation. With the money, he will feel less desolate. And if I refuse?" I shrugged again. "Then you shall witness their demise together." "You." I patted the commander's shoulder, saying, "You are the architect of this predicament. It is only fitting that you bring it to a close." After much internal conflict, the commander ultimately acquiesced. "I will retrieve the hard drive and the funds, but should you dare to harm them, I will annihilate your entire family." What thoughts occupy this man's mind daily? After the commander departed, Jiang Wanwan's makeup was finally completed. I glanced at her and nodded in approval. Very well. I divided the crushed mugwort into 2 portions. One half I soaked in the blood of a rooster, then wrapped it in the talisman-embellished sheet that had just brushed against Jiang Wanwan's face, applying it gently to her visage. I then handed the other half of the mugwort to Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, saying, "My friend, shortly I will step out. You must dry this mugwort and apply it to Jiang Wanwan's abdomen." Pausing, I glanced at Jiang Wanwan. "You have also developed a bone in your stomach, correct?" She instinctively nodded. After a brief acknowledgement, I turned to her boyfriend and instructed, "Remember, you must dry it thoroughly before placing the dried mugwort on the area where the bone is located. Then, using a lighter, you must burn it slowly until the bone in her abdomen vanishes. If it seems to burn too slowly, add a few drops of rooster blood. It appears to have some effect, understand?" I added, "Is there anything else I need to do?" I shook my head. "No, simply allow it to burn completely, and all will be well." Once it is done, her face will return to normal, and the spell will be broken. Nothing else matters. As I spoke, I handed him the USB drive that Lin Su had just delivered to me. "My friend, this USB contains evidence of Kuziyuan's wrongdoing. I have instructed the commander to retrieve the hard drive, which contains further proof. You need not examine it. Simply hand it over to the authorities. Kuziyuan must face the consequences of his actions." Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend clenched his fists, but I interrupted. "There are no buts. Trust me, justice resides in the hearts of the people. If you love her, you must take this course of action. Accompany her through this emotional turmoil, and you shall find happiness together." I pulled out a bank card from my pocket, precisely the one I had requested from Kuziyuan. It contained 500,000. If the commander is astute, he would also bring another 500,000. This is all I can offer. Both Jiang Wanwan and her boyfriend were utterly taken aback, especially her boyfriend, whose face flushed crimson. "Live your lives well, and be cautious wherever you go. Nevertheless, there are still many good people in this world, but one must remain vigilant against malice." I lit a cigarette and cautioned, "Remember, forget this incident. Avoid excessive contact with our line of work. If anyone inquires, do not mention it. It is of no benefit to you." As I exited the martial arts hall, I gazed up at the pitch-black sky. The saying about the treachery of human nature rings true. Life cannot be relived. Cherish each day that belongs to you. In a fleeting span of decades, it all dissipates like smoke. Chapter 13. The Vanished One. Since Qin Xuan harshly reprimanded me and departed, I have not seen him for a full 3 days. I find his silence intolerable. Whether he is alive or dead, whether he remains or leaves, he ought to provide some sign of his whereabouts. His sudden disappearance without a word would compel me to confront him with great indignation if our paths were to cross. His actions have resulted in my rejection of several business proposals. This morning, as I sipped tea, smoked, and perused the newspaper, the headline brought me an unexpected sense of satisfaction. A wealthy scion, Mr. Ku, has been incarcerated. I must commend the journalist responsible for this report, who goes by the name of Shao Qi. Her writing is so vivid, it is as if she witnessed the events firsthand. Such talent is wasted if not channeled into novel writing. As I indulged in the article, the shop door creaked open. Without lifting my gaze, I stated, "I'm not accepting business today. Mr. Li, it's me. Something has happened." It was Lin Su. The moment I heard the word "something has happened," my heart sank. I set down the newspaper, cigarette dangling from my lips, and asked, "What has occurred?" "Qin Xuan has been captured. They severed his hands and sent him to the Wulong group." I sprang to my feet, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Lin Su looked at me, retrieving a photograph from his pocket. In it, Qin Xuan was bound to an iron pillar, his arms missing, unconscious, and covered in numerous wounds, evidently subjected to severe torture. "They claim to be from the underworld. Have you seen him? Where is he?" My tone was eerily calm, though a tempest raged within me. "I do not know, but he mentioned a commander." "What did you say?" I exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, questioning whether my ears had deceived me. "What is his name?" The commander, he replied. I pursed my lips, inquiring further. What does he look like? What is he wearing? Lin Su furrowed his brow, responding without hesitation. He is dressed in tattered clothes, has long hair, and a face full of beard. Could it truly be him? He is one of the people from the underworld. Mr. Li, there's been no news from my boss this time. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. I tilted my head to glance at Lin Su, saying, Please ensure the door is securely locked. Grabbing the jacket from the chair, I exited the shop. Hailing a taxi, I hastened towards the martial arts school. As soon as I stepped out of the vehicle, I heard someone calling my name. Mr. Li, is that really you? Turning around, I saw Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, who was carrying some breakfast back home. I smiled and nodded. Is the commander in? The young man sighed and shook his head. Mr. Li, I was actually planning to come find you today. The commander hasn't tea returned for 3 days, and I owe you my gratitude. He has tea returned for 3 days either. By the way, how is Jiang Wanwan doing? She is doing very well. Mr. Li, thank you so much. Have you seen today's newspaper? I nodded. I have. I am planning to take Wanwan back to my hometown. If all goes well, we shall be married this Lunar New Year. Mr. Li, may I have your contact information? I would like to invite you to the wedding. Sure. But are you not planning to develop your career in this city? The young man smiled and shook his head, saying, No, every individual has their own fate. This place is not suitable for us, and besides, Wanwan cannot possibly remain here any longer. I nodded in agreement, replying, Very well. I wish you both a harmonious union and an abundance of offspring. However, remember this. Once you have made your choice, you must not continue to cause her harm. Do you understand? I am aware that she is the love of my life. After he left my number, I turned to leave. He inquired why I wasn't coming inside to sit for a while. I pondered for a moment before responding, If the commander returns, please have him contact me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. According to Wei Lianyang, those from the Yin Palace commit unspeakable atrocities, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Their actions, murdering the black-robed Taoist and Zheng Xiaohua, kidnapping Su Tianlong, and severing Qin Chuan's arms, clearly demonstrate that they are a group of deranged individuals. Yet, in my encounter with the commander, he did not seem to embody such malevolence. There was one thing I could not comprehend. If they were so bold, why not seek me out directly? Their quest for the Ling Gu would be most effectively pursued by capturing me. Perhaps I would succumb to their tortures and reveal everything. Yet they chose not to do this. Instead, they continuously harassed those connected to me, tormenting them. This approach seems the slowest and most foolish of methods. Moreover, I had only a single remote interaction with the people of the Yin Palace. Damn it! I grasped my hair in frustration. To claim that I was experiencing a headache would be a lie. I dialed Zhuang Xiaolu's number, and he informed me that he was performing at a theater, suggesting we discuss matters later. Ignoring his words, I stormed into the backstage area of the theater. Without hesitation, I expelled everyone from his dressing room, including Xue Hui, who recoiled at the sight of me. What are you doing? I just finished my makeup and am about to go on stage. Do you have any idea how much this performance costs? Can you afford to pay for it? My mood was already soured, and I found Zhuang Xiaolu particularly irksome. My eyes caught sight of a bottle of mineral water on the table. I unscrewed the cap and doused him with it, soaking his face. Zhuang Xiaolu, I have no time for trivialities. You sought my assistance, and I agreed to help. You know precisely what you have done. I need you to help me find someone. Li Sansheng, what the hell are you doing? I furrow my brow, seizing his collar and pressing him against the wall, leaning in close, fixating my left eye on him. I remained silent, and soon his voice began to tremble. What do you want? You're a prominent figure, acquainted with many officials, aren't you? I need you to take me to meet Kuzi Yuan. Why would you want to see him? If it's about this matter, I apologize for having trusted that scoundrel. You were right to act as you did. Spare me your nonsense. I said I need to see him now. He has already been arrested and is in custody. How can you meet him? I took a breath, releasing his hand. You must find a way. I must see him today. Zhuang Xiaolu understood I was not jesting. He swallowed hard. Can it wait until after my performance? No, your master has given orders. You are obliged to assist me unconditionally at any time and in any place. Zhuang Xiaolu refrained from arguing, clearly aware that Wei Lianyang's commands had reached him as well. What about my situation? I ignored his question, confident that Zhuang Xiaolu knew how to navigate this moment. A minute later, he muttered a curse under his breath and began to remove his makeup. 10 minutes later, dressed appropriately, he exited the dressing room alongside me. As he prepared to leave, staff members approached, inquiring about the situation, as well as representatives from the client eager for his appearance. However, under a mere glance from Zhuang Xiaolu, Xuehui intervened to halt their advances. This time, rather than relying on a driver, Zhuang Xiaolu took the wheel himself while I sat in the passenger seat, smoking. "You have caused me significant financial loss. Is money still of importance to you?" Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, and after making several phone calls, he declared that matters were arranged and that he would now escort me to meet that scoundrel, Kuziyuan. Zhuang Xiaolu's connections were not to be underestimated. Despite his lack of prowess, he was quite efficient in his dealings. Half an hour later, within the confines of the detention center, we stood before Kuziyuan through the bars. In just a few days, he appeared even more emaciated than when I last saw him, his face bruised and battered, with his head bandaged like a mummy. "Zhuang Xiaolu, I regarded you as a brother, yet you have brought an outsider to betray me." Zhuang Xiaolu scoffed, exuding an air of haughty disdain, and declared, "Brother? Spare me. I have no such brother as you. Is this what you call humane behavior?" Kuziyuan then shifted his gaze towards me. For reasons unknown, it was better to avoid his gaze. The moment our eyes met, fury surged within me. Approaching the iron bars, I fixed him with a cold stare. I wished to inquire about certain matters, specifically what transpired after I left that night. "Be honest with me. Did anyone come looking for you?" "Ha, tell you? Who the hell do you think you are? You swindled my money and caused me to languish in prison. Enough. Your circumstances have improved. I did not deceive you. Your imprisonment is solely your own doing." "Nonsense. You will not glean any information from me." I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and glanced at Zhuang Xiaolu, who seemed to penetrate the depths of my soul. He appeared to have exchanged whispers with the officer standing guard, who then left with an odd chuckle, presumably to smoke a cigarette before returning. The implication of Zhuang Xiaolu's words was abundantly clear. I inhaled deeply, discarding the cigarette, but suddenly, I thrust my hand through the iron bars, seizing Kuziyuan by the throat and pulling him outward. "I could easily end your life, and no one would ever know I was the perpetrator. Li, if you dare, kill me right here." I chuckled coldly. "You still doubt me?" As I exerted pressure, Kuziyuan's mouth gaped open, his tongue protruding as his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins. Zhuang Xiaolu began to applaud enthusiastically, revealing that I had no intention of relenting. He appeared somewhat astonished. "Li Sansheng, if you kill him here, there will be no escape for you." I eased my grip slightly, allowing Kuziyuan a moment to catch his breath, yet the instant he was still gasping for air, I exerted pressure once more. "Rest assured, I shall make his existence a living hell." Kuziyuan, being a dandy, was hardly a tough character. Witnessing my relentless assault, he was filled with trepidation. He feared for his life and wished to avoid death at all costs, even if it meant enduring the indignities of cleaning latrines and washing undergarments in detention. Anything would be preferable to dying. I said, "You have 1 minute, or I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of suffering." As my icy gaze met his, he shuddered visibly. I continued, "After you leave, it won't be long before your companion returns." "Who?" "Qin Chuan." "Did Qin Chuan come back to find him? What did he want?" "To beat me. I sustained internal injuries." Kuziyuan's face was a portrait of grievance, yet upon hearing this, I found it rather consistent with Qin Chuan's temperament at the time. "And after he beat you?" "I reported it to the authorities, then he left." "Wait, he left? Did he come back to find you afterward?" Kuziyuan shook his head. "No. When the officials arrived, I chose not to pursue the matter further, and that was the end of it. Afterward, I went to the hospital." Noticing my silence, Kuziyuan hastily added, "You can verify with the officials. There are records." Chapter 14. When he asked me to undress, I did not perceive Kuziyuan as a liar. After emerging from the detention center, I sat in the passenger seat in silence. I was well aware of what Zhuang Xiaolu had conveyed, yet I could not fathom why the commander had not visited Kuziyuan's residence. If he had not gone there, how could Qin Chuan's arrest be linked to the commander? In my subjective understanding, if the commander could recognize Qin Chuan, he would undoubtedly be aware of my existence as well. Thus, he would never forfeit the opportunity to capture me for Jiang Wanwan's sake. I instructed Zhuang Xiaolu to drop me off at the entrance of the shop, and he went about his business without exchanging another word. Upon disembarking, I lit a cigarette and looked up, only to discover a man, filthy and surrounded by countless flies, sitting at the shop's entrance. He had his head bowed, seemingly in deep contemplation or perhaps slumber. Although his face was obscured, his attire was all too familiar. Who else could it be but the commander? My brow furrowed in concern. Before I comprehended his intentions, I knew I had to exercise caution. "Commander," I called softly, and he lifted his head slightly, his eyes bloodshot. He rose to his feet, and I anticipated he would engage me in conversation. Instead, he clenched his fists and lunged toward me. Startled, I sidestepped his blow and retaliated with a punch to his ribs. I did not exert excessive force. Yet even so, my strike caused him to spit out blood. He collapsed against my shoulder, and as I supported him, I felt my hands become damp. Raising one hand, I found it smeared with fresh blood. The commander has sustained grave injuries. I called out to him, but he remains in a state of unconsciousness. Had I foreseen this calamity, I would never have allowed Zhuang Xiaolu to depart first. After transporting him to the hospital, the doctors labored for a full 7 hours to save him. They remarked that he is among the most resilient individuals they have encountered. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed by now. Most of his wounds have begun to fester, some even affecting his spleen. The doctors inquired about the commander's ordeal and whether I wished to report it, to which I could only respond with a bittersweet smile and a shake of my head. Sitting beside the commander's hospital bed, I pondered if perhaps solitude was my destined fate, as nearly everyone I come into contact with seems to meet a dismal end. I also wondered about Qin Chuan's current condition. I summoned Lin Su, instructing him to bring forth the individual who claimed to have seen the commander for identification. He arrived with a security guard, who scrutinized the situation for an extended period. Initially, he nodded in recognition, but then shook his head, stating that the night was too dark, making it difficult to ascertain, although something felt amiss. I did not require further confirmation. I had already deduced the truth. Lin Su, seemingly perplexed, asked, "What have you figured out?" I pressed my lips together, casting my gaze towards the commander. He has been in this condition for several days. Given his current state, he could not have visited the Wulong group. Someone must be impersonating him. Lin Su, who had been closely following Su Tianlong, was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. His eyes darted thoughtfully before he swiftly grasped the implication. Someone intends to use a knife to kill. I smiled faintly. This time, Lin Su had indeed hit the nail on the head, precisely. But why does this shadowy figure impersonate the commander, and what connection do they share? I pointed at the commander and stated, "When he awakens, you may inquire yourself. I need to know, will I return to seek you out?" In Lin Su's perspective, the commander's fate was intricately linked to that of his employer, prompting him to summon the city's finest physician to ensure the commander received the utmost medical care. Furthermore, given the commander's remarkable physical resilience, he regained consciousness within merely a day. Upon noticing my presence at his side, despite his evident weakness, he attempted to spring up and confront me. "Have you taken the wrong medication, or are you out of your mind? Can you not discern your surroundings?" The fury on the commander's face gradually dissipated as he surveyed his environment. "A hospital? You saved me? For heaven's sake, if you wish to perish, do so far from my establishment. Are you hoping to drag someone down with you? Why on earth did you intervene to save me?" I could only smile in exasperation, replying, "Did you think I desired to save you? But if you were die, who would tell me why you sought to harm me? Have I provoked you?" I was oblivious to the error in my words, yet upon hearing them, the commander pointed a finger at me, exclaiming, "You are a lackey of the shadowy realm." What? What did you say? His accusation struck me as absurdly amusing. "You better recognize who I am. You dare to call me a lackey of the shadowy realm? To hell with you." Smack! I raised my hand and struck him across the face. "I have yet to question you. You are indeed one of the denizens of the underworld. Why have you captured my friend? Capturing him is one thing, but why resort to severing his hands?" Lin Su, witnessing this, hastily restrained me. "Mr. Li, he has only just regained consciousness. You might very well end his life. My boss and Qin Chuan are still unaccounted for." I cast a sidelong glance at Lin Su. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Lin Su was taken aback and shook his head repeatedly. I let out a cold laugh and seized the commander's collar. If you wish to find me, have the courage to confront me directly. Why do you persist in targeting those around me? It is utterly spineless. Who the hell wants to find you? The commander, too, was infuriated. He endured the pain and pried my hand away. I truly regret not taking your life the first time we met. Oh, do you believe you possess the qualifications to take my life? I gestured to Lin Su, instructing him, prepare an appropriate venue for interrogation and take him there. Lin Su acknowledged my command and promptly made a call to arrange it. 10 minutes later, he informed me that the location was ready and inquired when we should depart. I led Lin Su outside and stated, the commander is not one of the underworld. What? Then why are you still? Have you wasted all these years? What if he is merely feigning innocence? How can you trust him so readily? Ah, Mr. Li, I shall defer to your judgment. The place Lin Su had prepared was an abandoned house in the suburbs, where most residents had long since vacated. Even if a significant commotion were to arise, it would cause little concern. The commander was bound to a chair with hemp ropes, and I had also instructed the doctor to administer an intravenous drip. As I peeled an apple, I remarked, I am now granting you the opportunity to divulge what you know. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a chance later. I cast a glance at the commander and added, I am aware of your considerable skills, but alas, your severe injuries render you incapable of challenging me. You lack the means. The commander trembled with rage, exclaiming, I truly misjudged you. If you intend to kill me, then do it. I know not what you are speaking of. I nodded and gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his spirit. I commend your courage. Thus, allow me to offer you a hint. That night, I sent you to Kuziyuan's residence. Did you not encounter Qin Chuan en route, apprehending him and severing his hands? The commander appeared taken aback. Qin Chuan, is he your friend? I scoffed. You have known this all along. Do not feign ignorance. The commander, clearly less agitated than before, took a deep breath and replied, Qin Chuan was taken by you, and now you come to inquire about it? By me? I paused, then burst into laughter. Do I truly need to capture Qin Chuan? Undress. The commander's words left me bewildered, questioning his intentions. You want me to undress? Are you out of your mind? The commander smirked and said, Undress, and I will tell you what you wish to know. I handed the apple and the fruit knife to Lin Su and proceeded to remove my shirt. I was not particularly muscular. In fact, I was somewhat slender. Weighing a mere 120 pounds, I appeared even more frail without my clothing. I raised my hand and spun around before the commander. If you compel me to remove my trousers, I will take your life. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The commander's face contorted in disbelief. Observing his expression ignited my fury. I donned my clothes and seized Lin Su's hand, pressing it against his neck. This is your final opportunity. Speak. That night, you did not accompany me to Kuziyuan's residence? Are you truly a fool? Why would I follow you? If I did, Jiang Wanwan would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, I felt utterly helpless. Did you not return to your martial arts school to inquire about Jiang Wanwan and the others? The commander stood frozen, his eyes wide with realization. Could it be that I was mistaken? Enough with the nonsense. My patience is limited. I distinctly saw you. You were the one who knocked Qin Chuan unconscious and abducted him. How do you know Qin Chuan? And what of your injuries? The commander swallowed hard and recounted the events of that night in vivid detail. He indeed went to Kuziyuan's house, but did not enter while waiting outside. He heard the anguished cries within. Qin Chuan was indeed beating Kuziyuan. When it came time to alert the authorities, Qin Chuan exited, colliding with the commander, who was just outside. However, Qin Chuan gave it little thought and left, prompting the commander to pursue him. As they conversed, Qin Chuan came to understand my motives and expressed his frustration over my lack of clarity. Before parting, Qin Chuan advised the commander to wait a while before seeking payment, mentioning that the officials would arrive shortly. After Qin Chuan departed, the commander discovered that Qin Chuan's wallet had fallen to the ground. He picked it up, intending to return it, only to witness a masked figure render Qin Chuan unconscious and abduct him. The commander stealthily followed, arriving at a secluded location. However, he was spotted and, despite sustaining grave injuries, managed to shatter the assailant's shoulder bone and unmask him, revealing it to be me. In the ensuing days, The commander refrained from returning to the martial arts school, fully aware that in his current state, encountering me would spell certain doom. He sought refuge beneath a bridge. Unfortunately, the circumstances were dire, his wounds were severe, and he realized that prolonging his suffering would only lead to death. Resolved to take a chance, he contemplated dragging me down with him. I am aware of the subsequent events. I set aside the fruit knife and replaced it with a freshly peeled apple, offering it to the commander's lips. His reasoning was somewhat logical, yet one aspect eluded my understanding. When someone is kidnapped, one ought to report to the authorities and seek medical assistance. Why wait for death? This notion was perplexing. Report to the authorities? When you visited the martial arts school, you were aiding Kuzi Yuan. You wield influence. Seek medical help? Do I appear to be someone with the means to afford treatment, given my grievous injuries? I believe you. You certainly do not seem like a wealthy individual. I stifled a yawn. Nevertheless, you seem to possess considerable knowledge. How can you be so certain that the adversary is associated with Indian? Their minions, no less. Chapter 15. The thousand-faced god. My words elicited a complex expression from the commander. I placed my hands upon his shoulders and urged him to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his gaze and murmured, "The reason I had you undress was not solely to inspect for any injuries, but rather to ascertain whether you bear the mark of the Een Temple." The mark of the Een Temple? I furrowed my brow in confusion. What is that? The commander did not answer me directly. Instead, he buried his head deeper. You will discern it by looking at the back of my neck. Glancing at Lin Su beside me, I swiftly pushed aside the commander's hair and discovered a small tattoo at the nape of his neck. It depicted half of a Tai Chi Yin Yang symbol, entirely black, representing the Yin aspect of the duality. Are you suggesting this is the mark of the Yin Temple? Are you one of them? The commander raised his head, a wry smile breaking across his face, tacitly affirming my suspicion. I looked at him with curiosity. Could it be true that he was indeed affiliated with the Yin Temple? To them, I was a traitor. I found myself in a quandary. His explanation was flawless, especially in light of the injuries he had sustained. If this were a ruse, I would have to commend him with a thumbs up for his success. Noticing my silence, the commander continued, "If I am not mistaken, you too are a target of the Yin Temple." I ran my fingers through my hair. "Please continue." "The Yin Temple desires to witness us engage in mutual slaughter." Mutual slaughter? Do you not find this coincidence rather suspicious? How could the Yin Temple possibly know about our previous interactions? The commander spoke calmly. "You have been under surveillance all along. I simply do not understand how one marked by the Shadow Palace has managed to survive until now." I let out a cold laugh. "Perhaps those from the Shadow Palace fear me. That is utterly impossible. The Shadow Palace could effortlessly take your life. Is that so? Then why do they not act against you? You're a traitor. Why resort to using my hands to deal with you? Because I possess something they desire. If they eliminate me, they shall never attain it. Should they capture and torment me, I would choose to destroy that which they seek." The commander's remarks about his own situation seemed to mirror my own, leading me to ponder that perhaps the Shadow Palace refrains from direct action against me due to the commander's previous experience, prompting them to proceed with utmost caution. I chose not to delve further into the topic and instead gestured to Lin Su. "Untie him." Lin Su nodded, loosening the bindings while inquiring, "Who then is masquerading as you?" "The Shadow Palace is notorious for a skilled tracker. I wonder if you have heard of him, the Faceless God. It is said that once he lays eyes on a person, he could transform into their likeness and form." I scoffed. "The Faceless God? Quite a grand name. Tell me, where did you last see Qin Chuan? Do you intend to go alone?" I shrugged. "Just provide me with the location." "The old staff dormitory to the southwest of the tourist pier. It has been uninhabited." I nodded, disregarding the commander further, and stepped out of the room. Lin Su followed me out. "Mr. Li, shall we head over now? If we find them, we might have news from my boss." I glanced at Lin Su and shook my head. "Even if you go, it would only lead to your demise. We must ensure the commander is settled, but it's best to keep him under surveillance for 24 hours. "What? I don't trust him." Lin Su's eyes darted, and after a moment of understanding, he immediately set about making arrangements. "Additionally, if you do not hear from me in 3 hours, report to the authorities and search for me." With that, I patted Lin Su on the shoulder and vanished into the enveloping darkness. This was surely my first encounter with those from the underworld. To claim I felt no trepidation would be disingenuous. Qin Chuan had already suffered enough due to my actions, and I was compelled to rescue him. I allotted myself 3 hours, not wanting to imagine the prospect of my own demise, leaving no trace behind. On a moonless night where the wind howled ominously, the chill was palpable. The old dormitory at the tourist pier had stood for 4 or 5 decades, long abandoned, with moss covering the concrete walls. Perhaps my keen senses were overly heightened. Even before entering, I detected a faint metallic scent of blood. Gazing down the dark, narrow path, I felt as though stepping inside would lead to my own consumption. "Mr. Lee, since you found this place, do come in for a chat." The booming voice of the commander echoed through the darkness. Cigarettes are a wonderful solace, swiftly calming the nerves, much like now. I lit one, inhaled deeply, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What do I truly have to fear at this point? I strode down the narrow path, where a flickering yellow street lamp illuminated the silhouette of a figure at the end. "How did you know I would come?" I inquired. "With Qin Chuan in my possession, it was certain you would arrive." "Indeed, you're correct," I nodded. "You are the god of 1,000 faces, are you not? Why bother masquerading as the commander?" Before me stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to the commander. Upon hearing my words, he appeared somewhat despondent. "I had hoped that the two of you would present me with a captivating performance, but alas, whether the commander possesses intelligence, I cannot say, but if you consider me merely a plaything, you underestimate me gravely." "What is this? Mr. Lee has forged an alliance with the traitors of the Yin Hall?" "Not quite. I have no desire to engage in further banter. Where is Qin Chuan?" "Qin Chuan? Am I not right here?" He took a step forward, and before me stood none other than Qin Chuan himself. His appearance, physique, and voice were all identical. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on me. Had I been unaware of the existence of such a person in the Yin Hall, and if he were to impersonate Qin Chuan at my side, would I have recognized him? My expression darkened. Such a being cannot be allowed to live. "Third wheel, it's me. How could you not recognize me? Identical in every way. He truly is Qin Chuan." I took a deep breath and raised my thumb in acknowledgement. "God of 1,000 faces, you are indeed a terrifying individual. You must have been monitoring the two of us quite closely. Then do take a guess as to who I might be. The uncle selling breakfast? The aunt sweeping the floor? Or perhaps a worker renovating your establishment?" His voice suddenly turned cold. "Or rather, Qin Chuan is me, and I am Qin Chuan." So I let out a deep breath, choosing not to utter more words. Regardless of the identity he usually employs to engage with us, tonight I cannot allow him to leave alive. I took a step forward, channeling my energy into 3 aspects and assuming the initial stance of Bajiquan. "Enough of idle chatter. You shall not live. You truly are a waste of the Li family. I warned you last time, yet you still only resort to the 3 clear techniques. Oh, Brother Zheng, it was you who killed him. And so what? It matters not, for your life shall be the price for it." I dashed forward towards the 1,000-faced deity. With a swift motion, I attempted to strike. However, unexpectedly, he reacted with astonishing speed, delivering a blow to my wrist, sapping my strength, and simultaneously grasping my arm, pulling me down. In an instant, I lost my balance, and his knee surged towards my chin. Even with my 3 aspects, I could scarcely withstand such an impact. As my body descended, I raised my palm to shield against his knee. Even through my hand, the force reverberated painfully through my teeth. "Mr. Lee, are you being too impulsive? We need not be adversaries." "Need not be adversaries?" His words nearly made me laugh. "Indeed, as long as Mr. Lee surrenders the divine bone, our shadow palace shall never trouble you again. As long as you are content, you may propose any conditions you desire." "What? Do you wish to negotiate peace with me? Do you think there is still an opportunity for that now?" After a brief pause, I continued, "Had you approached me with courtesy from the outset, I might have considered acquiescing." The faceless deity seemed to sense a glimmer of hope in my words, promptly responding, "If you agree, I shall grant you a life in return. I can also forfeit Qin Chuan's hands. What say you?" His proposition diverged from my expectations. Noticing my silence, he pressed on, "Should Mr. Lee insist on opposing us from another realm, I fear your demise would be most gruesome." I nodded in acknowledgement, "Indeed, but that presupposes you possess the audacity to strike me." Drawing a deep breath, I concentrated the power of the three energies into the index and middle fingers of my right hand. This maneuver was a mimicry of the commander-esque technique. Being my first attempt, I lacked finesse, yet it sufficed. At the very moment the faceless deity prepared to speak, I lunged towards his brow. I must admit, his reflexes were the swiftest I had ever encountered. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his forehead, perhaps due to overconfidence. Although my thrust did not pierce his skin, I managed to create a gash in his palm. Shaking the blood from my fingertips, I gazed at the faceless deity. Remarkably, he remained unperturbed, as if the injury were not his own. However, this incident darkened his countenance, enveloping him in an aura of death. You are inviting punishment for your insolence. Forgive me, but I never partake in drinks with soulless beings. To suggest such a thing to me is beneath you. The Lord of 1,000 Faces has made his move. His every strike is astonishingly simple, to the point where I cannot even name them. Yet, each blow presents a tremendous threat to me. A moment's distraction, and I would undoubtedly find myself unable to stand before him in the next heartbeat. After 20 exchanges, I gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly maneuvered behind me, constricting my neck and pulling me forcefully backward. I pushed against the ground with both hands, desperately attempting to pry his arms apart. Yet, his limbs were as immovable as a mountain, rendering my efforts futile. He halted, seating himself upon the ground, and I was compelled to follow suit. This is your final warning. You have 3 days to surrender the divine bone. Otherwise, those around you shall perish. No sooner had the words left his lips than my neck was released. I hastily rose and glanced behind me, but there was no trace of him. I coughed a couple of times, feeling my throat. The Lord of 1,000 Faces had vanished. Had it not been for the faint trace of blood on my fingertip, it would seem he had never existed at all. Chapter 16. The Divine Painter. As I gazed into the boundless darkness surrounding me, a profound sense of dread welled up from within. In that fleeting moment, the 1,000-faced deity had genuinely intended to take my life. For reasons unbeknownst to me, he had relented at the very last instant. Spitting on the ground in disdain, I made my way toward the pitch-black dormitory building. My initial encounter with the denizens of Ian Palace had left me utterly defeated, feeling akin to an ant that could be extinguished at their whim. Yet, this outcome was indeed fortuitous. I was still alive, and so was Qin Chuan. When I discovered him, he was bound by iron chains at his waist, suspended from the ceiling beams. The blood-soaked ground and the innumerable wounds adorning his body narrated the horrors he had endured. Time had rendered his arms incapacitated, and Lin Su had offered to assist in procuring prosthetic limbs for him, a proposal Qin Chuan vehemently declined. From the moment he regained consciousness, he sat upon the bed in a state of deep meditation, his gaze fixed upon the sky outside, impervious to the tempestuous winds and rains, as if the freedom he longed for lay just beyond his reach. His mobility was severely restricted, so I arranged for a young intern, of a similar age and somewhat agreeable appearance, to assist him with daily sustenance and care. Initially reluctant, the young woman ultimately capitulated upon hearing the generous remuneration I offered, and I assured her that once Qin Chuan was discharged, she would receive a substantial salary from the Wulong Group. On the 3rd day, the deadline imposed by the 1,000-faced deity loomed ominously. I refrained from mentioning the events of that fateful night to anyone. It is not that I do not wish to seek assistance. Rather, it is that I cannot. The more individuals involved, the greater the opportunity for the 1,000-faced deity to strike me down unseen. This matter is one I must confront alone. Even so, an unexpected visitor has arrived, Commander. What brings you here? Although the commander has donned a new outfit, his disheveled hair and beard give an impression of untidiness. He carries a slender box on his back and holds a bag of wedding candies in his hand. Here, Jiang Wanwan and the others are preparing for their marriage, and I thought I'd bring you a sweet treat in advance, which includes 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. I accepted it with a smile, opened a pack of Zhonghua, and took a puff, only to erupt into a fit of coughing. Why, ISNT, it's soft. I'll try something else, I coughed. The commander paid no heed to my plight. After setting down his belongings, he sighed and poured himself a cup of tea. I watched him curiously as he scanned the surroundings and said to me, "Are you still hiring? What is this?" The martial arts school owner wishes to change careers? A different way of living could be beneficial. My martial arts school has been a losing venture. After speaking, he produced a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table before me. I have sold the martial arts school. There are 500,000 within. Can I count myself among your ranks? I shall not vie for the position of owner. This revelation took me by surprise. This fellow is indeed acting without prior consultation. You cannot refuse me. This is all I possess. Aside from you, I know no one else, and I can only seek refuge with you. Surely, you will not turn me away? I gazed at him with a smile, nodding my head. Isn't this rather formal? It would be much better if you simply came to work for me, as I am in need of assistance. He acquiesced. The commander, indeed, did not stand on ceremony. He reached for his money, but alas, my hand was swifter. However, your work here will surely lack diligence. Consider this money as your entry fee. Henceforth, you shall be the manager of our sand funeral parlor. 500,000 is no trifling sum. This amount would sufficiently cover Qin Chuan's living expenses. Now that we are partners, you're also a part of sand funeral parlor. I shall not exploit my employees. Your injuries have yet to heal completely. Take a few days to rest and return later. The commander glanced at me, extracting a cigarette from the Chinese box on the table and placing it between his lips. What kind of employer is this? I am not significantly injured. I can start working immediately. Besides, I have nowhere to rest since my home is gone. Upon hearing this, I remained silent, simply observing the commander. He took a sip of tea. I have heard about Qin Chuan from Lin Su. He counted on his fingers. If we calculate the days, it has been 3. Indeed, the commander suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon me. It has been 3 days. The faceless deity should be coming for a visit. My brow furrowed. Only the faceless deity and I were privy to the 3-day pact. Could it be that this commander is? Do not look at me like that. I am not the faceless deity. Then you are curious about how I know, correct? The commander smiled and remarked, you stand no chance against the faceless god. Your 3 clear techniques are commendable, and your 8 extremes fist is decent. However, you lack genuine experience, something that distinguishes us, who have rolled amidst the dead. He spared your life, undoubtedly granting you time to prepare what he desires. As the saying goes, 3rd time's the charm. It should be on the 3rd day, hence my arrival. Are you willing to confront this together? To some extent, yes. For you're the only one who regards me without disdain. The commander chuckled. I was indeed once a member of the underworld. So what? Observing his demeanor, it seems this fellow is resolutely determined to assist me. Impossible to drive away. Do you possess the confidence to confront the faceless god? The commander directly shook his head. No, but with my presence, he would dare not act. Why is that? The commander presented a slender wooden box before me, saying, this is a life-preserving item I pilfered upon leaving the underworld. Should it fall into his hands and be destroyed, he will surely meet his demise. As he spoke, he turned to me and declared, until the faceless god is eliminated, none of us shall enjoy peace. The commander's assertion rang true. In truth, I felt quite ambivalent about him. He is a skilled individual, and he has not erred regarding Jiang Wanwan. Yet, his unique identity cannot be overlooked. It is impossible for me to be entirely indifferent. I cannot naively accept whatever others say without question. Lin Su has dispatched individuals to monitor the commander around the clock, and the reports I receive daily indicate that he has exhibited no unusual behavior. Yet, I remain uneasy. Whether he can truly be accepted by me hinges upon this particular incident. I pointed at the slender wooden box. What treasure lies within that the Yin Hall so highly regards? The commander did not respond directly. After casting a glance in my direction, he cautiously opened the box. Inside rested an ancient painting, its antiquity palpable, even before fully unveiling it. The texture of the paper suggested its status as an artifact. Could it be that the Yin Hall is in dire need of funds? The commander shook his head. Why not take a look for yourself? My curiosity was piqued, yet I approached the unveiling of the painting with utmost care, intent on preserving its integrity. That cry of despair escaped my lips, for I had scarcely glimpsed the painting's content. At the very moment I unfurled the entire scroll, an inexplicable, excruciating pain surged through my right eye. In a fleeting blink, cold sweat broke out across my body, and I slumped into the chair. yearning for a cigarette to calm my nerves, only to find my hands trembling uncontrollably, rendering me incapable of holding it steady. The commander, unfazed by my condition, tucked away the painting and patted my shoulder. Does it feel as though your entire being is ablaze? Unpleasant. Isn't it? Ablaze? I could not quite attest to that sensation, yet I felt profoundly weakened. For a brief moment, I questioned whether this individual had been sent by the god of many faces to deliberately ensnare me in such a predicament. Rest assured, it will be fine in a moment. This ancient painting enshrines a celestial deity, though I am uncertain of its identity. I only know that this artwork belongs to the ancestral master of the Yin Hall, Li Chengdao, whose treasure has been reverently preserved by the descendants of the Yin Hall throughout generations. It is said that whoever can harness the power of the deity within this painting will inevitably rise to become the leader of the Yin Hall. After carefully securing the scroll, the commander continued, "Countless individuals from the Yin Hall have sought to unravel the secrets of this ancient artwork, yearning for its power and the dominion of the Yin Hall. Alas, the mightiest among them could only gaze upon the painting for a mere 10 seconds. I barely caught the latter part of the commander's words. What resonated clearly were the terms: ancient painting, celestial deity, enshrined, and the deity's power contained within the scroll. My heart raced suddenly. Could it be that an opportunity had arrived? Was this not intended for me? If what the commander said holds true, I could certainly attempt to employ the secret methods of the Yang God mask, especially since I possess the divine bone. Oh, what has happened to your right eye? It appears severely swollen. Do you not feel anything? The right eye? It is completely blind. How could it be swollen? I shook my head, feeling considerably calmer than before. I slowly rose to my feet and made my way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, I drew in a sharp breath. My right eye, which I could hardly open, was swollen and red, resembling a lychee. I gently prodded it with my finger, and the sharp pain sent tingles down my spine, as if the eyeball were about to burst forth. Are you all right? I turned, forcing a wry smile as I gestured toward my right eye. Do you see any signs of well-being? It is indeed peculiar. There is no one quite like you. Could it be that you possess a unique efficacy for the blind? The commander cast a glance my way and cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, it wasn't intentional. I shot him a sidelong glance. I'm not blind yet. However, it seems I have begun to comprehend certain matters. It is highly probable that those from the underworld covet the divine bone in order to harness the power contained within this scroll. Could it be that this scroll can truly be activated by my Sun God Mask technique? Have you tried it? I did, and I felt as though I were on the verge of being incinerated. I nodded. Did your eyes respond? The commander shook his head. No, I lack such fortune. I pondered for a moment before inquiring. You genuinely have not heard of my name? Li Sansheng? Never heard of it. Why? Are you quite renowned? I shook my head, feeling somewhat helpless. Am I truly not famous? If only I possessed something, I could obtain the divine power within the scroll, rendering any so-called thousand-faced deity a mere paper tiger. What is that something? The divine bone. Chapter 17. The Ritterni, the commander, was oblivious to the thoughts swirling within my mind. Noticing my silence, he assumed I was pondering the nature of the divine bone. Thus, he began to recount its tale. It is said that this divine bone is a clandestine treasure of a prominent family, one that bestows upon its possessor the ability to command the powers of the gods. A prominent family, you say? The commander nodded, stating, that is the legend within the Shadow Palace, though I cannot elucidate its exact nature. Truly uncertain? I inquired, but the commander, unaware of the peculiarity in my tone, shook his head. He fetched a towel, moistened it, and handed it to me, saying, place this over your eyes. Your gaze is rather unsettling. Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring the divine bone. These are merely legends. Now that we are in the 21st century, the very existence of such an artifact remains a significant question mark. I accepted the towel, and while soothing my eyes, I observed the commander. Why do you gaze at me so? I have divulged all that I know. This is our sole bargaining chip against the faceless deity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, no calls arrived, nor did anyone visit the shop. I loathed this sense of waiting. The day had rendered me exceedingly anxious. I paced back and forth within the shop, my mind incessantly occupied with thoughts of when the faceless deity would arrive, and in what manner. Li Sansheng, do not fret. What is meant to come will not elude you. Your anxiety serves no purpose. The commander's demeanor was markedly more composed than mine. Seated in his chair, he perused the newspaper, and at that moment, he gestured towards the window. The sun had only just dipped below the horizon, and those of a shadowy realm preferred to conduct their activities under the veil of night. A thought seemed to strike him, and he picked up 2 business cards from the table, handing one to me. If we are to part ways shortly, this card from Qin Xuan will serve as proof of our true identities. The master of many faces can mimic an individual's appearance and stature entirely, yet their belongings remain inimitable. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had considered this detail more thoroughly than I had. However, it would be prudent for us to keep each other within sight. Should we become separated and later reunite, I shall act first. This was precisely my own sentiment. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. At 9 o'clock, my phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Su urging me to hasten to the Wulong group. Su Tianlong has returned. Su Tianlong has returned. After ending the call, I furrowed my brow. Why would he choose this moment to come back? Before I could ponder further, my phone rang once more. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Fong Kuyu. Where are you? Fong Kuyu? A figure of singular notoriety within the theatrical circle. What could he possibly want with me? What is it? After a brief pause, Fong Kuyu inquired. Where's the commander? His question left me in a state of bewilderment. The commander? What do you need him for? I gazed curiously at the commander. Upon hearing his name called, looked back at me with an expression of bewilderment. The remnants of the Yin Palace. You took him in? Yet he has left Shaolu with but half a life. Bring him to the theater. What did you say? I shall grant you half an hour. Otherwise, regardless of how your master protects you, I will dismantle your establishment. Fong Qi, having no desire for further conversation, stated his intent and promptly hung up the phone. I listened to the silence on the line, momentarily at a loss for what was transpiring. You injured someone from the theater? The theater? I barely have time to evade them. Their minds are singularly focused. Fong Qi, the eldest disciple of the theater's master, had called to demand my surrender of you, claiming you left Zhang Shaolu with but a breath of life. Zhang Shaolu, that renowned performer? I nodded, though I harbored doubts about Fong Qi's words. I had been acutely aware of the commander's whereabouts these past few days. He had been in the hospital, with scarce time to seek out Zhang Shaolu. It is the faceless deity. This realization aligned with the commander's thoughts. I must go to the Wulong group. At this juncture, my need to see Su Tianlong eclipsed my concern for Zhang Shaolu's plight. The commander sighed. What do you propose I do? I smiled faintly. Go to the theater? Someone has impersonated you, and you must clear your name. As we parted ways, it seemed to fulfill the will of the faceless deity perfectly. There is no alternative. If you do not go to the theater, Fong Ku will undoubtedly dismantle our little shop. Moreover, I believe that the enigmatic Lord of 1,000 Faces has long anticipated your arrival to assist me, and he has already made his preparations. This may very well be our final encounter. The people at the theater have always harbored a dislike for me, and with such a grave accusation laid upon me, I fear that my days will not be pleasant. The commander sighed and handed me a wooden box containing an ancient scroll. Take this with you. It is relatively safer for me to go to the theater alone. What if the Lord of 1,000 Faces targets you? You would have no means of self-preservation. This is a calamity destined to befall me. It is unavoidable. I glanced at the commander and smiled faintly as I slung the scroll over my shoulder. If anything should happen to me, remember to return my ashes to Sanya and scatter them into the sea. It would be a way of returning to my roots. Perhaps not. I still envision a future where I can visit Sanya for a swim, and you shall be my guide. The commander chuckled, and I stepped outside. As I stood at the threshold of the shop, the smile gradually faded from my face. I had considered delaying my departure to allow the commander to accompany me to the Wulong group. However, Fong Ku is a person of unyielding ruthlessness. He is a man of his word. If he truly brings people into the shop, it would only grant the Lord of 1,000 Faces a greater opportunity. Thus the commander must face this alone. In truth, I could accompany him to the theater, but I cannot do so. I need to observe his choices. For at least as it stands now, his decisions have gradually begun to open my heart. The Wulong group was ablaze with lights, and after a sudden disappearance of several days, Su Tianlong's unexpected return invigorated what had been a moribund atmosphere. The most elated among them was Lin Su. For Su Tianlong was the most significant person in his life. Even if Su commanded him to embrace death at that moment, he would utter not a single word of protest. "Mr. Li, the boss has returned. He seems to be well," Lin Su informed me as I descended the stairs. Upon seeing me, he immediately conveyed the joyous news. "Come quickly. The boss is eager to meet you." I pursed my lips. He is truly unscathed? Did he mention where he had been? Or did he exhibit any peculiarities? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su replied, "The boss said nothing at all, only that he wishes to see you urgently." Grasping my arm, Lin Su urged, "Mr. Li, let us ascend without delay." Following Lin Su, I arrived at Su Tianlong's office, where he sat on the sofa, seemingly dazed, his gaze fixated on a glass of water on the table. He appeared significantly older than the last time I'd seen him, his hair now a cascade of white, and the skin on his face sagging. This change was understandable, given that he had not received the assistance he needed to transform his fate and prolong his life. He had limited time left. Moreover, having fallen victim to the malevolent forces that had ensnared him, and subsequently being abducted, his continued existence was nothing short of miraculous. Upon my entrance, Su Tianlong sprang to his feet, and just as Lin Su was about to speak, Su dismissed him with a wave. Although surprised, Lin Su complied without question, adhering to Su Tianlong's wishes. As the office door closed, Su Tianlong suddenly collapsed before me, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in a gesture of contrition. "What on earth is happening? I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, truly sorry. I should never have threatened you. It was my fault." Is this the same Su Tianlong who once menaced my father and me? His gaze, filled with palpable fear, suggested that I might devour him at any moment. This did not seem feigned. I was convinced he was not a masquerade of the elusive thousand-faced god. "Please rise. I have questions for you." Su Tianlong sprang to his feet, standing rigidly before me, akin to a soldier in formation. "You can relax a bit. I'm not accustomed to this." "It's nothing, really. It's only proper." His response piqued my curiosity even further. Where had he been during his absence, and what had transpired? "I have some inquiries." "Ask away. I will share all that I know." This was rather peculiar. Observing his demeanor, I felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, there were indeed questions I needed to pose. Although Wei Lianyang had previously recounted the tale of my late father to me, I felt it necessary to hear it from another source to lend it more credence. I trusted that Su Tianlong and Wei Lianyang had not conferred. The account Su Tianlong provided mirrored that of Wei Lianyang almost precisely. "I apologize, I truly do. It is all my fault." "Blame you?" Su Tianlong once again fell to his knees. "I inadvertently learned that your father possessed the divine bone. For certain matters, I sold this information to the people of the Yin Hall. I orchestrated a scheme that inadvertently ensnared your father. But I never anticipated that he would reach out to someone beforehand, thus causing our plan to unravel." I stepped forward, and Su Tianlong instinctively recoiled. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze upon him for an extended period before suddenly delivering a kick to his face. He let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his visage. I bent down to grasp his hair. "Su Tianlong, do you believe I should end your life right now? I should perish. It is I who deserves death." A wave of murderous intent surged within me, yet I restrained myself, striving to regain my composure. I sat on the sofa and pointed at him. "How did you return? Who captured you?" I was taken by. His hesitance ignited my fury. "Speak quickly." Su Tianlong trembled. I was captured by your father." "What did you say?" I rose abruptly. "Do you take me for a fool? I am not deceiving you. It was your father who seized me. It was he who instructed me to return and convey certain matters to you." Chapter 18. The unexpected Su Tianlong was captured by my deceased father? This implies that the true captor of Su Tianlong is the individual who has commandeered my father's corpse. However, wasn't he abducted by the people from the Yin Hall? Otherwise, how could they leverage Su Tianlong's absence to threaten the Wulong group? As I gazed at the terrified expression on Su Tianlong's face, a sudden realization dawned upon me. From the very beginning, I had been manipulated by the agents of the Yin Hall. If we were aware of Su Tianlong's abduction, The people from Ian Hall would undoubtedly be informed as well. With this in mind, it is quite plausible that the black-robed Taoist was not slain by the Ian Hall's own members, but rather by my deceased father. The agents of the Ian Hall seized the opportunity to exploit this error, and I had unwittingly fallen into their trap. I inhaled deeply and asked, "What did he instruct you to convey to me?" Su Tianlong, sensing the urgency, promptly replied, "Kill the commander, seize the 9 heavens." Kill the commander? I remained silent, fixing my gaze on Su Tianlong, who involuntarily shivered at my stare. He quickly added, "I truly do not comprehend the meaning of this. It is merely what he instructed me to relay to you." I did not respond, but rather inquired, "Old fellow, why have you become so fearful of me?" Su Tianlong swallowed hard and revealed that during the days of his captivity, he had been tormented by my deceased father due to his clandestine dealings with the Ian Hall. The only reason he was allowed to return was because of Lin Su, as Lin Su has been unwaveringly supportive of me. My late father issued a final warning to Su Tianlong. The entire Wulong group must unconditionally assist me, or else Su Tianlong's life would be forfeit at any moment. I let out a bitter laugh. It seems Su Tianlong has yet to encounter the formidable presence behind my late father. Nevertheless, this individual cares for me deeply and considers my interests, lending credence to Wei Lianyang's assertion that they might indeed be a relative of whom I am entirely unaware. But I digress. I must focus on a message Su Tianlong conveyed. I understood the significance of killing the commander, yet the phrase seizing the 9 heavens eludes my comprehension. I gestured to Su Tianlong, asking, "Is there nothing more to say?" He approached me, bowing respectfully, and insisted there was indeed nothing further. I instructed him to kneel and pressed his head down, yet I found no mark of the Ian Hall. Rising to my feet, I exited Su Tianlong's office without a backward glance. I had gathered all necessary information, and what mattered most now was the commander. As of now, I have received no news regarding the thousand-faced deity. This implies that Su Tianlong's situation is entirely unknown to the thousand-faced deity. And the coincidental timing of both Su Tianlong and Feng Kuyu seeking me is purely accidental. The true objective of the thousand-faced deity extends beyond merely acquiring the divine bone. It also encompasses the scroll that lies behind me. It is highly probable that he intends to utilize Feng Kuyu to eliminate the commander. Both the commander and I possess what the Ian Hall desires, making us potential targets for his machinations. However, once we join forces, no matter how formidable the thousand-faced deity may be, he shall reap no rewards. Though the thousand-faced deity possesses cunning strategies, he could never have anticipated that the commander would place such unwavering trust in me, entrusting me with the scroll. If Feng Ku were truly to incapacitate the commander now, I assure you that the thousand-faced deity would seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to abscond with the scroll, a most treacherous act of using another S-blade to kill. Upon exiting, I immediately hailed a taxi to the theater. Throughout the journey, I attempted to reach the commander by phone, but to no avail. Along the way, I noticed a stretch of road cordoned off by officials, as if a significant incident had transpired. Such matters did not pique my concern. The driver took a detour, and 20 minutes later, I found myself at the entrance of the theater. Just as I raised my hand to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing none other than the severely injured Zhuang Xiaolu. I gazed at him in astonishment, and he returned my look with equal surprise. "What are you doing here?" That was a question I should have posed, for wasn't he gravely wounded? "Li Sansheng, what brings you here this late hour?" Ignoring Zhuang Xiaolu's inquiries, I pulled him outside and scrutinized him closely. There was no indication of injury on his person. You weren't hurt? The commander didn't strike you? Hurt? Have you lost your mind? What commander? What are you talking about?" Without further ado, I examined the nape of his neck, finding no trace of the mark of the underworld. "Where's Feng Ku? What are you doing? Coming in here and getting rough. Let me remind you, this is our theater. Spare me the nonsense and tell me where Feng Kuju is." Upon seeing my anxious expression, Zhuang Xiaolu, despite his dissatisfaction with my tone, replied, "The master brother has gone north for some meeting. He is not here." "Not here? He has gone far?" I exclaimed, my eyes wide as I gripped Zhuang Xiaolu's shoulders and shouted, "Why are you shouting? What reason would I have to deceive you? If you don't believe me, You can ask my master, though he is currently resting. Fang Kuju is absent. Zhuang Shaolu is unharmed. Damn, I cursed, realizing that I had underestimated the cunning of the thousand-faced deity. But why would he impersonate Fang Kuju? Mr. Zhuang, I arrived late. Several people died on the way, and a severely injured creature was taken away. The road was blocked, so I had to take a detour. People died on the way here? Zhuang Shaolu immediately sensed something was amiss. Shuehui pondered for a moment, only glanced for a moment, but it seems rather serious. Hearing their conversation, my mind was suddenly in turmoil. I pushed Zhuang Shaolu aside and fixed my gaze on Shuehui, asking intently, what did that long-haired creature look like? What was it wearing? Shuehui, taken aback by my fervent reaction, took a moment to gather his thoughts before recounting everything he had witnessed. As I listened to his description of the long-haired creature, a sudden realization struck me. The commander. My mind is a tumultuous mess. I have contemplated numerous outcomes, yet none anticipated this one. I seized Su Hui and urged him to drive me to the scene, with Zhuang Shaolu accompanying us. My heart raced. It dawned on me that I just brushed past the commander. That damned chameleon god. What on earth does he intend to do? Su Hui drove with haste, and upon our arrival, only 2 guards remained at the site, surrounded by cordon. Everything appeared deceptively tranquil, had it not been for the bloodstains on the ground. No one would suspect that a fierce struggle had recently unfolded here. The absence of both bodies and the living is an anomaly that unnerves me. Despite Zhuang Shaolu leveraging his connections with the theater society, we remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the long-haired monster that Su Hui mentioned. This incident is far too grave. Several lives have been lost, and I have exhausted every means of inquiry, yet still cannot ascertain the location of the individuals involved. Zhuang Shaolu ended the call, casting a peculiar glance at me. Why do you care so much? Can I not care? I am as anxious as a grasshopper on a hot frying pan, utterly lost as to how to proceed. I instructed Su Hui and Zhuang Shaolu to return me to the Wulong group. Though Zhuang Shaolu grumbled incessantly, he ultimately acquiesced to Su Hui's actions. Upon our arrival, Zhuang Shaolu and Su Hui took their leave, and I made my way directly to Su Tianlong's office. I forcefully kicked open the door to the office. Inside the office, Su Tianlong was engaged in conversation with Lin Su. Upon my sudden entrance and subsequent departure, visibly enraged, Su Tianlong appeared startled, as if he had aged several years in an instant. His legs buckled, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Su, taken aback, stammered, "Boss, what is the matter?" However, Su Tianlong paid him no mind, his gaze fixated anxiously upon me. Su Tianlong quivered as he spoke. "Mr. Li, is there something else you wish to inquire about?" I strode purposefully towards him, and noticing my displeasure, Lin Su positioned himself in my path. Yet before he could utter a word, I forcefully shoved him aside, declaring, "Step aside." Approaching Su Tianlong, I seized his collar, lifting him effortlessly as one might a mere chick, and demanded, "How did you establish contact with the individuals from the Yin Palace? Reveal the method to me." Previously, I only communicated with the man in the black robe," he stammered. Furrowing my brow, I waved my hand dismissively. "I shall grant you but one opportunity. Do not underestimate my intelligence. Disclose the means of contact, or you shall face the consequences, which you are well aware of." I remained uncertain of what the individual controlling my father's corpse had inflicted upon Su Tianlong, leading to his current state of dread. Nevertheless, this fear could serve a beneficial purpose. Su Tianlong's expression fluctuated between despair and contemplation. After a lengthy sigh, he finally spoke. "There is a Xin bookstore in the southern part of the city. It serves as their contact station." Xin bookstore. I nodded, committing the name to memory before hastily exiting once more. It seems that I, Mr. Li, have become accustomed to such transient comings and goings. It seems that I have not paused my steps for quite some time now. The Xin bookstore, a modest establishment of about 100 square meters, welcomed me with its doors still open as a few students diligently perused the pages within. Had it not been for Su Tianlong's words, I would never have imagined that this bookstore bore a connection to the underworld. "Welcome," a voice emanated from the electronic greeting device as I stepped inside. Turning my gaze, I noticed a middle-aged man, around 40, donning silver-rimmed glasses, observing me from the counter. His attention lingered on my right eye, which, though less swollen than before, still attracted curiosity during our initial encounter. Approaching him, I remained silent, my expression devoid of emotion as I fixed my gaze upon him. "Sir, do you require assistance?" he inquired. A slight smile graced my lips as I nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss." "Purchasing a book?" he queried. I shook my head in response. "I am inquiring about someone." "Are you jesting?" he retorted. "This is a bookstore, not a place for inquiries about individuals." "Do I appear to be jesting?" I replied, sweeping my gaze around the room before gesturing towards him. "Where might I find the Lord of 1,000 Faces? Or could you provide me with his contact information?" The middle-aged man paused, momentarily taken aback, as a peculiar expression flickered across his face. "Sir, have you indulged in too many novels? What do you mean by Lord of 1,000 Faces?" Chapter 19. The Knowledge Bookstore. I bit my lower lip, a look of impatience crossing my face. "This is your final chance. Speak or remain silent." My audacity in being so forthright stemmed not from any faith in Su Tianlong, but from the conviction that the individual controlling my father had already subjected Su Tianlong to the depths of despair. He would not dare deceive me. "Sir, I did not allow him to complete his sentence." With my left hand gripping his throat, I unleashed a decisive blow with my right fist, striking his face. A dull thud resonated as the middle-aged man's glasses shattered, his nasal bone fracturing in the process. Blood trickled down his cheek, staining the back of my hand. "Speak or remain silent." He cast a deep, venomous glance in my direction, yet he refrained from answering my question or retaliating. Instead, he began to cry out for help. My earlier assault had already drawn attention, and now there were individuals hastily retrieving their phones to report the incident. I paid them no mind. Instead, I released my grip and took out my phone, dialing Zhuang Xiaolo's number. Before I could utter a word, Zhuang Xiaolo's voice roared through the receiver. "Li Sansheng, what on earth are you doing? You think I don't need to work?" Once he finished his tirade, I simply responded, "Nanjing Knowledge Bookstore, Yindian's contact station. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you." After ending the call, I stood silently at the doorway, my gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. Though someone had reported the incident, I remained utterly indifferent. "Sir, please leave promptly. Consider this a misunderstanding. I'm unfamiliar with any shadowy halls or the so-called God of the 1,000 Faces. I must close soon, as my wife and children await my return home. Rest assured, I shall escort you back shortly." As time ticked away, I too pondered our next course of action. Should the officials arrive, first, it could spell trouble. And this middle-aged man, though appearing remarkably composed, bore beads of cold sweat on his forehead, confirming he was indeed the individual I sought. Zhuang Xiaolu did not disappoint. 5 minutes later, he appeared not only with Xue Hui, but also accompanied by a dozen disciples clad in white from the theater troupe. While Xue Hui was no match for me, his skills were not without merit. Under Zhuang Xiaolu's direction, he leapt over the bar, incapacitated the middle-aged man, and carried him out of the bookstore. Together, Zhuang Xiaolu's expression was grave. In contrast, I felt considerably more at ease. "Do not be so tense. Just instruct a couple of peripheral personnel at the contact station. I will accompany you. Leave 2 here to monitor the situation and report back if anything arises." Zhuang Xiaolu promptly complied without further ado. Thus, we brazenly abducted an individual, which indeed stirred quite a commotion. Yet, such matters were not mine to contemplate. After all, it was not I who apprehended him, and Zhuang Xiaolu would address any ensuing issues. During our journey, Zhuang Xiaolu could not contain his curiosity and inquired about the circumstances that had entangled us with the people of the shadowy halls once more. Observing the curious expression on his face and recalling the recent occasions when he readily assisted me whenever I sought his help, I found myself confiding in him nearly all the events transpiring in my life. "The traitorous commander of the Shadow Hall has become your accomplice? The creature with long hair that Xue Hui mentioned is the commander?" I nodded affirmatively, stating that, barring unforeseen circumstances, it could only be him. He must not perish. Aware that the situation has escalated considerably, I assured him that I would coordinate with the personnel from the Wulong group and your theater to devise a strategy that would enable me to meet the commander. You should have mentioned this earlier. Rest assured, if those who perished were indeed from the Shadow Hall, the commander will remain unharmed. However, I find it perplexing how he has managed to align himself with you. I glanced at him and remarked, "Isn't it all due to your good friend, Kazuon?" I lit a cigarette, resting my hand on the car window, and inquired without turning back, "Where are you preparing to take this individual?" "You will know shortly." Zhuang Xiaolu escorted me back to the theater, where the middle-aged man was taken to the internal torture hall. As for their methods of interrogation, it was of no concern to me. I merely needed to ascertain the final outcome and how to locate the enigmatic god of 1,000 faces. Upon Zhuang Xiaolu's return, he sought out Wei Lianyang, indicating that this was no trivial matter. After emerging from Wei Lianyang's quarters, he informed me that Wei wished to see me. Zhuang Xiaolu waited outside while I entered the room and promptly took a seat. "At your age, with your health in decline, why are you still awake? What is it you require of me? Has the commander truly been with you?" I nodded in affirmation. I pressed my lips together and continued. "If you're going to tell me that he is a remnant of the Shadow Palace, then do not waste my time." Wei Lianyang appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Very well, then I shall speak of another matter. The reason the commander has survived until now is that the people of the Shadow Palace have not taken his life. Do you know why?" I nodded yes. "If possible, I wish to obtain what he stole from the Shadow Palace." Once again, it was about the scroll. Could it be that those controlling the body of my deceased father intended for me to kill the commander to acquire that item? What was it called? Juqian? Why would they do this? You are a member of the Leaf family, possessing the divine bone and the complete technique of the Yang God mask. The power within that item can only be wielded by you. What? Wei Lianyang sighed, his gaze distant. You need not have me explain the characteristics of the Yang God mask technique to you. Of course, I know much more than you do. Wei Lianyang smiled slightly. What the commander took contains the power of the celestial god, known as Juqian. With your Yang body mask technique and divine bone, you can claim it for yourself. Only then will you truly understand the might of the Yang god mask, and it will also provide you an opportunity for survival in your conflict with the Shadow Palace. As I had surmised, the scroll was indeed called Juqian. Well then, do you know how to use it? Should TU be the one most aware of that? I am not a member of your Leaf family, and do not know how to utilize the Yang God mask and divine bone. His rhetorical question left me at a loss for words. Is there anything else? Wei Lianyang shook his head. I stood up to take my leave, saying, "Please take care of yourself, and don't wear yourself out." I found it amusing that I expressed such concern for Wei Lianyang. The thought made me chuckle as I shook my head and exited his room. However, his words did remind me that my encounter with the commander seemed to be a twist of fate. Was this divine force within the painting called the Nine Heavens? And what deities might bear the name of the Nine Heavens? 20 minutes later, news arrived from the tribunal, and the middle-aged man had confessed. I turned to Zhuang Xiaolu and inquired, "Where is the faceless deity now?" I could not discern what was communicated between Zhuang Xiaolu and the other end of the line, but his expression was grave. After a long pause, he uttered 2 words, Shizhuang. Chapter 20. The perfect plan in the stillness of the night. All the disciples of the theater had succumbed to slumber, leaving only myself and Zhuang Xiaolu to stealthily navigate through the various dormitories of the theater. For a full hour and a half, we meticulously examined the napes of the necks of the theater's disciples, yet none bore the mark of the Yin Temple. By this time, I was drenched in sweat, and Zhuang Xiaolu was no better off. "Have you found anything on your end?" I inquired. Zhuang Xiaolu wiped the sweat from his brow and shook his head. "No, there are no abnormalities." My brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that the middle-aged man had deceived us, deliberately creating a distraction? However, upon recalling my encounter with him, I dismissed that notion. He had been so severely tormented that he had nearly lost his humanity. He would not jest with his own life. If he was not deceiving us, then where could the faceless deity be? Zhuang Xiaolu seemed to be struggling to comprehend the situation. Aside from Fang Kuyu, who was away from the theater, every individual within had been scrutinized. Wait, there was one person we had yet to check. Zhuang Xiaolu pondered for a moment, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Who? I turned my gaze towards the room of Wei Lianyang. Your master. This cannot be, he exclaimed. After all, the faceless deity was a fully capable individual. My master, Before Zhuang Xiaolu could finish a sentence, I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and made my way towards Wei Lianyang's small room. The interior was shrouded in darkness, while the disciple standing guard at the door leaned against the frame, emitting soft snores. Zhuang Xiaolu approached and gently roused the disciple. Upon seeing Zhuang Xiaolu, the disciple hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, saying, "Senior brother." Zhuang Xiaolu shook his head, inquiring, "Has there been anything unusual with Master these past few days?" "No, not at all. You'll see for yourself once you step inside." Without hesitation, I entered the small room. Through the gauzy curtain, I could faintly discern the outline of Wei Lianyang lying on the bed. Zhuang Xiaolu followed closely behind me. After a moment's contemplation, I lifted the curtain and approached Wei Lianyang's side. I reached out to nudge him, only to realize he was unresponsive and his body was icy. A chill ran down my spine, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. What has happened to Master? I turned to glance at Zhuang Xiaolu. But before I could voice my concern, a commotion erupted outside. It was the young disciple who had been on watch. Murder! Murder! Senior brother Zhuang colluded with Li Sansheng to kill Master. Zhuang Xiaolu stood frozen in place, my expression changing dramatically. I could not afford to dwell on the already lifeless Wei Lianyang. I swiftly turned and dashed outside. To my dismay, as I stepped out, I found Fang Qiyu accompanied by a group of disciples from the theater, standing just outside the door. A sense of impending doom enveloped me. Zhuang Xiaolu, positioned behind me, instinctively took a step back upon witnessing the fury etched across Fang Qiyu's face as he looked at him. Senior brother. Do not call me senior brother. I have no such junior as you, who would conspire with outsiders to lay hands on Master. I am devoid of any. Zhuang Xiaolu's legs felt weak. If the accusation of murdering the Master were to stick, he would never rise again in this lifetime. I placed my hand gently on Zhuang Xiaolu's shoulder. Can't you see? We have been ensnared in a trap. Huh? At that moment, Zhuang Xiaolu's mind seemed to be in a state of paralysis. I sighed. Fang Qi is supposed to be away. How could he possibly be here? Let us not dwell on it. We must escape first. As I gazed upon the throng of disciples from the theater clan that had encircled us, I repeatedly questioned myself. Can we truly make it out unscathed? Li Sansheng, the Master has treated you with such kindness, allowing the entire theater clan to assist you unconditionally. Yet you still dare to harm him. Are you still human? In the face of such circumstances, explanations were futile. A fleeting smile appeared on Fang Qi's face, unnoticed by others, but it vanished just as swiftly. Enough talk, seize him. The disciples of the theater clan surged forward. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, especially since Zhuang Xiaolu beside me was utterly stunned and unable to retaliate. I fought off the disciples while dragging Zhuang Xiaolu to flee. For a brief moment, I wished I had 2 more arms. Zhuang Xiaolu, if you wish to perish here. I do not. Can you please use your brain? This is not Fang Qi at all. Can't you think? Zhuang Xiaolu was taken aback. Are you saying? Enough of the nonsense. However, your fellow disciples have now turned rabid. Find a way to leave this place. In a situation where we are unable to take decisive action due to the absolute numbers, I truly find myself at a loss for any solution. I gazed at Fang Qi, who stood amidst the crowd, and took a deep breath as I unveiled the scroll behind me. What the commander had taken away is now in my possession. The disciples of the theater school were naturally oblivious to my meaning. They merely paused momentarily before charging towards me and Zhuang Xiaolu once more. I was wagering that if the figure before me was indeed Fang Qi disguised as the god of 1,000 faces, he would undoubtedly intervene. Stop! Upon hearing these words, I could not help but smirk. It appeared my gamble had paid off. I pulled Zhuang Xiaolu behind me. The disciples of the theater school were perplexed, unsure why their senior brother had suddenly called for a halt. Fang Qi approached us, his gaze fixated on the scroll in my hand. Without uttering a word, I gestured a middle finger at him. Did you not anticipate that the commander would directly hand the item to me? Your plan was indeed flawless, but alas. I cast a sidelong glance at Zhuang Xiaolu and whispered, close your eyes for a moment. Do not look at the scroll. When I tell you to run, open your eyes and follow me. With no alternative but to trust me, Zhuang Xiaolu complied. Let me show you whether it is real or false. Fang Qi could never have anticipated that, at that very moment, I would suddenly unfurl the scroll. I had personally experienced the divine power contained within it. Clearly, Fong Qi was also aware of the scroll's might. It was too late for him to instruct the others to close their eyes. Gripping the scroll, I performed a complete 360-degree spin, twirling several times in elation. In mere seconds, several disciples of the theater were writhing in agony, clutching their eyes and collapsing to the ground, while the remaining few were left too feeble to continue the fight. "Close your eyes. Do not gaze upon that scroll," I scoffed, stowing away the scroll before seizing Zhuang Xiaolu's arm and fleeing. Zhuang Xiaolu appeared utterly disoriented. Along our hurried path, whenever we encountered a disciple from the theater, I would unfurl the scroll, for its power was such that even the formidable thousand-faced deity would tremble before it. Xuri, seated in the vehicle with a cigarette in hand, was taken aback by our frantic entrance. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Quickly." Shui Hui accelerated recklessly, yet a large question mark loomed in his mind. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaolu, who had remained silent until now, burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Master has departed just like that. Master." Chapter 21. A life hanging by a thread. "Could you please calm down?" I shot a fierce glare at Zhuang Xiaolu. "Li Sansheng, enlighten me on what exactly is happening." Master was perfectly fine last night. I rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. The Master of 1,000 Faces had meticulously orchestrated every move. Had it not been for the commander handing me the item, I would undoubtedly be facing death today. I gently touched the scroll resting across my lap. He took advantage of Fong Ku's absence, initially disguising himself as one of your troop members. After my encounter with Wei Lianyang, he struck. Who did he disguise himself as? I squinted at Zhuang Xiaolu. "The night watchman. Did you not notice that the drooling young man vanished after we left?" I continued. "The arrest of the owner of Jixin bookstore is also part of a scheme." "Why?" "The owner informed us that the Master of 1,000 Faces was at the opera house, leading us on a wild goose chase. We searched all night. Are you not exhausted?" This drained our stamina, making it easier for him to deal with us. Zhuang Xiaolu choked back tears, remaining silent. The terror of the Master of 1,000 Faces far exceeded my imagination. His plan was nothing short of flawless. Ambushing the commander, seizing the 9 heavens, and utilizing the opera house against me to obtain the divine bone. It was a masterstroke of misdirection and manipulation, executed with impeccable precision. What do we do now? My fellow disciples are unaware of the truth. They all believe we have murdered our master. I cast a glance at Zhuang Xiaolu and said, "It matters not. Since he has impersonated your elder brother, you must seek out the true Fong Kuyu and convey to him the truth. Once he returns, the deceit of the 1,000-faced deity shall unravel effortlessly." "And what of you?" I smirked slightly. "I cannot depart. I must remain here to engage him and afford you the time you need. By the way, I require an audience with the commander." Zhuang Xiaolu promptly dialed a number, and upon concluding the call, he informed me, fortunately, that 1,000-faced deity is oblivious to our connection. The commander has been relocated to the same hospital as Qin Chuan, and I have arranged for him to occupy the bed adjacent to Qin Chuan's. You may visit him at your convenience. That shall suffice. Exercise caution on your journey to find Fong Qiu. Refrain from driving your car, as it may attract undue attention. Rest assured, I have my own methods. Stay in touch. I instructed Zhuang Xiaolu to drop me off by the roadside, watching as he and Shui Hui vanished from sight. I then procured a vehicle and made my way directly to the hospital. I still had some time. Once Fong Kuyu set everything in order, I felt that the conspiracy concocted with Zhuang Xiaolu to eliminate Wei Lianyang would inevitably spread throughout our circles, and I would become the pariah, reviled by all. Upon my arrival at the hospital, Lin Su was already waiting for me at the ground floor. He inquired about the urgency of my situation, but I refrained from elaborating. Instead, I instructed him to arrange for the transfer of Qin Chuan and the commander to a location unknown to anyone and to ensure their well-being. Under the present circumstances, I found myself unable to trust anyone, including Su Tianlong. However, I am convinced that the individual controlling my father's remains possesses methods so formidable that Su Tianlong would not dare defy him. His revelation of the location of the Jixin bookstore was likely anticipated by the enigmatic Lord of 1,000 Faces. With everything arranged, a weight lifted from my heart. I held a cigarette between my lips, my hands tucked into my pockets, and strolled leisurely towards the small funeral parlor. As a human being, I came into this world alone, and everything seems but a fleeting illusion. From a young age, I understood a fundamental truth. To survive, one must rely solely on oneself. Yet, this does not imply that I do not desire or need friends. Qin Chuan, the commander, and even Zhuang Xiaolu, I cannot allow them to face peril because of me. I instructed Zhuang Xiaolu to seek out Fang Qiu, not wishing for him to confront the situation alongside me. His limited abilities would be of no consequence. Presently, I find myself entirely alone, and I do not believe the Lord of the Thousand Faces would squander such a prime opportunity, especially as he currently wields control over the entire theater. I sat within the establishment, smoking, the door wide open, a scroll resting upon my lap. I knew the Lord of Thousand Faces would not keep me waiting for long. He would certainly arrive. Mr. Li possesses remarkable presence. Indeed, I was not mistaken. The Lord of 1,000 Faces appeared, still disguised as Fang Qiu. I scoffed softly and took a sip of the tea beside me. What's this? Now that you command the entire theater, you haven't brought anyone along? What use would that be? The Lord of 1,000 Faces casually pulled up a chair and sat opposite me, as if he were in his own home. To an unknowing observer, one might assume we were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Mr. Li, in truth, we harbor no animosity towards you. As long as you are willing to relinquish what rightfully belongs to us, you need only summon us in the future should any matters arise. What is this? A policy of leniency? This seems at odds with your prior assertions. Mr. Li, surely you do not bear a grudge. A grudge? Our relationship is not one of enmity. Perhaps we could settle this differently. Extend your hand, and I shall sever both of your hands, after which we may converse anew. I pause momentarily before continuing. It is a matter of principle to repay debts. What you owe me should be returned, should it not? The faceless deity said little, merely leaning closer, his gaze fixed intently upon me. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. It seems you truly intend to confront me. I grinned, and in the next instant, focusing all my energy into my right hand, I unleashed a punch aimed at his temple, using the 8 extremes and 3 energies. To my astonishment, the faceless deity did not flinch. He simply reached out and effortlessly caught my full force strike. I was taken aback. The faceless deity was even more formidable than I had anticipated. You have been given a chance, and if you fail to seize it, do not blame me. To hell with you. I tilted my head back and forcefully charged it towards the faceless deity. A dull thud echoed. Goodness, I shall never again use my head as a weapon. Stars danced before my eyes, and the faceless deity did not seem unscathed either. He released my hand, and I swiftly unfurled the scroll. Yet, after shaking his head, the faceless deity lowered his gaze and began to laugh. Do you truly believe this will be of any use against me? In a moment of distraction, he vanished from my sight, and a hand landed upon my shoulder. Instinctively, I turned around, only to be met with a fist crashing against my cheekbone, propelling me out of the shop's entrance. I tumbled across the ground for 2 or 3 rolls before coming to a halt, fortunately still clutching the scroll tightly in my grasp. As I attempted to rise, I noticed the tip of the 1,000-faced deity's foot aimed precisely at my chin. Had I not reacted swiftly to shield myself, that kick could have cost me dearly. However, this blow caused me to lose control over the scroll. With a smile gracing his lips, the 1,000-faced deity bent down, closed his eyes, and knelt before the scroll, kowtowing 3 times. He then seized the scroll and cast a scornful glance in my direction, declaring, Li Sansheng, you are the most worthless member of the Li family I have ever encountered. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, ready to charge at him, when suddenly a searing pain shot through my right eye, causing me to involuntarily shiver in place. My body trembled, the gathered energy dissipating, and as I reached out to cover my right eye, I found it utterly impossible to touch it. How could this be? I had not even gazed upon the scroll. Thud! I could distinctly feel my heartbeat, as if my right eye were about to burst. Not only I, but the 1,000-faced deity also let out a strange cry. The scroll in his hands ignited spontaneously. He instinctively hurled it into the air, yet it lingered, refusing to descend. The burning scroll gradually unfurled before me, and with every inch it opened, the pain in my eye intensified. The pain became unbearable, and I erupted into a heart-wrenching scream, as if my eyeballs were about to burst at any moment. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze, and I perceived a distinct cracking sound. In the aftermath, my right eye opened, revealing a world to my left that appeared entirely normal. While my right eye was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Could it be that my right eye could see? I stood transfixed, my gaze darting about like an infant newly introduced to the world, filled with awe and curiosity about my surroundings. The moment my right eye landed upon the scroll, I found myself unable to look away. The burning sensation faded as I clearly beheld a figure emerging from the scroll, half-armored, with eyes fierce as a tiger, exuding an air of splendid confidence and wielding a long gun. He approached me step by step, each stride seemingly stirring up a wave of heat around him. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The Lord of 1,000 Faces was stricken with fear, letting out a cry as he lunged toward the scroll. Just as his hand was about to grasp it, the scroll ignited completely. The figure that had emerged transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing directly into my right eye. My head felt as if it had been struck by an unseen force, causing me to lean back abruptly. Moments later, I found myself standing still, my head bowed. In that instant, I resembled a computer that had undergone a complete system overhaul. Previous glitches vanished, and my capacity to process information and access the internet surged to double its former speed. Images flashed through my mind like a rapid slideshow. Suddenly, I lifted my gaze to meet the Lord of 1,000 Faces directly. You deem me worthless, dismissing the secrets of the Lee family. Yet I shall now demonstrate their true power. I picked up a shard of iron from the ground and deliberately sliced open my right palm. Clenching my fist, blood began to flow forth. I wiped it across my face, transforming into a figure reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. With my legs apart and hands bracing my knees, I crouched low, a sinister smile playing upon my lips. You still possess a chance. Otherwise, soon you may find that you will have no time left for speech. The Lord of 1,000 Faces was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards me. Yet to me, all his efforts appeared futile. The Northern Dipper manifests. The celestial bodies decree life and death, as the cycle of existence does not wait, and the heavenly retribution descends upon the mortal realm. Chapter 22. The Divine Slayer. I laughed, a genuine laugh that emanated from the depths of my soul, as I finally grasped the formidable power of the Sun God Mask. It was not that I had refrained from using it before. Rather, invoking the Sun God Mask necessitated divine energy. Without such energy, it was akin to a mere jest. My head began to sway incessantly, reminiscent of the throbbing headache one experiences from excessive drinking, and soon my entire body followed suit in this rhythmic motion. If anyone were to witness my current state, I would undoubtedly be perceived as a rather eccentric individual. I summoned the mighty general of the 9 heavens, beseeching him to descend and impart his wisdom, to vanquish demons and subdue malevolent spirits. With a thunderous roar, the sky was devoid of clouds. Yet a clap of thunder resonated through the air. I tilted my head back, and a bolt of lightning struck me directly. My body ignited, engulfed in flames. At that moment, rather than feeling the searing pain of the fire, I experienced an exhilarating sense of rebirth. I slightly parted my lips and took a deep breath, astonishingly drawing the flames into my abdomen. I let out a furious roar, releasing a wave of heat that enveloped my entire being. With a vigorous flourish of my hands, the pale heat did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a protective armor that adorned my form, complemented by a cloak of heat billowing behind me. I reached into the ether, and a surge of heat swiftly gathered in my palm, forming a weapon reminiscent of a long spear. Gripping it firmly, I brought it down with force against the ground. The asphalt road yielded beneath my might, creating a circular hole, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. In the legends, the 9 heaven slaughtering child general is a favored disciple of the heavenly slaughter emperor, akin to the esteemed Marshal Tianpong, both birthed from the primordial deities of the Northern Dipper. His formidable skills and divine powers render him nearly unparalleled among the gods of the Thunder Department. Thus, he is also known as the Great Slaughtering Deity or the Slaughtering Child. As my cloak billows in the wind, I brandish my spear, directly aimed at the faceless deity. This mere mortal dares to proclaim himself a deity. Before my presence, he should submissively surrender. My lips remain sealed, yet my voice emerges in resonance with my thoughts, exuding an ineffable authority. The faceless deity stands frozen, unable to fathom the reality before him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Desperate to flee, he turns, yet his speed cannot rival my current prowess. I am Li Sansheng, and I am also the Nine-Heaven Slaughtering Child General. With a single step forward, what appears to be a mere stride brings me instantly behind the faceless deity. With a disdainful grunt, I pierce his shoulder with my spear, lifting him effortlessly with one hand before slamming him back down with force. The faceless deity is stripped of any will to resist, and as he rises from the ground, his first instinct is to flee, disregarding his wounds. But can he truly escape? With my right hand wielding the spear behind my back, I raise my sword with my left hand, pointing it skyward. Thunder! Strike! With a resounding boom, the faceless deity is reduced to charred remnants, standing motionless, enveloped in plumes of black smoke. Yet, he remains alive. Moments later, he defiantly turns, glaring fiercely at me. I shall not rest until I have your soul. I cast a disdainful glance at him. Even when alive, I held no fear. So why should I now that he is dead? I strolled to the front of the faceless deity and, with a swift motion, severed his head from his body. His head rolled to my feet, utterly unrecognizable, having spent his entire existence in the guise of others, and now in death, he could never reclaim his true form. I paid little heed to the corpse of the faceless deity, instead gazing through the glass of a nearby billboard to behold my own reflection. The blood smeared across my face, mingling with the mist, fashioned a peculiar mask that obscured my original visage. I extended my hand and caressed my face. Was this the power bestowed upon me by the sun god's mask in conjunction with the divine bone? The general of the 9 heavens, slayer of children. With his strength, what feat remains beyond my grasp in this world? What infernal realm? To obliterate them would be but a trifling matter. In a moment of self-satisfaction, a sudden stabbing pain surged through my right eye. The agony forced me to bend over, and through the glass, I beheld my right eye slowly sealing shut. Beyond my control, the sensation was akin to my deceased father pouring molten copper into my eye long ago. I collapsed to the ground, my right eye completely fused, and the armor forged from the heat dissipated entirely. I felt as though I had just engaged in a fierce battle with 108 formidable foes. My bones nearly disintegrating. I attempted to lift my hand to retrieve my phone. Alas, my arm felt as though it belonged to another. Lying on the ground, the only thing I could do was gaze with my left eye at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a pallid visage obstructed my line of sight. A jolt of surprise coursed through me as I opened my mouth to speak, only to find that I could produce nothing but incoherent sounds. How feeble I must be, that I lacked the strength to articulate a word. Wait, as I focused on the face before me, I realized it belonged to none other than my deceased father. My eye widened in disbelief, and my breath quickened. To my astonishment, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He crouched down and gently caressed my cheek. Despite my weakness, I could distinctly feel the chilling warmth emanating from his palm. Your cultivation can only sustain your divine energy for 3 minutes, he declared, his voice unnaturally rigid and devoid of emotion. Rest now, for the road ahead is long, and we shall meet again. No sooner had he spoken than he covered my eyes with his hand. I felt my consciousness begin to fade. I could not discern how much time had elapsed. But when I awoke again, I found myself nestled in a comfortable double bed. The door creaked open, and Zhuang Xiaolu entered, bearing a steaming bowl of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon noticing my wide-eyed gaze, he immediately turned and exclaimed, "Senior brother, Li Sansheng has awakened." Was his excitement truly warranted by my awakening? Indeed, some events are preordained. Just 2 hours after parting ways with Zhuang Xiaolu that fateful night, I encountered him again on the road. Fong Ku, who had originally intended to attend to other matters, found himself unable to quell his restless spirit, prompting him to drive back to Shizhuang that very night. Upon their encounter, Zhuang Xiaolu eagerly recounted the events that unfolded within the theater. Fong Qi, burdened by his thoughts, swiftly concluded that I intended to confront the Lord of 1,000 Faces alone. Having heard whispers of the Lord's exploits, he recognized that I could not possibly contend with such a formidable adversary single-handedly. Without returning to the theater, he took Zhuang Xiaolu and made a direct course to the Shaosan by funeral parlor. I let out a bitter laugh and shook my head. By the time you find me, will there be anyone else to see? Zhuang Xiaolu blinked in surprise. How did you manage it? The Lord of 1,000 Faces' corpse has turned to cinders. You may well guess. Take pride in your accomplishment. For had we not arrived in time, dawn would have broken, and that corpse would have been discovered, undoubtedly leading to further complications. I propped myself up, meeting Fong Qi's gaze. His expression was laced with complexity. Xiaolu, please stay behind to care for him. I must attend to the arrangements for my masteress' funeral. It was only then that I noticed both Fong Qi and Zhuang Xiaolu don mourning attire. Indeed, Wei Lianyang has passed away, and it was by my hand that he met his demise. Chapter 23. The matter of loss under the meticulous arrangements of Fong Qi. The posthumous affairs of Wei Lianyang were conducted with great pomp and circumstance. In our line of work, virtually all the prominent figures attended, including members from the Sanyi sect and the Shizi sect. However, I did not attract their attention, for in their eyes, I was merely an inconspicuous character within the theater. Following the 7th day of mourning for Wei Lianyang, Fong Qi officially took over the theater, becoming the new master, while Zhuang Xiaolu remained unchanged. As for me, I returned to my rightful place at the Shaosan funeral home. After the incident with the 1,000-faced deity, it seemed that the activities of the Yin Hall had calmed considerably. Both the commander and Qin Chuan had been discharged from the hospital. The commander had readily embraced his new role as a partner in the funeral home. Most daily affairs no longer required my involvement. He was capable of handling them himself. Qin Chuan, having lost his hands, had become increasingly withdrawn. Initially, I intended for the girl who had come to care for him to join the Wulong group, as we had discussed at the outset. However, she refused, stating that it was all the same wherever she worked, and she preferred to remain to care for Qin Chuan, having grown accustomed to it over this period. I could see that Qin Chuan was beginning to feel discontented, yet when that girl shot him a glare, the words he had nearly voiced were swallowed back. Observing this, I could only stifle a laugh. Her presence brought him a measure of comfort. Everything seemed to be falling into place, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Having eliminated the 1,000-faced deity, I understood that the Yin Hall would not simply let the matter rest. Months have passed without a whisper of activity, a stark departure from the customary behavior of the underworld. Furthermore, there is the matter of my late father. I encountered him, yet failed to see the presence that accompanied him, which remains my deepest regret. Nonetheless, he imparted a crucial piece of information. The divine power, summoned by the Sun God Mask, can only endure for 3 minutes. Although the formidable 9 heavens slaughtering general I conjured possesses great prowess, I am acutely aware that there are beings beyond our realm and heavens beyond the heavens. In pursuit of my own survival amidst greater perils, I have entrusted nearly all matters of the funeral home to the commander, while I seclude myself in my chamber. As dusk fell, Lin Ahuan took Qin Chuan for a stroll, also intending to procure some essentials from the supermarket. I remained at home, preparing a meal. During these days of retreat, under Qin Chuan's guidance, my culinary skills have markedly improved. Sanner, what delectable dish do we have today? I brought 2 bottles of fine wine. The commander pushed open the kitchen door, placing 2 bottles of Dream Blue before me. Prepare something to accompany the drink. It's been quite some time, yet you still haven't revealed how you vanquished the 1,000-faced deity, nor the whereabouts of the scroll I retrieved from the underworld. I felt a sense of helplessness. In this matter, I have not concealed the truth from the commander, yet he remains incredulous. I explained that I had harnessed the power contained within the scroll, to which the commander merely rolled his eyes. Do spare me. Last time someone beheld it, their already blind eyes nearly burst, and yet they obtained divine power. I remarked that my right eye was indeed the divine bone. Yet the commander remained skeptical. You weave lies with a semblance of credibility. Even if you claimed that Feng Ku had slain the thousand-faced deity and that you had concealed the scroll, I might still believe you. All I could do was offer a wry smile. Let us not dwell on that. The death of the thousand-faced deity is undoubtedly a blessing. By the way, where did you procure such fine wine? I decided to drop the subject, as I had errands to run after our meal. The commander informed me that he had taken on a significant task, promising a reward of 50,000. The 2 bottles of Dream Blue were gifts from the client. Upon hearing this, I smacked my forehead. Was 50,000 truly considered a substantial sum? Observing the commander's enthusiastic demeanor, I felt reluctant to dampen his spirits, especially since he was far more sensible than Qin Chuan, who deemed 3,000 a fortune. After finishing his meal, the commander departed, instructing me to remain at the shop during his absence of 2 days, lamenting the unexpectedly overwhelming business, even expressing regret for having opened a martial arts school rather than a funeral parlor. The following day, as I opened the shop, an elderly woman arrived uninvited. Her hair was a cascade of white, and she appeared to be at least 65. "Madam, how may I assist you?" I greeted her as she entered, inquiring with genuine interest. I surmised that at her advanced age, she likely wished to arrange her affairs to avoid burdening her descendants, a sentiment I had encountered before. "I have heard that a Mr. Li here possesses remarkable skills. I wish for him to meet with me. Your assistance is not sufficient for my needs." I was taken aback. I had never encountered such an attitude when seeking help, even when compensation was offered. "Forget it. She is of considerable age, and there is no need to hold her accountable. I am indeed the Mr. Li you mentioned." "Just you? You're nearly the same age as my grandson. You claim to be Mr. Li?" This old woman, despite her years, still lacks the ability to articulate properly, attempting to wield her age as authority before me. I disregarded her and took a seat, crossing my legs. "If you have matters to discuss, speak plainly. I do not entertain idle chatter here." "Oh, you may not be very old, but your temper is quite formidable." She shot me a glance before extracting 10,000 yuan from her antiquated handbag and placing it on the table. "Here lies 10,000 yuan. I wish to arrange a ghostly marriage for my grandson." I raised an eyebrow. Was my previous statement unclear? I did not engage in frivolous conversation here. Who is engaging in idle talk? As long as you accomplish this for me, the 10,000 yuan is yours. Did you not assert that you are Mr. Li? I have heard that there is nothing that Mr. Li cannot achieve. Surely, you would not tarnish your own reputation. I chuckled and shook my head, seeing your advanced age. Are you truly jesting at this early hour? Do not think that even 100,000 would persuade me to assist you in this matter. Not only is arranging ghostly marriages detrimental to one's moral standing, but such practices are also expressly prohibited. If you wish to commit a crime, count me out. The old woman attempted to protest, but I interrupted her. Please take your leave. If you have other matters, I might reconsider, but this particular issue is non-negotiable. The old woman, taken aback by my resolute stance, glared at me fiercely, snatched the money back from the table, and cursed me as a blind fool before storming off. Arranging ghostly marriages, what a preposterous notion. The so-called matching of the yin bones refers to the common understanding of a ghost marriage. In this era, who would willingly marry a deceased stranger? Who would consent to wed an unrelated corpse? Even for monetary gain, the thrill of spending might be enticing at the moment. Yet no one foresees that once the yin bones are matched, within 49 days, the living person is destined to meet a tragic end. The act of matching yin bones in the realm of the living is merely a formality. However, in the other world, it holds the same significance as a marriage certificate. From the inception of this practice, it has been imperative to conduct a wedding in the realm of the dead. As the saying goes, yin bones easily unite, yet bring tears to kin. A bridal gown of white may lead to regret. I can assure you, regardless of the financial incentive, I would never partake in such a deed that undermines my moral integrity. Chapter 24. 7 Shadowy Bills. I did not take this small episode to heart. In these times, strange occurrences are entirely possible. Relatively speaking, I have become quite accustomed to the bizarre. I could hardly allow an event unrelated to me to spoil my cheerful disposition for the entire day. Upon returning home in the evening, I discovered Qin Chuan struggling alone to maneuver the telephone with his toes. What on earth was happening? Where was Lin Haoan? I hurriedly assisted Qin Chuan to his feet and seized the phone. He was attempting to call the hospital. What had transpired? Qin Chuan was drenched in sweat, and I pulled out a tissue to dab his forehead. He looked at me, pursed his lips, and said, "Haoan is ill. She has been convulsing. I want to take her to the hospital." I was quite perplexed. I recalled this girl having robust health. How could she suddenly be convulsing? I urged Qin Chuan to remain calm while I ventured into the room to take a look. As I stepped inside, I immediately sensed that the temperature in the room was significantly lower than outside. I could see my breath condensing in the air. Approaching the bedside, I found Lin Haoan not convulsing at all. Instead, she lay rigidly on the bed, her complexion pale, her eyes wide open and fixated on the ceiling, utterly motionless. What was going on? Qin Chuan entered behind me, exclaiming, "How could this be?" I regarded him with confusion. He explained that everything had seemed normal just moments ago, and the temperature had not been so low. He had assumed Lin Haoan was merely suffering from a simple fit. I pressed my lips together, asking, "Did you not sense anything unusual?" Qin Chuan's face was etched with anxiety. "Did you feel something?" I shook my head. Everything felt exceedingly abnormal. If it were true that Lin Haoan had been subjected to some form of sorcery or had encountered an evil spirit, both Qin Chuan and I would undoubtedly have sensed something amiss. Was there anything particularly peculiar about her today? After a lengthy contemplation, Qin Chuan shook his head, asserting that everything appeared normal. Just as I was about to speak, he continued, "She seemed quite cheerful today. She found 700 yuan while shopping for groceries. Is that not a strange occurrence? Finding money?" I scratched my head, reasoning that discovering money was a fortunate event, indicative of good luck, and bore no relation to her current state. With no alternatives left, I proceeded to do what Qin Chuan had not done. I called an ambulance and had Lin Haoan admitted to the hospital. Following a series of examinations, it was determined that her health was impeccable, even more robust than that of an average person. This left only one conclusion. Something inexplicable had transpired with her, something we could not comprehend at present. Seated at the door of the ward, I observed the ebb and flow of people, mulling over Qin Chuan's words regarding Lin Haoan's discovery of money. Suddenly, I spotted a familiar figure, moving slowly as they emerged from around the corner. It was the elderly woman who had requested my assistance with a bone for the deceased earlier that day. A bone for the dead? Finding money? A sudden realization struck me, and my heart raced as I watched the old woman step into the elevator. I pivoted and rushed into the ward. "Qin Chuan, where's the money that Haoan found? What is wrong? Do we need to pay? Is there not enough money? Quickly, tell me, where is it?" "It should be in the drawer by the bedside." I nodded slightly, about to turn away, but paused. Remember, she might awaken any moment now, regardless of her actions. Do not allow her to leave this room. Do you understand? Wait for my return. Do not frighten me. What has transpired? I fixed my gaze upon Qin Chuan, my brow furrowed, the pairing of Yin bones. There is no need for alarm. This is merely my conjecture, and I shall verify it now. Qin Chuan stood frozen, aware, as someone in our profession, of the implications of pairing Yin bones. After my departure, feeling uneasy about leaving Qin Chuan alone, I intended to contact Zhuang Xiaolu, but he did not answer his phone. Thus, I sought out Lin Su, requesting him to come to the hospital to accompany Qin Chuan at the earliest possible speed. Lin Su, not daring to delay, set off immediately after hanging up. Upon returning home, I opened the drawer and found indeed there was money. Those 7 vibrant red, ghostly bills confirmed my suspicions. Yin notes lead to the binding of joy. Without 3 souls, the path of yin and yang is incomplete. Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? Even a pairing of yin bones cannot be forced upon just anyone. It must be among those fated to be connected. It is improbable that this morning's old woman sought out some unscrupulous individual to match the yin bones with Lin Haoan. I took a deep breath. Things could not be so fortuitous, and I doubted the old woman's speed in finding someone could be so swift. Nevertheless, it is imperative to handle this matter properly. These 7 ghostly bills must not be lost. This object serves as a betrothal gift. Should this money be lost, it would signify a grave misfortune leading to madness at best or death at worst. This is no jest. After preparing the 7 pieces of ghost money, I hastily made my way back to the hospital. Upon my arrival, I found a crowd gathered at the entrance, as if a dramatic scene were unfolding within the ward. Make way, make way. I finally squeezed through to the doorway, only to witness Qin Xuan being embraced by Lin Huan, while Lin Su restrained her. As she sank her teeth into Qin Xuan's shoulder, it appeared Lin Huan was attempting to leave the ward. Yet my words had incited Qin Xuan and Lin Su to vehemently prevent her from doing so. I pushed my way into the room and firmly shut the door behind me. Then I bit my finger and swiftly drew a talisman in my palm, striking it against Lin Huan's forehead. I did not release my grip. Instead, I pressed down with all my might, and a plume of white smoke began to rise. Lin Huan's eyes rolled back as she opened her mouth wide, yet no sound escaped her lips. As the moment arrived when Lin Huan's eyes finally closed, collapsing to the ground, I instructed Lin Su to lift her onto the bed and arrange for someone to take her home. I then retrieved the 7 pieces of ghost money from a drawer and placed them into Lin Huan's pocket. Glancing at Qin Xuan, I remarked, "This money must not leave her person, otherwise she will desperately seek it, and in her current state of mind, she is prone to accidents. Is this truly a match for the underworld?" I nodded in affirmation, saying, "You should attend to your wound now. If you delay, you will soon require a bone transplant." Once Qin Xuan had completed the bandaging, the vehicle arranged by Lin Su also arrived. Upon returning home, I instructed Qin Xuan to take some rest while I kept watch over Lin Huan. Simultaneously, I requested Lin Su to leverage the resources of the Wulong Group to investigate whether anyone in our line of work had recently engaged in the business of procuring bones. To effectively address this matter, it is imperative to tackle it from the root, as merely dealing with Lin Huan would be exceedingly complicated. Fortunately, we have a buffer period of 49 days. Otherwise, if such a situation were to arise abruptly, even Feng Kuyu might struggle to ensure Lin Huan's safety. From a certain perspective, once Lin Huan receives those 7 ghostly coins, it essentially signifies acceptance of the bone arrangement, regardless of whether one is aware of it or not. As time ticked away, at midnight, Qin Xuan entered the room, his eyes bloodshot, clearly deprived of sleep. "Xiao-san, do you detect a peculiar scent?" "What?" "There is an earthy odor, mingled with a foul stench." Chapter 25. The insects of life and death. Was there a foul stench mingled with the earthy aroma? I inhaled deeply, pondering the words of Qin Xuan. Noticing my expression, he advised, "It's not here. Go to the front entrance and take a whiff." With skepticism, I approached the entrance, and indeed, the odor matched Qin Xuan's description. There was no need to breathe deeply. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. If I were to articulate it, the smell resembled that of putrid swine. Upon opening the door, I was met with the sight of a vile clump of pitch-black mud, left by some unscrupulous individual. Glancing next door, I realized this abhorrent substance was unique to our doorstep. I cursed under my breath, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Furrowing my brow, I crouched down, stifling the repugnant odor, and pinched a small handful of the material between my fingers, gently rubbing it. As the earth crumbled away, my fingertips became stained with crimson. The black soil concealed remnants of flesh. Rising swiftly, I dashed inside to retrieve a piece of cloth, biting my finger to draw a sigil upon it, and then covered the sinister clump of earth. The moment I finished, the nauseating stench vanished. "Come quickly," Qin Xuan shouted urgently. I hurried back into the room, only to find Lin Huan doubled over on the bed, retching violently. To my horror, she was expelling clumps of black earth. "What is this?" Qin Xuan was left speechless. I did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, I pinched my nose with one hand while using the other to sift through the mud Lin Huan had vomited. To my dismay, within each clump of earth, there wriggled a small, milky white worm, still alive. Meanwhile, Lin Huan began to bleed profusely from her 7 orifices, collapsing onto the bed in a state of utter oblivion. This is not right. The bone should not manifest such symptoms, while the bone indeed would not. The addition of black earth concealing the flesh, combined with the parasitic insects seizing the young body, could readily elucidate the situation. What does that mean?" Qin Chuan did not comprehend the implications of my words, and I shook my head, refraining from further elaboration. Do not remain silent. Tell me, what can I do now? I shook my head, indicating there is nothing to be done. Li Sanxing, what do you mean by that? Though I am without hands, I still possess feet. No, no. Do not misconstrue my intent. It is not merely you, but I too am rendered powerless. Qin Chuan stared at me with wide eyes. I retrieved a slender needle, seated myself at the bedside, and gently pricked Lin Hahuan's fingertip. Dark blood oozed from her digit. Do you still not understand? The yin bone may have recently come into play, likely by chance, yet someone has been scheming against her for quite some time. Qin Chuan gradually regained his composure. Is it because she has been caring for me? Perhaps. The black earth outside conceals the flesh to lure forth the yin insects within her. Once these insects vacate her body, Lin Hahuan would not need to wait the full 49 days. Her demise would be inevitable, and her corpse would fall under the dominion of these insects, transforming into a mere shell of existence. Can one truly expel the insects once they have invaded the body? I shook my head resolutely and stated no. Considering the size of these parasitic insects, they must have been implanted at least 10 days ago. They have been thriving within Lin Hahuan's body, absorbing nutrients, and have become an indispensable part of her being. While these parasites live, she lives. When they perish, she too shall perish. This cannot be true. Is this not a malevolent sorcery? How could these insects be so intertwined with her very existence? You must be deceiving me. Surely, if you could break the spell, it would suffice, just as it did in the incident with Kaziyuan. I sighed in resignation. Do you not find it peculiar? These parasitic insects have been within her for such an extended period, yet we remained oblivious. What could be the reason for this? There are indeed classifications of these parasites. This particular type is known as the Tongxing insect, which is typically employed as a life-saving measure for those on the brink of death, allowing them to survive. Such occurrences are generally seen in the Miao region. Qin Chuan is no fool. Being well-versed in our line of work, he immediately grasped my implication. Are you suggesting that someone has intentionally used this non-lethal method to exert control over Lin Hahuan? Thus, we would be unable to detect it until it is far too late? I nodded in agreement. The most prudent course of action now is to identify the individual responsible for implanting these parasitic insects and eliminate them. This way, the Tongsheng insect will pose no threat to her. On the contrary, it may even prevent her from succumbing to minor ailments. But how do we locate them? He inquired. I truly do not know what steps to take next. Can we perhaps seclude her? My understanding is that if we keep her away from that black earth which conceals the flesh, the Tongxing insect will not endanger her. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this indeed was the most prudent course of action, affording us ample time to identify the individual in question. However, have you considered that she may possess a paradine bone? If Lin Hahuan were to be afflicted solely with either the Tongsheng insect or the yin bone, unraveling the mystery would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, the combination of these two is perilous. It leaves us little to no time at all. She cannot come to harm, Qin Chuan asserted with unwavering conviction. A frown etched across my face. I nevertheless conceived of a rather unconventional solution. I called upon Lin Su once more, instructing him to escort Lin Hahuan and Qin Chuan to Su Tianlong's office. Furthermore, I stipulated that until our endeavors reached a conclusion, no one was to approach the office. All provisions must be delivered personally by Lin Su. For the time being, Wulong Group remains relatively secure, as access to Su Tianlong's office is restricted. Thus, the likelihood of the black soil concealing remains appearing in Lin Hahuan's vicinity is considerably diminished. This arrangement grants me the necessary time to address the issue of the paired yin bone. However, the individual capable of employing the Tongxing insect is undoubtedly a Goom master, whose craft is unpredictable and multifaceted. No one can foretell the ensuing events. With the commander away on business, Qin Chuan is unable to assist, and Zhuang Shaolu is engaged in an external performance, while Fong struggles with the myriad affairs of the theater. Seeking assistance from others leaves me feeling uncertain. I chastise myself internally. When did I begin to rely on others? The river flows smoothly when the boat reaches the bridge. What challenges could I, Li Sansheng, not surmount. After ensuring the safety of Lin Hehuan and Qin Chuan, I returned home, only to receive a call from Lin Su. He informed me that he had discovered an individual engaged in the business of acquiring Yinbones today. Upon hearing this, I could no longer remain seated. After obtaining the address, I set off alone. To my astonishment, the establishment of the person involved in this macabre trade was located less than 300 meters from Xiaosan's funeral service. It wasn't long before I arrived. I had presumed that at such a late hour, the shop would be deserted. However, the door was ajar, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. I pushed the door open and called out, "Is the owner present?" After a 10-second wait with no response, I stepped inside the shop. In that moment, I felt as though I'd stepped on something sticky. The darkness was overwhelming, and unable to locate the light switch, I resorted to the illumination of my phone. As I surveyed my surroundings, my heart sank at the sight before me. Blood was splattered across the floor. Chapter 25. The dog-haired copper coin as I flicked on a light. A man with a handlebar mustache knelt before me, 3 meters away, resembling a dog as he panted, his eyes wide in a fervent gaze. Astonished, I instinctively took a step back. The mustached man paid me no mind. Instead, he bowed his head, lapping up the blood on the ground. I scanned the surroundings, unable to discern the source of the crimson liquid. What on earth had transpired here? While my mind raced with questions, the man suddenly moved, crawling toward me on all fours. Unsure of his intentions, I remained still, watching in silence. To my shock, he lunged forward, seizing my calf and biting down with a guttural growl. In disbelief, I kicked at his face, but instead of being repelled, he clutched my leg tightly, toppling me to the ground. The mustached man, akin to a dog, mounted my abdomen, his hands tightening around my throat, drool cascading down to splatter my face. The entire ordeal unfolded too swiftly. I had no time to prepare. Reacting instinctively, I delivered a punch to his temple. He released his grip, momentarily dazed, sitting atop me as he swayed. Seizing the opportunity, I executed a nimble maneuver to dislodge him, rising swiftly to my feet. As he regained his composure, he crawled on the floor, baring his teeth and growling menacingly, poised to strike at any moment. I shook my head, wiping away the foul saliva with my sleeve. In that instant, my gaze fell upon a copper coin, sword hanging on the wall. I let out a cold laugh at the man with the mustache, then approached the wall and shattered the glass with a single punch, retrieving the copper coin sword. Upon inspection, I was astonished to discover such a treasure in this humble shop. The weight of the sword in my hand and the design of the coins revealed that it was an exquisite copper coin sword crafted from 108 Hongwu coins. The 108 coins on the blade symbolized the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends. Each individual coin, as well as the entire sword, possesses unique powers. I detached a coin from the hilt of the sword and pinched it between my fingers. In the next moment, the 3 energies combined with the 8 extremes activated. Regardless of whether you are human or beast, I was eager to witness your prowess. Just as I was about to make a move, the mustached man exhibited swifter reflexes, leaping towards me with all 4 limbs. I swiftly sidestepped, delivering a palm strike to his shoulder, sending him hurtling against the wall with a resounding crash. Upon landing, he shook himself off, seemingly no worse for wear. Yet this time he refrained from attacking, instead crawling back and forth as if seeking the right opportunity. Would I grant him such an opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. I charged forward, landing a kick to his chin, and simultaneously bent down to seize his throat. How delightful it must have been for him to constrict me. I applied considerable force, and soon enough his eyes rolled back, emitting muffled sounds as his limbs flailed helplessly in the air. Taking a deep breath, I shoved the copper coin into his mouth. He was contorted in agony, on the verge of retching, yet I covered his mouth. With the power of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, I summoned the Yang spirit to expel evil and safeguard his being as swiftly as the law commands. I bit my palm and inscribed a talisman upon his forehead. In that instant, his entire body quaked, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. After a harrowing 20 seconds, his eyes rolled back, his limbs stiffened, and he fell into unconsciousness. I rose, exhaling a sigh of relief, when suddenly A faint cry for help emanated from a nearby cabinet. Cautiously, I approached the cabinet and opened the door. To my astonishment, the old woman who had sought my assistance in finding Ian Bone was curled up inside. Her face as pale as death. She clutched her abdomen, blood seeping slowly through her fingers. "Help! Save my son!" she implored. Even on the brink of death herself, she begged for her son's salvation, despite the fact that he was already deceased, hence her quest for Ian Bone. I sighed, surveying the chaos around me. If I were to take her to the hospital, I would be a loss for words myself. I could only reach out to Lin Su, for the Wulong group wielded considerable influence. "Quickly, get this old woman to the hospital, and make sure to secure the mustached man on the floor. Bring him to my shop, and tidy up this place as well." Lin Su's eyes widened. He was no stranger to calamity, yet even in the face of such turmoil, he instinctively appeared smaller in my presence. He removed his coat and handed it to me, saying, "Mr. Li, you should change your clothes. If you go out like this, you will surely be apprehended." I was taken aback, and, upon glancing at the mirror, I realized that after being knocked to the ground, I was covered in blood. "Thank you. However, Mr. Li, what transpired here?" I shook my head and replied, "You asked me, but who should I inquire of? When that old woman is well enough to tell me. I shall return home for a shower and contact you by phone." Just as I was about to leave, I turned back to Lin Su and asked, "Is Qin Chuan and Lin Hehuan all right?" "Do not worry, it is nothing serious." As I departed, I discreetly took a copper coin sword. This was not theft, merely a loan. I had long desired to possess one, yet acquiring such an item is a daunting task, as a significant portion of the Qingqing technique requires the copper coin sword for its execution. Upon returning home and having just finished my shower, I received a call from Lin Su. He informed me that the man with the mustache had awakened, expelling a copper coin and 3 clumps of dog hair, with no major injuries, though he was persistently nauseous and pleading for mercy, his forehead in distress. After confirming the address, I made my way there immediately. This location was none other than the basement of Su Tianlong's residence. Before I even entered, I could hear the mustached man pleading. Upon opening the door, I saw him bowing in supplication, while Lin Su looked on with an expression of exasperation. The moment I entered, the mustached man caught sight of me, and seemingly under some spell, he abruptly rose, pointing at me incessantly, exclaiming, I know you. You are the owner of the Shao Sanbai funeral home. Li Sansheng, why have you harmed me? I merely took away your business. Moreover, I have yet to accomplish it." I disregarded the man with the handlebar mustache and turned my gaze towards Lin Su, where the coins and the dog fur that he suddenly brought. The coins were nestled in Lin Su's pocket, while the dog fur lay upon the table. I instructed Lin Su to return first, assuring him that I could handle matters here. Lin Su, eager to leave without a moment's delay, nodded and departed. I carefully tucked away the coins, for losing them would mean they were gone forever. Sitting before the man with the handlebar mustache, I pointed at the 3 tufts of dog fur on the table. "Who fed you this? If not you, then who? Why would you wish to endanger my life?" I curiously gestured toward myself. "Are you truly jesting with me? This is the first time I have ever encountered you." Chapter 26. The unfortunate joy. This is the first time I have encountered you. I cannot comprehend the ramblings of this man with a mustache, who accuses me of plotting against him while simultaneously claiming this is our first meeting. Growing increasingly impatient, I waved my hand dismissively and insisted, "You had better clarify what is truly happening here. Did you send someone to threaten me? Who have I threatened? What could I possibly threaten you with? What do you possess that would warrant my intimidation?" My barrage of inquiries left the mustachioed man momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to realize that he indeed had nothing of value that I might threaten him over. But why then? I'm truly baffled by how this man has managed to keep his business afloat with such inadequate eloquence. I pursed my lips, recognizing that our exchange was reduced to a tedious question-and-answer format. This man, whose name is Hidashi, operates a Buddhist hall, yet he is nothing more than a charlatan, surviving solely on his gift of gab. In his eyes, the world is devoid of the peculiarities that others believe in. Everything is merely an illusion. It wasn't until today that his worldview began to shift. After I sent that elderly woman away, Hidashi happened to witness the entire scene unfold. He was not one to ponder deeply. Upon seeing an opportunity for business, he eagerly approached. With his silver tongue, he managed to leave the old woman in a daze, convincing her to part with 10,000 yuan, entrusting him with the task of procuring a spiritual bone for her son. The purpose of the Yin bone is shrouded in mystery. Hidashi had heard whispers of it before and intended to feign knowledge. Yet when it came to actual practice, he found himself utterly clueless. However, upon hearing the old woman's subsequent remarks, a headache began to brew. It turned out that her son was not deceased, but merely in a vegetative state. Upon reflection, he mused that there was little distinction between a vegetative state and death, and a rather dubious idea emerged. He suggested that the old woman bring her son to his shop, assuring her that with his incantations, he could indeed craft a Yin bone even from a living person. Such a fabrication might be transparent to us, yet the old woman remained oblivious. Especially as she spoke with an air of profundity that left her utterly entranced. To his surprise, she acquiesced, just as he prepared to further deceive her. An unexpected intruder burst into the shop. Without uttering a word, the newcomer rendered the old woman unconscious. Sensing the peril, Hidashi attempted to flee, but escape was futile. The assailant seized him by the throat and struck the crown of his head with a forceful blow. In his dazed state, he barely registered the words, "Who permitted you to encroach upon Mr. Lee's business?" Then, darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in his current predicament. The enigma remained. Why would someone with no identity or connections be subjected to such a confrontation? "Is that all you know?" he said, feeling aggrieved as he nodded. "You shall remain here for the time being until the situation settles. Then you may return." "But that is unacceptable. I have business to attend to and profits to earn." I cast a glance at him and said, "Listen to me. You certainly do not wish to return to the shop right now. Can you tell me what is wrong with me? What has transpired?" I shrugged, opting for silence as I left the basement. It seemed that we could only wait for that old woman to recover. Upon returning home, I took a shower and lay on my bed, lighting a cigarette, finding it immensely comforting. Now, matters appeared clearer. Initially, I believed that the pairing of the Yin bones and the black earth to conceal flesh were two separate issues. Yet it now seemed highly plausible that they were orchestrated by the same individual. However, the identity and intentions of this person remained shrouded in mystery. Sighing, I decided to dismiss such thoughts, hoping for a restful sleep and a delightful tomorrow. I slept soundly, undisturbed, and upon waking, I received a call. The old woman had regained consciousness. Though still frail, she was able to speak without difficulty. I sensed the presence of the hospital affiliated with the Wulong group. Upon seeing the old woman again, I noted that her previous temperament had vanished, her eyes now vacant. Even the slightest sound caused her to tremble involuntarily. She opened her mouth to speak but uttered not a single word. "I warned you that the Yin bones should not be paired, yet you did not heed my advice." I shook my head and continued, "I shall not waste further words. If you desire to ensure your safety in the future, divulge what you know." She has already spoken. I am uncertain as to where my words went awry. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman, as if ensnared by an enchantment, clutched her head and shook it vigorously, muttering, "I don't know, I know nothing. Please do not kill me." Without any forewarning, I suddenly delivered a sharp slap to her face. The resounding crack silenced her. She stared at me with wide eyes. Disbelief etched across her features. "Now, can you answer my question?" I inquired. The old woman gingerly touched her reddened, slightly burning cheek and instinctively nodded. "We discovered you in the cupboard. Although you were bleeding, it was not profuse enough to drench Hidaxi's shop in crimson." I fixed my gaze upon her, articulating each word with precision. "The blood beneath is that of your son, who lies in a vegetative state." The old woman was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. The sorrow of an elderly person is a sight to behold, evoking tears from onlookers. Yet, all of this was her doing. Had she not harbored such peculiar thoughts? Would such calamity have befallen her? As I observed her weeping, I lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before continuing, "I lack the patience for this. Your son's life hangs in the balance. If he is still alive, there's hope." Upon hearing that her son might yet be saved, she grasped my arm tightly, imploring me to do whatever it took to rescue him. After a considerable pause, she recounted to me the events she had witnessed in their entirety. The initial part of her tale mirrored that of Hidashi, without any discrepancies. After Hidashi fell into a coma, the old woman recounted that the man, employing some unknown sorcery, made Hidashi crawl on all fours like a dog, attempting to leap upon her to sink his teeth into her flesh. This grotesque scene was interrupted by the man, who instructed Hidashi, saying that if he was hungry, he should feast upon the immobile. The immobile referred to the old woman's son, who lay in a vegetative state. The old woman could not bear the thought of her child being devoured by another, and she rushed forward to intervene, only to have the man seize her throat with a vice-like grip. "Did you not wish to provide your son with Ian Bone?" he taunted. "Only the dead can be matched with Ian Bones. Rest assured, I shall find your son a suitable bride." Before the old woman could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, even as the man cast her to the ground. She felt a gaping wound in her belly, yet the horrific sight before her made her momentarily forget the agony. Hidashi was gnawing on the lifeless body of her son, dragging him into the hall and tearing into him right before her eyes. Helpless and frail from age and injury, she could do nothing but watch in despair. Chapter 27. Luring the serpent from its lair in the entirety of this affair, Hidashi emerges as the most innocent party. His sole motivation was the 10,000 yuan offered by the old woman. Yet he found himself transformed into a mere dog for a time, even resorting to biting others. After Hidashi had nearly finished with his biting spree, he was intercepted by an individual who then took away the old woman's son. As they departed, this person stuffed the old woman into a cupboard. The rationale behind leaving a survivor remains a mystery to me. The situation unfolded as I had anticipated. Indeed, the old woman's son had been taken. However, I could not comprehend the words exchanged between that man and the old woman. Was he genuinely intent on providing her son with a spectral mate? "Mr. Li, what shall we do now?" Lin Su's voice roused me from my reverie. "Are Qin Chuan and Lin Hehuan well?" "They're fine. No one of concern has approached the Wulong group. I have stationed guard around the clock." I nodded initially, then shook my head, realizing this approach was unsustainable. We could not confine Lin Hehuan within the Wulong group for eternity. In the short term, it posed no issue. However, as time passed, her family would inevitably seek her, leading to significant complications. Previously, I had believed that providing a spectral mate and concealing a corpse in Black Earth were two distinct matters. Yet now, all inquiries seemed to converge upon this singular individual. This method of protection was not viable. Make arrangements to send Qin Chuan and Lin Hehuan home. Lin Su was no fool. Mr. Li intends to lure the serpent from its lair? I shrugged. Is the only recourse we have. The individuals you cannot locate. I can no longer depend on the theater troupe. This is our sole option. We cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. However, does Qin Chuan comprehend the gravity of the situation? Would he consent? Is this not excessively perilous? I offered a slight smile, remarking, "Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor lie in the hands of destiny. Should Lin Hehuan meet an untimely end, it is certain that neither Qin Chuan nor I would survive." I patted Lin Su on the shoulder and added, "If we encounter misfortune, remember to seek vengeance on our behalf from the commander." Lin Su spoke little. I could discern his desire to assist, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Were he to intervene, it would only complicate matters further. Isn't it time for us to be at the Wulong group? After leading Qin Chuan out of Lin Hehuan's chamber, I recounted the events that had transpired. The situation stands thus. Lin Hehuan is the victim, while the one targeted is me. Qin Chuan slightly parted his lips and asked, "What is your plan?" I pressed my lips together and replied, "We must draw the snake out of its hole. Remaining in hiding is not a viable strategy. At the Wulong group, he lacks the opportunity to sow discord, and with the Ian Bones already in place, failing to uncover the shadowy figure will jeopardize Lin Hehuan's life as well. This is exceedingly dangerous. Do you have confidence in your approach?" I shook my head, at least not at this moment. Only upon encountering the real perpetrator shall I know. I do not wish for Lin Hehuan to come to harm. I paused, glancing sideways at Qin Chuan, and inquired, "My friend, have you fallen in love?" Qin Chuan's face flushed at my words. At such a time you jest? Call the commander back. The two of you should be more cautious. I shrugged in resignation, pulling out my phone to indicate. I have already made the call. His situation is rather precarious, and he cannot return promptly. Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves this time. Let us momentarily set aside business matters. What transpires here is of utmost importance. I cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan, reminding him that I had not disclosed our affairs to anyone. It is essential to remember that in our line of work, trust holds paramount significance. Once we commit, we must see it through to completion. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Trust in me. Observing the emptiness of Qin Chuan's sleeves tugged at my heartstrings. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure that Lin Hahuan remains unharmed. As night fell, I instructed Qin Chuan to keep vigil outside Lin Hahuan's room while I positioned myself on a chair by the entrance, resting the copper coin sword that I had acquired from Hida Shi on my lap. Time ticked away slowly, and with no better alternatives at hand, I could only remain in ambush. I was certain that the individual would come to deposit the black soil. It was merely a matter of time. In the early hours of the morning, I stifled a yawn, yet sleep was not an option. I prepared a cup of tea, but before I could take a sip, an unexpected knocking echoed at the door. Hellos, anyone there? I am with the local delivery service. Local delivery service? I set down my teacup and opened the door, revealing a man of similar height to myself, wearing a cap and holding a box. May I ask if you're Mr. Li Sansheng? That would be me. What is the matter? Someone has entrusted us with delivering this box to you. Would you kindly sign here? As I accepted the box and was about to sign, the man abruptly shoved me to the ground. Attempting to rise, he stomped on my cheek, and in that instant, my head rang with a deafening buzz. With great effort, I managed to sit up, only to be startled by the anguished screams of Qin Chuan emanating from Lin Hahuan's room. No, damn it. I never anticipated that the adversary would resort to such treachery. I had thought they would deliver the black soil, yet here they were, barging through the door, rubbing my already swollen cheek. I sprang to my feet and rushed into the room, only to find Qin Chuan sprawled on the floor, while that man was holding Lin Hahuan, seated by the window. Leave her be. Li Sansheng, you do well to mind your own business. My mouth fell slightly agape. What did those words mean? Was he not coming for me? Are you from the Yin Hall? Yin Hall? Huh, we shall meet again. Just as I dashed forward, it was too late. The man leaped through the broken window, clutching Lin Hahuan. However, when I reached the window and glanced down, there was nothing to be seen. Hahuan. Qin Chuan scrambled to his feet, heedless of the danger, intent on following suit and jumping out the window. I seized him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you realize how many floors this is? Hahuan has been taken away. If you won't pursue, then at least don't stop me." Furrowing my brow, I raised my hand and struck him across the face. Get a grip. Qin Chuan spun around from the force of my slap, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at me. What do we do now? What should we do? I glanced at Qin Chuan and shook my head. I don't know. Don't know. It was all fine until you decided to come back, luring the snake out of its hole. Now that it has emerged, where's the person? I was rendered speechless by Qin Chuan's reproach. Everything unfolded with such swiftness that I have yet to fully comprehend it. I shall provide you with an explanation. Should anything befall He Huan, I will not let this matter rest with you. This marks the first occasion in our lengthy relationship that Qin Chuan has directed his ire towards me. At that moment, I was unable to grasp the situation, even finding it somewhat perplexing. However, as time passed, and I found myself mirroring his emotions, I realized that we are both individuals who prioritize romance over friendship. Lin He Huan has been abducted, her fate uncertain, and the whereabouts of that old woman's son remain entirely elusive. Since that fateful night, they have seemingly vanished from existence. Even with the help of the theater troupe in our search, not a single clue has emerged. Gradually, we have been compelled to accept this grim reality. Chapter 28. The flesh-bodied Danding. 5 days later, the commander returned, bringing with him new insights regarding the affair with Lin Hahuan. Are you certain that the Yin bone was combined with the black earth to conceal the flesh? I nodded and replied, I have stated this multiple times. Do you know something more? The commander appeared pensive as he glanced toward Qin Chuan's room, inquiring, How is that young man faring? Can he withstand this series of blows? I sighed and shrugged. He is angry with me. Since that day, he has not uttered a single word to me. Every morning, as soon as he opens his eyes, he rushes off to the opera house, seeking any clues he can find. What are your thoughts on this? What can I think? At this moment, I truly have no leads. Everything happens so swiftly, and I have yet to grasp either the identity or the purpose. Noticing my despondency, the commander chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Lin Huan is not in any mortal danger. What did you say? I questioned, doubting my hearing. I could not comprehend why the commander was so confident, as if he possessed insider knowledge. Feigning mystery, he asked, "Have you heard the tale of the flesh-body Danding?" I blinked in surprise, my expression revealing my astonishment as I murmured, "You mean the flesh-body Danding endures countless hardships, with the soul never departing, thus solidifying the golden body?" The commander, taken aback by my knowledge, remarked, "You are quite well informed. The Dan-Ding is an indispensable tool for sorcerers and alchemy. Without the Ding, there can be no Dan. In ancient times, there existed powerful sorcerers who, in their pursuit of the ultimate effects of elixirs, transcended conventional thought and utilized their corporeal forms as cauldrons. This gave rise to the concept of the corporeal cauldron. Su Fu, a renowned sorcerer during the Qin dynasty, was the pioneer of this practice. He employed his own body as a furnace to concoct the elixir of immortality for Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Regrettably, his attempts to create the potion were unsuccessful, which ultimately led to the tale of Su Fu ferrying 3,000 young boys and girls across the sea in search of the land of immortals. Commander, I am discussing serious matters while you indulge in storytelling. Please be patient and allow me to express my thoughts fully. Although the endeavor to concoct the elixir of eternal life was a failure, the concept of the corporeal cauldron succeeded, and the elixirs produced through this method are significantly more potent than those created in conventional cauldrons. The formation of the corporeal cauldron is exceedingly intricate. It requires not merely one individual, but a pair of young boys and girls, within whom certain elements must be sown. Only after sufficient time has passed can the magic be invoked to create the elixir. The specifics elude me, but I am aware that this pair of youths must include one who is dead and one who is alive, with their birth dates and times needing to be precise to the second. The commander's knowledge is not exhaustive, yet it encompasses everything he understands. Are you suggesting that someone has already set their sights on that elderly woman's comatose son and Lin Huan? Please investigate their birth dates and examine whether there are any peculiarities in their daily lives. It should clarify everything. I rub my slightly throbbing right eye. The corporeal cauldron, I have heard of it as well, but hasn't the method for its creation vanished alongside Su Fu? Have you forgotten what I just said? The physical elixir cauldron embodies both yin and yang. According to historical records, there was no counterpart among the people Su Fu brought along, and curiously, none of the ancient texts mention this individual. Don't you find that rather absurd? I believe Su Fu is alive, which implies that the counterpart must be deceased. How could a dead person possibly pass down such knowledge? It remains unclear. I truly have little understanding of the affairs of sorcerers. However, I think you might ask Feng Ku to take you to the sorcery sect. They are likely to possess greater insights than I do. The sorcery sect? That would be my father's old friend, Wang Qing's sect. I lit a cigarette, replaying the commander's words repeatedly in my mind. Are you certain there is no such person in the Yin Hall? None, the commander affirmed with conviction. The Yin Hall makes extensive use of insect sorcery, yet their methods for killing or executing plans are far from convoluted. Furthermore, you have just eliminated the god of 1,000 faces. I believe the people of Yin Hall would refrain from taking action against us for the time being. At most, they would begin to observe you and me anew. Yes, this matter is indeed related to insect sorcery. Could it not be the people from Yaojiang? Why are you so certain it is connected to the physical elixir cauldron or the sorcery sect? The commander winked at me. You may find it hard to believe, but my recent endeavors outside are directly linked to the sorcery sect, and the person I am dealing with happens to be proficient in insect sorcery as well. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Coincidences seldom occur without reason. I refuse to accept that this world is rife with such happenstance. There must be something more at play. The matter that the commander is currently addressing is indeed quite intricate. Someone has employed a form of sorcery known as the insect curse against the employer. Initially, the commander did not pay it much heed, but later he inadvertently discovered that the adversary was, in fact, affiliated with the esteemed sect of sorcery. However, this sect is renowned for its honorable reputation and would not engage in such malevolent acts. Eventually, through some unique channels, he learned that this individual was a traitor within the sect. Following the commander's instructions, I tasked Lin Su with investigating all available information on Lin Huan and that elderly woman's son, Yu Zili. As expected, their details aligned perfectly. They were born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, with identical birth times recorded. Even more bizarre was the incident a few years ago when Lin Huan was involved in a car accident, being flung several meters upon impact, yet remarkably emerged unscathed, an occurrence far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. As for Yu Zili, he inexplicably lapsed into a state of unresponsiveness, with the hospital unable to ascertain the cause. Every event has its roots. Nothing transpires without reason. At this juncture, I had come to believe the commander's words with a high degree of conviction. The commander informed me that if indeed a corporeal elixir was being concocted, there is no need to worry about Lin Huan. She was alive, and thus the one chosen for demise would be Yu Zili. With a clear direction established, I prepared to commence my investigation. However, I found myself rebuffed at the gates of the sect of sorcery, being told that the entire sect was currently in seclusion and would not entertain any outsiders. This left me in a state of considerable frustration, particularly with Qin Chuan. Despite his loss of arms, he was so incensed that, had it not been for the commander and me holding him back, he would have gladly attempted to break through the gates of the sect with his head. Brother Chuan, I have addressed you as such, and there is no need for such excitement. The commander has assured us that even with the corporeal Dan Ding, Lin Huan shall not encounter significant peril. For now, we must bide our time, and I implore you not to offend the Shuzi sect, lest they disregard us once their seclusion concludes. Damn it, what a ridiculous Shuzi sect. They can retreat into isolation if they wish, as if an entire sect can forego the necessities of life. Do remain calm. Perhaps they have matters of great importance at hand. Matters of great importance? I suddenly turned to the commander. Could it be that their current seclusion is somehow connected to the corporeal Danding? Chapter 29. Everything is going smoothly. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, the shop door swung open. A man in his 30s, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor unsteady, stumbled inside. He lost his balance and tripped over the threshold, collapsing at our feet. I was taken aback by this spectacle. Although he had not knelt before us voluntarily, I still felt a twinge of embarrassment. The commander, unable to bear the sight, helped him to his feet. "Sir, is there something troubling you?" he inquired. "May I ask, which of you is Mr. Li from the Shaoxin by Shirwang?" I stepped forward. That would be me. To my astonishment, as soon as he was assisted upright, he fell back to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. "Mr. Li, I implore you, have mercy upon me. Please, I beg you, save my wife and child. Please rise and speak," I urged. The commander helped him up once more. "What assistance do you require from us?" In my line of work, I adhere to a principle, regardless of my own circumstances. If a customer seeks our help and we are willing to accept them, business must always come first. Moreover, I was increasingly confident that Lin Huan was not in any immediate danger, so I resolved to continue with my duties. After all, we have to make a living. Just as the man was about to speak, Qin Chuan exited the store, seemingly unaware of his intentions. Noticing his unusual expression, I turned to the commander and said, "You should follow him. I can manage the shop alone." Without further ado, the commander dashed after him while I invited the man to take a seat. I was introduced by Jiang Wanwan, who mentioned that only you could save my wife and child. Jiang Wanwan? A faint smile graced my lips. It seemed that the young lady was faring well and had retained a positive regard for me, at least enough to recommend business. Nevertheless, I genuinely wish for our line of work to dwindle, for that would be the best outcome. How is it going with Wan's introduction? Have they not yet tied the knot? It is imminent. I nodded slightly and urged him to elaborate on his predicament. The man, Hu Yulong, was an ordinary office employee who pleaded for assistance in rescuing his wife and child. However, As I gathered information, I discovered that Hu Yulong's wife had tragically passed away a year prior due to complications during childbirth, and their child had also perished in utero. Asking me to save the deceased was indeed a novel request. Mr. Lee, do you believe in dreams as omens? Although I had never experienced a prophetic dream myself, it did not negate the possibility of their existence. Please continue. Hu Yulong recounted that 3 nights ago, after returning home from work and drifting into slumber, he dreamt of his late wife holding a small boy, weeping and imploring him for help. They claimed they had been captured, and if he did not rescue them, they would be denied reincarnation and become vengeful spirits wreaking havoc upon the world. A year since her passing, and now she suddenly appears in his dreams, warning him of a kidnapping? Yes, it was during that singular dream. Subsequently, I burned some paper money, not giving it much thought, dismissing it as mere fantasy. Yet, in the past few days, events have transpired. For an ordinary person, a dream holds little significance. Hu Yulong initially believed he was merely missing his wife. However, that night, as he drifted into slumber, he felt a presence beside him, a vague sensation that someone had reached out to embrace his waist. Startled awake, he sat up to behold his wife grinning at him, her face smeared with blood and bared teeth. Moreover, at the bedside stood a bald child, veins protruding ominously from his face, gazing at him with an eerie intensity. The sheer terror overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control, and he could scarcely comprehend how he managed to see the dawn of the next day. From that day forth, the same harrowing scenario recurred for several nights, driving him to the brink of nervous collapse. Fortunately, he had maintained a decent rapport with Jiang Wanwan, who had in turn simultaneously with him. They had kept in touch during that period. Hu Yulong confided in Jiang Wanwan about his unsettling experiences. Upon hearing his plight, she immediately thought of my connection with the commander, prompting Hu Yulong's visit today, whereupon he knelt before us. Mr. Lee, I truly don't know what to do. Every night, at the same hour, I find myself on the verge of a breakdown. If this persists, Hu Yulong's voice trembled, teetering on the edge of tears. Mr. Lee, please help me. Steady now, there's no need for tears. I shall take on this matter, I reassured him. But this is all the money I have left. Hu Yulong produced an envelope from his pocket, revealing 3,000 yuan. I took the envelope and extracted 600 yuan from within. This amount suffices for a good omen. Now, this cannot be delayed. Please provide me with your address. When the time is right, I shall spend the night at your home. Hu Yulong gazed at me in utter bewilderment. Prior to his introduction by Jiang Wanwan, he had sought the assistance of Mr. B, yet they had all demanded exorbitant fees, showing little regard for his plight. Upon discovering that I charged a mere 600, his astonishment was palpable. What? Do you expect me to accompany you back immediately? With hope swelling in his heart, Hu Yulong departed for home. After his departure, I found myself lost in contemplation, pondering whether there were any parallels to my own experiences. However, after much deliberation, I could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. The commander pursued Qin Chuan outside, and for the entire day, his presence eluded us. It was not until nightfall that he called to inform me that Qin Chuan had lost his composure and had gone to the theater. He had only just managed to calm him down, indicating that he would not be returning anytime soon. I assured him that there was nothing pressing on my end and that I could handle matters independently, advising him to return only once Qin Chuan had stabilized. Checking the time, I realized it was nearly the hour I had arranged with Hu Yulong. I inspected my backpack, noting I had packed lightly, and decided to bring along the copper coin sword I had borrowed from Edax. Regardless of the circumstances, I could ultimately rely on the Yangshan mask, which should mitigate any potential issues. Hu Yulong's family was not particularly affluent. They resided in a dilapidated apartment building on the 3rd floor. Despite being a grown man living alone, he maintained his living space in immaculate condition, a testament to his penchant for cleanliness. The walls of his abode were adorned with photographs of him and his beloved partner, a poignant reminder of a bygone era, as the latter was no longer present. Mr. Lee, you have arrived. I nodded, refraining from excessive politeness, and directly settled onto the sofa, turning on the television while crossing my legs. Glancing at the time, I said to him, "You should go get some rest. It's still early. Tonight, you probably won't have the chance to sleep." Hu Yulong appeared somewhat embarrassed, asking, "Me sleep now?" I affirmed, "Yes, if you don't rest now, you may not even make it to tomorrow morning without being startled. Trust me and get some sleep." After pondering for a moment, I added, "Do not worry. With me here, everything will be fine." Hu Yulong, looking at my smiling face, sighed in relief and refrained from saying more, simply informing me that there was food and drink available at home, and I could help myself as needed, before proceeding to his bedroom. Chapter 30. Framed by injustice, the television was playing my favorite show, The Gambler, and although I could recite every scene by heart, I still found joy in watching it. At that moment, Stephen Chow was singing a laughter in the sea. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the bedroom, shattering the tranquility. I swiftly drew my copper coin sword from my backpack and pushed open the door, only to find Hu Yulong cowering in the corner, his face a mask of terror, his gaze fixated on the bed. Upon switching on the light, I scrutinized the bed for what felt like an eternity, yet saw nothing amiss, no ominous presence, no hint of malevolence. The sheer panic etched on Hu Yulong's face indicated he was not jesting. "Hu Yulong, what did you see?" I inquired, trembling. He extended a quivering finger toward the bed. She and the child are sitting on the bed, smiling at me, wanting to take me away." On the bed? This revelation troubled me deeply. Despite my considerable skills, what good were they if I could not perceive the unseen? I pondered for a moment, then acted without hesitation, casting the copper coin sword onto the bed. This weapon, embodying the utmost yang energy, was reputed to repel any malevolent spirit it encountered. "Is it still there?" I pressed. "Still there?" That was troubling. Could it be that the situation was not as I had imagined? Was it possible that Hu Yulong's fears were merely figments of his imagination? I pursed my lips, stepping closer to Hu Yulong. Without a word, I delivered a resounding slap across his face, channeling all my strength into the blow. He staggered, his eyes swirling with stars. Gripping him firmly, I made him rise and pressed him against the wall, biting my finger to draw blood, which I then smeared on the area between his nostrils. Upon pressing this button, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back, and white foam began to spill from his mouth. This reaction was not indicative of being possessed by malevolent spirits, but rather seemed akin to being ensnared by some arcane spell. He shuddered for some time, and then, with a sudden convulsion, collapsed to the ground, falling into silence. I crouched down and gently patted Hu Yulong's face, but he remained unresponsive. With a sigh, I prepared to drag him onto the bed, only to discover a crimson mark upon his chest. "What is this?" I parted his garments and was rendered speechless. Blood symbol inscribed upon bone, since concealed within me, the spell of vindication and execution. I lit a cigarette, gazing at the unconscious Hu Yulong, my mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The so-called spell of vindication and execution is a form of capital punishment magic. It is said that in the ancient Qing sect, there existed a hall of punishment specifically designed to deal with traitors and those who had committed heinous crimes within the sect. And this spell was a customary method employed by that hall. Those burdened by this curse are destined to relive the moment of their transgressions for 49 days, tormented by the manifestations of their wrongdoers, until ultimately they're driven to take their own lives after the span of those 49 days. I examined the ash of my cigarette, fixating on the talisman inscribed upon Hu Yulong's body. This talisman was not drawn with any external substance, but rather formed from the very meridians of Hu Yulong himself, embedded within his skin, not upon its surface. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that this incantation bears no effect on those who have not committed grievous wrongs. It is only those whose hearts harbor malevolence, and who have indeed perpetrated acts that incite the wrath of both gods and men, that may be subjected to the curse. My understanding of this incantation is limited to its existence. I am unaware of any means to dispel it. Furthermore, the Three Purities Technique offers no solutions, as those to whom this method is applied are invariably individuals of extreme wickedness, deserving of their fate. According to Hu Yulong, the death of his wife had no connection to him whatsoever. However, the emergence of this vindication incantation compelled me to reassess my perspective on him. Observing Hu Yulong in a state of unconsciousness, it was evident that he would not awaken anytime soon, and I lacked the luxury of time to wait. I proceeded to the kitchen, filled a basin with water, and without hesitation, poured it over his head. The cold water jolted Hu Yulong awake, and he sat upright in shock. Help! Help! Silence. Upon realizing my presence as I sat smoking opposite him, he fell into silence. Mr. Li, I waved my hand dismissively. Do not call me that just yet. Now, will you divulge the matter to me, or must I interrogate you question by question? What? Hu Yulong appeared, baffled by my inquiry. I stood, approached him, and seized his collar. Hu Yulong, I extend my assistance due to your association with Jiang Wanwan, but you must first prove yourself to be a good person. I paused, regarding him with a bemused expression before continuing. So tell me, are you indeed a good person? I am a good person. Hu Yulong, looking exceedingly innocent, I let out a cold laugh, giving him a slight push, then pointed at the exoneration curse inscribed upon his chest and inquired, if you are indeed a good person, how could you bear the exoneration curse? Derived from your very own blood and veins? You are lying. You are well aware of what you have done. If you do not clarify, I regret to inform you that I will not assist you. Even if you were to elucidate, would I truly extend my help? Upon gazing down at the exoneration curse etched on his body, Hu Yulong's complexion drained of color. What is this? I truly do not comprehend your words. Some individuals only shed tears when faced with the grave consequences. How did your wife perish, and what actions did you undertake? As I posed my question, Hu Yulong's visage shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Observing his demeanor, I discerned that there was undoubtedly something amiss. Should you choose silence, you are destined for a grim fate, and it will be a most dreadful demise. Speak, and perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Hu Yulong regarded me, his expression a labyrinth of complexity. I did not urge him further, opting instead to await in silence. I understood that compelling him to voice matters he wished to keep buried would prove to be a formidable challenge. He approached the portrait of his late wife, kneeling before it, repeatedly bowing his head. Xiao Yu, I am deeply sorry I have brought you harm. In the eyes of others, Hu Yulong and Xiao Yu were a match made in heaven, a pair seemingly destined for one another. Hu Yulong indeed harbored deep affection for Xiao Yu. However, the nature of love is a complex matter, particularly for someone like myself, who has had little interaction with women throughout my life, let alone experiencing love or being loved. After their marriage, the couple initially enjoyed a stable relationship, but suddenly, an unexpected figure emerged, a woman who was both younger and more beautiful than Xiao Yu, and who also harbored feelings for Hu Yulong. Her care for him surpassed anything he had ever experienced with Xiao Yu, leading him to stray. I find it difficult to comprehend how a man, already committed to a lifelong partnership, could so easily redirect his affections, while infidelity itself is perplexing. The situation escalated further with the tragic loss of life. You claim your wife died during childbirth. Thus, it seems she did not perish solely from that cause. Hu Yulong wept, a grown man kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably, a sight that left me feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 32. The Grievance of the Dark Malevolence Well. The person is dead. Who are you crying for now? It is of little consequence to weep after one's passing if you did not treat them well while they were alive. I cast a glance at the portrait of Xiao Yu hanging on the wall. To me, she appeared quite lovely, though she did not meet the lofty standards of beauty. How did she meet her demise? Indeed, Hulong's assertion held some truth. Xiao Yu perished during childbirth. Yet, she ought not to have died. Had Hulong not ventured out to meet the spirit of his mistress that fateful day, and had he answered the phone, the outcome might have been drastically different. You mean to say that Xiao Yu was already pregnant and nearing her time, yet you chose to seek out another woman? While Xiao Yu was in labor, you indulged yourself in frivolities, causing a delay that led to her hospitalization being tragically missed, resulting in her death. Hulong nodded in tacit acknowledgement. It seems that this time, Hulong would not dare deceive me. Although he was at fault, his transgressions did not warrant such a fate. This left me in a quandary. Truthfully, I had a fleeting desire to dismiss Hulong's affairs, yet another life had been lost. Who cast the curse of vindication upon you? At this, seeing the hesitation linger, I smiled and shook my head, turning to depart. It was Xiao Yu's brother, Xuehue. Xuehue? Upon hearing that name, I was taken aback. Was he not the underling of Zhuangziala? Aye, I truly do not wish to die. Xiaona is already dead, and I slightly parted my lips. Xiaona was Hulong's mistress, and she had already met her end. Xuehui had crossed the threshold into violence. I retrieved my phone and dialed the commander's number. Commander, how is Qin Chuan faring? If he is unharmed, instruct him to don his theatrical attire and promptly bring Zhuang Xiaolu and Xuehui to my location. I shall send you the address. Half an hour later, the commander arrived before me, accompanied by Zhuang Xiaolu and Xuehui. What's the matter, Xiao San? Why the urgency? He inquired. What could possibly warrant calling both me and Xuehui? With a cigarette clenched between my lips, I gestured to Xuehui. You understand why I specifically summoned you. Xuehui bowed his head in silence, while Zhuang Xiaolu, intrigued, pressed, yes, what is the matter? Who is this person? I disregarded Zhuang Xiaolu's question and instead patted Xuehui's shoulder. Do you have something to say? After a moment of contemplation, Xuehui sighed deeply, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I have nothing to express. You are already aware of the situation. I nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you have crossed the threshold of bloodshed. Xuehui managed a weak smile. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaolu grew increasingly anxious, fully aware of the dire consequences that would befall individuals like us should we unleash violence upon ordinary people, particularly for those of their sect. Where there existed a governing body for rewards and punishments, once the bloodshed commenced, it was akin to succumbing to madness. The repercussions could range from the complete destruction of one's cultivation to the ultimate loss of life. What on earth is happening? Brother Liu, no need to inquire further. I am responsible for this, and I accept the consequences. This man deserved it. In a fit of rage, Xuehui swiftly seized Hu Yulong by the throat, and had I not intervened, Hu Yulong would have perished on the spot. Xuehui, regain your composure. After I instructed the commander to restrain Xuehui, I elucidated the entire sequence of events to Zhuang Xiaolu. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaolu appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, Xiaohui, why didn't you mention such a significant matter to me? Nevertheless, the incident had transpired, and we needed to devise a solution. Presently, only a handful of us were privy to Xuehui's situation. As long as we remained silent, it would be as if nothing had occurred. The commander listened quietly, refraining from speech. He and Xuehui were akin in nature, and were he in the same predicament, he might respond even more drastically. At that moment, as we were deliberating our strategy, a sudden knock echoed at the door of Hu Yulong's residence. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, I was met with a striking young woman, clad in alluring attire, leaning against the entrance and smiling at me. She delicately lifted my chin with her slender fingers, leaving me flustered and blushing profusely, as I had never encountered such an experience before. Mr. Li, step aside. I was taken aback, momentarily unsure of what I was meant to clear. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder as the woman sank her teeth into it. Damn it, let go. I struck her forehead with my palm, only to discover her grip was so fierce that she actually tore away a piece of flesh. Have you lost your mind? Mr. Li, she is the one who was killed by me, Xiaona, Hu Yulong's mistress? But she was supposed to be dead, which meant, oh no, corpse control. Ignoring the throbbing agony in my shoulder, I swiftly grabbed a mop from the side and brought it down upon Xiaona's head. The mop handle broke, and Xiaona merely tilted her head slightly, appearing unscathed. However, her arrival was somewhat ill-timed. Not only was I present, but also the commander and Zhuang Xiaolu. With the three of us alongside Xuehui, how could we possibly fear a mere minor zombie? Without expending much effort, we swiftly subdued Xiaona. Hith. You fell for it. I never imagined that Xiaona would speak. Could a zombie truly articulate words? Wait, fell for it. I turned my gaze, a chill coursing through me. Hu Yulong stood frozen, his eyes wide, as a pair of dark hands emerged from behind him, tearing his mouth open. Blood dripped from his chin, pooling on the ground. Hu Yulong. I was about to rush over when a shadowy head protruded from behind him, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke from its mouth. When our vision cleared once more, there was no trace of that dark face or Xiaona. Hu Yulong was dead, silently passing before our eyes. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward as I struggled to comprehend how such a calamity could unfold. What on earth is happening? Did someone just die like that? Zhuang Xiaolu appeared the most bewildered throughout this ordeal. I wiped my face, saying, "Xiaolu, please arrange for someone to handle Hu Yulong's aftermath. The commander and I will head back. Once you've wrapped things up, come to the shop." This situation is quite chaotic. After exiting Hu Yulong's residence, the commander and I walked silently toward the shop. The individual cursed by the spell of unjust retribution has perished, only to be resurrected, masquerading as a walking corpse, deceiving even those seasoned in the field. The malevolent specter that claimed Hu Yulong's life manifested right before our very eyes, yet we remained oblivious to its presence, paralyzed in our inability to flee. In that moment, I felt as though I were a mere fool, toyed with and applauded by unseen hands. That dark-faced specter seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the vengeful spirit known as the Devourer of Grievances. The underworld? The commander furrowed his brow. It bears some resemblance, though I cannot be certain. I have only heard whispers of the Devourer of Grievances, a being that feeds on human fear and resentment, but I have yet to encounter it. This implies that, should it indeed be the Devourer of Grievances, it signifies the stirring of the underworld. Chapter 33. Maternal and filial flesh. We shall postpone our return to the shop. Accompany me to a certain place. The commander inquired about my destination, and I replied that I wished to visit the grave of Hu Yulong's wife. During Hu Yulong's lifetime, upon witnessing the incantation of the washing away injustice spell, my immediate perception was that Hu Yulong had committed some grave error. I completely disregarded the dream he had once shared with me, and now I began to suspect that Hu Yulong was not merely under the scrutiny of Shuehui. Rather, he had long been the focus of someone else's attention. Much like the earlier case of Lin Hehuan, albeit with vastly different outcomes. Otherwise, I could hardly rationalize how Xiao Na had managed to appear alive after being subjected to the washing away injustice spell. At that moment, the commander received a call from the theater, revealing that Qin Chuan had been taken by the practitioners of the character spell sect. Never mind. I shall go alone to investigate. You should head to the theater to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Qin Chuan's abduction. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me. Remember this. Avoid any conflict with the practitioners of the character spell sect until I arrive. Sometimes it feels rather exasperating. Events seem to unfold all at once, leaving me to wonder why they cannot occur one at a time. I absently touched my shoulder, which had only been lightly bandaged. I pondered when I might return to that leisurely existence I once knew, for I was uncertain when my life had become a ceaseless journey from one place to another. Indeed, I had just arrived at the cemetery. Several taxi drivers had initially been reluctant to take me here, and it was only after I mentioned my intent to visit a grave that one driver reluctantly agreed, albeit charging me double the fare. Xiao Yu's grave is not situated in a public cemetery. Rather, it lies upon a desolate hillock, largely disregarded by passers-by, overrun by wild weeds, with small mounds every few steps and larger graves every few paces. The night breeze rustles through the gnarled branches of ancient trees, and under the moonlight, it almost seems as though someone is beckoning to you. The air on this hill is thick with an oppressive gloom, compounded by the countless remains buried within, interred with innumerable tears, leaving me feeling chilled even in my jacket. Following the route described by Shuehui, it took me nearly 40 minutes to locate Xiao Yu's grave. The headstone is new, and the grave itself is fresh. At that moment, I felt somewhat foolish, fully aware that my purpose in coming to this burial site was to witness the remains. I had neglected to bring a pickaxe, forcing me to resort to a large stick to pry open the earth. After laboring for over 3 hours, just as dawn was about to break, I finally uncovered the coffin lid. Having gone an entire night without sleep and toiling away, my shoulder wound, soaked with sweat, rendered me reluctant to move as I leaned against the gravestone. Damn it, had I known, I would have sent the commander here and sought out Qin Chuan myself. I picked up a nearly extinguished cigarette, but from the ground, biting down on it as I prepared to open the coffin. To my astonishment, I discovered that the coffin lid was not secured with nails. With minimal effort, I lifted the lid, only to be left speechless at the sight before me. The interior of the lid was adorned with strange symbols painted in red cinnabar, while the body. I removed the cigarette, but from my mouth spat and took out my phone to call Zhuang Xiaolu. Zhuang Xiaolu and Shui Hui had just finished dealing with Yulong's affairs and were preparing to seek me out. This was fortuitous, as there was no need to return to the shop. They could head directly to the grave mound. These two individuals were quite thoughtful, not only bringing warm buns, but also 2 packs of cigarettes. Mr. Li, my sister. Oh, I've covered her with clothes. You can see for yourself. But don't be startled. I lit a cigarette. The sensation was truly exquisite. Those who do not smoke could hardly comprehend the pleasure of suddenly indulging after a prolonged absence. Sister, Shui Hui exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face. How could this happen? What is wrong? Zhuang Xiaolu was perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He stepped forward to investigate, only to find that Shui Hui's mental fortitude was lacking. Upon seeing the scene, his face drained of color, and he retched violently, expelling the meat bun he had just consumed. Shui Hui's sister had been subjected to foul play. It appeared that after her death, her breasts had been severed, her senses sealed with an unknown dark red thread, and her abdomen was open to extract her stillborn child. The umbilical cord connecting the infant to its mother remained uncut, and its limbs were affixed to her abdomen, its senses likewise bound by the dark red thread. Sister, I will save you. I will save you. Wait. Seeing Shui Hui preparing to intervene, I hastily interjected, Shui Hui, if you act now, you will not only fail to rescue your sister, but will also condemn her to eternal unrest. Haven't you noticed the peculiarities of this place? Is it really necessary to discover this? Anyone with eyes can see that. Zhuang Xiaolu, with a pallid complexion, grasped my shoulder, and I shook my head, saying, haven't you noticed? The corpse has been treated in such a manner, yet there is not a hint of an unusual odor. Shui Hui and Zhuang Xiaolu soon realized that the coffin had remained open all along, and they had indeed not detected any scent, particularly Zhuang Xiaolu, who had just shared a hearty meal with me. Even if you were to release the body now, her 3 souls and 7 spirits would suffer eternally. This matter has some intricacies. The only way to rescue your sister is to focus on her 3 souls and 7 spirits. This practice, known as the immortal sacred lord of maternal flesh, is a profoundly sinister art. The essential condition for its execution is to find a pregnant woman who has died during childbirth, and her womb must contain a fully formed infant. On the 7th day after their demise, one must inscribe numerous scripts and incantations upon the coffin, sealing their sensory faculties, preventing their souls from departing this 3-inch realm. Subsequently, the practitioner must gather their souls and inter them in a place of utmost thereby completing the immortal sacred lord of maternal flesh. What purpose does this serve? Zhuang Xiaolu inquired. I offered a wry smile. This technique holds significant power. However, there is still time. If you possess the immortal sacred lord of maternal flesh, and should you wish to harm someone, you merely need to sever a small piece of decayed flesh from their corpse and place it within the abode of your intended victim. Within 7 days, their demise is assured. Indeed, the essence of this corporeal manifestation of the immortal saint has severely tarnished the principles of virtue. It is a rarity for such matters to be pursued in contemporary society, and I could hardly have anticipated encountering this today. Mr. Li, are you suggesting that Xiao Na deliberately approached Hu Yulong with the intent of causing him to stray, leading to the demise of both my sister and the child she carries? And to orchestrate such a sinister outcome? I bowed my head in silence. Although I refrained from voicing my thoughts, the current circumstances undeniably point in that direction. How can there exist such heartless individuals? I sighed in bitter amusement, gazing at the newly risen sun, and quietly remarked, indeed, there are many such beings within the realm of shadows. Chapter 34. The crime of arson. What shall we do now, my dear mistress? I gazed at the lifeless body within the coffin for an extended moment before waving my hand dismissively. You must arrange for a few vigilant individuals to guard this burial ground. There will undoubtedly be those who seek to abscond with the remains. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Additionally, we possess another lead, Xiao Na. How did this individual come to know Hu Yulong, and what is her true identity? No matter how adept she is at concealing herself, she must have left behind some trace. I refuse to believe that anyone in this world can vanish without a whisper. Even my father, many years ago, could not achieve such a feat. Hui asserted that he would take it upon himself to watch over his sister's remains, stating that this task was inherently his responsibility. He wished to discover the identity of the individual harboring such malice. Given his steadfastness, neither Zhuang Xiaolu nor I felt compelled to voice our objections. After restoring the grave to its former state, I instructed Hui to remain concealed from anyone he encountered, focusing instead on tracking their movements to ascertain their precise location before notifying us. Upon descending the mountain, I still harbored reservations. I was acutely aware of Hui's capabilities, yet against the formidable masters of the underworld, he stood little chance. Furthermore, I harbored doubts about his ability to refrain from taking action. Thus, I requested Zhuang Xiaolu to find a trustworthy and capable performer from the theater troupe to remain covertly on standby. Hui, being Zhuang Xiaolu's ally, was duty-bound to this endeavor. Gathering information on Xiao Na would not be an instantaneous affair. As we made our way down the mountain, I received a call from the commander, instructing me to meet him, as he was currently with Fong Ku in at the theater. Before noon, our group finally converged. Fong Ku Yu, now the master of the theater, possesses an aura that starkly contrasts with his former self. If he once exuded an icy demeanor, he now embodies the essence of a smiling tiger. But where is Qin Chuan? Upon entering, I only discerned Fong Ku Yu and the commander seated together, sipping tea, with no sight of Qin Chuan. It seems I may not encounter him for some time. The commander spoke with an air of nonchalance, leading me to conclude that Qin Chuan is presently out of danger. He has been captured by the Shu Zi men and confined. What? I was taken aback. How can you speak of this so casually? We must rescue him. Rescue him? The commander replied with evident reluctance. To be honest, I feel quite embarrassed to even mention it. My mind was a flurry of questions, and with the commander offering no clarity, I turned to Fong Ku Yu. He informed me that even he holds great admiration for Qin Chuan's actions. Despite losing both arms, Qin Chuan somehow infiltrated the Shu Zi men, ignited a fire, and reduced a two-story building belonging to them to ashes. Fortunately, it was a dormitory, and miraculously, no one was inside. Had it been a significant location with people present, one might never see Qin Chuan again. The commander shook his head in resignation. Fong Zhu, in your efforts to secure Qin Chuan's safety, you will not only incur financial losses, but also face a month of Qin Chuan's detention. The Shu Zi men are being rather lenient. A month of detention? Upon hearing those words, I became displeased. Commander, how do you intend to handle this matter? We all know that 80% of Lin Hawan's situation is linked to the Shu Zi sect. Otherwise, why would Qin Chuan be knocking on their door every day? What right do they have to detain him? The commander was taken aback, not anticipating my outburst. I turned to Fong Qi, a smirk gracing my lips. Master Fong, we are friends, and you are also acquainted with the Shu Zi sect. There are certain matters I wish to avoid complicating. Please convey my message to them. 3 days. If I do not see Qin Chuan by then, or if he is missing even a single hair, I shall incinerate the entire Shu Zi sect. Fong Qi was unfazed by my words. Rest assured, I will deliver your message. After expressing my gratitude, I exited the theater, with the commander hastily following me. Xiao San, what is this about? Commander, if it were you who were captured and detained, I would act in a similar manner. Regardless of the reasons, we have done no wrong. Qin Chuan has sacrificed his hands for me. I understand that your relationship with him may not be as profound, but remember, we are in the same boat. The commander's face flushed from my words. That is not what I meant. I simply, enough. Just do as I say. I need to return and rest. Your task is to contact Lin Su and assist in gathering all information regarding Xiao Na, regardless of its authenticity. Understood, I know what to do. Perhaps some may perceive my actions towards the commander as excessively harsh, disregarding his feelings entirely. I find myself in a predicament. Ever since the commander distanced himself from the Nether Palace to engage in business with us, he appears increasingly concerned about how others perceive him. He refrains from expressing anger towards anyone, even when aware of their faults, merely nodding in acknowledgement, often falling silent. This approach is untenable. I cannot bear to witness him perpetually feeling inferior, irrespective of his prior affiliation with the Nether Palace. The adage, a wayward son returns, worth more than gold rings true. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the reason I enlisted Fong Ku to convey such sentiments is due to Qin Xuan inadvertently aiding us significantly. I have no grounds to approach the Shizi sect, but this presents a perfect excuse. I instructed them to lay low for 3 days. It would be a miracle if the Shizi sect heeded my words. Once we resolve the matter concerning the immortal, sacred, venerable, and the mother-son flesh, I shall have legitimate cause to approach the Shizi sect to inquire about Lin Huan. In this manner, our intentions will be above board. Upon returning home, I reclined on my bed, personally believing it wise to allow Qin Xuan a few days of respite. He behaves as though under a spell. Yawning, I gradually succumbed to slumber, awakening only in the evening, having slept a mere 5 hours. Leaning against the bed, I tousled my unruly hair and lit a cigarette, its fragrant smoke immediately invigorating me. This sensation was exquisite. I perused my phone and noticed a missed call from the commander, which had come 40 minutes prior. I returned the call and discovered that Xiao Na had news. After familiarizing myself with the situation, I casually purchased a sandwich from the nearby convenience store and stood on the curb, nibbling as I awaited the commander's arrival. I had anticipated that Lin Su would accompany us, only to discover that it was solely the commander who was driving. He informed me that Lin Su and Su Tianlong had gone to a meeting, leaving us with a vehicle, for we could mobilize all the resources of the Wulong Group. I understood the situation. Such a vast enterprise as Wulong Group heavily relies on Su Tianlong and Lin Su, and it would be unreasonable for me to expect them to be mere followers. Having a car was sufficient. What findings have emerged? Perhaps it was my conversation with the commander at noon that made him particularly attentive to my words. This Xiao Na had previously worked as a nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department, with her records ceasing on the day of her suicide. However, one peculiar detail emerged. Her full name, Yuna, revealed no irregularities throughout her life. I nodded, acknowledging that the absence of anomalies could, in fact, be the greatest anomaly. Let us pay her residence a visit. Chapter 35. The malevolent Incho Xiao Na is not a native of our city. After her graduation, she rented an apartment here to work independently. When we arrived at her rented abode, we discovered a bespectacled middle-aged woman incessantly pounding on Xiao Na's door. "What are you doing, ma'am?" I inquired. "None of your business." "How amusing," she retorted, her arrogance momentarily taking me aback. "We are friends of the tenant," I explained. "She might not be home, and we have matters to discuss." "Friends? That simplifies things. I am her landlord, and she owes me nearly a month's rent. She hasn't shown her face, and she even changed the locks. I cannot enter, and I have no idea if she's dead inside. That wretched girl. Others in the vicinity have complained to me. A strange odor continuously emanates from this apartment. I must inform you, if she does not open the door soon, I will report this to the authorities." "Very well, we will handle it," I assured her. "She is currently abroad on business, likely unreachable by phone. She instructed us to manage this situation, and we have come to settle the rent." "You are here to pay the rent?" The woman extended her hand. "We operate on a 3-month deposit and 1 month's rent. It's 1,500 per month. You should directly pay for 3 months, totaling 4,500, although I was reluctant to part with that sum. I found myself with no alternative. I had no cash on hand and intended to make the payment via mobile. However, the woman was adamant, asserting that cash was far more secure than digital transactions. There was little I could do. I could only look to the commander, the sole individual I knew who habitually carried substantial cash on his person. After handing over the money, the elderly woman finally departed. "This room carries a rather peculiar odor," I remarked. Nodding in agreement, I identified it as the scent of decay, albeit not overwhelmingly potent. Rather, it wafted intermittently since my arrival. I motioned for the commander to step aside and took out a slender needle, tinkering with the keyhole for a brief moment. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. "You possess such skills?" I offered an awkward smile in response. "Just a hobby. I dabble in it during my leisure." Without further ado, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the commander closely trailing behind. After closing the door, he promptly turned on the light. The instant the illumination flooded the room, I instinctively cover my nose with my sleeve. The apartment was modest, sufficient for a single occupant. In that moment, both the commander and I beheld a body bound with transparent tape lying on the bed, its face grotesquely severed and rendered unrecognizable. Above the corpse, a talisman inscribed with a protective incantation adorned the ceiling. The commander approached, his expression devoid of emotion as he inspected the scene for a moment. "This girl has been dead for at least 2 months," he observed. "You can see the maggots have begun to appear." I nodded in acknowledgement. It was no wonder the foul stench was intermittent. The corpse was secured with tape. However, over time, the seal had deteriorated. This was indeed troubling. This was Yuna's residence, and Yuna had died by suicide, her remains having been taken by her family. So who was this individual? I refrained from providing a direct answer and merely perused the room casually. Eventually, I arrived at a singular conclusion. The corpse upon the bed was indeed the authentic Yuna. It appeared that someone had exerted control over her, likely waiting until Shui Hui had performed the ritual of cleansing and transformation before taking her life. Yet, was it truly necessary to remove her face? Perhaps it was. This act can be considered a form of facial alteration, enabling one to masquerade as another. Although it pales in comparison to the prowess of the faceless divine, it remains a method nonetheless. Someone had exploited Yuna's position as an obstetric nurse to seek out materials suitable for embodying the flesh of the immortal saint, subsequently impersonating Yuna to wreak havoc upon others' families, leading to tragic outcomes during childbirth. I retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen, slicing through the fabric that concealed the truth of the corpse while also cutting open the clothing around her abdomen. Indeed, like myself, she bore the mark of the cleansing and transformation ritual upon her belly. This conveniently elucidated why the young Na we had previously encountered was still alive. Shui Hui had entirely misidentified the individual. However, the unfortunate young Na must have committed some transgression, for without such a fault, the ritual would not have succeeded. Had it failed, Shui Hui would have sent something amiss, possibly averting the present predicament. This led me to ponder. Had the trail truly gone cold? I shook my head, insisting that it had not. In fact, it should have been apparent to you. Upon uttering this, I gazed at the commander, who looked at me in confusion. Moments later, his eyes widened in realization. I know who it is. Within the entire realm of shadows, aside from the Lord of many faces who possesses the ability to mimic others, there exists another individual whose skill in imitation is rather sinister. Rather than mere mimicry, it is more accurate to say that this person utterly supplants the identity of another. Who could this be? The commander's expression began to grow grave. Known as the fearsome face of the Shadow Realm, Xian Shou is a figure of ruthless ambition, leaving a trail of blood in his wake wherever he goes. Is he male or female? Male. I nodded and remarked, thus he must have an accomplice. I find it hard to believe that a man merely donning a new visage could transform into a woman. I share your sentiment, yet we remain uncertain as to why he would resort to such measures, creating this grotesque fusion of male and female. Who is his intended victim? That is beyond our concern. I merely wish to ascertain whether this incident signifies the Shadow Realm's retaliation against us. In my recollection, should the Shadow Realm seek vengeance, it would not confine itself to the emergence of a single individual. Xian Shou, I suspect, bears an unsightly appearance. So what shall we do now? Even if we ascertain that it is Xian Shou, we cannot locate him. There is no need for haste. The corpse of Xiao Yu serves as the most effective bait. He is certain to make an appearance. Are we left with no choice but to wait idly? I shrugged and replied, we can only wait. For these individuals are notoriously elusive in their movements. We must remain patient until they choose to reveal themselves. Let us first attend to the unfortunate girl's final affairs. Sigh. The commander concurred, and I sensed that in the past 2 nights, we had perhaps dealt with an excessive number of such matters. I had presumed that, following the actions of Xian Shou, he would not linger for long. However, to my surprise, for 3 consecutive days, Shui Hui remained atop the grave mound, beset by mosquitoes, without a single soul in sight, while Xian Shou awaited something that never came. I found myself compelled to honor the 3-day appointment I had previously arranged with Feng Ku for communication with the Shuzi sect. As I had anticipated, the Shuzi sect had never truly regarded us with any significance, treating us merely as players in their theatrical production, extending a courtesy to Feng Ku alone. Observing our audacity, they chose to ignore me entirely. A man must stand by his word. Failure to do so would jeopardize my standing in this profession. Little 3, are you truly resolved to cause a commotion at the Shuzi sect? I smirked slightly. I should have met with the people of the Shuzi sect long ago. This opportunity is merely fortuitous for an introduction. What are you afraid? It's not fear. I simply believe we would be adversaries to the Shuzi sect. Will they truly release us? Chapter 36. 2 buckets of gasoline. What kind of society do we live in today? And what right do they have to detain an individual? Once I have made a decision, it is not easily swayed. Although the commander found my actions utterly absurd, he demonstrated through his steadfast support that he stood by my side. After dealing with the body of the real Xiao Na, the commander procured 2 large metal barrels from an unknown source. What are you planning to do? Run away with the barrels? I inquired. The commander raised one of the barrels in his hand. Did you not say that if Qin Chuan was not released within 3 days, you would burn down the entire Shu Zimin? I'm going to fetch some gasoline. After lighting a cigarette, I gave the commander a thumbs up. Half an hour later, the commander was driving while I sat in the passenger seat, smoking. Despite the open window for ventilation, the strong odor of gasoline lingered in the air. Xiao San, could you refrain from smoking? If those 2 barrels catch fire, what will become of us? I waved my hand dismissively. It's fine. If I perish, it is my own fault. I will be cautious. I am not ready to die. I laughed heartily. The Shi Zhuang, Shu Zimen, and the yet unencountered San Yimen are all prestigious sects of equal renown. Legend has it that during World War II, Shu Zimen mobilized entirely, with the noble intention of sacrificing themselves for their country, successfully eliminating an entire regiment of invaders, many of whom were from our line of work. Of course, Shu Zimen paid a heavy price, as 2/3 of their skilled disciples perished in that battle. However, the Shuzi sect did not succumb to despair. On the contrary, having survived that battle, the severely injured Zhang Fuwa led the sect to new heights. He also nurtured his successor, Wang Qing, though tragically, Wang Qing met his demise due to my father. Zhang Fuwa has since passed away, and the current leader of the Shuzi sect is Wang Qing's junior disciple and Zhang Fuwa's biological son, Zhang Hushu. I am not well acquainted with Zhang Hushu, but the only impression I have of him can be succinctly captured in 8 words: ruthless and meticulous. Such is the nature of the Shuzi sect. I had anticipated that the Shuzi sect would at least possess the grandeur akin to the Xizhuang, only to discover that it resembles a university, devoid of any semblance of a traditional sect. How did Qin Chuan manage to gain entry? The commander and I did not approach directly, but rather circled around the vicinity. Apart from the main gate, there appear to be no other entrances to the Shuzi sect, and at the gate, 2 disciples, presumably from the sect, stood guard. Even attempting to scale the high wall to enter the Shuzi sect posed a challenge, let alone for Qin Chuan, who had lost both arms and still intended to set fire. Please leave. The Shuzi sect is not receiving guests at the moment. You may return on another day. As we reached the entrance of the Shuzi sect, the 2 guarding disciples obstructed our path. I regarded them with a peculiar glance, and upon meeting my gaze, their brows furrowed, likely startled by my appearance. Where is Zhang Hushu? Summon him to meet me. Who are you to audaciously invoke the name of our sect leader? I cast a glance at the commander, drew a cigarette, and placed it between my lips before inhaling deeply. I am Li Sansheng, here to escort Qin Chuan back. Qin Chuan? Is he not the one who set fire to our dormitory? The gatekeeper scoffed. The master has instructed that anyone seeking him should be dismissed immediately. Our sect of characters does not entertain just anyone. You'd best leave before my master gets angry. No one has the audacity to order me to leave, especially while proclaiming themselves as a master before me. I smiled, a grin of pure delight. In the next instant, my expression shifted drastically as I seized a barrel of gasoline from the commander's hands and, without hesitation, doused the self-proclaimed master with it. Gasoline! Don't move! I held the cigarette firmly in my hand, prepared to strike at any moment. If you wish to avoid calamity, have Zhang Heshu personally deliver Qin Chuan to me. I shall only say this once. All right. Steady your hand. The drenched man frantically gestured at me, fearful that the burning ember might fall to the ground. He exchanged a glance with his companion, who promptly rushed inside to relay the message. Sansheng, is this action not a bit excessive? I glanced at the commander. Excessive? If it were not for Qin Chuan still in their grasp, I would have already ignited the flames. In the span of half a cigarette, a dozen disciples from the sect of characters, led by a man of around 50, encircled us. Who is this audacious brat, daring to stir trouble in the sect of characters? Does he seek death? Seize him at once. What the hell? Are they so arrogant? Do they not fear the flames? The disciples of the Shuzi sect surged forward, completely indifferent to whether I possessed the ability to ignite a fire. You show no mercy, and I shall show no righteousness. Damn it, I shouted in anger, flicking away the half-smoked cigarette, but which, astonishingly, was caught mid-air between the fingers of a middle-aged man. He bound me. Damn it, give it to me. I pushed the commander aside, seizing another barrel of gasoline and scattering it around like a celestial maiden dispersing flowers. You thought I wouldn't dare, didn't you? I pulled out my lighter and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The lighter exploded, sparks igniting the gasoline beneath. And in an instant, flames erupted around all the disciples of the Shuzi sect. Sansheng, you have escalated this situation beyond measure. Lives will be at stake. The commander was frantic, utterly unprepared for my audacity to set fire to them. I had given the Shuzi sect 3 days, and they dared to treat my words as mere bluster. The decree of heaven and earth command. Before the figure was seen, the voice was heard. I had no knowledge of this person's cultivation level. At the utterance of a spell, the flames on the bodies of several Shuzi sect disciples suddenly receded. And had it not been for their soot-streaked faces, who would believe they were just engulfed in fire? How bold you are, daring to commit such violence in the presence of the Shuzi sect. What punishment do you deserve? In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, with a resolute yet somewhat sinister expression, materialized before me, gripping my throat and lifting me effortlessly. Sansheng, the commander, rushed forward, only to be flung aside by a mere wave of this man's sleeve. Damn! A chill coursed through me. This person's cultivation level was at least a notch above mine and the commander. With a thunderous crash, I was struck to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of my mouth. Taking a deep breath, I rose to my feet and wiped the blood from my lips, smearing it across my face. Bent slightly at the waist, I supported myself on my knees, tilting my head, a strange smile curling at the corner of my mouth. So formidable, are you, Zhang Heshu? If you do not release Qin Chuan today, I shall not rest until I confront you, regardless of whether you are the master of the Shuzi sect. A mere petty character. How could it be that I have become a mere petty character in someone else's narrative? Very well, let us see the prowess of a so-called petty character. My head began to shake incessantly. Amidst a surge of pain, I forced my right eye open. I summoned the great General Jiutian Shatian to descend and impart the law, to subdue demons and vanquish evil. Awaken. Chapter 37. A hill of weasels summoning a deity? It seemed implausible. I was not one of the performers from a theater troupe. Zhang Heshu, with his piercing gaze, discerned my true identity the moment I employed the complete art of the Yang body mask. But what of it? With a grand gesture, I summoned a wave of heat that enveloped me in a shimmering cloak of armor. Sansheng, the commander had never witnessed me in such a guise, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. Zhang Heshu furrowed his brow, but then his expression relaxed. Ah, it is the complete art of the Yang body mask, a descendant of the Li family. Alas, your cultivation permits you to sustain this form for merely 3 minutes. You are no match for me. Zhang Heshu, how audacious of you. Do you dare to act so recklessly in my presence? Zhang Heshu laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Having deified oneself, one must first deceive oneself. I conjured a spear from the heat waves, gripping it firmly in my hand. Lightning. I pointed the spear skyward, summoning a bolt of thunder to strike down upon Zhang Heshu's head. I scoffed inwardly. Regardless of Zhang Heshu's prowess, he remained a mere mortal. incapable of contending with my current divine strength. To me, that bolt of lightning was sufficient to deal with him. Yet reality often surprises. As the smoke dissipated, Zhang Hesu stood unharmed, appearing entirely unaffected. Had you possessed Li Guosheng's cultivation, that blow would have sufficed to claim my life. Alas, what? He recognizes my deceased father? In a moment of distraction, I failed to discern how Zhang Hesu had evaded my attack. By the time I regained my senses, he had already materialized before me. He flashed a grin at me, his pearly white teeth making me feel as though I'd spent my entire life brushing mine in vain. In the next moment, darkness enveloped my vision as he delivered a single, devastating blow, sending me flying. Was it truly so effortless? That punch landed squarely on my right eye, shattering the formidable presence of the Nine Heavens slaughtering child general that I had summoned. My right, I was once again plunged into obscurity, my mind swirling with confusion. I had proclaimed that he was not my equal. He was merely someone associated with Li Guosheng. I am his son. The assertion hung in the air. Li Guosheng's son? Zhang Hexiu appeared skeptical, leaning in closer to scrutinize me. Your right eye. Is it not the divine bone? When did it become common knowledge that my right eye was referred to as the divine bone? Noticing my silence, Zhang Hexiu waved his hand dismissively. Bind them. Bring them all in. I had already unleashed my most potent abilities, employing the full prowess of the sun god mask and invoking the might of the Nine Heavens slaughtering child general. Yet I had been dispatched with a mere punch. The commander was not foolish. If he struck again, neither of us would emerge unscathed. We could only submit to being bound like livestock. Tighten those bindings. These two are lunatics, and one never knows what they might do. The commander and I were taken to a small chamber where the characters for heaven and earth adorned one wall, evoking memories of the Wuzhuang temple from Journey to the West. Zhang Hexiu sat before us, legs crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Even if you are the son of Li Guosheng, you cannot behave recklessly within our sect of the art. Recklessly? Previously, I had warned you all that Qin Chuan must be released within 3 days. Otherwise, I shall incinerate your entire sect of artistry. Zhang Hesu chuckled, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Utterly ignorant of the gravity of the situation, uttering boastful words. I am now curious to discern why Qin Chuan harbors such intentions towards our sect of artistry. When have we ever wronged such a prominent figure? Where is Qin Chuan? I refrained from responding directly to Zhang Hesu. Observing my silence, he beckoned, and shortly thereafter, Qin Chuan was brought before us, restrained. Qin Chuan, are you unharmed? Upon seeing that Qin Chuan appeared relatively unscathed, even somewhat plumper, I finally felt a sense of relief. Rest assured, our sect of artistry does not stoop to the level of trifling with you 3 youngsters. Our interest in him was solely for the purpose of punishment. Now, it is your turn to explain why you persistently cause trouble for our sect of artistry. Just as I was about to speak, Qin Chuan interjected with even greater urgency. Where is Lin Yihuan? Return her to me. Lin Yihuan? Judging by Zhang Hesu's expression, he seemed genuinely unaware of such a person. Do not feign ignorance. Do you dare claim that you are unacquainted with the art of insect manipulation? The esteemed sect of artistry, a reputable sect, must resort to the creation of corporeal elixirs? Is the death of one not sufficient? Must you bring forth more lives to extinguish? What did you say? Zhang Hesu's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Qin Chuan. You speak of corporeal elixirs? Qin Chuan scoffed disdainfully, a deliberate inquiry. Do you dare to assert that this matter bears no connection to you? Just as Zhang Hexiu was about to speak, a disciple from the Shuzi sect hurriedly barged in, whispering something in his ear. Zhang Hexiu ordered someone to untie us and bring us to the inner hall to await his arrival. Chuange, are you all right? Why you seem so fierce? Qin Chuan remained preoccupied with his failure to devise a plan, which led to Lin Hawan's capture. He ignored my concerns and instead engaged in conversation with the commander. The commander glanced at me, then at Qin Chuan, and could only shake his head in resignation. Chuange, we are adults now. Can we not behave like children? I never intended for things to turn out this way, and I'm currently striving to remedy the situation. Do you realize that often, with many matters, A single mistake can be irreparable for a lifetime? I was left speechless by his retort. You may be angry, but could you at least inform me how you managed to enter and set fire to things without two arms? That is none of your concern. I sulked alone in the corner, smoking, while Zhang Hushu seemed oblivious to some significant event. After waiting for over an hour, just as my patience was about to wane completely, he finally appeared. I have no time for idle chatter with you. Tell me what you know, particularly regarding the physical body and the Danding. How much do you know? Qin Chuan would undoubtedly remain silent, while I pondered why Zhang Hushu was so anxious and what had transpired moments before. Thus, the responsibility of answering Zhang Hushu's inquiry fell upon the commander. Zhang Zhangmen, Lu Sui is one of your disciples from the Shizi sect, correct? How could you possibly recognize the traitor of my sect? Are you not all cut from the same cloth? The commander chose not to respond directly, instead recounting the situation surrounding Lin Huan, including the matter of that individual named Lu Sui, who possesses the ability to wield the art of insect manipulation. I wonder what Master Zhang's opinion on this issue might be. What a farcical notion. The art of insect manipulation originates from the Miao region. Instead of seeking the source there, you dare to wreak havoc in my sect, believing us to be easily bullied? Is this a place where you, mere juniors, can run amok without consequence? Zhang Hisu, you are as fickle as the turning a page. Zhang Hisu, I am somewhat aware of the affairs within your sect. Tell me, have we struck a nerve, prompting you to silence us? Chapter 38. A connection beyond boundaries. Zhang Hisu, with a flicker of his eyes, suddenly relaxed from his previously tense demeanor. He crossed his legs, lifted the teacup beside him, and took a gentle sip. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the commander, who had just begun to speak. You are the commander, are you not? What authority do you have to speak here, you denizens of the underworld? Master Zhang, since you are unaware, I shall not intrude further. I gestured discreetly to the commander while firmly grasping Qin Chuan's shoulder, forcibly pulling him out of the Shizi gate. Zhang Hisu did not intervene nor utter a word. He merely squinted, watching our departing figures. What are you doing? Let go of me. Huan has not yet been found. Smack! As we exited the grand door of the Shizi gate, I turned and delivered a sharp slap to Qin Chuan's face. Have you had enough of this ruckus? His head spun, eyes reddened with anger, glaring at me. I had no doubt that had his arms been free, he would have retaliated. Huan, are you the only one anxious while we remain calm? Can you not exercise some common sense in your actions? Even if Lin Huan is currently within the Shizi gate, do you truly believe that making such a commotion would persuade Zhang Hisu to hand him over? Qin Chuan fell silent. I pointed towards the commander. Brother Chuan, everything we know regarding the physical body, the Danding, and their connection to the Shizi gate are merely conjectures, devoid of any evidence. I requested a lighter from the commander, lit a cigarette, and continued. I understand that you are in a foul mood and wish to vent. Very well, I shall join you in your outburst. If you set fire to your frustrations, I shall do the same. However, should you not also recognize the need for moderation? In the realm of the Shizi sect, what manner of individual is Zhang Hushu? Have you not sought to understand him yourself? Should he choose today to leverage his prior status as commander against us, do you truly believe we could exit this threshold unscathed? I held the cigarette between my fingers and gestured towards Qin Chuan. I bear the responsibility for Lin Huan's predicament. Do you think I desired this outcome? If you wish for Lin Huan to remain unharmed, it would be prudent for you to keep a low profile. I exhaled a plume of smoke, resting my hand upon Qin Chuan's shoulder. Brother Chuan, I implore you to remain composed. Today is a fortuitous day. Casting a glance at the commander and Qin Chuan, I retrieved my phone. It was a call from Zhuang Xiaolu. Hurry to the Grave Mountain. There has been an incident. Xue Hui is in dire straits. After ending the call, I took the car keys from the commander and proceeded to the vehicle. You take Qin Chuan back. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't incite any further chaos. Where are you headed? To the Grave Mountain. I drove with one hand while massaging my temple with the other. Following Qin Chuan's recent upheaval, I had officially encountered the Shizi sect, and as for Zhang Hushu, he remained an enigma to me. However, one thing was abundantly clear. Zhang Hushu possessed formidable abilities. While I could vanquish the thousand-faced monarch with my Yang spirit mask, I would find myself unable to withstand even a single exchange against him. Moreover, after the commotion, I had gained a fresh perspective on the entire affair. Just as I had conveyed to Qin Chuan, there exists no substantial evidence directly linking this matter to the Shizi sect. The only tenuous connection lies in the identity of Lu Sui. Observing Zhang Hisu's recent demeanor, it is evident that the secret method of crafting the corporeal Danding indeed belongs to the Shizi sect. For the moment, we may hypothesize that it was illicitly obtained by Lu Sui, who is indeed intent on creating the corporeal Danding. However, what connection does this hold with the living insects of the Gu insect technique? The commander has indeed remarked that the corporeal Danding involves a cycle of life and death. Yet, prior to its creation, it is imperative to implant a certain substance within the bodies of two individuals. What precisely can be sown, and whether it is the living insects, remains uncertain at this juncture. All of this is still mere conjecture. In contrast, the phone call from Zhuang Xiao Lu has become a greater source of distress for me. What transpired? Zhuang Xiao Lu was beset by sorrow, tears staining his visage, as numerous disciples of the Shi Zhuang congregated upon the grave hill. They descended the mountain bearing 5 stretchers, upon which lay individuals whose heads were draped in white cloth. They have taken action. 3 hours prior, those who remained have perished. Following closely behind Zhuang Xiao Lu, I encountered Shui Hui, sprawled in a pool of blood. His abdomen had been brutally opened, intestines spilling across the ground, and his limbs contorted in grotesque positions, appearing utterly severed. Fang Ku, with a grim expression, approached Zhuang Xiao Lu and myself. Before his demise, Shui Hui uttered a name, Lu Sui. Lu Sui. Who is Lu Sui? Could fate be so coincidental? Is there a link between this matter of the maternal and offspring corporeal immortal saint and the corporeal Danding? It is implausible that Shui Hui had any acquaintance with Lu Sui. Although Shui Hui was affiliated with the Shi Zhuang, he merely served as Zhuang Xiao Lu's bodyguard. If Zhuang Xiao Lu heard this name and was bewildered, then it stands to reason that if Shui Hui had indeed known him, Zhuang Xiao Lu would certainly have been aware of this individual's existence. The matter is settled. Those from the theater cannot perish in vain. I shall ensure justice for all. Soon, under Fang Ku's command, the individuals from the theater cleared the scene. On the vast grave mound, only Zhuang Xiao Lu and I remained. The underworld, I will make them pay in blood for their debts. I crouched at the spot where Shui Hui met his end, lighting a cigarette and planting it in the ground. Rest in peace. We shall provide an account for your vengeance and that of your sister's family. Xiao-san, where are the people from the underworld? I do not know. I rose and glanced at Xiao Yu's coffin, which was indeed empty. If it was truly Lu Sui who killed your theater disciples and Shui Hui, then this matter extends beyond the underworld. What? I twisted my neck. Have you heard about the recent disappearances around us? Zhuang Xiaolu nodded. Is it the girl Qin Chuan has been searching for? I recall the master mentioning her. It seems she has some connection to the Shizi sect. I shrugged. Whether there is a connection to the Shizi sect, I cannot be certain, but Lu Sui appears to have some involvement, though lacking evidence. However, it has been confirmed that Lu Sui is a traitor of the Shizi sect. Zhuang Xiaolu abruptly stood up. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at me. Did the Shizi sect kill Shui Hui? I shook my head. The Shizi sect would not. But Lu Sui is highly suspicious. I do not believe Shui Hui uttered an unrelated name before his demise. I'm going to the Shizi sect. Stop. What are you doing? Your visit to Shizi Gate was in vain. I had just returned from there. As I spoke, I descended the mountain, urging Zhuang Xiaolu to follow me home. During our journey, I recounted the events concerning Lin Hehuan, including my recent encounter with Zhang Heshu. Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, lost in contemplation. Upon arriving home, I found the commander seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon noticing Zhuang Xiaolu's presence, he immediately rose. Brother Chuan, you locked yourself in your room upon returning. What is the situation with you two? Shui Hui has perished, and the body of the mother and child, an immortal saint, has also vanished. I relayed the entire situation to the commander, who furrowed his brow in concern. So, you mean to say that two seemingly unrelated events have intertwined due to Lu Sui, thus linking them to the Yin Palace? Reluctantly, I had to concede that, indeed, as the commander asserted, both incidents were now entangled with Lu Sui and the Yin Palace. Old sir, you're the only one among us who has had dealings with Lu Sui. You did not clarify last time. How was the matter resolved on your end? The commander did not respond directly. Rather, he resumed his seat on the sofa, deep in thought. Our interaction was brief. He had fled upon seeing me, without engaging in any confrontation. Be more specific. As previously stated by the commander, his business trip indeed involved Lu Sui employing a curse upon an individual. Yet there was no direct conflict between him and Lu Sui. No confrontation had taken place at all. This matter has long puzzled me. It seems he does not genuinely intend to target that household. I intervened and dispelled the curse, and it appears the matter has since faded into silence. Listening to the commander's words, I stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the sun above, as if conversing with myself. If Lu Sui aimed to divert either one of us, allowing him to seize Lin Hahuan from under our noses, then it would make sense. The commander squinted, and I continued, with both of us present. While it is not impossible for him to abduct Lin Hahuan before our eyes, he would surely lack confidence. If only one of us were here, his success would be assured. The commander tapped his fingers on the coffee table. Then he has no reason to assist the Inhal in murder. How could that not be the case? I retorted immediately. What if he seeks to join the Inhal? Impossible for someone like Lu Sui, who has a background in a sect. The Inhal would never accept him. But what if Lu Sui offers the flesh pill altar as a condition for joining the Inhal? It could be that we are currently navigating through such complexities. Many previous matters were shrouded in mist. We could see them clearly, yet could not grasp them. Now, a single remark from Xue Hui before his death has illuminated much for us. But what of the mother-child, flesh, immortal saint? I shrugged. Old commander, I am no detective. Merely managing to unravel this much is already commendable. As for what you mentioned, I fear we must inquire of them directly. The intricacies of life are unpredictable. Had the individual chosen by Lu Sui not been Lin Hahuan, had Yuzili's mother not found me, and had I not been misled by Hidashi to his shop, had Hu Yulong not been acquainted with Jiang Wanwan, and had he not discovered her, would I have ever known of these occurrences? Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaolu, who had been listening to my discussion with the commander, rose to his feet. Where are you going? To the Shuzi Gate. Is it of any use? Regardless, Lu Sui was once one of them. There must be some explanation, mustn't there? This time, I refrained from intervening. Perhaps Zhuang Xiaolu seeking Zhang Heshu was indeed the wisest choice, for he is unlike me. He represents the entirety of the theater. Stay in touch. Do not act foolishly. If any problems arise, let Feng Ku take charge. After watching Zhuang Xiaolu depart, I turned around, only to find the commander standing behind me, regarding me with a peculiar expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have some secret to share? Regarding that move you employed against Zhang Heshu at the Shuzi Gate. Chapter 39. The business at hand, I let out a bitter smile. Reaching to touch my right eye, the divine mask of the sun god. The power I summoned is indeed the celestial force you brought from the Nether Hall, the great general of the nine heavens. I had previously mentioned this to you, yet you remained skeptical. I further elaborated. The divine bone you speak of is, in fact, my right eye. The commander stared at me, his eyes wide and mouth agape, a look of incredulity etched across his face. I paid him no mind, merely picking up my garments in preparation to step outside. This is impossible. You must clarify this for me. This is too incredible. Sighing, I replied, where are you going? There is nothing so extraordinary. The truth is as it stands. I am going out to conduct business. You stay home and keep company with Brother Chuan, ensuring he does not cause any more trouble, and prepare dinner in the meantime. I disregarded the commander's astonishment, for we are now individuals engaged in commerce. It is hardly feasible to rent a store and let it sit idle without conducting business. After all, the matter concerning Lin Hahuan did not involve any monetary exchange, and I had only collected 600 from Hu Yulong. What should we do about this? What are our next steps? Upon hearing the commander's question, I reluctantly turned back. You do not know what we are to do next? The commander shook his head earnestly. I truly do not know. Apart from understanding that this situation is related to the Inhal Shinsho and that woman impersonating Xiao Na, as well as Lu Sui, I have no other leads. How could I possibly know where to begin? Noticing my silence, The commander continued. I have no idea where to locate them. I helplessly grasped my hair. Do you remember the corpse we encountered in Xiao Na's rented room? Do you recall? What is the matter? You didn't think of it all, did you? Wasn't it a thought of Xian Cho? I patted my head. Why does my mind ache so? Don't you find it at all strange? Xiao Na's body was there, right? Yet the records indicate that Xiao Na committed suicide, and her body has been taken away by her family, correct? Yes. I nodded. I mentioned that there would certainly be clues. It merely depends on how you uncover them. Do you not find this peculiar? In our apartment, Haven Tea, we encountered 3 instances of Xiao Na. The commander counted on his fingers. The 2 we saw, plus the body taken by her family, makes 3. Still not realized? Observing the commander, it seems he might take an eternity to connect the dots. I organized my thoughts. I truly believed he had already figured it out, as it was rather evident. Based on our prior analysis, the Xiao Na we encountered in the apartment was indeed the one upon whom Shui Hui had cast the spell of wrongful death, which means it was her in person. In truth, this Xiao Na had long been controlled by Xian Cho and others, her freedom curtailed. This implies that the Xiao Na who seduced Hu Yulong was the very counterfeit who had bitten me last time. The reason they chose to keep the real Xiao Na alive while eliminating the controlled one must have significance, and I believe that significance lies with Shui Hui. They intend to take action against the Hu Yulong family, and it is inconceivable that they would not conduct a thorough investigation. Consequently, they are undoubtedly aware of Shui Hui's identity. I surmise that they have even contemplated the possibility of retaliation from Shui Hui. Meanwhile, the true Xiao Na has become a scapegoat. As for the body taken back by Xiao Na's parents, disguising it is remarkably simple. The commander was momentarily taken aback by my words. I had finished speaking, yet he continued to gaze at me. Was I not clear enough? Yes, at that moment. I found it peculiar, though I had failed to articulate my thoughts effectively. I let out a bitter laugh. The real Xiao Na has been treated as a scapegoat, and Shui Hui has placed a curse upon her. As for the body of the one who committed suicide, whether the denizens of the underworld aspire to mimic Shui Hui's methods or employ other means, it matters not. Their intention to retain the genuine Xiao Na serves yet another purpose, to preserve her dignity. Now I comprehend. Do you truly understand? The commander nodded affirmatively. You want me to investigate the origin of the false Xiao Na's body that was discovered and taken away? How foolish. At times, I find the commander quite astute, while at other moments, he appears as if he were simple-minded. Why do you incessantly dwell on the body? You should investigate the period during which the impostor, Xiao Na, became entangled with Hu Yulong, examining the life trajectory of that false Xiao Na. I refuse to believe she merely resided in the house we discovered. They must have other hideouts. So that is how it is. The commander suddenly enlightened. You could have simply stated it directly instead of going around in circles, leaving my head spinning. I must clarify my thoughts, for otherwise, you would undoubtedly be left with a multitude of questions. Perhaps you could enlist Lin Su's assistance in this matter. However, even he may find it challenging to uncover anything substantial. This issue can only be resolved through the formidable influence of the Wulong group. Otherwise, the combined efforts of myself and the commander would prove utterly futile. As I approached the entrance of the store, burdened by a torrent of thoughts, I was taken aback to find a figure standing at the door. Zhang Hexiu, what is this? Are you not going to open the door and allow me, your guest, to enter? I arched an eyebrow at Zhang Hexiu, momentarily at a loss for words. I had never anticipated that he would seek me out at such an hour, and his first utterance upon entering left me profoundly astonished. Are you willing to accept my business? Accept business? The esteemed leader of the Shuzi sect, straying from his territory to approach me for trade? Moreover, did not Zhuang Xiaolu go in search of him? Leaning back in my chair, I spread my hands before me. I have opened my doors for commerce. Naturally, I shall accept any opportunity to profit. However, it would be quite the scandal if word got out that the distinguished leader of the Shuzi sect came to me for business. Zhang Hexiu did not respond to my remark. Instead, he produced a bank card from his pocket. Here is 300,000. I desire for Lu Sui to vanish forever. I stared at the card resting on the table, lit a cigarette, and tapped my lighter against the surface. After a considerable pause, I finally spoke. You believe such a meager sum could purchase a life? Are you attempting to bribe a beggar? Zhang Hexiu had prepared meticulously. even crafting reasons to persuade me to assist him. Yet he had not anticipated my retort. He instinctively inquired, "How much do you want?" 3 million. I will help you cleanse your path. How much? 3 million. Not a penny less. Li Sansheng, you think I'm doing you a favor by seeking your assistance? Zhang Hesu rose, slamming his palm upon the solid wooden desk, causing it to splinter. Now it's 3,300,000. This desk is worth 30,000. You. What of it? I gazed at Zhang Hesu with an expression of innocence. 3 million is a modest request. Lu Sui isn't worth much. 30,000 would suffice, but our confidentiality fee is rather steep. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? I pointed towards the camera mounted on the ceiling. There's a camera here. We are in a society governed by law. Zhang Hesu was evidently not a businessman. Lu Sui captured your man. You were already going to seek him out. I'm merely assisting, yet you demand such a price. You must be mistaken. Lin Yihuan was merely hired to look after Qin Chuan. Her fate matters little to me. If she dies, so be it, even if Qin Chuan cares. What does it matter? As I spoke, I revealed a gleaming smile of white teeth. Zhang Hesu squinted, fixating his gaze upon me for an extended moment, before finally chuckling. Li Guosheng is loyal and righteous. Who would have thought his son is so avaricious? Say what you will. With that, I promptly penned a contract, simultaneously collecting the bank card from the table. This 30,000 serves as a deposit. Upon completion of the task, you shall remit the balance. Zhang Hesu gazed at me and ultimately inscribed his name upon the contract. Li Sansheng, I await your favorable news. As Zhang Hesu attempted to depart, I called out to him, "Hold on, Master Zhang, why the haste? Since you are here and we share a cooperative relationship, let's converse a while. What do you wish to say?" I rose from my seat, smiling as I prepared a cup of tea for him. I am curious as to why you sought me out, and I also wish to understand how you became convinced that it was Lu Sui who abducted my people. Business is conducted for remuneration. You ought to grasp this principle. There are inquiries one ought not to make. I shook my head and retrieved my phone from my pocket. I have recorded this. Zhang Hesu, the leader of the Shuzi sect, conspiring to commit murder, all documented in black and white. Should this information leak, it would not reflect well upon you. No sooner had my words left my lips than I perceived a shadow dart before me. In the next instant, he had seized my throat, pressing me forcefully against the wall. Are you attempting to ensnare me? I managed a strained smile, devoid of any intention to retaliate. I knew that before him, I was but a robust infant. As I remained silent, merely smiling, Zhang Hesu inhaled deeply and eventually loosened his grip. Master Zhang, your strength is indeed formidable. Should I perish, your reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The theater troupe would not spare you, nor would the Wulong group. Zhang Hesu scoffed softly. Drink your tea. The hour is still early. That old man possessed considerable strength. I touched my throat and resumed my seat in the executive chair. Now, please, do share your account. Though his tone was less than pleasant, Zhang Hesu recounted the events that had transpired. All of this is inextricably linked to the corporeal alchemical furnace. Lu Sui clandestinely practiced the forbidden techniques of her sect, inflicting harm upon my disciple and fleeing. He cannot be allowed to remain at large. Your sincerity is still in question. We are all in the same boat. So do not attempt to deceive me with childlike banter. If your claims hold true, you should be capable of acting on your own accord. Why then, do you seek my assistance? Surely, you do not harbor any nefarious secrets with him, do you? You intend to silence him permanently. Zhang Hesu closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The technique of the corporeal alchemical furnace is concealed within my father's coffin. In his quest for this secret art, he murdered 2 guards and desecrated my father's grave. Now that the technique has been lost, even if we were to find Lu Sui, those within our sect would not seek his life. At least, he will not perish before revealing the secrets of the corporeal alchemical furnace. Since it is a forbidden technique, its absence makes no difference. After all, no one else can master it. This is my perspective, yet others do not share it. With that, Zhang Hesu produced an envelope from his bosom. Within it lies a photograph of Lu Sui. My associates have seen him with Lin Yihuan, the little girl sought by Qin Chuan. Where is he? Chapter 40. The cracked bagua at the western suburb breeding farm. I murmured the final message left by Zhang Hexiu. My fingers sifting through the photographs of Lu Sui's life. I close my eyes, leaning back in the chair. The image of Lu Sui merging in my mind with that of the delivery man who had abducted Lin Hehuan that fateful night. Why did Zhang Hexiu harbor such certainty about Lu Sui's demise? I lightly tapped my temple. If I were to believe Zhang Hexiu's reasoning, I would be a fool. Have you seen Zhang Hexiu? The store door swung open, and I looked up to see Zhuang Xiaolu, his face ablaze with anger. This effeminate man still managed to maintain a semblance of dignity even in his fury. I nodded and replied, "He just left here." I handed Zhuang Xiaolu the photograph that Zhang Hexiu had given me. "This is Lu Sui from the western suburb breeding farm. Are you certain?" I haven't to even set foot inside the gates of the Shizi sect. Rising from my seat, I draped my coat over my arm. "What use is it to deceive you? Let us go." "Go? Where? Didn't I just say?" "Lu Sui is at the western suburb breeding farm. Are you waiting for him to escape before we proceed?" "I'll call right away." Just as Zhuang Xiaolu dialed the number, I snatched the phone from his hand and hung up. "What are you doing? Are you planning to call Fong Kuyu? Summon your fellow actors from the theater?" "Of course. Lu Sui killed one of my actors." After hanging up the phone, I handed it back to him, and, as I stepped closer, I patted his shoulder. "Let's first take a look. Too many people will only alert the snake." Zhuang Xiaolu contemplated my words and conceded that I had a point, promptly securing his phone before accompanying me outside. As Zhuang Xiaolu drove, I reclined in the passenger seat, a cigarette dangling from my lips. I instructed him not to inform anyone else of our plans, fearing that a larger group would lead to unnecessary chatter and discordant opinions, especially since the business I was engaged in involved taking Lu Sui's life. If those orchestrating the play were to intervene and prevent Lu Sui's demise, I certainly could not afford a confrontation with them. Are we truly capable of handling this alone? Shouldn't you at least summon the commander? I queried. The commander is occupied with Qin Chuan. We are sufficient, he replied. Are you certain? Do not forget that this situation involves more than just Lu Sui. There are shadows of the Yin Hall lurking within. I chuckled lightly. What is this? Are you, a delicate flower, feeling apprehensive? Get lost. You are the one who is delicate. Upon arriving at our destination, I was immediately assailed by the pungent stench of excrement. The surrounding area was desolate, with only a solitary pig farm in sight, exuding an overwhelming odor. Zhuang Xiaolu pinched his nose in disdain, surveying the scene with distaste. I merely frowned slightly before retrieving a piece of yellow talisman paper from my pocket, tearing it into two small balls to plug my nostrils. Zhuang Xiaolu, on the other hand, produced a handkerchief to tie around his face. Indeed, a delicate man, carrying a handkerchief when venturing out. As we entered the pig farm, the foul air was suffocating, and even with our precautions, we could not escape the pervasive stench. It appeared that this place had been neglected for many days. Zhuang Xiaolu was correct. There was not a single worker in sight, and the pigpen's waste had accumulated into towering heaps. How long has it been since I last had something to eat, witnessing us in such a state? After wandering around, not only is there no sign of Lu Sui, but even a ghostly shadow is nowhere to be found. I said, Xiao San, must you truly inform me that Lu Sui is here? Have you been deceived? The esteemed leader of the Shizi sect deceiving me? And even giving me 300,000? Who are you? What is your purpose here? Are you attempting to steal pigs? Upon hearing the commotion, I turned to see an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, clad in tattered work clothes, carefully standing at the door with a bamboo broom in hand, watching us intently. I pinched the bridge of my nose and approached the old man, producing a photograph of Lu Sui from my pocket. Have you seen this person? The old man looked at the photo with a puzzled expression, shook his head, and then glanced back at me. What do you intend to do? Zhuang Xiaolu stepped forward, holding the photograph towards the old man. Take a good look. Are you certain you have never seen this person? No. Go away. There is no one here you seek, the old man insisted, shooing Zhuang Xiaolu and me outside without further ado. Just then, a chilling scream suddenly echoed from deep within the breeding facility. The old man's face changed, and, disregarding us, he turned and ran towards the depths of the farm. However, his legs seemed unsteady, causing him to stumble to the ground. Ignoring the dirt covering him, he scrambled back up and continued running forward. What do you see? Following Zhuang Xiaolu's pointing finger, I looked towards the left wall of the breeding facility, where countless cracks had suddenly appeared. How could this be, when there were none on our arrival? Zhuang Xiaolu reached out to caress the cracks on the wall, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a peculiar pattern. Could it be the diagram of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams? There seemed to be a commotion in the factory. Wait for me, I said. Retracing the steps of the old man, I followed Zhuang Xiaolu deeper into the factory. The further we ventured, the louder the cries became, as if someone were pleading for help. We arrived at a place behind the breeding facility resembling a warehouse, where the old man stood at the entrance with a bamboo broom in hand, poised and trembling slightly. The door of the warehouse was adorned with 2 large yellow talismans. What was happening? I did not respond to Zhuang Xiaolu's inquiry. Instead, I patted his shoulder and approached the entrance of the warehouse. What are you doing? Hurry, leave. Quickly. I cast a fleeting glance at the old man before tearing down the 2 talismans from the door. What are you doing? Just as I ripped away the talismans, the cries from within the warehouse abruptly ceased. The old man dashed to my side, attempting to prevent me from opening the door, but Zhuang Xiaolu restrained him. Without further hesitation, I forcefully kicked the warehouse door open. The abrupt action stirred a cloud of dust, and, as it settled, I beheld a scene that would be etched in my memory for eternity. A woman, her hair disheveled, was suspended in midair by iron chains, her feet secured to the ground. Her body was not only covered with an array of bizarre talismans, but also caked in pig excrement. As the woman beheld me, her lips moved in a silent ballet, yet no sound escaped her mouth. However, I discerned the trails of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. My brow furrowed deeply as I approached her, step by step. With each inch I drew nearer, she instinctively recoiled, fear gripping her being. Upon reaching her, her entire form quaked uncontrollably, a manifestation of her terror. Fear not, relax. I mean you no harm, I reassured, extending my hand. Yet, she fervently shook her head, and with a sudden, piercing scream, she cried out, a sound that nearly ruptured my eardrums. No, do not touch her. She is possessed. There is a spirit within her. The voice of the old man fell upon deaf ears as I pressed the tip of my sword against her brow. Gradually, her breathing steadied. Xiaolu, lend me your coat. Although Zhuang Xiaolu was unaware of my intentions, she did not hesitate, promptly removing her coat and placing it in my hands. What is happening? She inquired. Step back. I commanded, and she complied. I draped Zhuang Xiaolu's coat over the woman's head, then withdrew my hand to retrieve a spell, an incantation to dispel evil, pinched delicately between my fingers. By the urgent decree, I command. The charm was applied to her abdomen. The woman convulsed violently, the chains binding her limbs displaying signs of impending breakage. Break! The incantation ignited upon her belly, transforming into a fiery blaze that surged into her being. Simultaneously, I encircled her head with my arms, shielding her from the chaos that ensued. What on earth are you doing? I exclaimed. I had no time to address Zhuang Xiaolu's inquiries. In the next instant, it felt as though I had been struck by a vehicle, my body hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Clutched in my arms was Zhuang Xiaolu's coat, within which something writhed restlessly, yearning to escape. With a sense of urgency, I disregarded the pain, bit my finger, and swiftly inscribed a sigil on the coat, delivering a forceful strike upon it. The commotion within the coat subsided. Taking a deep breath, I carelessly discarded the coat onto the ground and turned to face the woman. She lay there like a deflated balloon, crumpled on the floor, tears cascading down her cheeks. Pooling on the ground. What is concealed within this garment? I inquired, settling onto the floor and lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Take a look for yourself. Zhuang Xiaolu, his face a mask of confusion, kicked the coat aside, revealing a long white maggot, as thick as 2 thumbs and measuring nearly 30 centimeters. Where did such a colossal maggot come from? This is no mere maggot. As someone involved in the theatrical arts, you must have heard of the sinister goo that plagues the unwary. Rising to my feet and brushing off the dust from my clothing, I addressed the old man. The person is unharmed. Hurry and extract it. It would be a tragedy if they were driven to madness by your incompetence after narrowly escaping death at the hands of the creature. The old man stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a phenomenon in his long life. Ignoring his bewilderment, I exited the warehouse, only to be met by an unexpected downpour outside. What on earth was happening? What is happening? Someone help. Can't you see? I know. Isn't it about finding Lu Sui? Yes, we are here for Lu Sui. I refrained from saying much more, merely gazing up at the countless raindrops cascading from the heavens. Divine beings, thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. Suddenly, I heard a thud and noticed an elderly man, unsteady on his feet, kneeling before us, his face wet with tears and snot as he bowed deeply. No, this matter does not concern me, and we are not divine beings. Zhuang Xiaolu seemed poised to speak again, but I stepped forward and helped the old man to his feet. I took out the photograph once more. Please take a good look. Have you seen this person? The old man took the photo, wiping his tears as he nodded and said, I have seen him. He is my daughter's boyfriend, Lu Sui. I flicked away my cigarette, but where's Lu Sui? I don't know. After my daughter's incident, he ran off with some vixen, abandoning us. He is utterly heartless. Knowing what has happened to my daughter, he deliberately returned with that vixen to provoke us. I truly wish to end his life. Chapter 41. Never to return. At the end of the hospital corridor on the balcony, I stood with a cigarette in my mouth, gazing at the persistent drizzle. It seemed that the girl was beyond saving. Zhuang Xiaolu, with a profound gaze, looked into the distance and remarked, this young lady was already grappling with some depression, and being confined in that warehouse has only exacerbated her condition. I understood the implications of his words without needing him to elaborate further. In essence, extracting any information regarding Lu Sui from her would be an impossibility. Zhuang Xiaolu's silence signified his acquiescence. With a sudden thud, Zhuang Xiaolu's fist struck the wall behind him. Damn it. I turned silently, flicking the cigarette but away, just in time to notice an elderly man limping towards us. Thank you both. With a thud, the frail man knelt before us. I hurried to assist him. Get up. What are you doing? Indeed. Zhuang Xiaolu extended his hand. We haven't done much to help. No, we're not for you. My daughter would likely have had only a few days left to live. Even in her current state, she is still alive, and that is what matters. Alive is what matters, the old man asserted. He was right. Death signifies the end of everything. As long as one lives, there remains a glimmer of hope. We wish to find Lu Sui. How much do you know? The old man's daughter had suffered greatly, and according to him, it was all Lu Sui's fault. After a single outing with Lu Sui, she returned a changed person, often behaving as if possessed in the middle of the night. After a thorough examination at the hospital, it was determined that the girl was free of any physical ailments. The elderly man, convinced that she had been afflicted by malevolent forces, sought out various so-called experts, ultimately arriving at a dubious remedy. It is unclear which misguided individual imparted such advice, to confine the afflicted in a filthy, odorous place to exorcise the evil spirits. I shook my head in disbelief. It is astonishing that anyone would lend credence to such nonsense. Clearly, this old man was grasping at straws in his desperation. The sinister curse inflicted upon the girl must undoubtedly be the work of Lu Sui, yet the reason behind his actions remains elusive. Only Lu Sui himself could elucidate that. As for Lu Sui's whereabouts, the elder was entirely uninformed. The sole tidbit he provided was that the woman accompanying Lu Sui, referred to as a little vixen, was none other than Lin Huan. Both Zhuang Xiaolu and I had exhausted our options here, and with no useful information to be found, we resolved to depart. According to the old man, it seems Lin Huan is not actually a victim of abduction, Zhuang Xiaolu remarked. I chose not to respond, instead making my way towards a shop. Zhuang Xiaolu, observing my retreating figure, inhaled deeply and hurried to catch up. Where are we headed now? He inquired. To find Lu Sui. Find Lu Sui? Do you know where he is? Not at all. Zhuang Xiaolu, puzzled, attempted to press further, but I raised my hand to interrupt him. Do not bombard me with a barrage of questions. I am not an encyclopedia. Zhuang Xiaolu fell silent, trailing behind me. I retrieved my phone to verify the address, then drove with Zhuang Xiaolu in tow. During our journey, I received a call from the commander. Why hasn't it arrived yet? 10 minutes, en route. Please hurry. This matter is not simple. While driving, I connect my phone via Bluetooth, so both commander and I were conversing. And Zhuang Xiaolu heard everything. Before Zhuang Xiaolu could speak, I took the initiative to say, "The commander has found some clues about that fake Xiaona." Fake Xiaona? Is it the one who bit your shoulder right in front of us? The one we encountered the night who Yulong died? Yes. I had expected it would take the commander some time to uncover the leads, but I was surprised at how quickly he did so. Upon meeting the commander, his brow was furrowed, and he bore a look of deep concern. "Did you return empty-handed?" I ran my fingers through my hair. "Not quite. We saved one person. Although we did not locate Lu Sui, we can confirm that this individual indeed appeared over there. When I took Zhuang Xiaolu to the breeding farm in the western suburbs, I had already informed the commander of my whereabouts. After all, I had not fully trusted Zhang Heshu. If it were a trap and I ventured there alone with Zhuang Xiaolu, should anything happen, no one would know of our plight." I lit a cigarette. "Where's Chuan Ge? You came out alone. That lad won't cause any trouble again, will he?" Unexpectedly, your slap had a bit of effect. I chuckled, and the commander added, "Fortunately, he didn't come along this time. What's the situation? I'll take you up to see for yourself." I nodded, and just as we were about to follow the commander upstairs, Zhuang Xiaolu suddenly remarked, "Commander, you don't mean to say that this little Na is actually Lin Huan, the person Qin Chuan has been searching for all along, do you?" The commander was taken aback. Although he did not speak, his expression confirmed Zhuang Xiaolu's conjecture. Could it truly be so? The commander smiled wryly as he led the way. Following him, we entered an old residential complex across the street. The commander informed us that this was the dormitory arranged by the hospital for temporary staff, predominantly occupied by medical personnel. On the 6th floor, I curiously surveyed my surroundings and inquired, "Old C, how did you find this place?" He replied, "I asked around at the hospital. Some matters are not as intricate as they seem. This is it." The commander glanced around and said to Zhuang Xiaolu and me, "It is no coincidence that in the narrative of life, before Lin Huan went to care for Qin Chuan, she and Little Na were not merely colleagues, but also roommates." With a cigarette dangling from my lips, I looked at the commander askance and said, "Are you implying that Lin Huan was originally part of Lu Sui's circle?" "Precisely." He affirmed, "They were roommates, and Little Na's body has been deceased for quite some time. As her roommate, Lin Huan could not possibly be unaware of this fact. After all, a living person vanishing is no trivial matter. Even if she was busy caring for Qin Chuan, she would occasionally return home. Would you not agree?" I settled back on the sofa, crossing my legs, my fingers drumming rhythmically on my thigh as I contemplated the commander's words. Lin Huan assumed two roles. As the only residents in the house were herself and Xiao Na, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to realize that the real Xiao Na had perished. Moreover, Lin Huan spent the majority of her daylight hours tending to Qin Chuan. I paused momentarily, gesturing towards the commander. "Proceed." What was there to continue? These were merely my conjectures. If I were to assert that Lin Huan was innocent, I would find it implausible. There are no coincidences in this world. Every coincidence is meticulously orchestrated by someone. Additionally, there is one point that perplexes me. I inquire with the hospital staff, and it seems that Xiao Na and Lin Huan have been cohabitating for quite some time. Why did an incident occur now, rather than earlier or later? I abruptly raise my gaze to the commander. Is there more? My suspicions are not unfounded. I reviewed the surveillance footage of this community, and during the precise time of Xiao Na's death, the imposter returned from the hospital to this very location. It appears that only one of Lin Huan or Xiao Na is ever visible to the public at any given time. The commander continued, "I have also made inquiries in the vicinity, and it is said that Xiao Na and Lin Huan shared a close relationship, often seen shopping together. Yet, in recent times, very few have witnessed them appearing simultaneously." I rose to my feet and nodded towards the commander. Furthermore, the impersonator has been attending work as usual. Xiao Na's profession as a nurse is not one that can be easily feigned. I then turned my gaze towards Zhuang Xiaolu with the old man's identification. This matter seems to be nearly conclusive. How shall we convey this to Qin Chuan? I waved my hand and said to the old commander, "I must formally inform you that our small establishment has secured a significant business opportunity. Business is our priority. Do you understand? Significant business?" I nodded. "How substantial?" Observing the commander's curious expression, I held up 3 fingers. 30,000? I shook my head. 300,000? At the utterance of this figure, the commander's eyes widened considerably. I retrieved a deposit slip that Hisu had given me. Here is a deposit of 300,000, and upon successful completion, we shall receive an additional 2,730,000. How much? The commander leapt in place, gripping my shoulders in excitement. That amounts to 3,300,000. Calm yourself. The ultimate goal of this venture is to eliminate Lu Sui, but I wish to remain alive. Upon hearing this, the commander immediately turned to Zhuang Xiaolu. Are you the boss? Not him, it's Zhang Hisu. Zhang Hisu? He is paying 3 million to have us kill Lu Sui? This seems highly irregular. I rub my temples. Indeed, it is irregular. Moreover, Lu Sui is connected to Lin He Huan, who is in turn associated with Xian Chou. These occurrences are transpiring right under our noses, and if we do not clarify the situation, we will find ourselves unable to provide an explanation to Brother Chuan regarding that stubborn mule. While this sentiment holds true, as of now, there is utterly no information regarding Lu Sui. It seems as though he has vanished from existence, along with Lin He Huan and Xian Chou. All available resources have been mobilized. The Wulong Group, the Theater, and the San Yi Sect. Our three major forces have united in this search, yet to no avail. The fellow has been quite diligent, making his rounds daily. As I observed Zhuang Xiaolu hastily exiting the shop, the commander turned to me, sipping tea. Xiao-san, earning this 3 million is indeed no easy feat. I offered a faint smile. The emperor may be anxious, but the eunuchs are not. Zhang Hushu has yet to press us. It has been half a month now, and I am concerned for Chuangu. Ever since you slapped him that day, he has not stepped out of his room. Speaking of Qin Chuan gives me a headache. Aside from meals and restroom breaks, he has locked himself away. And while he remains quiet, this predicament is unsustainable. Today is a fortuitous day. My phone rang. It was Fong Kuyu calling. He succinctly informed me that Zhang Hushu had been attacked and is currently undergoing emergency treatment, urging me to hurry and find him. Zhang Hushu attacked? That seems implausible. The leader of the San Yi sect, we have witnessed his prowess firsthand. I grabbed my coat. Fong Kuyu would not jest about such matters. I must ascertain the truth while you tend to the shop. Xiao-san, why should this concern you? Why should it concern me? I cannot say, but I sense that the tranquil days we've known may soon be but a distant memory. Chapter 42. Familiarizing oneself with the material as per custom. Zhuang Xiaolu awaited my arrival at the entrance of the theater. What was the matter? His face was clouded with displeasure. Is Zhang Hushu's assassination connected to you? Zhuang Xiaolu's abrupt inquiry left me bewildered. What did he mean by that? Zhuang Xiaolu shook his head and gestured for me to follow him. Master Zhang, Sansheng has arrived. Zhuang Xiaolu led me into the parlor of the theater. As he opened the door, I beheld Fong Kuyu engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar individual. Li Sansheng, you possess an audacious spirit to conspire with Lu Sui and the denizens of the Nether Realm, plotting against the leader of my Shuzi sect. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the brash speaker as the very person I had doused in gasoline not long ago, nearly leading to his demise by fire. He approached me, finger raised in accusation, and had it not been for Fong Kuyu's presence, I suspected he would have lunged at me without hesitation. I merely smiled faintly, letting out a dismissive scoff. Li Sansheng, unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this place alive. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized his finger, twisting it upward with force, causing him to bend at the waist in agony. Did you think that because I spared you last time, I would not dare to act against you? At your age, how can you speak without engaging your intellect? Am I in league with the Nether Realm against Zhang Hushu? Are you truly so foolish? Can I possibly contend with the leader of your sect? Perhaps this was the irony of expressing the most cowardly sentiments with the most hardened of attitudes. Sansheng, release him. Fong, though vocally pleading for release, remained motionless. After casting a glance at him, I forcefully pushed the individual I had seized to the ground. Fong, what does this signify? A banquet of treachery? Sansheng, do not misconstrue. Mr. Gong has come to seek you merely to uncover the truth. I twisted my neck and replied with a smile. Uncover the truth? The truth is that Zhang Hisu's assassination has no bearing on me whatsoever. My expression darkened as I bent down to grip his neck firmly. Gong, Should you continue to assert that I am involved, be wary of a defamation suit. Releasing my hold, I turned to exit the theater. However, the man named Gong rose, exclaiming, "Li Sansheng, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall leave this establishment at your own peril." My foot, which had already crossed the threshold, hesitated and retreated. I turned back with a smile and declared, "I await your response." Sansheng, observing my furious departure, Zhuang Xiaolu hastily pursued me. "You cannot simply walk away like this." I expressed my displeasure. "What are you saying? Am I not allowed to leave? How else should I depart? The matter remains unresolved, and should you leave now, it will lead to considerable trouble. The people of Shizi Min will not relent." I fixed Zhuang Xiaolu with a prolonged stare before suddenly bursting into laughter. I placed my hand on his shoulder and patted it twice, saying, "They assert I am guilty without evidence? What proof do they possess?" I casually lit a cigarette, adding, "Moreover, in a society governed by law, what can they truly do to me? However, how can there be so many buts? Let's not forget that Zhang Hisu is my esteemed boss. With his demise, who shall I turn to for financial support?" Upon exiting the theater, I realized that my encounter with the Shizi sect had concluded unfavorably, and an endless wave of troubles awaited me. Yet, I did not anticipate the troubles would arrive so swiftly. Upon my return to the shop, before I had the chance to exchange a few words with the commander, the police apprehended me without hesitation. I was interrogated until the early hours, around 1 o'clock, when Lin Su finally secured my release on bail. "Mr. Li, what on earth have you done? Had it not been for General Su's connections, we would not have been able to secure your release," he remarked. I extended my hand toward Lin Su, requesting a cigarette. He promptly produced a pack of Huazi from his pocket and handed it to me. After lighting one, I did not bother to be courteous. Instead, I shoved the entire pack into my pocket and turned to leave. "Mr. Li, you should return. I will reach out if anything arises." Lin Su understood my disposition and refrained from pressing further. I made my way back to the shop, its doors wide open, yet the interior lay shrouded in darkness. What is the commander thinking, neglecting to turn on the lights? As I stepped inside, an ominous gust of wind suddenly swept from my right. Instinctively, I tilted my head and grasped whatever was approaching me. At the same moment, I flicked on the shop's main lights. "Who are you? What do you want?" I demanded, confronting a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in a Zhongshan suit and wielding a wooden stick. He regarded me with a smile, and I swiftly snatched the stick from his grasp and tossed it aside. "Who are you, and where's the commander?" The individual remained silent, reclining on the sofa with an air of authority as if he were the master of the place, his legs crossed in a nonchalant manner. He gestured toward a few notes on the coffee table, stating, "Your establishment has been shut down due to illegal operations, and you, Li Sansheng, are a significant criminal suspect." My brows furrowed as I picked up one of the notes, only to discover it was indeed a closure notice. I tore the notice into shreds and slapped the pieces onto the table, declaring, "I have no interest in idle chatter. Who exactly are you?" He opened his palms and smiled faintly. "Mr. Li, why the agitation? I possess a piece of evidence that, should I present it to the authorities, will result in your immediate arrest. Are you jesting? I offer you one last chance. Do not provoke my ire." Noticing my grim expression, the square-faced man retrieved his phone, opened a video, and handed it to me. How could this be? After watching the 15-minute video, I felt a cold sweat break out on my back. "Where did you acquire this?" "Mr. Li, the footage clearly shows you conspiring with Lin Huan and the traitor Lu Sui against Zhang Hisu, the leader of the Shizi Min. The surveillance captured it all in vivid detail." He was not mistaken. The video indeed depicted me alongside Lu Sui and Lin Huan. Impossible. I was in the shop during that time frame. The only reason you are free now is that the police lack substantial evidence. If I submit this video, what do you think will happen? The man chuckled softly before continuing. "You claim to be innocent, yet it is merely your own assertion. The only witness is the commander, a former member of the Shadow Palace. Do you truly believe that those from the Art of Characters will take you at your word?" I fixed my gaze upon him, unwavering for a full minute. Suddenly, I burst into laughter and seated myself across from him. "Can you still find amusement in this?" I shrugged indifferently. "Arrest me? What would that accomplish? Can you truly contain me?" I leaned closer, intrigued by him. "You're neither a police officer nor a member of the Art of Characters. Why do you possess this video? If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, it seems you may not leave this place unscathed. How could I possibly be unable to leave? I raise my hand. Commander, take him down. The man before me froze, and in the next instant, a cold dagger pressed against his neck from behind. At the moment he presented the video, I had discreetly dialed the commander's number. Our establishment has more than one exit. Who is this person? Do you not recognize him? He is neither a police officer nor affiliated with the Art of Characters. He is likely a member of the Shadow Palace. The commander glanced at the back of his neck, finding no insignia of the Shadow Palace. He is not from the Shadow Palace. I approached the commander and patted his shoulder. It matters not. I asserted as fact. As I spoke, I retrieved my phone. But before I could dial, the man with the square jaw looked at me with a peculiar expression and asked, "What are you planning to do?" I instructed to contact a certain Mr. Gong from the Shuzi men, believing that they would hold greater interest in you than I do. As he fell silent, I lowered my head to continue dialing. In that fleeting moment, I discovered my phone had vanished, and simultaneously, a hand rested upon my shoulder. I lifted my gaze to find the commander, his face a mask of terror, staring behind me. Upon turning, I saw him smiling as he fiddled with my phone. In that instant, sweat trickled down my chin onto the floor. How had he managed this? If he meant to take the lives of both the commander and myself, he could have easily done so just moments ago. I had no desire for further conversation. I possessed a means to prove your innocence, provided you assist me with a task. Assist you? Are you jesting? With your capabilities, you require my aid? He chuckled softly, refraining from further words, instead producing an envelope from his coat and handing it to me. All the information is contained within. Peruse it at your leisure. Furthermore, you need not worry about Lu Sui and his associates. They are not currently targeting you. During the course of your assistance, neither Shuzi men nor the police will trouble you, provided that you fulfill my request to my satisfaction. Otherwise, you will find yourself in considerable jeopardy. Why should I heed your demands? You have no alternative. Do not underestimate the influence of Shuzi men. Noticing my expression, he smirked slightly and turned to depart. Yet I called out to him once more. Halt! What? Are you unwilling? No. I raised the documents in my hand and continued. Let us be clear. Matters must be addressed distinctly. However, if you wish for my assistance, it constitutes a business transaction. In business, it is only reasonable to discuss remuneration. Without giving him a chance to respond, I added, considering that after this ordeal, you can assist me in proving my innocence. I shall charge you 66,666. If you refuse, very well. I shall manage my affairs with the Shuzi sect on my own. Are you serious? He inquired. I tossed the documents casually at his feet. What do you think? The commander appeared utterly taken aback at such a moment. Who else but I would contemplate business? The man before me laughed heartily. Li Sansheng, you truly live up to your reputation, so enamored with wealth. He bent down to pick up the documents and simultaneously produced a bank card, placing them both back on the coffee table. There is 100,000 within. I have faith in you. What is your name? Do not leave without introducing yourself. He turned to me with a smile and then departed. I took the bank card from the table and tossed the documents back to the commander. Peruse these thoroughly, and once you have finished, inform me directly. I shall retire for the night. You intend to sleep after all that has transpired? Chapter 43. The difficulty of earning money after being interrogated for an entire day. My return was met with no respite, and now, instead of seeking rest, I found myself pondering what else I could possibly do. Lying in bed, my mind was consumed by the video I had just seen on my phone. If Xian Cho had indeed impersonated me, then it stood to reason that Lu Sui and Lin Huan would not escape the same fate of impersonation. This only served to confirm one thing. Lin Huan was undoubtedly aligned with Lu Sui. Lin Huan, Lu Sui. What precisely is the nature of your relationship? Why do you associate so closely with the Yin Palace? And who is that person with the square face? As these questions lingered, I drifted into slumber, only to awaken to the brilliance of daylight. Knock, knock, knock. Someone had arrived. I rose from my bed and opened the door to find the commander, his eyes bloodshot and weary. What brings you here? Have you not slept all night? The commander shook his head, a frown etched upon his face. This business is proving to be quite challenging. Stretching lazily, I donned my clothes and stepped out of my room. What makes it so difficult? The commander sat across from me, pondering for a moment before finally looking up to say, "We need to capture Zhong Kuei." "What did you say?" I exclaimed, my eyes widening. "You can't be serious. Capture Zhong Kuei?" The commander's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Rolling my eyes, I placed my hand on the commander's shoulder. "That individual is not a fool. Are you suggesting I capture Zhong Kuei? Perhaps this Zhong Kuei is not what you imagine." The commander looked perplexed, prompting me to elaborate. "After all this time in the field, have you never heard of the dancing Zhong Kuei?" "Dancing Zhong Kuei," the commander murmured softly. "Since ancient times, the realm of mortals has been rife with conflict, leaving countless vengeful spirits without a resting place, their resentment festering. Upon receiving guidance from a knowledgeable individual, it is advised that when confronted with malevolent disturbances, one should seek out a person whose birth date corresponds with that of the revered deity Zhong Kuei, known for vanquishing evil spirits. This individual can then don the guise of Zhong Kuei, employing unique movements and intonations to dispel the malevolence. Of course, my understanding of the specifics is rather limited, as the practice of embodying Zhong Kuei has become increasingly rare. You stayed awake all night because of this? How could I possibly find rest, especially after your revelation? Don't you think this performance of Zhong Kuei is somehow related to the theater? I gazed at him, intrigued by his inquiry. So what if it is? Our relationship with the practitioners of the art has already soured. If this act of embodying Zhong Kuei is indeed connected to the theater, we would only incite further animosity from Fawn. After retrieving the documents from the commander, I gestured for him to rest. "You should sleep," I insisted. "How can you function without energy?" My tone left no room for debate, and indeed, the commander was exceedingly fatigued. After he retreated to his quarters, I settled onto the sofa and began to scrutinize the materials before me. Within 5 minutes, I found my brow furrowed in perplexity. The document amounted to merely 2 pages. With a sharp clap, I placed the papers upon the coffee table and glanced towards the commander's room. Had he truly fretted over such trivial information all night? Without bidding the commander farewell, I set forth towards the address indicated in the documents. It was no wonder the commander was disheartened. The task I was assigned bore no relation to the apprehension of Zhong Kuei. The mention of Zhong Kuei was relegated to a mere footnote at the end of the report. "Boss, I would like a serving of steamed buns, please." Standing at the entrance of a bun shop, I discarded my cigarette butt and called out. The owner of this establishment was a young girl, her fair complexion further accentuated by the flour dusting her face. She glanced at me and promptly packaged 4 buns, handing them over with a price of 4 yuan. I offered a slight smile, refraining from reaching for my wallet, and instead took a bite of one of the buns. In the next moment, I expelled the contents of my mouth onto the ground. The filling was foul, emitting a repugnant odor. The girl shot me a disapproving look and extended her hand, demanding payment. With a smirk, I abruptly seized her arm and leaned closer, whispering, "This filling, it wouldn't happen to be human flesh, would it? Human meat buns." The very notion had terrified me after watching that film. I never imagined I would find myself in such a situation. The 2 pages of information I'd come across, although sparse, unequivocally pointed to this establishment, known as the Popular Bun Shop, where numerous patrons had reportedly encountered misfortune after consuming its buns. Some fell gravely ill, while others met with fatal consequences. The individuals in question exhibited no signs of life-threatening ailments, with a singular commonality being their consumption of buns from this shop. Naturally, such evidence alone does not warrant suspicion of the bun's safety. However, the documentation included a photograph depicting a man dragging a corpse back to the bun shop. "Are you out of your mind? You've eaten the buns. It's just 4 yuan. Hurry up and pay, or I shall call the authorities." The girl retracted her arm, staring at me as though I were a fool, while simultaneously retrieving her phone. "Sister, what is the matter?" At the sound of my voice, a young man, slightly older than the girl, emerged from the shop, his face ashen. Even from a distance, the scent of alcohol was unmistakable. "Brother, it's nothing." This man ate buns without paying and accused us of using human flesh for the filling. He is merely a freeloader. I placed the remaining buns on the counter and took out 5 yuan, setting it aside. Circumventing the girl, I approached the man and extended my hand, saying, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Sansheng. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The man did not reciprocate my handshake, but instead pushed my hand away. "Who are you to greet me? If you bought buns, hurry and leave. Do not hinder our business." Unperturbed, I withdrew my hand and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Is your sister aware of the body you dragged back to the shop?" At that moment, a chill coursed through me, and the hairs on my body stood on end. The man before me harbored murderous intent, though it flickered away in an instant. "Now, are you still inclined to engage in pleasantries?" The man casually seized the buns I had placed on the counter and strode onward, uttering not a single word. "Brother," I began, but he simply waved his hand dismissively. I exchanged a knowing smile with the girl and followed after him. After trailing him for about 10 minutes, he led me into a dead-end alley. The alley was littered with refuse, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. "What manner of person are you?" the man inquired, his voice as cold as ice. "What manner of person am I? I am a living being, yet it appears you." I lifted my gaze to meet his. "Are already dead, are you not?" The man stood in a daze, staring at me for a full 30 seconds. He sighed, and the breath that escaped his lips solidified into an ice spear, which he clasped in his hand. In the next moment, he hurled the bun he was holding at me, followed swiftly by the ice spear aimed directly at me. Good heavens! What kind of malevolent energy must one possess to achieve such a feat? I swiftly sidestepped, and the ice spear embedded itself into the wall behind me. He released his grip, and the spear melted instantly, vanishing without a trace, but he quickly seized my throat with his hand. "You know far too much." Despite being restrained, I felt not a shred of panic. Urgent command. "Open." I certainly would not resign myself to inaction. During my approach to him, I had already formed a decisive maneuver. With a swift elbow strike, I struck him squarely, sending him crashing against the wall. My speed was remarkable. As he regained his balance, I swiftly locked his neck in a vice-like grip, pressing him firmly against the wall. The shift in momentum was instantaneous. After the encounter with the thousand-faced deity, my skills, reflexes, and attitude toward confrontations had matured significantly. I was far less prone to unnecessary mistakes. The dead ought to be consigned to their rightful place. Just as I prepared to deliver a decisive blow, the man suddenly opened his mouth, and an ice spear propelled from his breath. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, tilting my head just in time. The spear grazed my temple and embedded itself into the wall behind me. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he landed a punch to my abdomen. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I retaliated with an elbow to his jaw. A mouthful of blood, mingled with the remnants of last night's drink, splattered across my face. Blood? Or was it still warm? Was he truly alive? It seemed impossible, for I felt no trace of vitality or breath emanating from him. "Stop!" But the man turned and fled, and by the time I reached the spot, there was not even a shadow of him left. Such speed! Observing the throng on the street, I wiped away a trickle of blood from my temple, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then turned towards the Bowsy stall. The girl was still selling buns, and upon noticing that her brother had not accompanied me, she immediately set down everything and rushed to my side. Where has my brother gone? It was evident that she was quite anxious. I calmly approached the stall, picked up a Bowsy, and sat down to eat, saying not a word. How can you be so heartless? Where is my brother?" Yet I remained silent, engrossed in my meal. With her brother's sister present, I had no doubt he would return. Sure enough, just as I finished the last bite of my Bowsy, I spotted him clutching his stomach, making his way towards me. Step by arduous step. Remarkable. Having endured my blows, he still managed to return. How intriguing. I dusted off my trousers and stood up. "Why did you run? No matter how far you go, you must return eventually." "Brother." The girl rushed to his side, seemingly eager to speak, but he restrained her. "What on earth do you intend to do?" I stretched lazily and remarked, "Someone has offered me a sum to resolve your affairs, and additionally, to capture Jean Coué. I wonder if you could provide me with a hint?" "Madman, I warn you, do not disturb us any further. Our matters are not your concern." "Very well. You will come to seek me out. Remember, I await you at the small Sandby funeral home. There are too many people here. Whether it be to take action or to discuss other matters, this is not the appropriate setting. Furthermore, they are of no consequence to me. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. He will undoubtedly come looking for me. I took out my phone and called Lin Su, instructing him to send someone to this dumpling shop. I intend to disrupt his business. After all, severing one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their progenitors, having cut off his path. Would he not come find me? Yet, I cannot fathom the connection between this brother-sister duo and capturing Zhong Kuei. Could it be that they performed the role of Zhong Kuei? The sister appeared unremarkable, while the man was exceedingly enigmatic. Initially, I believed this matter could be resolved with ease, but it now seems I have underestimated its complexity. In this day and age, proving one's innocence is arduous, and earning a living is even more challenging. Chapter 44. The Zhong siblings. It must be said that the enigmatic figure with the square face possesses exceptional abilities. Although the Sanbai funeral home has been sealed and logically should not be open for business, I've spent the entire morning here without anyone troubling me, including the Shuzi sect. I made a deliberate phone call to Zhuang Xiaolu, who informed me that since last night, the Shuzi sect has fallen silent, and, as of now, there have been no movements. As for the tasks I assigned to Lin Su, he executed them splendidly. However, the siblings proved to be more resilient than I had anticipated. Even though they are aware of my involvement in thwarting their business, they have refrained from confronting me. I brewed a cup of tea, scrolling through my phone while I continued to wait. Yet, instead of the siblings arriving, an unexpected visitor appeared. It was Lin Hahuan. Indeed, it was Lin Hahuan, her appearance unchanged, yet her entire demeanor and gaze conveyed that she was no longer the Lin Hahuan we once knew. Or perhaps she had been masquerading from the very beginning. Lin Hahuan cast a glance in my direction, her expression intricate and layered. She did not speak, instead turning her gaze toward someone behind her. In the next moment, a man wearing a cap, standing at my height, emerged before me. My focus sharpened on him, and moments later, I set my teacup down and burst into hearty laughter. Lu Sui, I never imagined you would seek me out. Lu Sui glanced at Lin Hahuan. With a sense of propriety, moved a chair closer. Lu Sui took a seat opposite me. Do not bother that pair of siblings any longer. Are you speaking to me? I lit a cigarette and declared, to be honest, I hold no interest whatsoever in your affairs with the underworld and the sorcerer's sect. Yet, you have inexplicably drawn us into this mess. I gestured toward Lin Hahuan. I trust it was not your intention to come near us. However, upon realizing our identities, you ought to have refrained from provoking Qin Chuan. Even more so, you should not have impersonated me to attempt the assassination of Zhang Huxiu. I paused momentarily, fixing my gaze on Lu Sui. Do you comprehend my meaning? What are your intentions? I smiled wryly and suddenly hurled the teacup at Lu Sui, exclaiming, What do you think I wish to do? I intend to conduct business. The deposit for Zhang Huxiu has already been paid, and now the target lies before me. I cannot simply remain idle. Yet, Lu Sui showed no inclination to engage in a confrontation. The moment the teacup struck the chair, he and Lin Hahuan had already vanished through the door. Li Sansheng, some matters are not as simple as you perceive. Do not meddle further, for it will lead to ruin. Their swift entrance and equally hasty exit epitomized their nature. By the time I reached the doorway, their figures had disappeared. However, I noticed a pair of siblings approaching me. Li, what grievance do you hold against us, that you confront us so aggressively? Observing the duo before me, it appeared they were oblivious to the recent visit from Lu Sui and Lin Hahuan regarding their own affairs. How intriguing. Come in and take a seat. Had Lin Hahuan and Lu Sui not just visited, I might have acted differently. However, I have now changed my mind. The siblings entered the store. The girl surveyed her surroundings with keen alertness, while the boy glared at me. Who exactly are you? I helplessly ran my fingers through my hair. I am Li Sansheng, the owner of the Shaosan White Funeral Parlor. I believe I mentioned this before. Now, may I inquire who you two are? We, the Li siblings, merely wish to sell some buns to sustain our livelihood. We are unaware of how we may have offended you. I waved my hand dismissively. You have not offended me, nor do I know you. However, do you not have some awareness of your own actions? The young man hesitated. No, it's not like that. Sister, he interrupted the girl, stepping forward. What will it take for you to relent? I remained silent, merely observing him. After a brief moment, he gestured to his sister. Go home and wait for me. But brother, trust me, everything will be all right. If I'm not back, Do not venture out or meet anyone. Just leave. His tone brooked no argument. Although the girl wished to stay, she ultimately took a step back. Now that my sister has departed, let us speak plainly, Mr. Lee. Still, I said nothing, simply tossing the documents before him while I stood up to retrieve a broom, sweeping up the shards of the teacup I had previously discarded. Once I had tidied up, the young man finished reviewing the documents. I settled back onto the sofa, and he spoke directly. What evidence is there linking the incidents to our bonds? I shook my head. There is no evidence. There are photographs. Yet how can you be so certain that I am dragging a corpse inside rather than attempting to save someone? I couldn't help but chuckle. Save someone? Pray tell. Whom have you saved? I shall seek them out. Furthermore, I must make it abundantly clear that those who come to me for assistance possess capabilities far superior to yours. Should they take matters into their own hands, you would have no opportunity to speak. He gazed at me in silence for quite some time, and then suddenly burst into laughter, a sound filled with relief. Is there any wine? I pondered for a moment, turned, and placed a stack of beer upon a coffee table. He casually opened one and began to drink. Burp. He shook his head. My sister's brew is far more delightful. Enough of this. You might as well kill me. If I die, my sister can lead a life of normalcy. Kill you? What reason have I to take your life? Murder is a crime. Not going to kill me? Then what significance does this have for us? When I encountered him during the day, I considered taking action, for he was exceedingly peculiar, and I wished to discern the extent of his eccentricity. Moreover, my dealings with that enigmatic figure involved capturing Jean Coué. The information merely alluded to some strange occurrences at this Baozi shop without explicitly stating that I was to commit murder. Given that this matter also intertwined with Lu, Sui, Lin, and Yihuan, I knew I had to proceed with caution. What is your name? Zhong Shirley. What coincidence. You share the same surname as Jean Coué. Yet despite the shared surname, I remained perplexed as to how this relates to capturing Jean Coué. I inquired if he had ever encountered Jean Coué, but he was utterly unaware of what I was referencing. From his gaze, I discerned that he was not lying. He genuinely did not know. The question reverted to its origin. What is the significance of the photograph? And what is your story? You're a living being, yet I perceive not a trace of vitality emanating from you. Furthermore, your breath crystallizes into icicles, an extraordinary feat beyond that of an ordinary person. I am but a common individual. My breath can also form icicles, and I remain perplexed as to why. Upon hearing such a response, I burst into laughter. Do you truly believe I would accept that? The truth is, I'm not deceiving you. I lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and retrieved my laptop. Accessing the store's surveillance footage, pausing at the moment when Lu Sui and Lin Hawan appeared. Do you recognize these two? Are you acquaintances of Mr. Lu and Miss Lin? Mr. Lu, Miss Lin. I held my cigarette, a smile gracing my lips as I remained silent. Upon seeing Lu Sui and Lin Hawan again, Zhong Shirley let out a sigh of relief, downing a gulp of beer. Had you mentioned your acquaintance earlier, the misunderstanding of the day would have been avoided. Continuing, I am unaware of who instructed you to investigate our family, but I assure you, we have committed no heinous acts. The incidents involving those individuals bear no relation to our dumplings. There have been prior inquiries into this matter, which you may verify. As for the photograph, I admit it depicts me dragging a corpse. I am aware this is illegal, yet I had no alternative. I resorted to such actions to save my sister. Zhong Shirley continued, that very night, I returned the body to its original position, I swear. What is your relationship with Lu Suilin and Lin Hawan? And how did you come to know each other? Just a few days ago, if it weren't for Mr. Lu, my sister would have perished. Zhong Shirley is an honest and straightforward businessman, both in the past and present. Ever since he assumed that I was friends with Lu Suilin and Lin Hawan, he has shown no wariness towards me, freely divulging all matters concerning himself. The events surrounding Zhong Shirley and his sister, Zhong Rujiao, unfold daily in various corners. His sister suffers from an incurable illness, and in a desperate bid to save her, the devoted brother spares no effort. However, Zhong Rujiao's affliction is no ordinary ailment. She endures constant coldness and is perpetually haunted by apparitions invisible to the average person. In her own words, 5 malevolent spirits have accompanied her since childhood. Though they have never harmed her, the perpetual absorption of their dark energy has led to a rapid decline in her physical vitality. To ensure his sister's health, Zhong Shirley has exhausted every possible means until, not long ago, Lu Suilin arrived with Lin Hehuan, offering a glimmer of hope. The sole remedy to halt her deterioration and restore her health lies in one method. Lu Suilin instructed Zhong Shirley to procure a corpse that has been buried for no more than 3 days every 7 days and taught him a technique to inhale from the deceased's mouth. After 3 hours of inhalation during the 3rd session, Zhong Rujiao's condition would significantly improve, and she would no longer perceive the malevolent spirits. Although this method may seem utterly absurd, I found myself at a dead end and had no choice but to give it a try. To my astonishment, it truly worked. My sister's health was restored. Zhong Shirley let out a bitter smile and remarked that it was from this moment on that I was able to utilize the technique he had imparted to me to create air columns, which subsequently formed ice sculptures. Even when I heard what Zhong Shirley recounted, it struck me as somewhat preposterous. Yet, this was a genuine occurrence in Zhong Shirley's life. As for Lu Sui's unconditional assistance, Zhong Shirley initially nodded, then shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't entirely unconditional. Occasionally, they would spend a night at my place, which constituted the terms of their assistance. Spending a night? With him and Lin Hehuan? No, Miss Lin is someone I only recently encountered. Prior to that, he had been with someone quite short and rather unattractive, a person who seemed to be named Xin Cho. Chapter 45. The Spirit of Gossip Town. I massage my temples. Remaining silent. Could someone like Lu Sui genuinely offer unconditional assistance to others? I would find it utterly implausible. Yet, what could his ulterior motive be? Is it possible that his intentions align with that enigmatic man who approached me, perhaps concerning Zhong Kuei? Furthermore, what is the situation regarding his sister, Zhong Rujiao? In this world, there are laws, gains, and losses intertwined. Do you truly believe that Lu Sui's methods can facilitate your sister's return to a normal life? Why not? At least at present, my sister is no different from an ordinary person. Upon hearing Zhong Shirley's words, I couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking my head, I lit a cigarette. Zhong Shirley, do you genuinely believe your sister is normal now? You seem to underestimate the bond between you two. What do you mean? What do you mean? I paused momentarily before continuing. Do you really need to ask me that? You overlook your sister's feelings for you. If I am not mistaken, you two have relied on each other through thick and thin. How you treat her will reflect how she treats you. Though she may appear normal now, you are not. Can you comprehend how long your body can endure this state of affairs? Eventually, might your identities and actions not become reversed? What exactly are you trying to convey? With a cigarette poised between my lips, I articulated each word deliberately. Lu Sui has his own agenda. He is certainly not here solely to assist you. The methods he proposes are not as straightforward as you believe. At present, the absence of misfortune does not guarantee that it will not arise in the future. To address the issues concerning your sister, one must delve into the root of the problem. Zhong Shirley gazed at me and suddenly chuckled. Li, I am merely a vendor of steamed buns. I do not possess the capabilities you all have. All I know is that my sister is safe for the moment. If you do not intend to take my life, I shall take my leave. In the future, please refrain from troubling my family. We bear no ill will towards others and merely wish to live in peace. Zhong Shirley, do you truly believe you can depart? Just as Zhong Shirley rose to leave, an individual entered through the outer door, obstructing his path. Commander, do not be so fierce. This fellow is not our adversary. With that, I pulled out my phone and pressed the end call button. Then go ahead and kill me. If you do not pursue my sister any further. Zhong Shirley shrugged, adopting a demeanor of resignation. The commander approached him, seizing his collar with a firm grip. Where is Lu Sui? Where is Xin Cho? Commander! I extinguished my cigarette and stood up, intervening. He is not a member of the Yin Palace. He is likely a target being monitored by Lu Sui and his associates. Third party. I smiled at Zhong Shirley and said, I offer you an opportunity. If you wish to live a life akin to that of normal individuals alongside your sister, I can assist you with this matter. However, you must also aid me in return. What do you require? Capture Lu Sui and eliminate Xin Cho. You're not friends? I shrugged, stating that I never claimed to be friends with them. You are an astute individual, aware of whom to trust. Why should I place my faith in you? I chose not to elaborate further, instead biting my fingertip and delicately inscribing a symbol upon the table. Urgent and imperative. No sooner had I spoken than a vivid crimson flame erupted out of thin air. For it is only I who can assist you and your sister in liberating yourselves from your relentless nightmares. Who precisely are you? Iam Li Sanshin, the proprietor of the renowned Sanbai funeral home. Sanbai, were we not to eliminate him? How has it now transformed into a matter of assistance? Walking alongside the commander on the bustling street, I halted abruptly at his words. It is not about aiding him, but rather about aiding ourselves. Our mission is to capture Zhong Kuei. Will this affair involve the brother and sister? I shrugged once more. I do not know. Let us observe for now. I interjected, cutting off the commander's thoughts. What about Chuan? Chuan, still as reclusive as ever, never stepping outside. This is no longer a matter concerning Chuan. Even if you wish to assist, how shall we proceed? Commander, please pay a visit to Lin Su. I seek to uncover all there is to know about this brother and sister. Lin Su should possess the means to help us. After the commander departed, I returned home and knocked on Qin Chuan's door. Chuan, it has been quite some time. It is time we had a conversation. After uttering these words, I stood at the threshold, making no further movement. Although silence enveloped the room, I was acutely aware that Qin Chuan was inside. 5 minutes later, the door creaked open, revealing Qin Chuan with a look of utter despondency etched upon his face. As I gazed at his empty sleeves, I was about to speak when Qin Chuan walked over to the living room sofa and sat down beside me. What is it you wish to tell me? This was the first time Qin Chuan had addressed me after so many days. Although I had contemplated how to articulate my thoughts, I now found myself at a loss for words. With a slight smile, I nodded and asked, "How did you open the door? Is this the trivial question you wish to pose?" I shook my head and, with utmost seriousness, retorted, "Do you truly consider this a trivial inquiry? Please do not tell me you opened the door with your foot." Qin Chuan fixed me with a deep gaze, and in the next moment, I was astonished to see his empty sleeves flutter as the teacup on the table was gracefully presented to me. Perhaps this will dispel your doubts about me. Even without arms, I can still conjure fire and open doors. What is this? Qin Chuan showed no intention of elaborating, nor did I press him further. Yet, one thing became clear to me. This individual had undergone experiences unknown to us both. Lin Hahuan, do not dwell on her. She belongs to Lu Sui. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he regarded me. I anticipated an outburst, an accusation of my insanity. Yet he remained unervingly calm and chose not to mention Lin Hahuan at all. Has the Yinyang town spirit diagram made an appearance? I inquired. What did you say? Qin Chuan stood up and paused at the threshold of the room, turning slightly to address me. Lu Sui is not a villain. Brother Chuan, please clarify. What do you know? With a resounding thud, the door to the room was shut once more, and I couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. It seemed that Qin Chuan was already privy to certain matters. If he was aware, why did he not clarify them with me? The diagram of the Yinyang town spirit. I murmured to myself, if my memory serves me right, the artifact Qin Chuan mentioned must be the very symbol we observed outside the breeding farm. Hello, where are you? Come pick me up. I wish to see Fang Qi. Zhuang Xiaolu was engrossed in preparing for his performance. Yet upon receiving my call, he realized that today's show would be yet another casualty. There appeared to be an unspoken understanding between us. Whenever I sought him out, he would materialize without delay. In his mind, he felt that if he did not acquiesce to my request, I was indeed someone who would dare disrupt the stage. What of it? Am I to be deprived of my work? Why is it that you only reach out when I have matters to attend to? Spare me the pleasantries. You're not in want of money. If you have nothing pressing, come work in my shop and take me to see your senior brother. With a resigned sigh, Zhuang Xiaolu started the car, and we set off. So, have you any news of Lu Sui? Yes. Where is he? I do not know. After a brief pause, I continued, remember, until this situation is fully unraveled, should you encounter Lu Sui, do not act recklessly. Someone informed me that Lu Sui is not a villain. Lu Sui is not a villain? Are you jesting? He has slain our comrades, collaborated with the underworld, and that girl from the breeding farm. These are all things we witnessed with our own eyes. Do you not trust what you have seen? Do you truly believe that Lu Sui is a good person simply based on a casual remark from someone? What of Qin Chuan, who spoke of the mystical Bagua yin-yang spirit diagram. What does he truly know? Only about Lin Huan. I chose not to continue my debate with Zhuang Xiaolu, for it seemed futile. Upon encountering Fang Kuyu, I noticed an ancient-looking piece of yellow parchment resting upon his desk. As I leaned in for a closer inspection, Zhuang Xiaolu interjected, "Xiao San, doesn't this pattern resemble what we saw at the breeding farm?" Fang Kuyu furrowed his brow and immediately turned his attention to us. At that moment, I began to speak. "This is the Baba yin-yang spirit diagram I mentioned." I gazed at Fang Kuyu, inquiring, "What is the situation?" "Xiaolu, please step outside." Although Zhuang Xiaolu wished to remain, he dared not defy Fang Kuyu's request and reluctantly complied. "Are you aware that this is the Bagua yin-yang spirit diagram?" I cannot claim to know much. Merely an hour prior, someone had informed me of its name. Just now, Xiaolu discovered this item at the breeding farm. What is the context? I sought Fang Kuyu for two matters. First, to inquire if he possessed any knowledge regarding the situation of the Zhong siblings, and second, concerning this spirit diagram. I relayed everything that transpired at the breeding farm with Zhuang Xiaolu, as well as the information Qin Chuan had just imparted, for there was nothing left to conceal. What I know is limited to this. What truly concerns me are the words spoken by Qin Chuan. Lu Sui is not a villain. As for the diagram you are currently observing, do enlighten me. The innate Bagua resides within the five elements. The interplay of yin and yang determines the human heart. The Bagua, embodying yin and yang, serves as a spiritual talisman, not a formation, nor a secret art, but rather a form of insignia. An insignia? One could also describe this pattern as the mark of certain individuals or their organizations. I grasped my hair in confusion. Are you recounting a tale to me? Indeed, I am here to narrate a story. Fang approached me earnestly, fixing his gaze upon me, and inquired, "Are you aware of how many beings in this world exist? Much like us, apart from the ordinary? Do you believe I would possess such knowledge? Are you not curious about how we have managed to survive thus far, and why we have consistently adhered to a certain order and set of rules?" I sat back in my chair, lit a cigarette, and gestured for him to continue. "Please, go on." Chapter 46. Walking on thin ice wherever there exist people, there too lie desires. Desire is an insatiable force, particularly when one possesses immense power. It swells in tandem with ambition and greed. According to Fang Ku's account, many years ago, a significant event transpired in the mortal realm. This so-called event nearly transformed the entire world into a hellish battleground. At that time, countless individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, yet there were no regulations to govern us. We indulged in murder and arson, practiced dark sorcery, leading to widespread suffering and despair among the populace. A particularly formidable and malevolent figure emerged, gathering those with nefarious intentions, seeking to dominate the mortal realm. Had it not been for a group of righteous individuals who bravely stood against him, the state of society today is unfathomable. At this juncture, I interjected Fang Ku's narrative. I had not come merely to listen to tales of yore. While I recognized the tragedy of it all, the fragments of information I possessed indicated that these events had indeed occurred long ago. I chuckled softly. In this day and age, how can I not perceive that the villain you speak of resembles the leader of the underworld? Fang Ku did not respond to my remark, but continued. The mortal realm requires order. Ordinary people have their own form of order, and we, too, possess a unique set of principles. The universe is divided into yin and yang, and we are no exception. The enforcers of these principles embody neither absolute good nor evil. They embody absolute fairness. The grievances and life-and-death struggles among individuals like us may seem inconsequential, yet should a common person perish at our hands, those in power will undoubtedly intervene. I inhaled deeply from my cigarette. Are you suggesting that the existence of these individuals and the order they uphold ensures a balance between people like us and the ordinary populace? Precisely, came the reply. But how does this relate to our current predicament? Of course, it is relevant. Fang Ku raised himself from the table, gesturing towards the intricately designed yin-yang talisman resting upon its surface. This artifact was unearthed from my master's belongings. Previously, I had merely heard tales of it, yet I suspect my master was amongst those enforcers. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? What follows? I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence, especially considering your mention of encountering the Enforcer's insignia at the breeding grounds. If it truly belonged to Lu Sui, he is likely one of them as well. I gazed at Fong Ku, the weight of this information overwhelming. I needed time to process it. The Enforcer's Lu Sui, the square-faced man, the Yin Palace, Zhang Hexiu, and the recently met siblings Zhong Shirley. What roles do these individuals, including myself, play in this intricate web? Enough of this speculation. I said, according to your assertions, the Enforcers should be the sworn adversaries of the Yin Palace, for they are capable of any misdeed, which has no bearing on us. Correct? I extinguished the cigarette and inquired, now that the true essence of this spiritual diagram has been clarified, I wish to discuss another matter concerning Zhong Kui. Upon hearing those two syllables, a look of evident perplexity crossed Fong Ku's face. After pondering for a moment, I proceeded to recount the events surrounding the capture of Zhong Kui and the siblings Zhong Shirley and Li. I refrained from mentioning the matter concerning the square-faced man and Lu Sui. Capturing Zhong Kui? Are you implying that this matter is connected to our theatrical troupe? That we have bypassed Zhong Kui? Yes, that is roughly the essence of my inquiry. Do you have anything to share with me? This matter does not pertain to us, and I am equally uninformed about the circumstances surrounding the individual you mentioned, Zhong Shirley. Very well. Since you are unaware, I shall not intrude further. San Sheng. As I prepared to depart, Fong Ku called out to me. What is it? Do not become too deeply entangled. Merely clear your name. Thank you. A premonition washed over me. Not that I would become too enmeshed, but rather that some unseen force was gradually drawing me into this vast vortex. What transpired between you and the master of the troupe? I gazed at Zhuang Xiaolu and replied, nothing of significance. Your master regaled me with tales for over an hour. Perhaps you could ask him to recount them to you when you have the chance. Stories? But do you not have work to attend to? Please take me to a location, and then you may return to your duties. What is your purpose? To purchase some steam buns. Go ahead, should anything arise. I will seek you out. After watching Zhuang Xiaolu depart, I pondered over everything Fong Ku had shared with me as I made my way step by step towards the bun shop. Mr. Li, huh? Upon lifting my gaze, I discovered that the siblings Zhong Shirley and Zhong Rujiao had appeared before me. I apologize. I was lost in thought. Please have a seat. Upon entering the bun shop, I felt as if I had returned home. Zhong Rujiao, uncertain of my intentions, wore an expression laden with caution. After they settled down, I promptly rose to my feet and approached the uncooked buns. The siblings immediately followed suit. I picked up a bun, bringing it to my nose to inhale its aroma. Whoever consumes this bun will encounter misfortune. Nonsense. How could anyone suffer from eating our buns? I tossed the bun back onto the counter and turned with a mischievous smile toward Zhong Rujiao. Isn't it true that some individuals have faced calamities after indulging in your family's buns? Some even met their demise. That's not enough. I interjected, retrieving a talisman from within my coat. By the urgency of the command, I uttered sharply, slapping the talisman onto the raw bun. The talisman ignited into flames, fully penetrating the bun. In the next moment, the bun began to writhe as if something sought to escape. Suddenly, a minuscule black worm, slightly thicker than a strand of hair, sprang forth from the bun, landing on the counter and shrieking at me. Its voice pierced the air like a wailing specter from the depths of hell. I approached the counter, squinting at the peculiar insect, the goo worm. How absurd! With a decisive gesture, I flicked my fingers towards the creature, sending it flying, where it was consumed by flames and reduced to ashes mid-air. The brother and sister, having never encountered such a bizarre spectacle, stood there utterly dumbfounded. I had forewarned you. The buns here are far from clean. With a face full of terror, Zhong Shirley gazed at me and inquired why. Why is there this small insect in the buns? This is a goo worm, a tool of malevolent sorcery. It is likely that those who have suffered misfortune were affected by this very creature. Moreover, even if you were to conduct an analysis, you would find it undetectable. From what I know, your benefactor, Mr. Lu Sui, is indeed a master in the art of using goo worms. Reflect upon it. Was it not after Lu Sui's arrival that incidents concerning your buns began to occur? Why would he do such a thing? It is futile to pose such questions to me. I am not privy to his thoughts. Today is a fortuitous day. Just then, my phone abruptly rang. It was the commander. I cast a glance at the Zhong siblings before stepping outside to answer. Have you uncovered anything? Little 3. This brother and sister pair is rather unremarkable. Their childhood records are all quite normal and verifiable. However, we have stumbled upon some intriguing revelations. I inquired what these intriguing discoveries were. The commander chuckled and informed me that the corpses Zhong Shirley had been bringing in daily were all individuals who had perished after consuming buns at his establishment. That is sufficient information for now. Return and keep company with Brother Chuan. Should you need me, do not hesitate to call. As I walked back to the bun shop, I cast a peculiar glance at Zhong Shirley, and after a moment, I turned my gaze towards Zhong Rujiao. Sister, perhaps you should step aside for a moment. Why? I looked at Zhong Shirley, who nodded in understanding and sent his sister back into the house. Mr. Li, is there something else at play? My curiosity piqued as I recalled the time he returned after stealing a corpse. Did you not notice anything amiss? Amiss? The very act of stealing a corpse is inherently wrong. What else could I possibly discern? Do you truly believe I am unafraid? Interestingly, the corpses you pilfered were all those who had recently perished after consuming your buns. I patted Zhong Shirley on the shoulder and glanced at the time. It's still early. Let's rest for a while. Tonight, take me to the graves of those individuals. We may uncover something significant. Aren't you here to assist my sister? What do those graves have to do with her? Trust me, and refrain from asking questions. Zhong Shirley chose silence. By the way, will Lu Sui be coming? I am uncertain. Ignoring Zhong Shirley, I found a spot to lie down and close my eyes. As I lay there, I recalled Fong Ku's earlier words, which seemed imbued with some kind of enchantment. Though I had not paid much attention, the moment I closed my eyes, the image of the Bawa Yin Yang true spirit diagram flooded my mind. Unconsciously, I began to associate the so-called executor with the square-faced man. If my suspicions were correct, and the square-faced man was indeed the executor maintaining balance, what could be his purpose in seeking me out? At 11 o'clock at night, I glanced at the time and decided to call for Zhong Shirley to step out. However, upon entering the room, I was taken aback to find Zhong Shirley lying on the bed, his body trembling incessantly, and to my astonishment, a thin layer of frost had formed over him. Goodness! I hurried to the bedside, reaching out to test his temperature, but the moment my fingers made contact, they turned crimson from the cold. I quickly withdrew my hand. Hearing the commotion from her brother's room, Zhong Rujiao rushed over, yet she appeared unfazed. On the contrary, she deftly made her way to the kitchen and retrieved a jar of liquor. I watched in curiosity as she poured a small amount onto a towel and began to wipe Zhong Shirley's face. What was happening here? My brother just as Zhong Rujiao was about to continue, Zhong Shirley suddenly opened his mouth and let out a burp. The odor that wafted from him was entirely that of alcohol. Can you assist me? You see, I'll fetch another towel. And you help me feed my brother some liquor, feed him liquor? Although I have witnessed many peculiar occurrences, this was a first for me. Chapter 47. The truth within the events transpiring with Zhong Shirley are unprecedented. Observing Zhong Rujiao's demeanor, I have long since grown accustomed to the unusual. My sole recourse is to acquiesce to her wishes. In a brief span, she consumed an entire jar of liquor. Although her complexion remained pale, the chill that enveloped her had dissipated, and her breathing became steady. After completing this task, Zhong Rujiao was drenched in perspiration, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. She seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Come forth. Do not disturb my brother's rest. Is there something you wish to inquire of me? I nodded in affirmation. Did my brother mention that I have long been plagued by malevolent spirits? Your ability to articulate this so readily suggests that there are numerous matters your brother remains unaware of. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Rujiao's unexpected response caught me off guard. Mr. Liu is not a malevolent individual. Without his intervention, my brother would have perished long ago. What did you say? Hearing two completely disparate accounts supporting Lu Sui within a single day piqued my curiosity. A demon resides within my brother. A demon? I blinked, gesturing towards Zhong Shirley's bedroom. Are you referring to his current state? Since several years past, my brother has transformed each night. It was then that I began to perceive 5 small spirits surrounding him, which instilled great fear within me. Continue. until I encountered Mr. Liu. Well, to put it differently, the one who truly has a connection with Lu Sui is not your brother, but rather you, and it has been so for quite some time. Indeed, Mr. Liu informed me that if certain measures are not taken, the demon residing within my brother's body will completely seize control, leading to its resurrection. And those 5 little spirits serve as the catalyst for that resurrection. Be more specific. In order for that entity to be revived, the little spirits cannot harm my brother's body. They can only follow him daily, gradually depleting his life force. What did Lu Sui instruct you to do? Mr. Liu advised me to wear a talisman daily, which would entice the little spirits to follow me. Additionally, I possess a calming charm that prevents the spirits from causing me harm, thereby suppressing the entity within my brother. Zhong Rugio produced 2 entirely distinct talismans, just as she had described. However, not long ago, after my brother entered into a romantic relationship, he began to exhibit even stranger behaviors under Mr. Liu's guidance. He had not displayed any abnormalities for quite some time. A romantic relationship? That makes sense. After all, Zhong surely is a normal man. It was at this moment that Mr. Liu returned, informing me that my brother's girlfriend harbors the same intentions as those 5 little spirits, seeking to resurrect the demon within my brother. I felt a surge of anxiety, but Mr. Liu assured me that he would assist in dealing with that woman. After pondering for a moment, I inquired, "Is your brother's girlfriend from that breeding farm in the eastern suburbs?" "How do you know?" "Goodness, is this merely a coincidence?" Continue. What did Lu Sui instruct you to do? In truth, Mr. Liu had been prepared from the very beginning, fearing the eventuality of the present situation. I smiled faintly. I understand now. So from the outset, you told your brother you had seen a ghost, which led to his encounter with Lu Sui. Indeed, Mr. Liu informed me that initially, everything was in order. However, my brother's girlfriend must have meddled with him in some manner. The only way to prevent the demon from emerging was to have him consume the souls of the wronged, thus granting him time to devise a strategy to cope. I crossed my arms and curiously gazed at Zhong Rujiao. So you are revealing to me that those individuals were indeed slain by you? Yes. Zhong Rujiao displayed no signs of concealment. Then why did your brother just transform in such a manner? What kind of wine did you make him drink? The wine I brewed. Only my concoction can soothe the demon within him. Can you answer me one question? Why do you place such unwavering trust in Lu Sui's words? Without Mr. Liu, I fear the demon within my brother would have long since claimed his body, and I cannot bear to witness my brother in peril. I stifled a yawn, observing the young girl, increasingly amused by her naivety. She truly is quite gullible. I glanced around. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 little ghosts that have been tormenting your brother have already been captured by Lu Sui, correct? Yes. Then I shall not waste further words with you. Where is Lu Sui? I am unaware, and even if I were, I would not divulge it to you. You wish to deal with Mr. Liu. You deceive my brother, and I shall not place my trust in you. Do you doubt my words? Do you still confide these matters to me? Because you are on the verge of death, and the deceased do not speak recklessly of such things. My expression turned to one of astonishment. What did you say? I have already placed the cursed insect entrusted to me by Mr. Liu upon you. He foretold that you would cause a rift between my brother and me. As soon as you perish, my brother shall be unscathed. My eyes widened, and I began to fumble over my body. What did you place the cursed insect upon me? Forgive me. You cannot survive. After a frantic search, I suddenly fell silent, letting out a deep sigh as I sat down in a chair, lighting a cigarette for myself. Little sister, allow me to impart a lesson. From now on, never trust anyone without due caution. How are you unharmed? I shrugged. Why would I be in any peril? As I spoke, I smacked my forehead and pinched out a small white insect from my pocket. Does this Mr. Liu truly believe I am a fool, that I would be unguarded against a mere girl? He thinks it would be so simple to eliminate me? My countenance shifted as I crushed the cursed insect in my hand, and in the next moment, I flicked away the cigarette. By the time Zhong Rugio regained her senses, I had already appeared before her, gripping her neck. Where is Lu Sui? Let go. I do not know. Still defiant. Just as I was about to press for answers, the door of the Baozi shop was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing the visitor, I felt momentarily bewildered. Chuanggu, what brings you here? I inquired, gazing at Qin Chuan, whose sleeves were conspicuously empty. "Where's Lao Si? Why are you alone?" Qin Chuan approached me, flashed a grin, but in the next instant, arms unexpectedly emerged from his sleeves. Without a word, he struck my head. Thud! The sound resonated as I was caught off guard and fell to the ground, while Qin Chuan swiftly shielded Zhong Rugio behind him. "Hurry! Someone is waiting for you outside." "But my brother." "We're here. What is happening?" "Qin Chuan is attacking me? Moreover, it seems he's already acquainted with Zhong Rugio." I took a deep breath, sitting on the ground, struggling to regain my composure. "Chuan Gu, anger aside, jokes aside, you must understand the gravity of your actions." Qin Chuan remained silent, and from behind him emerged a figure. I immediately sprang to my feet. "Lu Sui, Li Sansheng, I warned you not to meddle in this matter. It has nothing to do with you." "Are you joking? Are you serious? You impersonated me and attempted to assassinate Zhang Hexiu, and you claim it has nothing to do with me?" As I uttered these words, I chanced upon Qin Chuan, and with a resigned smile, I retrieved the still smoldering cigarette that had just fallen to the ground and placed it between my lips. "The last person I expected was you, Brother Chuan. When did you all start collaborating?" I continued, "I will give you one final chance. Do not interfere, and we shall restore your innocence in due time." "Should I be grateful for that?" Lu Sui retorted. "Though you may not possess my charm, you certainly have a knack for deceiving young ladies. When did you become Zhong Shirley's girlfriend? That girl is innocent, and it is all you're doing. As for the entity within Zhong Shirley, I doubt it is a demon at all, certainly not. While he may be considered a ghost, he is a ghost of a different caliber, the Ghost King, the revered Lord Zhong Kue of the underworld." I gazed at him with a smile. "Well, how about that? Was I incorrect?" "Seeking death." Lu Sui's words had barely left his lips when Qin Chuan, standing beside him, sprang into action. However, this time, Qin Chuan did not succeed. "I summon the great general of the nine heavens. Descend and bestow your power." The moment I laid eyes on Lu Sui, I had already begun to channel my energy. At the brink of catastrophe, I transformed into a divine being. "Lu Sui, prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, a formidable spear materialized in my hand, circumventing Qin Chuan, and lunged directly at Lu Sui. Caught off guard by my rapid response, Lu Sui stood frozen in place, yet his countenance revealed no trace of fear. Did this fellow have an ace up his sleeve? The spear halted within mere inches of Lu Sui's form. Qin Chuan stood beside Lu Sui, extending his oddly sinister hand to deflect the gunfire. With a sly smile, he raised his other hand, which gradually morphed into a human figure in the air. This apparition, shrouded in black garments, wore a tall hat, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, rushing toward me. I raised my weapon to block, but Qin Chuan let out a cold snort, and another towering figure clad in white, also donning a high hat, appeared beside him. "Return," I exclaimed, bewildered. "Is that you, Li Sansheng? I truly wish to avoid enmity with you. However, if you seek your own demise, do not blame me." "Lu Sui, you wretched scoundrel! I curse your ancestors." Upon hearing this furious roar, I could not help but laugh. "Zhuang Xiaolu, you could afford to delay a tad longer." At that moment, I found myself possessed by an inexplicable habit. Whenever I sensed something amiss, I would dial someone else's number. Initially, I attempted to reach the commander, but to no avail. So I resorted to calling Zhuang Xiaolu. Fortuitously, he arrived just in time. Yet, Zhuang Xiaolu was certainly no match for Lu Sui, though he was not alone, as a throng of his disciples followed in his wake. "Retreat." Lu Sui was no fool. He uttered a soft command to Qin Chuan, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Following Lu Sui's disappearance, the figures that flanked Qin Chuan also dissipated, transforming into his arms. He cast a glance in my direction before turning and leaping onto the rooftop. Chapter 48. Heightened curiosity with a swift motion. I dispelled the formidable presence of the nine heavens killing general from my being. Taking a deep breath, I extended my hand towards Zhuang Xiaolu, requesting, "Please, hand me a piece of paper." The perspiration on your forehead appears almost artificial. I managed a bitter smile. Although I had yet to reach the limits of the sun god mask, it was undeniably exhausting. "Is this the technique you employed to vanquish the thousand-faced deity?" I inquired. I patted his shoulder, urging, "Take the individuals inside to a secure location." Provide me with their whereabouts. Remember, no one must approach them except for us. And should they awaken, they must not be allowed to leave. Where are you going? He asked. I shall return shortly. Feeling a resurgence of strength, I hurried towards home. My thoughts consumed by Qin Xuan's transformation, which ignited my concern for the commander. Fortunately, as I arrived at the foot of my building, I spotted the commander descending hurriedly from upstairs, clutching his head. Though he pressed his hand against his forehead, blood trickled down his fingers, falling drop by drop onto the floor. Xiao San Chuange. Without waiting for the commander to finish, I seized the car keys from him and rushed him to the hospital for treatment. Thankfully, the wound was situated atop his head and had not marred his appearance. Nonetheless, he required over 20 stitches. Xiao San Chuange has regained the use of his hand. I gazed at the commander with curiosity, asking, "Is that all you wish to convey? What about the condition of your head injury?" "Me? I'm fine. I simply had an unfortunate fall. It hurts like the devil." I said nothing, merely patted the commander on the shoulder. "When you see Qin Chuan, do not hold back." "What did you say?" I refrained from elaborating too much. We are all perceptive individuals, and certain matters need not be articulated so explicitly. Zhuang Xiaolu had arranged for Zhong Shirley to stay in a seldom-used villa of his. Upon noticing the commander and me, he immediately approached, though his gaze first fell upon the commander's shaven head. "Commander, what happened to you?" "It's nothing, just a fall." Zhuang Xiaolu did not press for further details. Instead, he turned to me. "Xiao San, what is the situation with that person? He just regained consciousness and keeps insisting on finding his sister. Moreover, his breath is so cold it forms icicles. You both wait for me outside. I will check on him." Leaving Zhuang Xiaolu and the commander exchanging bewildered glances, I entered the room directly. "Mr. Li." Upon seeing me, Zhong Shirley was visibly agitated. "Where am I? Where's my sister? Why won't those people let me leave?" "Calm down. Do not be so agitated. Where is this? Aren't you supposed to help me? What on earth has happened?" I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket. "Would you like to smoke?" Zhong Shirley shook his head. I lit one for myself and said, "What I am about to tell you may seem quite unbelievable, but it is the truth. All this time, you believed you were working for your sister, but in reality, she has been watching over you all along. She simply placed her trust in the wrong people and employed misguided methods." In the span of a cigarette, I recounted everything I knew and what had just transpired. After absorbing this information, Zhong Shirley appeared as though his very soul had vacated his body. Reduced to a mere shell of a man, I understood that it was difficult for him to accept in that moment. Yet this was the stark reality. Lu Sui had deceived your sister, claiming that a demon resided within you. However, that is far from the truth. If I am not mistaken, you are Zhong Kuei, and Zhong Kuei is you. You speak nonsense. What do you mean by Zhong Kuei and demon? Ignoring Zhong Shirley's outburst, I pressed on. As for your girlfriend, she is innocent, caught in Lu Sui's malevolent web, rendered neither human nor ghost. Zhong Kuei's pupils dilated, and it was evident that no matter what I said, he could not absorb it. Consider this. Lu Sui's objective is you. In essence, his aim is the Zhong Kuei that resides within your being. These past few days, you have been safe here. As for your sister's predicament, I will devise a solution. As I stepped out of the room, Zhuang Xiaolu and the commander approached me immediately. "Xiao San, what is the meaning of this? Who is this person? Why did Qin Chuan turn against you? And is he still allied with Lu Sui?" "Xiao San, is what Xiaolu said true?" Witnessing their bewilderment, I found myself at a loss for where to begin. I, too, was uncertain how to communicate with them. Let's focus on our tasks first. They had grown accustomed to my tendency to be vague about matters. "Commander, you must remain vigilant here. Do not allow Zhong Shirley to come to harm. He is the target of Lu Sui, as well as our objective in this mission. Do you understand?" "Understood." I turned to Zhuang Xiaolu and said, "Xiaolu, I wish to meet Zhang Heshu." "What did you say?" I smiled reassuringly at Zhuang Xiaolu. "Rest assured, you heard me correctly. I seek an audience with Zhang Heshu. Have you lost your mind? It's already fortunate that the Shuzi sect has not caused you any trouble. Why would you willingly seek out Zhang Heshu now?" I shrugged. Those with clean consciences have no fear of nocturnal disturbances. His assassination bears no relation to me. Why should I be afraid? Take me to the Shuzi sect. They would not dare lay a finger on me. "Are you certain? Have I ever deceived you?" Zhuang Xiaolu understood that once I had made a decision, it was immutable. He had no choice but to escort me to the Shuzi sect in pursuit of Zhang Hushu. As fate would have it, just as we disembarked from the vehicle, we encountered the individual from the Shuzi sect, surnamed Gong. Li Sansheng, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? I'm not deaf. Li Sansheng, though you possess skill, you have merely delayed the inevitable by seeking assistance. Now you present yourself on my doorstep. Do not blame me for what follows. Brute! I stepped forward, seizing his collar without hesitation. Let me make this clear. I am not responsible for the incident. Furthermore, I demand to see Zhang Hushu. There are claims of his assassination, yet he is not deceased. Why can I not meet him? You, release me. What are you intending to do? You would do well to lower your voice. You are becoming a nuisance. What do you think I intend to do? I wish to see Zhang Hushu. Do you still hope to meet our leader? How delusional. It appears that you indeed. Fear not death. I grasped his neck, and within mere seconds, he began to roll his eyes, his hands clawing at my arm in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, should he escape my grasp so easily, it would be a tremendous loss of face for me. Stop. I had already resolved that if I could not meet Zhang Hushu, the one who had repeatedly displeased me, I would end his life this very evening. Just as the man surnamed Gong was on the verge of succumbing, someone called out to halt my actions. The leader requests your presence. Upon hearing those 4 words, I released my grip and forcefully shoved him to the ground. Zhuang Xiaolu attempted to accompany me inside, but was restrained at the threshold. Wait for me in the car. If I am not out in an hour, inform the commander to set fire to the Shuzi gate. I directed these words to those present, fully aware that, aside from Qin Chuan, I alone possessed the audacity to incinerate the Shuzi gate. The commander likely lacked such courage. Nevertheless, Zhuang Xiaolu took note of my words. In the bedroom of Zhang Hushu, I found him reclined upon a sickbed, his visage bearing the mark of frailty. Initially, I had harbored doubts regarding whether Zhang Hushu was merely feigning an assassination attempt or if he had sustained only superficial injuries. Yet, observing his current state, it seemed evident he was not pretending. I could sense his breath was exceedingly faint. Zhang Hushu, as the leader of the Shuzi gate. How could you have been reduced to such a state by Lu Sui and his accomplices? Zhang Hushu slowly raised himself, leaning against the bed, his gaze piercing with an ominous glare. I know it is not you. That person's martial arts differ from yours. If you are aware that it is not me, why do you not restrain your disciples? He continued, you did not come here merely to pose such trivial inquiries, did you? Trivial? I retorted, I do not find it so. This concerns my reputation and personal safety. Zhang Hushu regarded me intently, inhaling deeply, only to be met with a fit of relentless coughing. Take your time. Do not expire too quickly, or I shall find myself hopelessly mired in a quagmire of disgrace. I cautioned him. My reluctance to assist in your explanation is solely to convince Lu Sui and the others that I believe you are aligned with them. This gives you a fighting chance. What nonsensical logic is this? He exclaimed incredulously. Do you take me for a fool? Given your condition, you still withhold the truth from me. Why did Lu Sui target you? Li Sansheng, he replied, some matters are best left unknown to you. Is it not your principle to operate for a price? I chuckled softly. Are you aware that I possess another principle? I conduct my affairs based on my mood. Should I be displeased, not even the mightiest of deities could sway me. Zhang Hushu studied me in silence, and I offered a slight smile. In truth, it matters not whether you speak. I shall not press you. I retrieved the bank card he had once given me, presenting it to him. Here, take it back. I shall no longer partake in this venture. With that, I set the card down and turned to leave. Mr. Li, please wait. I turned my head slightly to look at him, and he continued, Mr. Li, I was rather rude just now, and I hope you won't take offense. I chuckled. Zhang Hushu, it is no wonder you have ascended to the position of the master of the art of characters. You certainly possess a certain caliber. Speak. What is it that you wish to learn from me? In truth, what I sought to uncover from Zhang Hushu was something I could scarcely articulate myself. These matters, which began with Lin Yihuan and have persisted until now, seem to lack significant connection, yet I have an inkling that all events are intertwined, and I suspect they all relate back to Zhang Hushu. Why do you wish for Lu Sui to perish? I inquired. Mr. Li, why must you seek clarity on this? Is it merely because I have not publicly clarified your innocence? If so, I shall inform the disciples tomorrow that my assassination bears no relation to you. It matters not. I am beyond concern now. I merely wish to satiate my curiosity. Can you indulge me? Zhang Hesu furrowed his brow. Take your time to ponder. I am in no haste, for I have ample time. Furthermore, I am particularly intrigued by how a distinguished leader of the art of characters could be so easily assassinated. Shouldn't this spark my curiosity? Mr. Li, what purpose does knowing this serve for you? Once Lu Sui is dead, Wu Ti, all matters come to a close? Chapter 49. A gracious allowance. Is it really as simple as Zhang Hesu suggests regarding the events unfolding before us? Does the demise of Lu Sui signify the conclusion of it all? Gazing upon Zhang Hesu's countenance, I found myself chuckling helplessly. Master Zhang, do refrain from treating others as mere children or fools. Are you truly asserting that the matters between you and Lu Sui are as uncomplicated as you previously conveyed? Zhang Hesu regarded me in silence. As for dealing with Lu Sui, you may proceed as you wish. I cannot engage in your business, and I kindly ask that by dawn tomorrow, you assist me in restoring my reputation. I shall take my leave now. Li Sansheng, Zhang Hesu bellowed in exasperation, halting me. Do you think that declining my offer absolves you of any connection? Let me be frank. The one impersonating you in an attempt on my life, aside from Lu Sui, is Qin Chuan. Had I heard such words a day prior, I would have vehemently denied them. Yet now, I found myself devoid of any counterargument. Qin Chuan? What of it? What does he have to do with me? Qin Chuan is in your employ. He has allied himself with Lu Sui and the denizens of Yin Palace. Surely, you must be aware of this? Seeing my silence, Zhang Hesu's tone softened. Li Sansheng, only through collaboration with me can you cleanse your name, and you stand to gain financially as well. Why not seize the opportunity? I ignited a cigarette, a smile gracing my lips as I turned toward the bed. In the next instant, my expression shifted dramatically, and I thrust my fist toward his face. Although Zhang Hesu appeared frail, at the moment my fist was about to connect, something changed. He vanished in an instant. As I turned around, he had already appeared behind me, gripping my neck. Yet, I felt no panic. Instead, a smile spread across my face. At that moment, Zhang Hesu finally realized that I had no intention of truly harming him. He released me, his eyes fixed intently upon me. I began to applaud. The illustrious leader of the Shuzi sect, with unfathomable prowess. Even if Lu Sui joined forces with Xin Chou, attempting to assassinate you would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. I bent down to retrieve the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. Placing it between my lips as I continued, I have encountered Lu Sui twice, yet Xin Chou has remained conspicuously absent. If I am not mistaken, he must be gravely injured at your hands, and Lu Sui must also bear wounds. Otherwise, it would be rather implausible for them to refrain from attacking me on both occasions. What do you wish to say? I am curious. Have I not already expressed this? I am intrigued by the enmity between you and Lu Sui, and I wonder if the three of them conspired to ambush you, or if you sought them out deliberately. After all, as the leader of the Shuzi sect, how could they have such an opportunity to strike at you? Initially, these were merely my speculations. But seeing you so vibrant now, it seems you have deceived everyone. Is that not so? Zhang Hesu snorted coldly, dismissively pulling out a chair to sit down. And what of it? I am merely alleviating your burdens. With Lu Sui injured, wouldn't it be much easier for you to take action against him? It seems implausible to expect Zhang Hesu to divulge the truth today. I shook my head, disregarding Zhang Hesu, and turned to leave his room. When faced with the choice between Zhang Hesu and Qin Chuan, I would rather place my trust in Qin Chuan, even if he was currently entangled with Lu Sui and the people from the Shadow Palace. Zhang Hesu gazed at my retreating figure, understanding that from this moment forth, I would no longer assist him in eliminating Lu Sui. However, it mattered little to him. After I exited the room, he tucked away the bank card from his desk, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. Li Sansheng, even if you refuse this money and decline to aid me, do you truly believe you can ensure Lu Sui's survival? You finally emerged. If you hadn't, I might have resorted to arson, he exclaimed. I winked at Zhuang Xiaolu, who gestured for me to look behind him. To my astonishment, he had summoned a dozen disciples from the theater school, each wielding a bucket of gasoline. Upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle. What is your purpose in seeking out Zhang Heshu? I shook my head, maintaining my silence towards Zhuang Xiaolu. Tell me, how much do you know about Zhang Heshu's past before he became the sect leader? Why the sudden curiosity? I shrugged. There are just some matters I find perplexing. And regarding Lu Sui, such an impressive individual, was there truly no prior knowledge about him? Zhuang Xiaolu shook his head. You know me. I genuinely don't concern myself with such matters. Zhuang Xiaolu paused for a brief moment and remarked, I can inquire on your behalf, or you may directly approach my senior brother. However, there is no need for that. Today is a splendid day. Just as I finished speaking, my phone rang, and to my astonishment, it was the commander. After answering the call, my expression turned grim. What is it? I asked urgently. Hurry back. Zhong Shirley has escaped. At this juncture, I believe Zhong Shirley to be the crux of all matters, whether it pertained to Lu Sui and Lin Hahuan's dealings with the corporeal elixir, his entanglements with Zhang He of the Shuzi sect, or the affairs of the Yinhao. Each event was intricately linked, yet they all culminated in Zhong Shirley. In other words, it pointed to another entity residing within Zhong Shirley. After instructing all disciples of the theater to return, Zhuang Xiaolu drove me back to the villa. What transpired? How could you allow Zhong Shirley to escape? The commander wore a look of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, it was inconceivable for Zhong Shirley to elude his supervision. Even if Zhong Shirley possessed some ability, he would undoubtedly be no match for the commander. However, the predicament arose from the fact that Zhong Shirley's mind was rather peculiar. He received a call from his sister, insisting on finding her, and when I attempted to stop him, he threatened me with his life. After hearing the commander's account, I found it rather consistent with Zhong Shirley's character. Do you know where he went? I inquired. It seems to be a breeding farm. The eastern suburb breeding farm? Indeed, I observed Zhuang Xiaolu and the commander, and Zhuang Xiaolu promptly made a call to rally support. Lu Sui is undoubtedly present. This time, he shall not escape. However, I halted Zhuang Xiaolu, asking, do you trust me? What? I pressed my lips together and replied, do not summon too many people just yet. You and the commander should await my call outside. If I contact you, then bring others along. You are familiar with the breeding farm. You can lie in ambush outside. Why, little three? Do you intend to go alone? After all, Lu Sui is on the other side. I cast a glance at the commander, who, despite not fully grasping my intentions, chose to place his faith in me. He placed a hand on Zhuang Xiaolu's shoulder and said, let us heed him. Little three undoubtedly has his own plans. We three parted ways, and I drove alone towards the eastern suburban breeding farm. This was not my first visit to this place. Upon reaching the entrance, the mural depicting the Bagua Yin-Yang talisman remained intact on the wall. I approached the imagery and smiled, but in the next moment, a series of roars erupted from the depths of the farm. My brow furrowed. That was unmistakably the voice of Zhong Shirley. What had he encountered within? I lit a cigarette and quickened my pace. It was the same warehouse as last time. Upon entering, I beheld Zhong Shirley suspended in midair, his limbs shackled by 4 iron chains. Beside him stood a figure. Chuangge, you should not be here. I smiled faintly, replying, I believe you are the one who should not be here. As I spoke, I strolled towards him, taking a step closer, ready to take action. I sighed deeply and stretched my limbs. Qin Chuan, have you forgotten that you have always been my subordinate just because I have been somewhat kinder to you lately? I tilted my head to regard him. Do you believe that you are back to your prime, as if your arms have regained their strength? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, extending his seemingly insubstantial hands, which instantly morphed into 2 shadowy figures. You still have time to withdraw. I shall not hold it against you, for I consider you one of my own. Halt! What Lu Sui intends to do is justified. Zhang He is no virtuous man. I am aware that forging the elixir and crafting the shadow body to summon the shadow spirit involves such matters. Do not look at me that way. My knowledge exceeds your imagination. I held a cigarette between my fingers. I had initially thought that entrusting you with a nightly errand would brighten your spirits. Yet it seems you have entangled yourself in this affair because of Lin Huan. Qin Chuan's expression shifted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you know ignoring Qin Chuan? I called out into the void. Why do you not reveal yourselves? What are you waiting for? As soon as my words fell, a man and a woman suddenly appeared behind me. I turned to see none other than Lu Sui and Lin Huan. From the moment I first encountered you, I felt an uncanny familiarity. Upon reflection, it truly was you. I now understand your name is Lu Sui. You two are no different. I had no idea that you were called Li Sansheng. Qin Chuan could hardly fathom that I would come to know Lu Sui, and judging by our conversation, it seemed as though we had been acquainted for quite some time. Mr. Lu did not grant Qin Chuan an opportunity to inquire. I interjected, asking, Lu Sui, what do you intend to do? I have no objections, but do not involve my companion. I had no intention of dragging Qin Chuan into this. He had approached of his own accord. I laughed heartily, teasingly regarding Lu Sui as I inquired, when did I mention Qin Chuan? I was referring to, He Huan, come here. What? At this moment, not only Qin Chuan, but even Lu Sui appeared somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, the reality remained. Lin Huan gradually returned to my side and bowed in greeting. Boss Li. I had instructed Lin Huan to procure the night wanderer for Qin Chuan, but I had not intended for her to entangle him in our affairs. Lin Huan's face flushed crimson. Observing her demeanor, I grasped the situation. Lu Sui, where is Xinqiu? Lu Sui remained stationary, offering no response, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. He glanced at me, then at Qin Chuan and Lin Huan, before finally fixating on Zhong Shirley. This time, I concede defeat, not to you. But next time, you shall not be so fortunate. I have vowed to my master to spare you once. The next time, it shall be your demise. Chapter 50. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Lu Sui, let out a cold snort, and strode out of the warehouse. Once he was completely out of sight, I breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Li, what troubles you? You seem utterly drained, I remarked. Do you really think the three of us combined could stand against Lu Sui? He's already injured. Surely we have a chance, he replied. I chuckled helplessly, my gaze measuring Lin Huan. So, how do you find this task? A living vessel of the Danding. Lin Huan smiled in return. Thanks to your support, Boss Li. Your superior will likely be thrilled. However, as per our usual arrangement, please keep this matter under wraps. Let no one else know. Why not? Logically, aren't we on the same side? I nodded initially, then shook my head. There may be a traitor among us, and I have no desire for my identity to be exposed. Given the current circumstances, it is wiser for me to maintain my guise as Boss Li. Furthermore, should Lu Sui discover my true nature, you can inform your superior upon your return. He must be dealt with. Boss Li, I leave the matters here in your capable hands. I must take my leave now, as my superior has come looking for me after my prolonged absence. I understand. He has sought me as well, offering me funds to assist him in a task to clear my name. As Lin Huan prepared to depart, she bowed once more. By the way, I will arrange for you to be transferred soon to prevent you from being apart from your group for too long. Otherwise, Brother Chuan will scold me. Lin Huan's gaze fell upon Qin Chuan, filled with tenderness, yet she was acutely aware that it was time for her to depart. What was the meaning of all this? I observed Qin Chuan in silence, gathering my energy and striking the ground with force. As the dust settled, a diagram of the 8 trigrams and yin-yang appeared before us. You are. I shrugged. It is precisely as you suspect. Lin Huan was summoned by me, with the intention of confronting Lu Sui. Qin Chuan paced back and forth. Clarify your words. Am I to understand that I am the fool in this scenario? As for my identity, there is no need for you to inquire. The truths you hold should remain undisclosed. Initially, I too was unaware that my target was Lu Sui. I had not intended for Qin Chuan to learn of my affairs. However, given that he and Lin Huan had become entangled in this matter, concealing the truth from him would lead to troublesome consequences. As you can see, Lu Sui and I are brothers in the same sect. He is my senior, while I am his junior. He is also affiliated with the Li family, possessing the complete technique of the Sun God Mask. I shook my head. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Master Li. Previously, I could not unleash the full potential of the Sun God Mask technique. Without that art, what do you think has enabled me to reach this point? Upon reflection, Qin Chuan realized the veracity of my words. If you believe that I am solely adept in the art of the Yang God Mask, you are gravely mistaken. I am, in fact, the sole heir to the profound techniques of the Three Pure Ones. Although Lu Sui may be considered my senior, the knowledge we possess is entirely disparate. After all, the old master is well versed in a plethora of skills. As I recounted this, a smile involuntarily graced my lips. Perhaps that period was the most serene of my existence. From the very beginning, I discerned Lu Sui's intentions. However, I was taken aback by the realization that his ultimate goal was to harness the residual spectral power of Zhongke that lingers in the mortal realm. It wasn't until that square-faced individual approached me that the true nature of Lu Sui's ambitions became clear. What, precisely, does Lu Sui aspire to achieve? I just articulated it, did I not? Since the moment I became acquainted with him, he has lamented the brevity of human life, ultimately yearning for immortality. As for He Huan, what truly is she? Haven't you already discerned her role? She is an executor. My acquaintance with her stems from a prior incident, and she possesses commendable qualities. I approached Qin Chuan, placing an arm around his shoulder. Brother Chuan, in all future endeavors, please consult me first. This world is not as straightforward as it appears. I fear you may stray from the right path, and I wish to avert any misfortune befalling you. Qin Chuan gazed at me, his mouth slightly agape, yet the words he intended to say remained unspoken. He simply redirected his attention to Zhong Shirley, who remained suspended in midair. What shall be done about him? I scratched my head. What is Lu Sui planning? He intends to wait for your arrival. So you will refrain from intervening in this matter while he extracts the demon from Zhong Shirley's body. What a demon, he said. You actually believe his words. His strength is renowned, a divine power left behind by the great saint monarch Zhong Kui in the mortal realm. Zhong Kui. Then I shall set him free. Wait, I called out to Qin Chuan. What do you mean by that? We should continue with the tasks that Lu Sui left unfinished. What? Qin Chuan was perplexed. I sighed and countered. How did Lu Sui deceive you into following him? In truth, he had said nothing. It was Lin Yihuan who bestowed upon me the power of the Night Wanderer, along with a tome of secret arts. For those days, I had sequestered myself in my chamber, studying diligently, and to my surprise, I found it quite engaging. Initially, you and the commander were always out and about, neglecting to assist me in finding Lin Yihuan, so I took it upon myself to seek her out, and lo and behold, I actually succeeded. I gazed at him in bewilderment and asked, You truly believe it was solely your own doing? You are? I chuckled softly, remaining silent as Qin Chuan continued. Later, the more I observed you, the more irksome you became. Eventually, I inquired with Lin Yihuan about the situation, yet she did not disclose the complete truth, only informing me about the executors. I pondered. Since they are executors, they must not be malevolent. It would be better to align with them. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, and one can see their beloved every day. Is that not so? Qin Chuan lowered his gaze in silence. Very well. I shall keep your affair with Lin Yihuan in mind. For now, you should collect these two wanderers. Do you not find it rather peculiar? I looked at Qin Chuan, bemused by his reasoning, yet I bore him no ill will. Brother Chuan, I kindly ask you to intercept Zhuang Shaolu and the commander, preventing their entrance. I wish to keep my affairs private, solely aspiring to be the proprietor of the Xiaobai funeral parlor. Do you comprehend? Very well. I shall step outside and engage them in conversation. No, you must resolutely hinder their approach. I've already informed the commander that should he encounter you again, he will not hesitate to strike lethally. Do not regard me with such eyes. It was you who first struck the commander, leaving him in that condition. Should you fall into their hands, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. Qin Chuan, perceiving my serious demeanor, ceased jesting. He withdrew a long knife from behind him and stepped outside, one deliberate stride at a time. Meanwhile, I settled beside Zhong Shirley. I extended my hand and gently patted his cheek. When he remained unresponsive, I applied a firmer touch. Zhong Shirley jolted awake, screaming upon realizing he was suspended in midair. His expression betrayed his bewilderment, ultimately locking onto me. Do not move. Who urged you to come out here? Are you unaware of your own capabilities? Have you come to court death? Mr. Li, please release me. I must find my sister. Your sister is unharmed, safe at home. As for you, there exists a method to liberate you from these troubles forever, allowing you and your sister to lead a peaceful life. Would you accept this? Absolutely. I would gladly accept. Excellent. Then endure this. Without further ado, I tore away all of Zhong Shirley's garments. Subsequently, I retrieved a dagger from my lower back. "You, what are you planning to do? To help you." No sooner had the words left my lips than I swiftly severed his carotid artery, and with his blood, I inscribed a grand sigil upon his abdomen. The command of the three pure ones summons the gates of the underworld, where spirits roam freely. Urgently, as per the decree. Help! Help! Naturally, Zhong Shirley was oblivious to my intentions and believed I sought his life, screaming in fear. Yet, the louder his cries grew, the quicker the flow of blood, hastening the completion of my purpose. 5 minutes later, a throbbing pain began to swell in my right eye. Had the commander seen me in this state, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. It mirrored precisely the moment I encountered the image of the 9 heavens. I could feel the inflammation in my right eye as I gritted my teeth and fixed my gaze upon Zhong Shirley's figure. In the next instant, my right eye beheld a wisp of black smoke drifting from within Zhong Shirley's body, gradually coalescing into a silhouette suspended in midair. With eyes like bronze bells and a robust physique, the abundance of facial hair accentuated his ferocity. "Holy monarch," I whispered, extending my hand, poised to seize the shadow. Just then, a sudden sharp pain pierced my lower back. I gasped in shock and turned to see a short, unremarkable figure wielding a knife, its tip protruding from my abdomen. Enduring the excruciating agony, I pivoted and delivered a punch to the assailant's face. Yet he appeared entirely unfazed and retaliated with a blow to my right eye. My entire being was sent hurtling away. The right eye, already throbbing with pain, was struck once more, making me feel as though I were on the brink of blindness. I struggled to remain half kneeling on the ground, clutching my abdomen while fixating my gaze on the approaching figure. Xian Cho, how is it that you have not been slain by Zhang Hesu? Mr. Li, are you referring to me? My countenance changed abruptly as another figure emerged behind Xian Cho. Who else could it be but Zhang Hesu? Li Sansheng, your arrogance is astounding. You let Qin Xuan go free to keep your secrets, but when Zhuang Xiao Lu and the others arrive, I shall find it quite challenging to intervene. Cough. I remained silent, my eyes locked onto the two. Who would have thought you were one of the executors? And that Lu Sui is your senior? You've calculated everything, yet overlooked my presence. Zhang Hesu spoke the truth. His appearance in this affair was entirely unexpected. Even when he appeared, I did not ponder it deeply until later when he was attacked. At that moment, I had no time to consider any other plans. Taking a deep breath, I remarked, "Your ambitions align with those of Lu Sui. You too seek immortality through the crafting of a shadow body." Chapter 51. Better to shatter than to bend. Zhang Hesu did not attempt to conceal his true feelings in the slightest. "If you say so, then so be it," he remarked, a broad smile illuminating his face. He exhibited no urgency to confront me. Instead, he approached the unconscious Zhong Shirley. He lifted his gaze towards the elusive figure of Zhong Kuei, unable to suppress a chuckle. Zhang Hesu quickly absorbed the divine power of Zhong Kuei. Lest the night stretch on with lingering dreams, Xinqiu sauntered over to Zhang Hesu's side, yet his gaze never wavered from me. As he observed me, he leisurely tasted the blood from the blade's edge. "Are you not afraid of contracting any ailments from me?" At that moment, my jest served merely as a means of self-comfort. "So, Xinqiu, this is our first formal meeting." I managed to rise, using one hand to clutch my abdomen while the other gripped the dagger tightly. Noticing my struggle, Xinqiu smirked and advanced towards me. He raised his knife, stating, "Your tongue is quite resilient. I recall a rule in your hall. Whoever wields the power within the scroll becomes the leader. Shouldn't you now be at my command?" Xinqiu paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Li Sansheng, facing imminent demise, you still utter such words. I truly admire your courage. From where do you draw such audacity? Do not come any closer. What are your intentions?" I retreated step by step, while Xinqiu pursued relentlessly. I found myself cornered against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Without further ado, Xinqiu raised the long knife in his hand and swung it toward my neck. I gritted my teeth and, enduring the pain, raised my dagger to deflect the blow. However, the force of Xian Cho was astonishingly immense. The impact left my palm throbbing with agony. In that moment, I steeled myself invoking the technique of three-chi absorption. I was uncertain how long this defense would hold, yet I understood that failure to do so would lead to my inevitable demise. With a swift motion, I charged directly into Xian Chao's seemingly frail left shoulder. To my astonishment, I was met with a violent recoil that slammed me against the wall. I gazed at Xian Chao in disbelief. I was acutely aware of the strength I had just exerted, yet he appeared utterly unscathed, showing no signs of employing any form of sorcery. For a fleeting moment, I questioned whether this individual was even human. Xian Chao chuckled derisively, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. "Is that all you've got?" A plume of black smoke began to waft slowly from behind Xian Chao, coalescing in midair into a grotesque silhouette. Feeding on resentment. This was Xian Chao's signature move, which I had witnessed once before on the day Hu Yulong perished. I never anticipated that this time the target would be me. I attempted to summon the Yang spirit mask, but the wounds on my body rendered it impossible to concentrate my thoughts. Moreover, I had only just barely activated the three escapes technique. Feeding on resentment did not rush towards me, behaving like a cat toying with its prey before finally striking. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my right eye, exacerbating my already precarious state. Once again, I knelt partially on the ground, clutching my right eye, my entire body drenched as if I had just emerged from shower, cold sweat incessantly dripping onto the floor. Soon, a pool of moisture formed beneath me. How could this be? This utterance did not originate from me, nor from Xian Chao, but from Zhang Hesu, who sought to extract the divine power from Zhong Shili's being. He stared at Zhong Shili in sheer astonishment. "What are you still dawdling for?" "No. I am unable to withdraw this divine force." "Of course, you cannot extract it." Xian Chao had just turned to glance at me when I gritted my teeth and hurled the dagger from my hand towards him. Simultaneously, the fiend of grievance lunged at me. I executed a roll like a wild donkey to evade the fiend of grievance, swiftly rising to my feet as blood from my wound began to trace symbols upon the ground. At the moment I completed the incantation, I turned around, only to be met with the terrifying visage of the fiend of grievance. It opened its cavernous maw and engulfed me whole. The warehouse fell into an eerie silence. The fiend of grievance emitted a sinister cackle of satisfaction. Xian Chao cast a disdainful glance. "Li Sansheng, is this all there is? That thousand-faced deity could perish at the hands of such a wretch." Xian Chao approached Zhang Hesu's side. Useless. Zhang Hesu dared not utter a word. Xian Chao, employing his technique, leaped into the air, seizing the figure of Zhong Kui that was drifting from Zhong Shili's essence. He attempted to forcibly extract Zhong Kui, yet despite the veins bulging at his temples, it proved futile. After a brief struggle, Xian Chao descended to the ground, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the divine power of Zhong Kui. "Xian Chao, why has it come to this?" Indeed, the divine power of the ghost-slaying deity Zhong Kui in the underworld is not easily attained. What then? Without obtaining Zhong Kui's power, the aspirations of both you and I remain unfulfilled, rendering all our previous endeavors futile. Futile? Xian Chao twisted his neck, a sinister expression etched upon his face, as he gazed upon the unconscious Zhong Shili, who had lost too much blood. He declared, "Since he cannot serve our purpose, let none else possess him. Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like a mere tile." With a resolute mind, Xian Chao resolved that if he could not have Zhong Shili, he would destroy him. He lunged forward with a blade aimed at Zhong Shili's throat. At that very moment, however, the dormant divine power of Zhong Kui stirred. Not only did it thwart Xian Chao's lethal strike, but it also sent him flying with a powerful punch. As Xian Chao landed, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He gestured, attempting to summon the Shiwan Sha, but after a moment of waiting, he realized it remained utterly unresponsive. Supreme Wushu's locking curse, swift as the law commands. What? The Shiwan Sha, attempting to flee, emitted a mournful cry, yet from its form emerged a colossal vortex, swiftly engulfing it. Once more, my figure materialized before them both. Did they think to subdue me with the Shiwan Sha, mistakenly believing that my injury rendered me vulnerable. With my right eye fully opened, I beheld a world drenched in crimson. I had not been devoured by the Shiwan Sha. Rather, I was enveloped by its malevolent aura. Had it not been for my foresight in inscribing the protective sigils upon the ground beforehand, I might have truly met my demise. I inhaled deeply. The abrupt exertion had not only engaged the 3 evasions, but also caused blood to flow more profusely from the wound on my abdomen, dripping onto the earth. Rather than succumbing to panic, I lit a cigarette, the nicotine momentarily dulling my pain. Extending my hand towards the divine force of Zhong Kuei, it seemed to sense my call, transforming into a stream of dark mist that surged directly into my right eye. My head jerked back suddenly, yet the cigarette remained intact. As I regained my composure, I lowered my gaze and gradually raised my head. I patted my temples and let out a deep sigh, observing the blood covering my hands, which I then smeared across my face. With a slight parting of my lips, the cigarette naturally fell to the ground. In the realm where yin and yang intertwine, chaos finds no foothold. I shall vanquish demons and purge malevolence, traversing the cosmos. The 5 spirits shall pave the way and ensure my safety, wielding the sword of justice that governs the balance of existence. I bent forward, resting my hands upon my knees, my head swaying involuntarily. I beseeched the revered king of the underworld, Zhong Kuei, to descend and bestow his teachings, subduing the malevolent. A mass of dark clouds materialized above my head. I tilted my face skyward as the clouds coalesced into a column of energy that surged into my being. As I slowly raised my head, the pain dissipated almost entirely, and I squinted at Zhang and Su, the 2 figures before me. With a swift gesture, the enveloping dark mist transformed into a grand robe and lofty hat adorning my form. I grasped the air with one hand, conjuring a sword of dark energy within my grasp. How dare these insignificant beings dare to intrude upon my presence? I command you to submit. With a casual flick of my wrist, I unleashed what appeared to be a simple strike, yet it bore the weight of thunderous might. Xian Cho and Zhang Hisu dared not confront it, resorting instead to evasive maneuvers. I swiftly reversed my grip, conjuring a fan of darkness in my other hand. A gust of ominous wind swept through, catching the 2 off guard and sending them sprawling to the ground. With a single step, I found myself before the recovering Zhang Hisu in an instant. I lunged at his chest with my sword. Zhang Hisu, ever the astute master of the art of the word, demonstrated his remarkable skill as he executed the spatial contraction technique, appearing beside Xian Cho in the blink of an eye. Run. We stand no chance against this Zhong Kuei. Xian Cho was well aware of the peril. No escape. I bellowed, launching my sword with force. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Hisu seized Xian Cho, using his own flesh and blood as a shield against my blade. The sword pierced Xian Cho's heart, transgressing through Zhang Hisu's shoulder. Like an inanimate object, Xian Cho was discarded to the ground, while Zhang Hisu, drenched in sweat, cast a fierce glare in my direction before abandoning Xian Cho's lifeless form and vanishing into the shadows. Xian Cho lay there, breath shallow and labored. I approached, denying him any chance to speak, and with a mere gesture, the sword reappeared in my grasp. With a swift swing, Xian Cho's head rolled away. I turned to seek out Zhong Shi Li, eager to ascertain the situation, but as I took a step, a sharp pain surged through my right eye. With a mighty roar, I collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, the dark energy within me dissipating and returning to Zhong Shirley's body. Lying there, I found myself utterly drained of strength. In a daze, I noticed Zhong Shirley beginning to cough. Xiao San, someone's coming, by the sound of it. It's Qin Chuan and Commander Zhuang Xiaolu. The commander rushed to my side, cradling me in his arms. As I gazed at the bandage on his head, resembling that of an Indian soldier, I couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao San, you cannot die. If you die, how will you manage as the boss? You're pressing on my wound. With that final utterance, I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself in a hospital room, with a bedside table adorned with several warm buns and soy milk. The room was empty, my wound had been dressed, the pain was manageable, though my entire body felt unusually sore. Slowly, I propped myself up and reached for a bun to eat. At that moment, I overheard commotion outside the door. Brother Chuan, how long will you continue this madness? We've just begun to grasp the situation, and you're already stirring up trouble again. Chapter 52. Refusal to pay. As I took my second bite of the steam bun, the door to the ward swung open. Zhuang Xiaolu, the commander, and Qin Chuan stood before me, exchanging glances. I'm eating a bun. Qin Chuan leaned against the window, gazing outside, while Zhuang Xiaolu sat on the edge of the bed, and the commander sat beside me, incessantly chattering. He remarked that if I continued in this manner, Qin Chuan would likely engage in some foolish endeavor. Cough. Where is Xi and Shou? What has become of the Zhong siblings? You seem to be preoccupied with others while I am left wondering, what on earth is happening with you, Brother Chuan? And why was Xi and Shou there? I surveyed the three of them. I have just awakened. Could I possibly be granted a moment's respite? This feels like a relentless barrage of questioning. According to the commander, that night, while I was contending with Xi and Shou and Zhang Hexiu, Qin Chuan had truly risked his life to shield them. It was only upon hearing Zhong Shirley's desperate cry that I ceased my actions and returned. I understood that if I did not share this with the commander, he would incessantly pester me. In essence, I relayed the general circumstances, but I withheld the details. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to convey every aspect of an event. I omitted the narratives concerning Zhang Hexiu and my own identity. It is not that I do not trust the commander in Zhuang Xiaolu. Rather, the fewer people who are aware of this matter, the better. After all, I merely wish to be a proprietor, namely. I have conveyed all that is essential. What are the Zhong siblings? Zhong Rujiao is missing. Qin Chuan looked at me and spoke. She must have been taken away by Lu Sui. But to where? No one knows. Indeed, while Zhong Shirley sustained no significant physical injuries, he is grappling with certain psychological issues. After finishing my steam buns, I sat on the bed to stretch a bit, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, and then addressed them, saying, "Let us return home." Return home? The doctor advised that you require further observation. I am well aware of my own body. If I were to heed the doctor's every word, it would be a considerable waste of time. I dismissed Zhuang Xiaolu and instructed the commander to fetch Zhong Shirley. If memory serves, the power of Zhong Kuei still resides within him, and given his current mental state, it would be unwise to leave him unattended. One can never predict when Lu Sui might appear before him. Chuan Gu sat opposite me, silent, just as I remained quiet, both of us lost in contemplation while smoking. Are you truly planning to remain mute? I extinguished my cigarette, crossed my legs, and squinted at him. If you do not inquire, how am I to know what you wish to learn? After a moment of reflection, Qin Chuan summoned the spirit of day and night. What is the meaning of this? We are together every day, yet why are we unaware of this matter? This does not belong to me. Rising, I rolled up Qin Chuan's sleeve to reveal 2 iron plates affixed to his severed arms. Oh, good heavens! You are quite audacious, having directly driven these spirit tokens into your own flesh. I relinquished his sleeve and continued. Within this lies the power of the night and day wanderers. Strangely enough, I find myself unable to harness it. Even with the sun god mask at my disposal, their strength eludes me. So why can you? I am not certain. I merely wish for you to try. Is it not convenient now? Why not simply grant it to me directly? I let out a bitter laugh. Brother Chuan, you must be oblivious to your own past demeanor. After Lin Hahuan departed from your side, it feels as though I owe you several million. Do you grant me the opportunity to speak? Then, perhaps you could directly share your plans with me. I shook my head. I have no plans. I merely go with the flow. You are the executor, but what exactly does that entail? Lu Sui appears to fit the bill as well. Instead of directly answering Qin Chuan's inquiry, I smiled at him and countered, what do you perceive as good, and what is evil? After pondering for a considerable time, Qin Chuan ultimately shook his head. The distinction between good and evil is elusive, the line between righteousness and wickedness blurred. This is my understanding of the executor's role. I paused for a moment before continuing. There exists a line, whether good or evil, should anyone dare to cross it, that is the moment for the executor to act. And what of you? Well, Lu Sui. I rested my hands behind my head, reclining on the bed leisurely as I remarked. I am but a man in exile. As for Lu Sui, I know not. Exile? I waved my hand dismissively. I have no desire to discuss the past. That is merely a bygone era. Now, I'm simply bossly, is that not so? Qin Xuan observed my reluctance to continue speaking and chose to remain silent. Yet this did not imply that he was devoid of curiosity. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. What you ought to know will reveal itself in due time. Qin Xuan cast me a peculiar glance, and to my bemusement, his subsequent words struck a chord within me. Should there be a next time, I hope you refrain from using my emotions as a mere performance. It is quite hurtful. In this world, myriad matters remain shrouded in ambiguity. If one were to unravel the intricacies of every single occurrence, existence would become exceedingly burdensome. Having chosen to assume the mantle of bossly, this decision has inevitably dictated my stance on certain matters. A week later, the Shaosanbai funeral home reopened, as if the preceding events had never transpired. The commander busied himself with various tasks, and although Qin Xuan still preferred to seclude himself within his quarters, our rapport had reverted to its former state. I could discern his desire to inquire about Lin Huan, yet he refrained from voicing his questions. As for Zhong Shirley, he departed, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. That evening, I had instructed the commander to fetch him, but by the time he arrived, Zhong Shirley had already vanished, leaving no message behind. I did not pursue him, for each individual is bound to their own destiny. Zhang Hushu, too, has remained relatively subdued since that night. There have been no reports of any further escapades from him. The only time I heard of him again was when he sought to vindicate me. As for his clandestine dealings with the denizens of the underworld, I chose not to delve deeper into the matter, as it bore no direct relevance to me. We possess no concrete evidence, and, aside from Qin Xuan, no one is privy to this information. Even if we were to voice our suspicions, who would lend credence to our claims? Regardless, Zhang Hushu's identity looms large. That evening, Zhuang Xiaolu hosted a dinner. The commander and Qin Xuan had arrived early, leaving me to tidy up the establishment. Just as I was about to close the door and embark on my way, a figure who was long overdue finally made his entrance. I cast a glance at the man with a square face, who seemed oblivious to the notion of being an outsider as he comfortably settled on the sofa. I chuckled softly, taking a seat opposite him and casually lighting a cigarette. Exhaling a plume of smoke, I leaned forward. "Boss, I was beginning to think you wouldn't come find me, perhaps intending to withhold my final payment." "Final payment? Do you believe you have fulfilled your end of the bargain?" He replied, his tone questioning. I blinked in feigned surprise. "Is it possible I haven't? Do you recall the task I assigned to you?" "To capture Zhong Kuei." "Where is he?" Narrowing my eyes, I stated, "He is not in my possession. At the very least, he has not fallen into the hands of the underworld." He seemed poised to speak further, but I waved my hand to interrupt. "My capabilities extend only so far, and it's not as if you've absolved me of my innocence. I shan't dwell on that. After all, I stand to lose nothing. I merely request that you provide the final payment." The man with the square face remained silent, observing me with a steady gaze. His reticence did not concern me. I chose to wait in tranquil anticipation. After approximately 5 minutes, he chuckled softly and retrieved an envelope from his pocket. "You did not capture Zhong Kuei for me, nor did I assist in clearing your name. Reflecting on this, it seems we have returned to square one. However, the past is immutable. Moving forward appears unlikely. Yet, you have accepted the money. What do you mean by that?" I asked, gazing at him in confusion. "I have already provided you with a deposit. Let the previous matter be bygones. Attend to the affairs contained within this envelope, and I shall compensate you with the remaining sum." I smiled, a genuine expression of joy. But the very next moment, my countenance shifted dramatically as the envelope I held ignited with an inexplicable, fierce flame, reducing it to ashes in mere moments. I slammed my palm onto the coffee table, shattering the tempered glass into countless fragments. "Are you jesting with me? Matters must be settled clearly. If you wish for my assistance, that is agreeable, but first, you must clear the previous payment." The abruptness of my change in demeanor did not surprise him. He reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, and regarded me with a knowing gaze. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words to me?" "What do you mean?" "You stand to forfeit an opportunity that could elevate you to great heights." He massaged his temples, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued, "Countless individuals aspire to join our ranks, and I have extended this opportunity to you. It seems you do not value it." Regarding the identity of the man with the square face, I had already formed some understanding the first time he approached me. Initially, I presumed he merely sought to exploit my assistance for certain tasks. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more intricate than I had anticipated. He seemed intent on enlisting me into his scheme. At that moment, I pondered whether he would still speak to me so arrogantly if he truly knew who I was. With a resigned sigh, I said, "You should leave. You are not welcome here. I do not concern myself with your identity or background. I am merely a businessman, and my focus is solely on profit. I do not require any payment from you. Just leave quickly before my temper flares." "Li Sansheng, do you comprehend the implications of your words?" he retorted. I shook my head, declaring, "It has nothing to do with me. I must depart now. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities." "You will regret this," he warned, and with that, the man with the square face stormed out. Watching his retreating figure, I retrieved my phone, opened a WeChat chat window, and sent the photo I had just taken of him. After dressing and securing the shop, I set off toward the restaurant that Zhuang Xiaolu had reserved. Chapter 53. The Business of the Deceased Xiao San. A grave incident has occurred. The commander rushed into the store, his expression fraught with urgency. He seized the cup from the table and drained its contents in one gulp. Setting down the newspaper, I massaged my temples, perplexed by his demeanor. "He is dead. He was killed at the Shuzi Gate. Zhang Hexiu has been apprehended. Who has perished?" "The individual who led us to capture Zhong Kuei. Have you seen him since?" "Indeed. Has he met his demise?" "It appears so. It seems Zhang Hexiu was involved. This individual possesses a rather unique identity. Because of this incident, someone invaded the Shuzi Gate and directly seized Zhang Hexiu, as if none of the gate's guardians dared to resist." "Oh." I picked up the newspaper and resumed reading. "How can you be so unfazed and indifferent? Aren't you the least bit curious?" "What is there to be curious about? This does not concern us." The commander scrutinized me for a moment before nodding in agreement. "No issues there." I offered a slight smile. "Remember, we are merely businessmen. Everything else bears little significance for us." As I spoke, I casually tossed a note to the commander. "Prepare yourself for departure. I have taken on a new venture for you. There's no need to negotiate the terms. Just handle it appropriately. When did you acquire this business? Must I report my dealings to you?" "Certainly. I shall prepare to depart at once. However, I sense that the matter concerning the Shuzi sect is rather intricate. Exercise caution. Although the Yin Temple appears tranquil at present, none can ascertain their covert intentions. Moreover, there is the matter of Lu Sui. Attend to your obligations. There is no need for concern on the home front." As I extracted a cigarette from my pocket and ignited it, I continued, "Bring along Brother Chuan. The two of you should tackle this together. Should force be necessary, let Brother Chuan take the lead. He must familiarize himself with his own capabilities." The commander nodded in agreement. "Understood. Just be careful on your own." 20 minutes after the commander departed, Lin Hahuan entered the shop, her appearance markedly professional. "Was Zhang Hexiu apprehended by you?" I inquired. "No," Lin Hahuan replied, regarding me with a peculiar expression. "You are aware that I am here for this matter?" I shrugged. "The individual to whom I sent the photographs. Is he also an executor?" "No." "Oh." Noticing my lack of further inquiries, Lin Hahuan appeared intrigued. "Why do you not ask more?" "Ask what?" "If there is something to be said, you will say it. I am merely a businessman." "Very well." The deceased was named Chen Guofu, a squad leader within a so-called special department, typically tasked with handling certain unique matters and recruiting new members. Chen Guofu's superior maintains a favorable relationship with my boss, and given that his death is linked to the Shuzi sect, we have been requested to assist in clarifying the situation to maintain the balance. I gazed at Lin Hahuan. "Did you come to find me on your own accord, or was it your boss's directive?" "Both." With a faint smile, I rose from the bar and retrieved the contract. I had agreed to sign it. Lin Hahuan, well aware of my character, was taken aback upon glancing at the document. 1 million. She swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Isn't this extortion? If you find it too expensive, feel free to seek someone else." Gritting her teeth, she signed with a flourish, thus rendering the contract effective. After securing the contract, I courteously remarked, "Given our familiarity, I shall waive the deposit as a gesture of goodwill." With the matter settled, I noticed Lin Hahuan lingering and inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" "Qin Chuan. How is he faring?" "Oh, He is heading out of town for some personal growth. You might seek him out when you have the chance. Lin Hahuan nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Li, allow me to offer a word of caution. Chen Guofu's demise bears the shadows of the Yin Temple. Watching Lin Hahuan's departing figure, I let out a deep sigh. Despite my fervent attempts to evade such entanglements, fate has a peculiar way of ensnaring one. As the saying goes, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. I had only requested her assistance in investigating Lu Sui, and now she was promptly at my door with complications. Shortly after Lin Hahuan's exit, an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. What brings you here, and dressed in such a manner? Mr. Li, I apologize for any previous offenses. The Shu character sect is in distress, and I hope you can extend a helping hand. The visitor was none other than Gong Liang, a disciple of the Shu character sect, with whom I had nearly clashed before. Upon observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. What relevance does the matter of the hold for me? Gong Liang removed his hat and placed a bank card on the table, stating, I have heard that Mr. Li is a businessman with a fondness for wealth. For the sake of monetary considerations, let us set aside our previous misunderstandings. It seems that the truth is now revealed. Is it not the case that Mr. Li has lost his affinity for riches? Surely, he cannot be a miser. Casting a glance at Gong Liang, it appeared that I lacked a valid reason to decline his proposition, as I was already inclined to assist Lin Hahuan in his investigation. Given that there were individuals willing to offer financial support, to refuse would be rather foolish. What do you require of me? Upon witnessing my acceptance, Gong Liang appeared visibly relieved. Zhang Zhangmin has been apprehended. A person of significant stature has been found deceased in his quarters. Is that so? Hence, why is Zhang Hisu currently deemed the perpetrator? That is the prevailing assumption. However, the deceased was on amicable terms with the Zhang Zhangmin, rendering it improbable that he would have acted against him. Yet, this does not exonerate Zhang Hisu from the accusation of murder. Gong Liang inhaled deeply, glancing around as though he had made a momentous decision, and with an air of mystery, he confided, the deceased is named Chen Guofu, a member of the Jinwei. Have you heard of it? Isn't that mentioned in the detective stories of Direnjia? A special department from the Tang dynasty. What of it? Chen Guofu was indeed a member of the Jinwei, and his status was exceptional. Zhang Zhangmin would not dare to take such a perilous risk by killing him, particularly within the confines of the Zhang Hisu and Chen Guofu shared a close rapport. I narrowed my one eye, my mind racing with thoughts. It seemed that in this world, coincidences were a rare occurrence. In retrospect, I find myself pondering the motives behind Chen Guofu's approach, seeking my assistance in capturing Zhang Kuei. It now appears highly probable that Chen Guofu and Zhang Heshu had reached some form of agreement. Otherwise, the convergence of events seems too coincidental. However, his sudden demise leaves one perplexed. Who has taken Zhang Heshu away? The Jinwu Guard can indeed be regarded as a specialized department. Do you not believe they will uncover the truth? It is not a matter of disbelief. Rather, I wish to secure a second layer of protection. Will I be able to meet Zhang Heshu? I should be able to leverage some connections for that. You may leave now. Return to me when you have an opportunity to see Zhang Heshu. After Gong Liang left my phone number, he turned to depart. But I called out to him. Do you know the purpose of Zhang Heshu's meeting with Chen Guofu? I have some knowledge. It seems there is a matter that Chen Guofu could not handle alone, hence he sought assistance from our leader. The specifics, however, remain unknown to me. I nodded and waved him off as Gong Liang exited. Chen Guofu sought Zhang Heshu's help. I clicked my tongue in frustration, lamenting that I should have inspected the contents of the dossier he brought when he first approached me. As a member of the Jinwu Guard, his regular duties involve addressing peculiar matters, and I am convinced he had sought me out before turning to Zhang Heshu, only to be met with my refusal. Had I acquiesced at that moment, what circumstances might we be facing now? Had I foreseen the unfolding of these events, I would have ensured that either the commander or Qin Chuan remained behind. There was no other option. I could only make a call to Zhuang Xiaolu. To my surprise, he informed me that he would arrive at my store shortly, as he was just a traffic light away. He inquired about the purpose of my call, urging me to articulate my reasons for reaching out. Zhang Heshu had been apprehended, and a member of the Jinwu Guard had perished at Shizi Gate. Indeed, Zhuang Xiaolu sought my counsel regarding this matter. Furthermore, rumors circulated outside, alleging that Zhang Hushu was the perpetrator. Zhuang Xiaolu regarded me and asked, "What is your perspective on this? What was there to consider?" I was aware of the situation, albeit lacking complete understanding. My intention in contacting him was to discuss recent events. I handed Zhuang Xiaolu the bank card left by Gong Liang. "What does this signify?" he questioned. "You are a renowned figure. The funds within this card are essentially my remuneration for your assistance. I cannot allow you to aid me without compensation." Zhuang Xiaolu chuckled. "You, who are so fond of money, are actually giving it away." I smirked. "Shall I mention that there's another million waiting for me? What is it that you require of me?" "Nothing much. Just help me ascertain the cause of Chen Guofu's demise and determine whether Zhang Hushu is indeed the murderer." "Who is Chen Guofu? Did you not just mention him?" "A member of the Jinwu Guard." Zhuang Xiaolu's eyes widened, only to be replaced by a calculating expression moments later. "I say, Xiaoxian, given your disposition, you typically wouldn't involve yourself in such matters. What benefits have you gained to offer me this card?" Zhuang Xiaolu did not appear to be naive. "Whether you choose to assist me or not is up to you. If you decline, I shall seek assistance elsewhere, and the funds must be returned." "Why not proceed?" "Coincidentally, I have no performances in the past few days. Yet, why was I chosen for this matter instead of Commander and Qin Chuan? They are away on official business. So what shall we do now? Where shall we investigate?" "Nowhere. Just wait for my message. I've ordered takeout. Let us indulge in a meal shortly. By the way, Xiaoxian, from whom did you receive this business?" "Gong Liang." "Gong Liang came to see you?" "Indeed. That is utterly impossible. Do not jest with me." "I am not joking, and neither is Zhuang Xiaolu." "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" "Gong Liang is dead. His spirit seeks you for assistance." "Gong Liang is dead? How did he die, and when?" "He is deceased." Jinwei apprehended Zhang Hushu, and he refused to comply, resulting in his demise. "Truly dead? Do you believe I would jest about such matters?" "Gong Liang is dead? Then who was the person I just met?" "I assure you, he was very much alive. But in this world, how could there be so many masters of disguise?" "Hey, snap out of it. What are you thinking? Are we not eating?" Glancing at the takeout, I let out a bitter smile. It seems this affair is far more complicated than it initially appears. Chapter 54. Tang Dynasty Guild Hall. Xiao San. "It has been 3 days. What are your plans?" "To unravel this mystery, I must ascertain the purpose behind the meeting between Zhang Hushu and Chen Guofu. If Zhang Hushu is indeed the perpetrator, what could his motive be? Although Zhang Hushu is not a man of virtue, it is prudent to clarify certain matters." "Waiting? Waiting? For what? Is it truly Gong Liang who seeks you?" Within these 3 days, Zhuang Xiaolu has inquired countless times, and each time he poses the question, I merely smile in silence. Today is a fortuitous day. Glancing at the incoming call on my phone, I addressed Zhuang Xiaolu. "Please fetch me a pack of cigarettes. Remember, no huazi. They are rather unpleasant to smoke." "Do you take me for your apprentice or subordinate?" I retrieved 500 yuan from my pocket. "Choose wisely and then pick up some snack from the supermarket." 500 yuan? Is that all? "It one tea suffice. You'll have to cover the difference." Despite Zhuang Xiaolu's reluctance, he accepted the money and departed. At that moment, I answered the phone. "You have little time left, come." 3 minutes later, Gong Liang, shrouded in layers of clothing with only his eyes visible. "Enter the shop. Can we meet Zhang Hushu?" "Certainly." He scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight before continuing. "Tonight at midnight, go to this location. Someone will escort you to meet the leader, but you will only have 10 minutes. I picked up the note. Tang Dynasty Guild Hall. The office of the Jinwu Guard presents itself to the outside world as a private tea house. After speaking, Gong Liang intended to leave, but I called out to him, "Why the haste? I still have a few questions for you." I had heard that on that very night. The Jinwu Guard had attacked you, and yet here you are, still alive. Gong Liang hesitated, taken aback by my inquiry, and remained silent for a moment. "My curiosity is insatiable. If you do not clarify this matter for me, I might refuse to proceed." With a sigh, Gong Liang removed his outer garment. "What is this?" I saw a gash on his chest, resembling a centipede, the wound deep enough to have severed muscle and sinew. How he survived such an injury was beyond comprehension. "I have little time. Master Zhang leads us of the Shuzi sect to the pinnacle of success. I cannot believe he would engage in such treachery. I have devoted my life to the Shuzi sect, Master Zhang is my conviction, and I must vindicate his honor. So, is Gong Liang truly a villain? Not at all. Although we have had our differences, from another perspective, had I been in his position, I might have acted even more ruthlessly. Who was that person just now? Gong Liang nearly brushed past Zhuang Xiaolu. Observing Zhuang Xiaolu holding just 2 cigarettes, he remarked, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a man, and I don't want to go to the supermarket. Aren't you being effeminate? What is there to be embarrassed about? Get lost. You're the one being effeminate." Who was that person? Gong Liang. Not willing to speak. Then let it be. Heaven bear witness. I speak nothing but the truth, yet Zhuang Xiaolu remains unconvinced, leaving me powerless to sway him. As the night deepens, I awaken the already slumbering Zhuang Xiaolu. "What are you doing? Can't a person get any sleep?" He grumbles. "I have matters to attend to." "Matters? What kind of matters?" Zhuang Xiaolu, rubbing his eyes, regards me with a look of peculiar bewilderment for a moment. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to sleep. You have 5 minutes. Hurry up. If we miss the time, it will be too late." The Tang Dynasty Guild? What business do we have there? Take a guess. You can't be serious. You're not suggesting we go there at this hour to abduct Zhang Hushu, are you? I want to get out of the car. This is madness. The Jinwei is a special department, unlike our sections. The forces backing them are beyond your imagination. We cannot afford to play such games. If we attract their attention, we're doomed. Our fate could be far worse than that of the shadowy underworld. Zhuang Xiaolu is genuinely frightened. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I appear to be a fool? Wait for me in the car. Keep your distance. If I haven't returned in an hour, seek out a cripple rummaging through refuse beneath the Southgate Bridge. A cripple beneath Southgate Bridge? Wait, what exactly are you planning to do? I have already exited the vehicle and walked away, leaving Zhuang Xiaolu in stunned silence. What a wretched affair. How'd I end up on this perilous journey? To outsiders, the Tang Dynasty Guild might seem like an upscale tea house, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet for someone like Zhuang Xiaolu, this place represents a forbidden zone. Of course, for me, it is an exception. "Sir, please hold on. We only serve members here, and without a membership card, entry is not permitted. I have the means. Is it not permissible for me to enter and spend? I understand your desire to experience life within, yet rules are rules. I never imagined I would encounter a situation akin to what Wang Duyu faced." I gave the man a thumbs up, nodded, and leaned in to whisper, "Then I shall not make a purchase. I am here to find someone. I wish to meet Zhang Hushu." "Who do you wish to see?" "Zhang Hushu, the leader of the Shuzi sect, recently apprehended by your Jinwei. He is the one who killed Chen Guofu, and I seek an audience with him." "Who are you?" He immediately became alert, instinctively stepping back and adopting a defensive stance. "There's no need for such tension. Gong Liang sent me." I produced the token given to me by Gong Liang, a small pendant. Gong Liang had informed me that the first person I would meet upon entering the Tang Dynasty Club would be his friend, who could facilitate my meeting with Zhang Hushu. He accepted the pendant, visibly relaxing. "Why have you arrived so late? Someone is currently interrogating Zhang Hushu. You'll need to wait a while. Why did you not come sooner? Can you blame me? Was it not you who set the time?" During our wait, we engaged in a casual conversation, and I soon learned that he too was a disciple of the Shuzi sect. As previously mentioned, Chen Guofu was also responsible for sourcing fresh talent for the Jinwei. And among these individuals, there were not only extraordinary commoners, but also members of various sections. "Is someone here to interrogate Zhang Hushu?" I blinked, and soon realized that although the guards had requested Lin Hahuan's superior to investigate, they themselves could not remain entirely inactive. "Do you know who it is?" "I do not know. It seems to be someone from above, with a position and power greater than ours, and they appear quite formidable. I genuinely doubt the reliability of the individuals that Gong Liang has engaged. This fellow seems merely a doorkeeper. Can he truly arrange a meeting with Zhang Hushu? If not, I might as well seek out their authority directly, especially since I am currently entangled with Lin Hahuan in this endeavor." After waiting for about half an hour, the doors of the Tang Dynasty Club swung open, and 5 men and women emerged from within. The aura of lethal intent surrounding them sent shivers down my spine. Fortunately, as they passed by, they did not spare a glance at me, the one-eyed man. The group hastily entered their vehicle and departed. Moments later, the young man called out to me, "Come, I will take you to meet the leader. Change into this attire. This was their club's uniform, and once donned, I followed him inside. The interior was sparsely populated with patrons, individuals who were either exceedingly wealthy or influential, with faces often gracing the news. However, they were of little concern to me. Following him, we arrived at a small room, devoid of furnishings, save for a solitary door. To my surprise, upon opening this door, I discovered it led to an elevator. "Come in," he said. "Is this elevator descending?" Indeed, below us lies a dungeon, where certain suspects are confined. This is my first visit to such a place, and naturally, I am filled with curiosity. Why is it that there are so few guards along the way? Why has no one inquired about our presence? It is rather amusing, for this establishment belongs to the Tang dynasty, and its attendants are none other than the elite Jinwu guards. Who among them would dare to cause a disturbance and court their own demise? I chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. It seems these Jinwu guards have grown quite accustomed to their comfortable lives. In his remarks, he appeared to forget that I, too, had ventured into this realm. Ding dong. The elevator has arrived, though perhaps our luck has taken a turn for the worse. As the doors opened, a menacing middle-aged man clad in a black suit and wielding a Tang broadsword eyed us with suspicion. "Who are you?" he demanded, immediately drawing his weapon. "Supervisor. It's me." The young man who had accompanied me was now drenched in sweat, stammering without providing any coherent explanation. My time was limited, so I firmly pushed the young man aside and approached the supervisor directly, stating, "I wish to meet Zhang Heshu." "You wish to meet Zhang Heshu? Are you blind? Do you even know where you are? Do you have any idea who Zhang Heshu is?" He did not allow me to continue, raising his hand to strike. It must be said that as the chief of the Jinwu Guard, he possesses considerable skill. With a single stroke, he cleaved a gaping wound into the elevator doors. Is there any room for negotiation? Absolutely not. Trespassing into the Jinwu Guard's prison is a capital offense. By heavens, this chief's swordsmanship is the sharpest I have ever encountered among all my acquaintances. It appears unremarkable and devoid of ostentation, yet every strike is impeccably executed. Had I not faced 2 life-and-death situations in the past, I would have likely been severed by his third blow. Enough. Cease your actions. I am here to investigate the murder of Cheng Guofu by Zhang Heshu. Should you strike again, I shall retaliate. You are investigating this case. What ist? I have received no such notification. Damn it. You refuse to listen to reason? With a firm stomp to steady myself, I swiftly bit into my index finger and traced a sigil in my palm. Sword, guide to the heavens, break the gates of the sky. All gods retreat. Sword-pointed incantation, swift as a decree. The sword-pointed spell gathers a portion of yang energy upon the tip, dispelling all forms of obstruction. My fingers struck directly upon the blade, creating a substantial hole. Chapter 55, A Moment of Chaos, Prison Break. Prison break, you say? Nonsense. You initiate the attack, and I shall explain nothing. Wu Qian, you have lured the thief into our midst. If you wish to atone for your sins, assist me in subduing this individual. The supervisor, impervious to reason, was entirely unyielding. I understood that, in such circumstances, further words would prove futile. To communicate with someone like him, there existed but one recourse: to strike him down. Wu Qian, this matter is of no concern to you. It is a private vendetta between me and your supervisor. Should you involve yourself, you shall endure dire consequences. Wu Qian, why do you hesitate? Strike, you imbecile. In a fit of rage, I unleashed a flurry of blows, shattering his dagger with ease, and proceeded to employ my favorite technique, a combination of 3 strikes and the 8 extremes. As he prepared to call for Wu Qian, I closed the distance to the supervisor. With a thunderous crash, he collided violently with the wall. Before he could regain his composure, I seized his arm and forcefully yanked him towards me. With a sharp elbow strike, I delivered 2 solid blows that left the supervisor wide-eyed and gaping, drool cascading down his chin. He crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, his face contorted in sheer agony. Wu Qian stood by, utterly astonished, unable to fathom how the situation had spiraled into chaos. Enough of this. Quickly, take me to Zhang Heshu. Your supervisor will not recover anytime soon. Move swiftly. But there are no buts. I assure you, you shall come to no harm. It was evident that Wu Qian had not anticipated that his superior would be utterly incapable of countering my moves. Even if he were to engage in a physical confrontation with me, he would undoubtedly reap no benefits. Moreover, I was summoned by Gong Liang, which added to the urgency of our situation. Gritting his teeth, he led me swiftly towards the location where Zhang Hisu was detained. The master is inside. We must hurry, or else when the superior awakens, we shall both face dire consequences. You guard that unreasonable superior, and if he attempts to flee, take action. I shot Wu Qian a sidelong glance. Trust me, and you shall be safe. At this juncture, Wu Qian had no choice but to place his faith in me. Upon glancing at the iron door, composed of an unknown material, I raised my hand and struck, only to find that it did not budge in the slightest. Furthermore, I noticed that upon making contact with the door, an enigmatic symbol briefly emerged, only to vanish in an instant. It seemed that this peculiar phenomenon had absorbed my attack. The door had been enchanted, which explained the sparse presence of guards from the Golden Guard. Unless one possessed overwhelming power or was more formidable than the sorcerer who had cast the spells on this door, breaching it through sheer force to effectuate a prison break would be a futile endeavor. This is the key to the enigma. This door cannot be destroyed. Just as despair began to wash over me, Wu Qian, displaying a measure of cleverness, returned with the superior's access card. Thank you. Sometimes, it is the case that one may hesitate immensely before embarking on a task. Yet once the decision is made, hesitation dissipates entirely. I found this fellow named Wu Qian to be rather intriguing. With a resounding clang, the iron door swung open, revealing Zhang Hisu seated upon a humble bed, devoid of any instruments. It appeared that the Jinwu guard held considerable confidence in their dungeon, as they had not even shackled him. At the sound, Zhang Hisu lifted his gaze. After some time apart, he bore little resemblance to his former self. Instead, he now appeared exceedingly disheveled, with unkempt hair and a stubbled visage. My word, is this truly the esteemed Zhang Zhangmen? How many days have you neglected bathing? A peculiar odor surrounds you, and one might suspect you had tumbled into a toilet. Li Sansheng, what brings you here? Well, it is indeed me. I surveyed the surroundings, finding no suitable place to sit, so I chose to sit cross-legged on the ground and lit a cigarette. Care for one? Yes, I would. As the blue smoke ascended, observing Zhang Hisu's state elicited an involuntary chuckle from me. Good deeds reap rewards, while evil begets retribution. The saying rings true. What do you intend to do? I heard you killed a Jinwu guard, a friend of yours no less. What is this? If you wish for death, you ought to have informed me that day. Why flee? It wasn't me who killed him. Oh, was it I then? Indeed, you were the one. I was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Have you recently lost your wits? I gestured toward myself. I killed him? Is it because I did not seek you after the demise of Xin Cho that you now feel emboldened to blame everything on me? Was it not your doing? Had you been capable of slaying Lu Sui, Chen Guofu would not have met his end. My brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that Lu Sui was the one who killed? Zhang Hushu smirked, an expression I had not anticipated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before me, gripping my throat with an iron hand. Li Sansheng, you came here to meet your demise. Do not blame me for it. Zhang Hushu's cultivation far surpassed my own, and as he lifted me off the ground, I found myself unable to utter a single sound. I had been too careless, never imagining he would strike without warning, devoid of any foreboding signs. You will die. Everything will cease to exist. All that matters is your death. Stop, please. It was the voice of the supervisor. I saw him rush toward me, brandishing the tang blade I had used to wound Zhang Hushu. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into Zhang Hushu's shoulder as he attempted to kill me. In pain, Zhang Hushu released his grip and I fell to the ground. Rising to my feet, I pushed the supervisor aside, seizing the tang blade embedded in Zhang Hushu's shoulder and pressing it against his throat. You truly wish to die? Zhang Hushu remained unfazed, his expression dark, a faint smirk playing on his lips. In the next moment, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head, and darkness engulfed me. I was unaware of how long I had been unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself shackled and bound to a tiger bench with iron chains. Before me sat a man with a grim countenance, exuding an aura of deadly intent that left me breathless. This man was none other than the leader I had first encountered with Wu Qian outside the Tang Dynasty Guild Hall. Li Sansheng, the proprietor of the minor funeral home, gazed at me with piercing eyes. Your background is excessively pristine, almost too immaculate to be credible. Yet the Li family is known to wield the Sanxing incantation. What grounds do you have for detaining me? Isn't your attempt to breach the Jinwei dungeon and rescue the notorious Zhang Hexiu sufficient grounds? Rescue? I nearly lost my life at the hands of Zhang Hexiu. Are you certain I was attempting a prison break? Perhaps your mind is muddled. Speak. Why do you wish to meet Zhang Hexiu? What connection does he have with the murder of Chen Guofu? Or are you accomplices? Oh, your inquiries shift quite rapidly. I have no interest in your past. I regarded him with a bitter smile. Then what is the purpose of binding me in this manner? I am merely a hired hand, investigating the demise of Chen Guofu on behalf of client. Who? Gong Liang. Gong Liang is deceased. You have but this one opportunity to speak the truth. It truly was Gong Liang. You may investigate. You may inquire. Wu Qian is in league with you. Wu Qian claims you have used his family as leverage. What did you say? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Chen Guofu, though inconsequential, was nonetheless one of my own in Jinwei. Li Sansheng, consider this carefully. The dungeons of Jinwei are not a privilege afforded to just anyone. He rose to depart, and at that moment, I realized I had once again fallen victim to a scheme. The executor Lin Hahuan had entrusted me with this task. The contract resides in my establishment. Is that justification enough? Executor? The executor will not concern themselves with such matters. If one must fabricate excuses, let them at least be plausible. What I speak is the truth, and you would do well to consider my release. Release me? Ponder this carefully. Time is abundant. Crash. How could the situation have devolved into this? How is it that I find myself inexplicably imprisoned in the dungeons of the Jinwei? Gong Liang conspired with Wu Qian against me, yet it was Lin Hahuan who first approached me. Could she be plotting against me as well? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I let out a deep sigh. Since I cannot escape in the immediate future, I must reflect upon this predicament. The death of Chen Guofu is intertwined with Lu Sui. Chen Guofu was a friend of Zhang Hexiu, who, in turn, shares intricate connections with Lu Sui. This won't do. The information at my disposal is woefully inadequate, and I cannot discern a coherent rationale. The prospect of relying solely on my own means for escape seems increasingly improbable. My only remaining hope lies with Zhuang Xiaolu. I have lost track of how long I have been in the Tang Dynasty Guild, and I am uncertain whether Zhuang Xiaolu has located the individual I require. If he is not, then I may truly be doomed. Time ticks by, and I find myself bound, my limbs growing numb. In a daze, I unexpectedly drift into slumber. Creak! The sound of a door opening jolts me awake. I squint with one eye towards the entrance, where a blurred figure approaches. Xiao-san, are you all right? It is Zhuang Xiaolu. A faint smile graces my lips. His ability to enter here signifies that I am indeed safe. What are you still staring at? Let them go. Who is that fool picking up scraps? Why does Jin Wue listen to him? Zhuang Xiaolu restrained me, and to my surprise, his first question was not whether I was all right. Where is he? Inside, the Tang Dynasty Club collecting refuse. This certainly aligns with his usual style. As I stepped into the elevator, I paused alone, stretching my limbs, only then realizing that the back of my head had swollen. Are you all right? I shook my head. I'm fine, just a bit numb for being tied up for too long. When the elevator reached the ground floor, the first person I spotted was none other than the supervisor. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been knocked unconscious. Yet if it weren't for him, I might have already perished at the hands of Zhang Hexiu. Observing his astonished expression, I let out a slight sigh and sincerely said to him, "Thank you." The supervisor did not elaborate further, merely glanced at me a couple more times before leading the way. Where are we headed? Zhuang Xiaolu leaned in closer and whispered, "The person in charge wishes to see you." Chapter 56, a blank sheet of paper upon reflection. It is entirely reasonable for the supervisor of the Tang Dynasty Guild to wish to see me, especially considering that I had requested Zhuang Xiaolu to invite that individual. Upon reaching the entrance of a conference room on the top floor, Zhuang Xiaolu was halted by the supervisor, who informed him that only I was permitted to enter. Zhuang Xiaolu was displeased, but I reassured him, saying, "Wait for me outside. It will be fine." Although it was termed a conference room, within lay merely a modest 8 immortals table, adorned with 3 cups of tea, while only 2 individuals engaged in conversation. One was the man who had just interrogated me in the small dark room, and the other was a middle-aged gentleman with a receding hairline, donning black-framed glasses. "Has Shally arrived? Please take a seat." I pulled out a chair and sat across from the gentleman. After stretching my arms for a moment, I lifted my teacup, blowing gently upon it before taking a sip. I refrained from speaking, and they mirror my silence. After consuming half a cup of tea, I glanced at the two of them. If there is nothing to discuss, I shall take my leave. Let us not waste each other's time. You should possess a modicum of patience. Or were they awaiting? I chose not to speak, instead exercising my patience alongside them. After a moment, a woman with long hair stained in blood pushed open the door to the conference room and entered. "Have they been apprehended?" she inquired. "Yes," came a response. The woman seated herself beside me, casually taking some paper to wipe the blood from her hands. Wu Qian indeed stated that it was Gong Liang who instructed him to bring this person in, and should anything arise, he would disassociate himself. The woman continued, cursing under her breath, "I have to resort to some tactics. Otherwise, they won't utter a word." This woman certainly possesses a formidable spirit. Chairman Jiang, there is no need for me to elaborate on the Tang Dynasty Guild Hall, for you are the esteemed leader of the Jinwu Guard in this region. Is it not customary to conduct thorough inquiries when recruiting individuals? Inspector Shun, such words should not be carelessly uttered. Though we serve as the Jinwu Guard, we are, at our core, still human, navigating the intricacies of human relationships. What say you, Little Li? What relevance does this hold for me? Your continued presence here suggests ulterior motives. I hold a deep admiration for Chairman Jiang, who skillfully redirected the conversation towards me. Since my name has been mentioned, I shall not be coy. Surely it is not my purpose to remain as a spectator to your theatrics. Wu Qian has already validated my involvement. Thus I shall take my leave. Wait. Upon my rising, Inspector Shun too stood, obstructing my path. Why do you seek Zhang Heshu? Gong Liang has already met his demise at the hands of the Jinwu Guard. Why then does he still draw breath? My visit to see Zhang Heshu was at the behest of Gong Liang, who compensated me to affirm Zhang Heshu's innocence. As for why he still lives, that is a question you ought to pose to him. I am not privy to such information. Very well, you come to aid Zhang Heshu. Yet why does he wish to end your life? Because he finds me disagreeable. So, who exactly is Lin Hehuan? You mentioned him earlier. Inspector Shun, at the mere mention of Lin Hehuan, Chairman Jiang interjected, "I sincerely apologize for the occurrence of such a significant event during your inspection team's arrival. However, this matter falls within my jurisdiction, and I shall ensure a thorough investigation. You need not concern yourself with these affairs, Inspector Shun. It is evident that Chairman Jiang wishes to keep Inspector Shun in the dark regarding certain details, the reasons for which are known only to him. President Jiang, our inspection team is not merely going through the motions. It is evident that you are concealing something from us. Women possess a distinct way of speaking." President Jiang, unfazed, merely smiled at Inspector Shun. Inspector Shun chose not to elaborate further, gesturing dismissively at the woman before turning to exit the conference room. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at both President Jiang and myself. "Mr. Li, please do not take offense. It is unwise to cross the esteemed individuals sent by the higher-ups for inspection," she remarked with a hint of embarrassment. "Let's put that aside. I have no interest in the affairs of the Jinwu Guard. My focus remains solely on the matter at hand." With a smile, President Jiang mused aloud. "Old Yin and I have been friends for many years. Our Jinwu Guard does not wish to interfere in the situation." Old Yin, of course, refers to Lin Hehuan's superior, or rather, the true authority behind Lin Hehuan. I am aware that Lin Hehuan is under Old Yan's command. When you mention Lin Hehuan, are you suggesting that you are the one truly orchestrating events? What do you think? I busied myself with filling my teacup from the water bottle. The deceased was one of Jinwu Guard's own. Why is it that you are reluctant to take responsibility? I had assumed he would withhold the reasons behind this reluctance. However, he spoke candidly. Zhang He is of a peculiar status. Though he is incarcerated, his silence binds us, and we cannot resort to coercion. President Jiang, is it true that your Jinwu Guard investigations rely solely on torture? Cannot the mind be employed as well? The scene has been thoroughly examined, and there are no indications of a third party's involvement. Could it be that Chen Guofu took his own life? At times, what the eyes perceive is merely what others wish for you to see. The truth always resides in an inconspicuous corner. There is no need for Zhang to explicitly inform me that it was Lu Sui who killed Chen Guofu. I choose to believe him. Very well. I was not inclined to continue the conversation with Chairman Jiang, and as I turned to leave, unexpectedly, he called out to me. Mr. Li, please hold on. What is it? I inquired, turning back in confusion. Mr. Li, Inspector Shun will not let this matter rest. I hope, for my sake, that you will refrain from clashing with him. How could I dare? He exudes an aura of bloodshed. It is evident that he is not someone to be trifled with. I would rather avoid him entirely than provoke his ire. Chairman Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Li, your status is unique. Should you encounter any issues within my domain, feel free to approach me directly without involving that individual. Understood. And where is he now? He has already departed. I nodded, having a fair understanding of his character. He was likely off selling discarded items. By the way, before Chang Guofu's demise, he seemed to have some affairs regarding the Jinwu Guard that needed addressing. Could you have someone compile those matters and send them to my shop? Is it crucial? Only upon review shall I know. Upon exiting the Tang Dynasty Guild, the sun began to peek over the horizon. I had not anticipated that my visit would consume an entire night. Lighting a cigarette, I leaned back in the passenger seat, attempting to rest, yet Zhuang Xiaolu incessantly chattered away. Could you let me have a moment of peace? When the time comes, I will speak. No, I am merely curious about the identity of that scavenger. I noticed how the Golden Guard treated him with utmost reverence. Him? He is merely a scavenger. It cannot be that the Golden Guard would show such deference to a mere scavenger. How many things have you yet to disclose to us? I chuckled softly, saying, there are far too many matters I have not mentioned. Do not concern yourself with him. If you are not weary, after you return me, seek out Fong Ku-yu and have him devise a way to grant us entry into the Gate of Charms. I wish to witness the scene myself. My senior brother was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Furthermore, given the current conditions, we could freely enter and exit the lair of the Golden Guard. We could simply assert that the Golden Guard summoned us for an inquiry, and I doubt the Gate of Charms would dare to impede us. I gazed at Zhuang Xiaolu. Chen Guofu was slain by Lu Sui. Zhang Hisu stated it plainly. Upon hearing my words, Zhuang Xiaolu abruptly slammed on the brakes. Drive. Just drive. Why are you stopping? Are you serious? Zhuang Xiaolu's expression darkened. This time, there's again the shadow of Lu Sui. 80% certainty. Zhuang Xiaolu restarted the vehicle and, after returning me to the shop, immediately sped back to the theater. As I opened the door, President Jiang dispatched someone to deliver the items I requested. I am uncertain whether the matters detailed in this dossier pertain to the information Chan Guofu provided me on the day he sought my assistance. Had I known the situation would unfold thus, I should have inquired into his true intentions when he approached me. To deceive the heavens and cross the sea, the paper man weeps. The empty belly conceals within the skull of the 5 temples. What on earth? In the document pouch, there is only this single sheet of blank paper inscribed with 2 sentences that I found utterly incomprehensible. Upon flipping it over, I discovered an address along with a name. Hospital, Luqingwan. My mind was a swirl of questions. Who is this Luqingwan? Does the death of Cheng Guofu truly have any connection to him? After a sleepless night, I was weary of further turmoil. Once I had closed the shop, I returned home. My slumber was anything but restful. Since the departure of the commander and Qin Chuan, we had not exchanged any communications. Just as I had settled into sleep for a mere 4 hours, I was jolted awake by a call from the commander. He informed me that their return would likely be delayed due to the complexity of the situation. As I hung up the phone and prepared to drift back into slumber, a knock resounded at the front door. No time for sleep. We must head to Shuzi Gate. I gazed at the red-eyed Zhuang Xiaolu, raking my fingers through my hair in confusion. Did Fong Qi truly agree to assist us? Yes. I scrutinized him for a long moment. Do you not require rest? Rest? We need to find Lu Sui. While I understood Zhuang Xiaolu's fervor for vengeance, I could not fathom his refusal to rest. Was he a robot? Wait for me. After freshening up, I found myself in the passenger seat of Zhuang Xiaolu's car, stifling yawns after 40 minutes had passed. Was Feng Qi reluctant to get involved? Why then had he agreed to help? It was evident that this matter was connected to Lu Sui. I could surmise that regardless of Feng Qi's hesitations, with Zhuang Xiaolu's involvement and the ties to Lu Sui, there was no way for him to evade participation. I had anticipated that Zhuang Xiaolu would first take me to meet Feng Qi, but to my surprise, he led me directly to the Shuzi Gate. Are we simply walking in? Will they permit us? It has already been agreed that we come as representatives of the Xizhuang, and they have no reason to obstruct us. After a brief pause, Zhuang Xiaolu continued. Moreover, the head of the Shuzi Gate has been captured by the Jinwu guards. This news has circulated widely in our circle. Everyone wishes to avoid trouble and is keeping their distance, leaving only us willing to assist in the investigation. Indeed, it is true that once a person departs, the warmth of hospitality quickly fades. Let us proceed. Upon our return to the Shuzi Gate, the reception was markedly more courteous than before. We were greeted by Elder Hu of the Shuzi Gate, who displayed far greater politeness than the previous Gongliang. His enthusiastic welcome felt almost surreal. Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Li, we are grateful for your concern for our Shuzi Gate. Currently, we are suffering from the treachery of thieves, with our leader imprisoned. We have previously committed numerous offenses, and we kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 57. Opening the coffin to confirm the corpse. Elder Hu is indeed quite a perceptive individual. He graciously remarked that we are all comrades in the same pursuit, and now that the Shuzi sect is in peril, we would certainly not remain indifferent. Surprisingly, Zhuang Xiaolu has proven to be quite eloquent when it comes to formalities. I had never realized his adeptness in oratory before. Elder Hu, has Gong Liang passed away? Who am I? I believe there is hardly anyone in the Shuzi sect who is unaware of my identity. They are well aware of my connection with the suit-clad individual and my profession. Yet, my sudden inquiry regarding Gong Liang took Elder Hu aback for a considerable time. Elder Gong, deceased? Elder Hu looked at Zhuang Xiaolu with confusion, perhaps thinking that I was merely a subordinate assisting Zhuang Xiaolu. Do the two of you not know of this matter? Zhuang Xiaolu turned his gaze towards me, his expression seemingly questioning my rather naive question. I wish to see where Gong Liang is buried. Realizing I was not jesting, he voluntarily led us to Gong Liang's burial site. I wondered why Mr. Li had taken an interest in Elder Gong. He had no reason to die, but in his effort to protect the sect leader, he was tragically slain by the Jinwu guard, who had mistakenly taken a virtuous man's life. Elder Hu's words carried a tone of deep regret, yet there was no trace of sorrow upon his countenance. Observing his demeanor, I chuckled and said, Elder Hu, your relationship with Gong Liang was never particularly close, was it? Elder Hu offered an awkward smile. We've arrived. This is Elder Gong's grave. Is there anything amiss? I, with a cigarette between my lips, crouched before Gong Liang's tombstone, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. Then I stood up and kicked the gravestone lightly, declaring, dig it up. I wish to see the corpse. Mr. Li, surely you're not jesting, Elder Hu replied. Although there had been a certain discord between Elder Hu and Gong Liang while they were alive, one must respect the dead. After all, Gong Liang had perished for the cause of the Shuzi sect. Zhuang Xiaolu, perplexed by my antics, pulled me aside. Xiao San, what does this investigation have to do with Gong Liang? I had previously mentioned that the card I gave you was a gift from Gong Liang. I replied earnestly. You can't be serious. Do you truly think I would jest with you? I gazed steadily at Zhuang Xiaolu, ignoring his astonished expression. I approached Elder Hu once more. I'm not joking. Open the coffin. I demand to see the body. Mr. Li, are you not here to assist? Are you instead seeking to take advantage of the situation? Do you wish to revel in the misfortunes of the Shuzi sect? You overestimate your significance. The affairs of the Shuzi sect hold little concern for me. I merely seek to uncover the truths I desire, especially considering that your leader is not without his own faults. My words rendered Elder Hu momentarily speechless, leaving him at a loss for how to react. I had neither the time nor the patience to wait for him to gather his thoughts. I extinguished my cigarette and tilted my head, stating, if you hesitate, I shall take matters into my own hands. Without granting Elder Hu any opportunity for retort, I delivered a decisive kick that toppled Gong Liang's gravestone. Mr. Li, Does the matter concerning Elder Gong relate to that of the sect leader? I certainly do not wish for this to culminate merely in your curiosity. Is indeed related. Elder Hu inhaled deeply. Very well. Let us open the coffin, though I hope Mr. Li can provide me with a satisfactory explanation shortly. Elder Hu summoned assistance, and within 10 minutes, the coffin of Gong Liang was unearthed, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. I leaped atop the coffin lid and shattered it with a single punch. The disciples of the Shuzi sect exchanged glances, and those who had a decent rapport with Gong Liang were almost driven to tear me apart, if not for Elder Hu's presence. But that was not the case. Through the gaping hole I had created, I distinctly beheld Gong Liang's pallid visage. He had indeed been deceased for several days. Then who was the impostor I had encountered earlier? Suddenly, a name flashed in my mind. Lu Sui. Lu Sui had deliberately masqueraded as Gong Liang, ensnaring me in this affair. But what relevance did it hold for me? If my suspicions were correct, I had been deceived once more. However, Lu Sui's actions this time were indeed superfluous. Mr. Li, is there an issue here? I cast a sidelong glance at Elder Hu, shaking my head. No issue. I merely wished to see the place where Chun Guofu met his end. Yet Elder Hu remained unmoved. Mr. Li, do you not intend to offer us a plausible explanation? What explanation do you seek? Do you truly believe that the Shuzi sect is easily trifled with? Elder Hu's voice was not loud, yet it sent a palpable tension coursing through all those present. Zhuang Xiaolu furrowed his brow, fully aware of my disposition, understanding that asking me to explain to Elder Hu is nothing short of a fanciful notion. Resolutely, he drew closer to me, bracing himself for an imminent confrontation. Amidst the vibrant commotion, it seemed as though a grand performance was unfolding. What had initially been a tense standoff was abruptly transformed by an ill-timed voice, redirecting the gaze of all present to a singular focus. Emerging into view was Shun Sun, escorting the battered Wu Qian, advancing step by step towards us. Who dares trespass upon my Shuzi gate? Elder Hu demanded, his brow knitted in concern, promptly obstructing Shun Sun's path. The Golden Armored Guard is conducting affairs. All unauthorized personnel shall withdraw. Shun Sun produced a distinctive jade badge of the Golden Armored Guard, prompting an instinctive retreat from all, including Elder Hu. The Golden Armored Guard was not to be trifled with. Although these sect members appeared audacious, the Guard operated as a specialized entity. Should they wish to eliminate someone, fabricating a charge was all too simple, often with the counsel of executing first and reporting later. The case of Gong Liang served as a cautionary tale. Noticing that no one dared to impede him further, Shun Sun led Wu Qian until they stood before us. He cast a sidelong glance in my direction, but had no intention of conversing with me. Instead, he instructed Wu Qian to unveil the coffin alone. The body of Gong Liang was then laid bare before all. Wu Qian, the corpse of Gong Liang lies here. From where did you encounter him? Wu Qian's face turned ashen, and even if he possessed a multitude of words, he could offer no clarity. It was indeed true that Wu Qian had seen Gong Liang. I had scarcely uttered a word when a pitch-black Tang Dao blade was pressed against my throat. This is not a place for your words, I thought. I lowered my gaze to the tip of the blade and smiled. Killing me would serve you no purpose, Shin Inspector. You are merely an inspector. This is not your domain. Slay me would leave you with much to explain. Then do not force my hand. Move away. Shun's temper was truly foul, akin to a man impervious to reason. There is no need to bring Wu Qian. I can attest that he spoke no falsehood. He has erred, yet his transgression does not warrant death. You can provide proof? You are all in cahoots, attempting to deceive me with the identity of a deceased individual? No one is deceiving you. I have encountered Gong Liang, though someone is impersonating him. Who would take the trouble to impersonate a corpse? After pondering for a moment, I jested, you are an inspector of the Jinwu Guard. You have thoroughly investigated my identity. This trivial matter should be easily resolved by your own inquiries. Seeing my reluctance to divulge further, Shun huffed coldly, sheathing his blade and preparing to leave with Wu Qian. What shall we do? Inquired Zhuang Xiaolu. I approached Elder Hu and said, Elder Hu, is there anything to eat? We arrived in haste and have yet to partake of any sustenance. Elder Hu is no fool. From the brief exchange between Shun and myself, he had surmised the reason for my intent to open the coffin. though the Shuzi sect harbored little goodwill towards me. It seemed to me that this Jinwu Gar inspector was even more detestable. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhuang, please follow me. Elder Hu instructed to prepare the meal, and I began to indulge heartily. However, Zhuang Xiaolu seemed utterly devoid of any spirit. As we dined, I questioned him, "Are you not anxious?" I lifted a piece of meat to my lips and remarked, "What purpose does anxiety serve now? Would you dare to approach that dark-faced figure for an inspection?" He hesitated. "It is not that I lack courage, but rather that I wish to avoid trouble. After all, it is the Jinwei conducting the patrol. Once he departs, we shall resume our inquiries, for he cannot interfere with us." I turned to Elder Hu and said, "Elder Hu, you would agree, would you not?" Indeed, it was the Jinwei who unjustly took the life of Elder Gong without discernment. Elder Hu, let us refrain from such reckless statements. This gentleman is a patroller of the Jinwei, tasked with overseeing various regions across the nation. Beware lest he overhear and take offense. Elder Hu shuddered and swiftly changed the subject. "Gentlemen, do you believe our sect leader would find it necessary to eliminate a member of the Jinwei, or even a close friend?" Zhuang Xiaolu and I simultaneously shook our heads. I interjected, "I find it implausible. Although Zhang Hashan is not a paragon of virtue, he is nonetheless the leader of the Shuzi sect. Even if he were to pursue dubious endeavors, he would not involve the entire sect. My assertion is not without basis, as he once cunningly played a trick on me." Zhuang Xiaolu continued my thought. "He has already attained power and influence, lacking for nothing. There is no need for him to take unnecessary risks, especially in his own domain, unless he has lost all reason. It is a universally acknowledged truth. Yet, why does the Jinwei fail to comprehend it? Alas, such sentiments cannot be expressed so bluntly." I, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "I cannot believe that the Jinwei would act without purpose. Having existed for so many years, they are undoubtedly experts in handling such matters, and their decisions hold a degree of credibility." Elder Hu gazed at me and inquired then, "Mr. Li, why do you suppose our sect leader would take such actions?" "How could I possibly know? If I were privy to such knowledge, I would not be seated here dining at this moment." Elder Hu cast a knowing glance in my direction, and just then, a disciple from the Shuzi sect hurried over to inform us that Inspector Shun had already departed with Wu Qian. I had anticipated that Inspector Shun would linger a while longer. It seems he left after merely a meal. "Elder Hu, it appears that the Jinwei also took a box from the sect leader's chamber." "A box? What sort of box?" Before Elder Hu could respond, I interjected with my inquiry. "I do not know. After all, it belongs to the sect leader. It seems that Inspector Shun indeed possesses some level of discernment." I stood up and addressed Zhuang Xiaolu. "Have you had enough to eat? If you are still hungry, please continue. I shall go take a look." Chapter 58. The unexpected accident. Is this bedroom tidied up by someone? Observing the room, pristine as if untouched by tragedy, I find it hard to believe this is the scene of a homicide. There is not a trace of blood, nor any signs of struggle. On the table, 2 cups of tea sit, albeit now cold. "Mr. Li, this room has not been disturbed. It remains exactly as it was that fateful night." "That cannot be," I replied. "This place bears no semblance to a site of death." Zhuang Xiaolu interjected, "Was there no blood when Chen Guofu met his end?" My gaze shifted to Elder, who awkwardly smiled. "Well, I cannot say for certain." "Cannot say?" I frowned. Who was the first to discover this? Why did the Jinwu guard arrive? It was Elder Gong who first found him. Elder Hu paused before continuing. "The individual who just left was named Shun Xuancha, I believe. He arrived unexpectedly. Elder Gong attended to him and informed the sect leader, only to stumble upon the scene of Chen Guofu's demise." Upon hearing Elder Hu's account, I turned to Zhuang Xiaolu. "Why did Shin Xuancha from the Jinwu Guard suddenly visit Shuzi Gate?" Zhuang Xiaolu shook his head, clearly at a loss for an answer. I then directed my attention back to Elder Hu. "Elder Hu, was the document bag Shin Xuancha carried when he departed taken from this room?" "Certainly not." "How can you be so certain?" "Because if that item had been in this room, it would have been discovered long ago. And there are no signs of disturbance anywhere in this space. I am confident of this, as all present are not ordinary individuals." As I emerged from the Shuzi Gate, Zhuang Xiaolu sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "Has this been in vain? We discovered nothing at all. What could we have possibly uncovered? Merely exchanged a few words with Elder Hu?" The realization that Gong Liang was indeed impersonated is hardly groundbreaking. Why has Inspector Shun arrived at Shuzi Gate? This contradicts protocol. Moreover, it seems rather tenuous to link this with Zhang He's murder of Chen Guofu. We shall soon ascertain the truth. Today is a splendid day, bustling with vibrancy. At that moment, the phone rang. Lin Su, how have you fared with your task? Mr. Li, it's all taken care of. The individual is now unconscious. The traffic police are expected to arrive shortly. What should we do next? Send me the address, tidy up any loose ends, and ensure no traces are left behind. Otherwise, this could pose significant trouble, and I cannot shield you from the consequences. Upon hanging up, Zhuang Xiaolu gazed at me in bewilderment. What have you instructed Lin Su to do? Nothing of consequence. I merely asked him to orchestrate an unfortunate accident. Now let us proceed. I provided Zhuang Xiaolu with the location and urged him to hasten. Fortunately, the site of the accident was merely 3 minutes away from our current position. Good heavens! Would the occupants of that vehicle survive this crash? I disregarded Zhuang Xiaolu's concern and hurriedly exited the car, making my way towards the scene. This was a traffic incident caused by drunk driving, where a truck driver, having consumed alcohol, collided with a sedan. The truck driver stood nonchalantly below, smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing my arrival, he promptly approached me. You must be Mr. Li. The traffic police are on their way. I glanced into the sedan, where Inspector Shun lay unconscious, bloodied at the wheel, and Wu Qian was sprawled in the back seat. Both were teetering on the edge of life and death. Had they both perished? Unconsciousness should not equate to death. I patted the driver on the shoulder. You've done well. I will ensure that Lin Su takes care of your family and secures the finest attorney for you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li. After donning gloves provided by the truck driver, I struggled to open the car door. I stepped over the unconscious Inspector Shun and retrieved a file from the passenger seat. Upon opening it, I discovered it contained only a single sheet of paper, the contents of which mirrored the information Chairman Jiang had previously given me. Finding nothing else of significance, I returned the items to their original place. Just as I prepared to withdraw, the seemingly lifeless Inspector Shun weakly grasped my clothing. A jolt of alarm surged through me, but his bloodied visage obscured his view of my identity. Who are you? Foolish man, how could I possibly reveal my identity to him? Ignoring his inquiry, I hastily returned to Zhuang Xiaolu's vehicle, instructing him to drive a little further away, after which we would walk back to assess the situation. Upon the arrival of the traffic police, they promptly apprehended the truck driver. Both Inspector Shun and Wu Qian were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Just as the ambulance departed, the vehicle from the Tang Dynasty Club arrived at the scene. President Jiang led the group, and the previously irate woman who had been shadowing Inspector Shun was almost ready to conclude the truck driver's fate. Had she not been restrained by President Jiang? Little mistress, should this incident come to the attention of Jinwei, do you suppose you will still enjoy a peaceful life? What are you saying? Were you not with me? This is a matter we both share. When did I ever join you in this? I chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in a debate with Zhuang Xiaolu. Let us go. Why did you orchestrate this car accident? What were you hoping to see or obtain when you enter the vehicle? Well, that truck driver is finished. He nearly caused the demise of 2 Jinwei operatives. Little mistress, with Inspector Shun appearing so menacing, how could he not evade an accident? Can you truly avoid an accident? Or was it a deliberate act? If so, you possess quite the skill. Perhaps you should attempt another day. Upon returning to the shop, I sipped water while tossing the dossier that President Jiang had sent to Zhuang Xiaolu. I am curious about the contents of the dossier Inspector Shun was holding. It turned out to be identical to what President Jiang delivered. What do deceiving heaven and crossing the sea, paper figures shedding tears, and hidden in an empty stomach of 5 temples signify? Lu Qingwan? The hospital? Zhuang Xiaolu was utterly perplexed. What does this mean? I do not believe in coincidences. Inspector Shun could not have possibly known in advance that Chen Guofu would meet with misfortune. The materials you possess pertain to the affairs Chen Guofu was responsible for at that time. I suspect that Inspector Shun was not actually seeking Zhang Huxiu at Shuzimen, but rather looking for Chen Guofu. Is there any evidence? No, but having a fragment of a clue is certainly preferable to being entirely at a loss. Zhuang Xiaolu is no fool. Are you implying that to uncover the cause of Chen Guofu's demise, we must further investigate matters that pertain to the Jingwu Guard? I nodded in agreement. Let us consider this an apology to Inspector Shun. You truly do not shy away from trouble. Zhuang Xiaolu's statement was inaccurate. I am someone who harbors a profound aversion to complications. Yet when circumstances fall upon me, I am compelled to confront them. Moreover, I am eager to delve into this matter, as I cannot shake the feeling that Chen Guofu's death is intricately linked to the individuals and events described in the documents. After all, I cannot fathom any justification for Zhang Hushu to have harmed Chen Guofu. Of course, perhaps this endeavor merely serves to assist the Jingwu Guard with a particular task, offering us no insight into the information we seek. Nevertheless, I have little concern for that. My sole desire is to ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Sui. As he finished speaking, I silently regarded him. Zhuang Xiaolu felt somewhat awkward under my gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Have you finished reviewing the materials? Yes, I have. Then why are you not attending to your duties? What is it that I am to do? I shook my head in resignation at this fellow's foolishness. This individual named Lu Qingguan is in a hospital. Do you know which one? Go investigate, and when you find him, summon me. Oh, just as I turned, Zhuang Xiaolu paused for a moment, his face contorted in a peculiar expression as he turned to me and inquired, Wait a moment, Xiao San, I am not your subordinate. Why do you command me so? You're being compensated for this service. Now, hurry up and do not waste any time. 1,000 curses raced through Zhuang Xiaolu's mind. Yet upon reflection, he realized my words held some merit. After Zhuang Xiaolu departed, I placed the documents from the folder on the table, resting my chin on my hands, pondering the nature of this situation. I had anticipated that Zhuang Xiaolu would act with greater urgency. However, by evening, when I called to inquire about his progress, he breathlessly informed me that he had visited numerous hospitals without locating anyone by the name of Lu Qingguan. I was taken aback. I had requested him to seek assistance from the theater troupe to find this individual, yet he chose to venture out alone. Why did he not think to enlist the help of those from the troupe? If he was going to search by himself, why did I not undertake the task myself? Was this not a waste of time? How could he assume I was as foolish as he? We scoured every hospital in the city, and there was simply no sign of this person. Upon hearing such a response, I found myself momentarily speechless, unsure of what else to say. I pondered whether this Lu Qingguan truly resided in our city, or if he was indeed in a hospital. Lighting a cigarette, my mind raced. I must continue the search. Without waiting for Zhuang Xiaolu to speak, I hung up the phone, donned my coat, and stepped out towards the Tang Dynasty Club. Before I could even enter, I saw President Jiang rushing out in a flurry, as if something of great importance awaited him. I hurried forward. President Jiang, are you heading out? It turned out to be Mr. Li. If you have matters to discuss, please wait for my return. He afforded me no opportunity to respond, swiftly getting into his vehicle and departing, leaving me alone amidst the swirling winds. Stop! Just as my curiosity about his destination piqued, a sharp voice called from behind. I turned to find the woman who had been following Inspector Shun. You? Are you calling me? Li Sansheng. Did you have a hand in Inspector Shun's accident? I must admit, at times, a woman's intuition proves remarkably accurate. Yet, I could not allow any emotion to surface. I feigned surprise. What are you saying? Inspector Shun had an accident? He is, after all, an inspector of the Golden Guard. Umph. She snorted, falling silent as she stepped closer, scrutinizing me intently. Fortunately, I had changed my coat and washed my face before leaving. Otherwise, the bloodstains left by Inspector Shun would have been a damning evidence I could not refute. Her current demeanor suggested that Inspector Shun might not be in grave danger. I remarked, I know I am quite handsome. There is no need for such meticulous examination. It might lead me to believe you harbor certain feelings for me. Chapter 59. Big-headed son, how absurd. Do you think I would ever take a glance at you? You. Blindly. This is somewhat embarrassing. I am known as Li Banzian, yet here I am, reduced to being called Li the Blind. What brings you to the Tang Dynasty Club? Why should that concern you? Are you here to stage a prison break? To rescue Zhang? Why should that concern you? You dare to investigate matters regarding the Jinwu Guard? Who do you think you are? You foul woman, why does it matter to you? Seeking death, are we? I never anticipated that her temper would be even more volatile than I had imagined. She drew her blade and struck with a fluid motion. Had I not instinctively stepped aside, The blade would have surely plunged into my flesh. The force of the strike? I glanced at the spot where I had just stood, where the concrete floor bore a deep gash from her attack. Simultaneously, I raised my hand to touch my cheek. There was blood, yet clearly I had not been struck. You wish to end my life. I have long held a disdain for you. Trespassing into the Jinwu Guard's dungeon is a capital offense. Regardless of whom you may have persuaded to advocate for you, it holds no weight here. I spat disdainfully. You, with your long hair and short wits, foul woman. I have no time to entangle with you. I turned to leave, knowing that engaging in a confrontation at the entrance of the Tang Dynasty Club with a formidable member of the Jinwu Guard was an unwise decision. I attempted to depart, but she barred my way. Halt! I won't allow you to leave. I chuckled. What is this? Do you wish to woo me? Is that why you want to let me go? You. The woman was truly infuriated, her face flushed with rage. Just as she was about to lash out, her phone rang, interrupting the moment. I could not discern who was calling, but her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried away. Although my curiosity was piqued regarding what could have compelled her to release me so abruptly, I was relieved she no longer pursued me. After wiping the blood from my face, the phone rang once more. Xiao-san, quickly head to Wang Ji's clinic. Hurry, the Jinwu Wei are clashing with my fellow disciples. Upon hearing Zhuang Xiaolu's words, my mind was awash with questions. Why was there a conflict between Jinwu Wei and Shi Zhuang? Why was Lu Qingwan at the clinic? So that was why there had been no news of him in the hospital. I was quite familiar with Wang Ji's clinic. It was not far from Xiao San's funeral home, and I had previously visited to purchase medicine when I had a cold. I never imagined that the person I sought was right under my nose. I hailed a taxi and immediately set off, but in that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if that madwoman was also headed to Wang Ji's clinic. Sometimes, fate has a peculiar sense of humor, and it seems that my thoughts often manifest in strange ways, with the good intentions eluding me while the ominous ones come to fruition, as if summoned by my fears. Before I could even exit the vehicle, I witnessed 7 or 8 members of Jinwu Wei, led by the furious woman, clashing with Zhuang Xiaolu and a group of Shi Zhuang disciples. Neither side appeared to gain the upper hand. The majority of the Shi Zhuang disciples were dressed in white, some covered in footprints, while the Jinwu Wei members bore swollen faces. Though none among us are ordinary individuals in the presence of the mundane, we refrain from wielding our abilities recklessly, akin to a brawl on the streets. A crowd has gathered, some merely spectators, yet the most unfortunate is Wang Ji, the proprietor of the clinic, whose establishment lies in disarray. Shards of glass litter the ground, and medicinal supplies are strewn about, leaving him to weep helplessly in a corner. I implore you, I merely open a clinic. How have I offended you? Why must you vandalize my shop? I have already called the police. Just as I alighted from my vehicle, a police car rolled in, and 4 officers emerged. Yet, within a mere minute of entering, they reappeared. Zhuang Xiaolu, I know you are in cahoots with Li Sansheng. Are you truly so blind as to oppose us all? The madwoman, though veins bulging on her forehead, refrained from directly attacking Zhuang Xiaolu and his accomplices, showing a modicum of restraint. What do you care with whom I associate? My fellow disciples seek someone, and your people attacked us unprovoked. What do you intend? You seek someone? Here, only those of Jinwu Wei are of consequence. What does that have to do with your troop? I offer you one final chance. Jinwu Wei may bully others, but we of the troop are no pushovers. One would not expect Zhuang Xiaolu, with such a demeanor, to utter these words. I wonder what he feels, see me concealed among the crowd, watching the spectacle unfold. I shan't waste my breath with you. Hand over Lu Qingwan. The madwoman waved her hand dismissively, her impatience palpable. Her appearance strikingly resembled that of Chun Haonan from the infamous Young and Dangerous series. Were it not for my knowledge of her true nature, I would have genuinely believed she was involved in the underworld. Nonsense. It is you who must deliver Lu Qingwan. This individual belongs to us. Zhuang Xiaolu, without hesitation, asserted his stance. Yet from their discourse, I could ascertain one undeniable truth. Neither faction had succeeded in obtaining Lu Qingwan, drinking a toast only to be met with punishment. The deranged woman could no longer restrain herself and lunged forward, brandishing a knife at Zhuang Xiaolu. Startled, Zhuang Xiaolu recoiled, executing a wild roll to the side, leaving him disheveled and covered in dirt. I shall fight you. Brothers, attack. The two factions once more plunged into chaos, yet none resorted to sorcery. It was a brutal exchange of fists. Just as I contemplated intervening, my gaze caught a figure hastily departing the crowd approximately 10 meters to my right. The weather was not particularly cold, yet this individual was swathed in a padded coat. Where he had stood, a puddle remained. Curiosity piqued, I approached, crouched down, and touched the water, bringing it to my nose. Good heavens! The stench was overwhelming. No wonder those nearby instinctively covered their noses. Rising to my feet, I noticed the individual had not ventured far. Wherever he went, he left a trail of dripping water. I vowed to myself that my inaction regarding Zhuang Xiaolu was not due to indifference, but rather a recognition of my powerlessness against this madwoman. I feared that should she push me too far, I might summon the formidable General Juqian Shatian to deal with her, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. After all, it seemed unlikely that anything serious would arise from their brawl. I sent a message to Fong Ku, then followed that peculiar figure, who was dripping water all over the pavement. After trailing him for 3 streets, the bickering from Wang Ji's clinic had faded into silence. He led me through a series of twists and turns into a narrow alley, ultimately entering a 3-story residential building that had clearly stood for several decades. Following the trail of water, I ascended to the top floor. Before I could knock, I heard a sound resembling meat being chopped. Knock, knock, knock. Who is there? Coming. A middle-aged woman's voice resonated from within, and soon the door swung open. She appeared covered in blood, wielding a cleaver, and stared at me with curiosity. Who are you? Annie. What happened here? Oh, I was chopping meat. Who are you, and what brings you here? I rubbed my ears and inquired. Did someone just return to your home? My son just got back. Why do you ask? May I see him? What is your business? What is my business, you ask? I work in property management. Recently, some local residents reported that your son has been spilling a foul liquid in the hallway and on the street. I came to investigate if such claims hold any truth. Nonsense, she exclaimed, brandishing the knife and leaning out to shout into the hallway. Who has the audacity to spread such slander? Your household is the one spreading foul water. Why hasn't he ruined your own bed? Her words rendered me somewhat awkward. No, that is not the case at all. She wore a look of impatience, ready to shut the door, but I grasped the door frame firmly. Your words are rather misguided. What is this? I said, tapping my foot on the ground to draw her attention to the damp puddle beneath me. The aunt's expression shifted intriguingly. Mom, I'm hungry. Where's the food? I want to eat. Coming soon. Qingwan, your mother will be here shortly. To my astonishment, I realized this was Lu Qingwan's home. Now, this was becoming rather intriguing. Come on, we have no business with your property management. The aunt attempted to push past me, yet I smiled slyly. Auntie, Lu Qingwan is unwell. If you neglect this matter, it could lead to serious consequences. What? What did you say? Although I had no inkling of what predicament Lu Qingwan was in, I was certain that the Jinwei would not concern themselves with trivial matters. Any case that reached their hands was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Before the aunt could react, I stepped inside. Upon entering, I was met with a peculiar odor, a mix of blood and incense. Following the scent, I ventured into the kitchen, where I discovered a half-mangled piece of pork, still oozing with blood, lying on the floor, its skin still intact. In the corner, incense was burning. Mom, I am hungry. I am starving. I want to eat. At last, I laid eyes on Lu Qingwan. His proportions were decidedly odd, his head disproportionately large, exceeding even that of a basketball. Upon returning home, he removed his cotton-padded jacket, and I was struck by how emaciated he had become, nothing but skin and bones. Suddenly, his mother, Lu Qingwan, burst in, carrying a metal basin filled with disfigured, bloody pork, hastening into the bedroom. However, the slippery water on the floor caused her to lose her footing, and she fell hard, spilling the contents of the basin all over the walls, bed, and floor, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Oh dear! Meat! 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 Yet Lu Qingwan remained utterly oblivious to his mother, kneeling on the ground and beginning to lick the blood-soaked flesh. Meat! He mumbled while devouring it. I have witnessed many extraordinary events in my life, But today's occurrence surpassed all bounds of my imagination. Observing his voracious consumption, turmoil surged within me. I held my breath and helped Lu Qingwan's mother to the sofa outside. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "I'm fine," she replied, her face ashen. "Why haven't you left yet?" "My son is unharmed. It appears you are on the verge of something dire. It's merely a fall. What harm could come from that?" The insatiable hunger for flesh fills the heart, while the bones of the human form serve only to satiate the gnawing emptiness within. Chapter 60. 90 minutes. You need not gaze at me in such a manner. My words are to be taken at face value. Presently, you may still satiate him with the flesh and blood of beasts, but it will not be long before such sustenance fails to satisfy your son. On that day, the first to be consumed shall be your very bones. Lu Qingwan's mother stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling slightly. "No, it cannot be. Do not presume that I am merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. If you wish for your son to be unharmed, you must honestly reveal to me what has transpired with him. I believe that everyone shares a common delusion. Before calamity strikes, they cling to a false sense of security, convinced that misfortune will not befall them. Yet, when disaster does occur, they come to understand the depths of regret. Leave, you liar, get out. My son is fine. I do not even comprehend what you are saying. You are not one of the property staff. Go away, go away." Observing her expression, I realized that no matter what I said, she would not believe me. To insist on remaining could provoke unforeseen trouble. I stood up, left my business card, and turned to depart. I did not venture far, settling on the curb at the intersection to smoke a cigarette. As I contemplated my next course of action, my phone rang. It was Zhuang Xiaolu calling. The tone on the other end was far from pleasant, demanding to know my whereabouts and why I had not yet arrived. "Where are you now?" "I am at the shop. It infuriates me." In the shop, it was evident that Feng Ku had already attended to matters. I instructed Zhuang Xiaolu to wait for me in the store before promptly heading back. However, in that fleeting moment as I turned to leave, I cast a glance towards Lu Qingwan's residence. "Where have you been? Why did you take so long?" Zhuang Xiaolu's face bore some bruising, transforming his formerly fair complexion into a rather comical sight. Upon opening the shop door, Zhuang Xiaolu hurried inside, swiftly procuring a warm towel to apply to his face. That wretched woman only aimed her ire at me. Does she not realize that I earn my living through my appearance? I chose to ignore him. The fact that he could vent his frustrations so freely indicated that no significant disturbance had occurred at Wang Ji's clinic. I pondered how Zhuang Xiaolu had discovered Lu Qingwan's presence at that clinic. Rubbing his face, Zhuang Xiaolu remarked, "Why don't you show any concern for me? Aren't you fine?" I retorted, "Damn, that crazy woman." Though Zhuang Xiaolu's words were laced with curses, he was clearly discontented, yet proceeded to recount how he had uncovered Lu Qingwan's whereabouts at Wang Ji's clinic. In truth, the information regarding the hospital was accurate. Lu Qingwan had indeed visited various hospitals, but he had never used his real name, which is why we could not locate any of his details. Furthermore, the examinations conducted at the hospital revealed no health issues, aside from his remarkable appetite. Eventually, the doctors at the hospital grew indifferent to him, treating him with a lack of engagement. Yet Lu Qingwan distinctly sensed that something was amiss with his body. Particularly, his head has been growing larger by the day, while his body has grown increasingly gaunt. In desperation, after finding no solace in the hospital, he sought help at a small clinic, which led him to Dr. Wang Ji's practice. Upon first laying eyes on Lu Qingwan, Wang Ji found it astonishing, even wondering if he had consumed that infamous Sanlu milk powder in his childhood. "Is this what Wang Ji conveyed to you?" "Indeed." Subsequently, Lu Qingwan visited the clinic daily for anti-inflammatory injections, which proved largely ineffective, serving merely as a form of self-soothing. Zhuang Xiaolu paused momentarily before continuing. Initially, Wang Ji had no intention of engaging in this business, yet no one can resist the allure of money. After all, there was nothing particularly grave about it. Administering anti-inflammatory injections would lead to fatal consequences. Thus, he proceeded, but Lu Qingwan had a tendency to become exceedingly hungry, which resulted in excessive salivation. Zhuang Xiaolu blinked. Can you believe that a single individual could drench an entire sofa with saliva and it carried a foul stench, a truly repugnant odor? The trail of moisture along the way was, in fact, saliva. Believe it or not, is there anything else? Other matters? Wang Ji remarked that the food he consumed was quite peculiar, raw, and visually unappetizing. I tapped my fingers on the table, then retrieved 2 photographs on my phone. One captured Lu Qingguan's current appearance, while the other depicted a family portrait hanging in their home. Is that him? The mistress? Where did you take this photo? How could this person's head have become so large? Oh, I just left Lu Qingguan's home. What? I have just divulged everything to Zhuang Xiaolu. I had no desire to encounter that madwoman, so I followed Lu Qingguan instead, simultaneously sending a message to Feng Ku. I pointed to the scar on my face. Do you see this? That madwoman inflicted it upon me. She nearly took my life. Indeed, that madwoman is utterly unreasonable, attacking without provocation. What the Jinwu Guard? What authority do they possess? Such arrogance, is there no law left? Our operations as a Jinwu Guard are bound by law. Zhuang Xiaolu and I were taken aback. Looking up, we beheld Shun Xuanxia entering with his arm in a sling, his head bandaged, followed closely by none other than that madwoman. I have no time for idle chatter. Where is Lu Qingguan? This fellow possesses remarkable physical resilience. In such a short span, he has managed to rise and flaunt his strength before me. I remained silent, casting a mocking glance at Shun Xuanxia. What are you staring at? Where is Lu Qingguan? Do you wish for me to demolish your little establishment? Shun Xuanxia, is this how you conduct affairs in the Jinwu Guard? Nan Yan, even that madwoman possesses such a delicate, androgynous name. Li Sansheng, I care not why you are interested in Lu Qingguan. I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter. Tell me where he is, and we shall consider the previous events settled. I tilted my head and said, Inspector Shun, have you lost your senses in your position? I am not part of your Jinwu Guard, so why should I heed your commands? I'm a businessman, and when someone pays, I deliver services. Your affairs are of no concern to me, and likewise, I expect you to refrain from meddling in mine. I paused momentarily before continuing. If you have time to spare, you would do well to manage your subordinates better. I touched my cheek and remarked, She nearly took my life. Yet, you too nearly cost me my life. The driver who collided with me was from Wulong Group. Your connection with them need not be reiterated. Moreover, that night, I laid eyes on you. Although my heart was filled with astonishment, my face revealed no trace of it. Where's your evidence? Present the proof. Indeed, I have ties to Wulong Group, but given the vastness of their enterprise, you cannot simply blame me for any misfortunes that arise. Furthermore, you claim to have seen me. Does that suffice as proof? Inspector Shin understood that a fruitful debate between us on this matter was futile. Boss, why waste breath on this fool? Just have him thrown into the dungeon. I'll take action. Nanyan. Inspector Shin once more restrained the frantic woman. Li Sansheng, I'm not here to quarrel with you. I merely wish to inform you that the situation surrounding Lu Qingguan is exceedingly intricate. If you wish to involve yourself, you may find your life at stake. You are merely a businessman. Is it truly worth risking your life for a handful of silver? My principle is to act for payment. As for my life, you need not concern yourself. Isn't the Jinwu Guard reputed for its extraordinary capabilities? If you wish to find someone, you must search for them yourself. Upon witnessing my unwavering determination, Shun Xuanxia recognized that further discussion would only be a futile expenditure of time. With a grand gesture, he departed the shop, taking Min Yin with him. Once they had left, I promptly rose and beckoned Zhuang Xiaolu to follow me outside. I firmly believe that the Jinwei will efficiently locate Lu Qingguan in no time. Are we truly compelled to investigate this matter? Inquired a concerned voice. Are you afraid? It's not fear, I replied. Rather, I question whether our efforts might be somewhat fruitless. Fruitless? On the contrary, I believe we are on the right path. If this matter bears no relation to the death of Cheng Guofu, why would Xin Xuanxia be so invested? While I acknowledged the validity of that point, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, suggesting that something was amiss. I too sensed that there is something off about this situation. Let us proceed cautiously. Even if there is no connection, we might as well play the role of saviors and rescue a life. Are you referring to Lu Qingguan? I nodded. According to my hypothesis, while the flesh and blood of beasts may currently sustain him, if this continues, I fear he may resort to consuming human flesh. Surely that is an exaggeration. Could it be that someone has cast a spell upon him? I observed him closely, yet could not ascertain the truth. For his mother was present, preventing me from conducting a thorough examination. However, one thing was certain: his consciousness remained intact. I continued. I saw him today. He was supposed to visit the clinic for anti-inflammatory medication, but due to the chaos you all caused, he did not go. Upon returning home, he was aware of his hunger and even asked his mother to prepare food for him. If he were under some spell, do you truly believe he would exhibit such behavior? Zhuang Xiaolu shook his head, and I gently patted his shoulder, urging him to drive. I glanced at the time. It had only been an hour and a half since I left Lu Qingwan's residence and returned. An hour and a half is neither long nor short. Yet within such a brief span, countless unforeseen events can transpire. Xiaosan, what has happened? I inquired, my brow furrowed. The area below Lu Qingwan's building was cordoned off, with police cars and ambulances arriving in a steady stream. Let us descend and investigate. It was evident that something troubling had occurred, and I fervently hoped it was not related to Lu Qingwan's family. Yet fate had other plans. I witnessed Lu Qingwan, bloodied and small in stature, being shackled by 5 police officers as they placed him into a patrol car. Behind him, his mother was being carried out on a stretcher by medical personnel. Only her head was visible, but the white cloth covering her had already been stained crimson with blood. Chapter 61. The Imperial Guard token. Was it Lu Qingwan who was captured? Who died? His mother. Taking a deep breath, I felt a profound sense of guilt upon witnessing this scene. If I hadn't left due to her demeanor, would all of this have transpired? What was I even thinking? I called the master of the estate, requesting his assistance in apprehending the individual. There's no need, he replied. What is the matter? I gestured to the side, and Zhuang Xiaolu looked over to see Nan Yin and Inspector Shun emerging from the vehicle. The two swiftly took Lu Qingwan away. How can this be? Do not forget what lies behind the Imperial Guard. This matter cannot simply be resolved by the police. Let us depart. Depart? So we simply endure the beating? Are we to concede this matter to the Imperial Guard? I remained silent and merely patted Zhuang Xiaolu's shoulder. With Lu Qingwan already in Inspector Shin's custody, any attempt on my part to intervene would unmistakably position me against the Imperial Guard, which was entirely unnecessary. I had resolved to seek an alternative angle to investigate the circumstances surrounding Chen Guofu's demise, and a sudden phone call urged me to persist. Chairman Jiang, I did not expect your call. Indeed, the caller was none other than Jiang Changming, the head of the Imperial Guard in our region. What is going on? Zhuang Xiaolu inquired, his expression one of confusion. Why does Jiang Changming want to speak with you? Surely it can't be regarding my altercation with that lunatic? It is not. Come, let us head to the Tang Dynasty Club. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Xiaolu remained lost in thought, and I chose not to engage him. Upon our arrival, I was taken aback to find Jiang Changming waiting for us at the entrance. You two have arrived. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. We shall discuss this in my office. It was evident that Jiang Changming had summoned us for a matter of considerable importance. Lu Qingwan has committed the unspeakable act of taking his own mother's life. I presume you are already aware of this? So it was for this reason. I nodded. I have just returned from there, but the individual in question has already been taken away by Shun Xuanxia and Nan Yin. I have called you here specifically regarding this matter, he continued. I couldn't help but chuckle. President Jiang, have you perhaps mistaken the situation? This case has already been handed over to the Jinwei. What need do you have for me? Mr. Li, I will not beat around the bush. This incident transpired within my jurisdiction. Chen Guofu was originally in charge of the investigation, but tragically, he met an untimely death before he could make any progress. I am uncertain why Shun Xuanxia has taken an interest in this case. Logically, I should assist him, yet this remains my territory, and he is merely a patrol officer. I narrowed one eye and inquired, President Jiang, are you suggesting that you require my assistance in resolving this case? Indeed. You initially investigated the case of Zhang Hisu's murder of Chen Guofu, which may have revealed an unknown connection between the two cases. If this matter were to be interfered with by Shan Suncha and his associates, it could hinder your progress, which would be quite unfortunate. Furthermore, the fact that a case within my jurisdiction has been handled by others may provoke doubts about my competence in this role I have occupied for many years. You understand, don't you? Jiang Changming's intentions are unmistakable. He wishes for me and Zhuang Xiaolu to represent him in resolving this matter. I nodded in acknowledgement, Yet I express my reservations, stating that I hold no official position, merely that of a businessman, and question my authority to engage in a rivalry with Shun Sun Cha of the Jinwu Guard. Mr. Li, you jest. Your acquaintance with him could simplify matters considerably. If he were to provide a letter of introduction, it would not be a matter of competition. You could collaborate with Shun Sun Cha, each pursuing your own inquiries, thus maintaining decorum. For you, Mr. Li, this should not pose a significant challenge. While the task is indeed manageable, it would inadvertently ensnare both Zhuang Xiaolu and myself in a conflict we did not seek. I refrained from responding hastily, weighing the pros and cons in my mind. Lighting a cigarette, I settled into my chair and took a slow draw. Jiang Changming remained patient, while Zhuang Xiaolu seemed to sense the mounting tension, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although he is a disciple of the theatrical arts, his years spent performing in the outside world left him somewhat bewildered in the face of such a situation. What shall we do, little three? Zhuang Xiaolu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Changming and whispered in my ear. I chuckled softly and turned to Jiang Changming, saying, I am willing to assist. But one point must be made abundantly clear. As you are aware, I'm a businessman, and my trade involves exchanging life for wealth. Xiaoli, one must not phrase it in such a manner. After all, there is no after all. I interrupted Jiang Changming. Let us keep matters distinct. My investigation into Zhang Hexu's involvement in the murder of Chen Guofu is funded by Lin Hewan. As for Lu Qingwan, I'm not inclined to delve into that matter. Rather, I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists any connection between Zhang Hexu and Chen Guofu. It is worth noting that Chen Guofu was investigating this very issue prior to his demise. If there is no linkage, I would not squander my time on it. I made it clear that, under the auspices of Jinwei, assisting him would require mutual benefit. Jiang Changming was momentarily taken aback. After all, the identity of Jinwei typically attracts others seeking to curry favor. Yet here I was seeking benefits for myself, which caught him off guard. However, he quickly reconsidered, recognizing that my actions were justifiable given my connections and the nature of my associations, leaving him uncertain about the true extent of my resources. What is your asking price? 200,000 each for Zhuang Xiaolu and myself. Additionally, we will need to alter our identities during this investigation. That is not an issue. I will prepare the necessary documentation for your identities. Later, I shall arrange for it to be delivered to your establishment. A smile of delight graced my lips as I remarked, President Jiang is quite agreeable. Let us proceed with the payment. For we have always adhered to the principle of receiving funds prior to undertaking our tasks. Jiang Changming chuckled heartily. Mr. Li, you are indeed a man of integrity. Undoubtedly, if this matter were not genuine, what else could be deemed so? We are, after all, risking our lives. 10 minutes later, 2 bank cards were handed to me and Zhuang Xiaolu, accompanied by a set of attire and ceremonial sabers. So, does this mean we are now part of the Jinwei? Upon returning to the shop, I examined the saber in my hand. It was a Tang broadsword, entirely clad in black, reminiscent of the one wielded by the supervisor previously. The garments, too, could be considered the uniform of the Tang Dynasty Guild. As it stands, until this affair is resolved, we are indeed members of the Jinwei. This is rather absurd. I recall that none of the disciples from the Xizhuang were ever admitted into the Jinwei. You are mistaken. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the Xizhuang. It is merely that those with true prowess are reluctant to join. And this 200,000, was it truly that effortless? Effortless? Do you believe the subsequent matters will be easily managed? Zhuang Xiaolu shrugged. Regardless, I simply wish to locate Lu Sui and avenge myself. By evening, Jiang Changming indeed kept his word, dispatching individuals to present the insignia of the Jinwei to both Zhuang Xiaolu and me, 2 jade waist tokens. One side of each token was inscribed with our names in traditional characters, encircled by a dragon motif, while the reverse bore the 3 characters of Jinwei. It is not feasible. I must capture a photograph to send to the master of the estate. This should suffice for my moment of boasting. However, it is but a fleeting moment. Once the situation concludes, we shall return to our usual endeavors. My dear companion, should we not now proceed to contest with Inspector Shun and his associates for their people? Contest for whom? Do you truly believe that Inspector Shun and that madwoman would care for our identities? They have not granted even a modicum of respect to Jiang Changming. What regard could they possibly hold for us, mere members of the Jinwu Guard? Let us find that ragpicker and request him to compose a letter on our behalf, stating that it was he who assigned us to investigate. This way, Inspector Shun will be disinclined to raise any objections. I inquired of my companion, "Pray tell, who is this ragpicker?" "You shall know when the time is right," was the reply. "Very well, he must be a senior member of the Jinwu Guard, experiencing life in an unconventional manner." I smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly after the departure of Zhuang Xiaolu, Lin Hehuan entered the establishment, humming a cheerful tune. "Not bad. It has only been a short while since we last met, and you have become a member of the Jinwu Guard." I donned my uniform, admiring my reflection in the mirror, and upon hearing Lin Hehuan's voice, I turned to her. "What do you think? Do I look dashing in this attire?" "Not too shabby. Are you considering joining the Jinwu Guard?" I refrained from answering her query and instead asked, "What progress have you made on the matter I tasked you with?" "I have investigated, but it is rather uncanny. Just as you sent me the photograph of Chen Guofu, he met his demise shortly thereafter, and I was subsequently dispatched by the leader to investigate." "What have you uncovered?" Within it lay the shadow of Lu Sui and the intricate struggles within the Jinwu Guard. In short, his demise was far from ordinary. As for whether it was connected to Zhang Hexiu, that remains uncertain. Regardless of any potential ties, it holds little significance for me now. Given that he has entered the dungeons of the Jinwu Guard, escaping will not be an easy feat, I remarked. How could one possibly let Zhang Hexiu off the hook so easily? At times, one must understand the virtue of patience in undertaking tasks. Seated upon my chair, I inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "The commander and Qin Chuan have encountered trouble, and I must pay them a visit. It seems I shall be absent for a while. Upon my return, it will likely be alongside them." "What sort of trouble have they faced?" "I am unaware, as the executor merely informed me." I did not press further. "Very well, please keep a close watch over them. It will be best to allow their return only after this matter is resolved." "Do you understand my intent?" Lin Hehuan nodded, and just before departing, she glanced back at me. "I still wish to see you don our attire, just once." Gazing at the now empty doorway, I smiled faintly, lighting a cigarette and murmuring to myself, "The executor's garments. Will I truly have another opportunity to don the attire of an executor? If such a chance arose, would I still choose to embrace that shackle of fate?" Chapter 62. The place of interrogation were you robbed? I distinctly recall instructing Zhuang Xiaolu to retrieve a token for me. Yet his appearance suggested he had just emerged from a battlefield. Covered in dust and grime, his recently acquired Jinwei uniform was now tattered and torn. There's no need to mention it. I did manage to get the token back. My curiosity is quite insatiable. The more he refrained from speaking, the more intrigued I became. "Do tell, what transpired?" My inquiry, rather than eliciting a response, ignited Zhuang Xiaolu's ire. Who on earth was that ragpicker? I was well aware he possessed some peculiar identity. Yet that did not warrant him behaving like a madman and seizing my clothing. "What did you say?" "It infuriates me." Zhuang Xiaolu recounted his recent ordeal, and upon hearing it, I found myself in a state of bemused disbelief. Just as he located the individual, he discovered him embroiled in a brawl with a stray dog, both seemingly vying for a coveted resting spot, engaged in a fierce struggle. One must wonder about the mental faculties of that ragpicker to be so foolishly entangled with a dog, ultimately allowing it to gnaw away his clothing. I chuckled awkwardly. Such antics were indeed characteristic of that man. It was bad enough that his own garments were ruined, but he insisted that I lend him mine, a proposition to which I could never acquiesce. The ensuing result was a scuffle between Zhuang Xiaolu and him, leading to this disheveled state. Fortunately, I was swift of foot. Otherwise, you would not have seen me at all. "All right, hurry and wash up. If you like this outfit, just wear mine." "No, you need to call Jiang Changming and have him send over 2 more sets." I can only smile helplessly and comply. Upon receiving my call, Jiang Changming was equally surprised, asking why I needed more clothes. The only justification I could muster was that 1 set was insufficient. 2 sets per person would suffice for changing. Jiang Changming remarked that I had a knack for living sensibly. 20 minutes later, the clothes arrived, and after changing, Zhuang Xiaolu appeared particularly spirited. "What about the token?" "Here it is. This truly is a token, though I have no idea where he procured the paper or what he used to write on it. Nonetheless, possessing this is sufficient. Are we ready? Once organized, we shall depart. Let's go. According to Jiang Changming, at this moment, Shun Xuanxia has already relocated Lu Qingguan to another location. If the dungeon beneath the Tang Dynasty Guild is merely a temporary holding place for prisoners, then the location we are heading to now is the interrogation site. I never imagined that the Jinyui had so many such places. I was previously unaware. I shrugged. You didn't need to be acquainted with this aspect before. Indeed, I had only heard of this peculiar department. It appears our understanding of the Jinyui is still quite limited. Zhuang Xiaolu drove with one hand, while meticulously polishing his badge, wiping away even the slightest speck of dust. The atmosphere here felt somewhat off. This interrogation site is located in the basement of a warehouse, and upon our arrival, an unsettling sensation washed over us. At the entrance, 2 security personnel stood guard. What was their purpose? The warehouse was not open at night. Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, rolled down the car window, and directly presented his badge. Do you recognize this? Of course. Then why not open the door? It must be said that power is indeed a valuable asset. It is no wonder that some individuals spend their entire lives in pursuit of fame and fortune. Is Inspector Shin still around? Has anything extraordinary occurred? Yes, he is. It seems there haven't been any remarkable events, except that the temperature around here has noticeably dropped. It's a bit chilly. After parking the car, I waved, and one of the security guards approached us. Take us to Inspector Shun. Well, Inspector Shun has mentioned that unless he personally notifies, no one is to be admitted. Zhuang Xiaolu seemed at a loss for words and cast a glance at me. After surveying the surroundings, I approached the security personnel with a smile. Have you forgotten where you are? Inspector Shun will be leaving once his matters are concluded. We are acting on President Zhang's orders, so think carefully about how to proceed. Seeing him in a quandary, I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. Rest assured, we have urgent business with him. If there is a delay, you cannot bear the responsibility. Understood. I will lead the way. We are all intelligent individuals, and given my straightforwardness, I find it hard to believe he would choose to remain steadfastly aligned with Inspector Shun. This illustrates the distinction between external officials and local ones. As the saying goes, a current officer is not as effective as a current manager. Following the footsteps of the security personnel, we arrived at a concealed elevator within the warehouse. Had it not been for someone guiding us, we might have searched all night without discovering this entrance. Descending directly, we were to proceed straight and then turn left to find Inspector Shun. The security personnel did not accompany me and Zhuang Xiaolu into the elevator. Why didn't he come down? Perhaps he lacked the necessary rank. As the elevator descended, an unsettling feeling grew within me, an ominous sense that something was about to occur. With a resounding thud, the elevator finally arrived. Just as the doors opened halfway, a shadow suddenly collided with us. Watch out! I pushed Zhuang Xiaolu aside, but I was unable to evade in time. The shadow crashed into me, turning my body into a mere human punching bag. A deafening crash followed, the metal panel behind the elevator caving in from the impact. Upon regaining my composure, I recognized my assailant. How could I have possibly anticipated it would be that mad woman? Mistress, is that Lu Qingguan? The deranged woman, Nan Yin, lay unconscious in my arms, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her brow furrowed in distress. I looked up to see a gaunt figure, bloodied and seemingly chewing on something unknown. Who else could this person be, if not Lu Qingguan? What on earth transpired here? Where's Inspector Shun? This madwoman appeared quite formidable. How did she end up in such a state? However, it seems that Lu Qingguan's objective does not lie with us. He merely roared in our direction before turning and fleeing. What should we do, Xiao-san? I glanced at the elevator, which had come to a halt after the recent collision. To ascend, we would need to find an alternative exit, yet we were unfamiliar with this place. Observing her, I felt compelled to ascertain what had transpired. Shen Xuanxia could not be in peril. Xiao-san, ignoring Zhuang Xiaolu, I pursued the direction of Lu Qingguan. My concern was not for Shen Xuanxia. Rather, if he were to encounter trouble, it would spell considerable complications for both Zhuang Xiaolu and me in this precarious situation. Everything occurring below remained oblivious to those above. should Shun Xuancha perish. And if the surveillance here had been tampered with by malevolent forces, Zhuang Shaolu and I would find ourselves at a loss for words. After all, I had endured a similar ordeal once before. Gradually, I slowed my pace as an increasingly potent metallic scent, mingled with the stench of decay, wafted into my nostrils. As I turned the corner and beheld the scene before me, I was rendered utterly speechless. This was the interrogation chamber of a Jinwei, a place where countless heinous criminals had suffered. I could only imagine how much blood had been shed here. Yet today, in this elongated corridor, lay 5 or 6 members of the Jinwei, all devoid of life. More alarmingly, they were all missing limbs, and the one nearest to me bore the horrific mark of flesh that had been violently gnawed away. So many of the Golden Guards have perished. This news will undoubtedly cause an uproar outside. A furious roar echoed, prompting me to hasten deeper into the shadows. Lu Qingwan. I caught sight of Lu Qingwan, his frail form gripping someone suspended in midair, his large head overshadowing the scene. He had not succumbed to madness. He recognized my call, slowly turning his head, his eyes ablaze with rage. My mother. I want my mother. You people have killed my mother. I know you. Cyclops. He indeed recognized me. I had visited his home before. Yet now, in such a dire circumstance, he addressed me with that tone. What was his intention? Return my mother. How absurd. His mother's demise had nothing to do with me. Lu Qingwan had lost his sanity. Hurling the person he was grasping at me as if they were a mere stone. I instinctively attempted to evade, only to realize that it was Shun Xuancha, who had already been injured in a car accident. Another blow would likely seal his fate. Thus, I once again became a human cushion. Goodness, perhaps you should consider shedding some weight. My remark went unheard by Shun Xuancha. Like Nan Yin, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. I quickly rose, casting a glance at the monstrous figure before me. When Lu Qingwan looked at me, it was as if he beheld a delectable feast, drool cascading from his lips like a ceaseless stream. I instinctively took a step back, for this creature exuded an unsettling aura. To declare him a monster would be to deny his humanity. Yet, to assert his humanity seems absurd in the face of his current form. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my dagger and plunged it into his abdomen. The strike found its mark with astonishing ease, a fact that took me by surprise. Just as I reveled in my unexpected fortune of vanquishing Lu Qingwan, he erupted into a chilling, sinister laughter. Grasping the blade, he twisted it with a brutal force, snapping it as if it were a mere twig. I was taken aback, retreating in haste, but he further astounded me by pulling the blade from his own belly. Even more unsettling was the absence of blood from the gaping wound. Was this creature even human? Return my mother to me. I am so hungry. I am ravenous. I must consume you. Consume me? That will depend on whether your teeth are strong enough. I withdrew a talisman, positioning it between my clasped hands to form a sword-like gesture. Taishang Sanqing, dispel the demonic fiend. Only my righteous path shall shine. Swiftly, as the law commands. 3 energies. Enter my being. As I cast the talisman, I activated the 3 energies, propelling myself like a cannonball directly before Lu Qingwan. Delivering a powerful fist against the talisman I had just pressed to his abdomen. Break. Chapter 63. The intracranial stomach sac, the vital energy within me, had reached its zenith, having been elevated to the utmost through the Tri-Chi absorption. All of this energy coalesced at my fist. Coupled with the talisman I had previously inscribed upon Lu Qingwan's abdomen, the resultant force was beyond my own expectations. Not only was Lu Qingwan sent hurtling away, but I too found myself thrust against the wall by the recoil. In the span of mere minutes, I had made intimate acquaintance with the wall on 3 separate occasions. Fortunately, I possessed some skill. Were I an ordinary individual, my bones might have crumbled to dust. Rising to my feet, I brushed off the dust from my garments, only to witness Lu Qingwan standing unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. His gaze had turned more ferocious, and as he approached, he tore off his shirt. Was this truly a human being? Previously, I had discerned his large head and slender frame only due to his clothing, but now, with his shirt discarded, I inhaled sharply. It was evident that he possessed no flesh whatsoever. He was merely skin draped over bones. How could a person become so emaciated? Where had his nourishment gone? A barrage of peculiar questions flooded my mind. Food! Food! Damn it! I cannot be devoured by this creature. What then would become of me? Grasping the golden guard-ass saber from the ground, I unsheathed the blade and bit into my left hand, drawing my own blood to inscribe a talisman upon the weapon. Sword, guide me to pierce the heavens and break the celestial gates, advancing without hindrance, manifesting the divine. Swiftly, as the decree commands. As soon as the words left my lips, a faint heat emanated from the Tang Dao. This was the true application of the sword point spell. With one hand gripping the blade, I fixed my gaze intently on Lu Qingwan. I could not fathom what had transpired in his life, transforming him from an ordinary individual into this grotesque being. Shaking my head, I reminded myself that now was not the time for such ponderings. I had to confront the immediate threat before me. With a decisive shout, I accelerated my pace and leaped into the air, thrusting my blade directly toward his eye. Despite Lu Qingwan's seemingly large head, his reflexes were astonishingly swift. He deftly tilted his head and struck my shoulder with a powerful palm. Pain shot through me, yet I did not retreat. As I landed, my blade pierced his heart as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. I looked up at Lu Qingwan, astonished that he was still alive. Remarkably, he remained unscathed, not a drop of blood escaping him. My shock was met with his eerie grin. Suddenly, he seized my shoulders with his frail hands. I attempted to break free, only to discover his strength far exceeded my expectations. He opened his gaping maw, saliva dripping down my face, and lunged at my head with a voracious bite. In disbelief, I raised my Tang Dao horizontally, but he effortlessly shattered the blade, imbued with the sword point spell, into fragments. At that moment, the horrifying truth dawned on me. Lu Qingwan could no longer be regarded as a human. He had become a monster, an entity beyond my comprehension. At this moment, it was too late for me to employ the technique of the sun god mask. Time was simply not on my side. Lu Qingwan spat out fragments of the Tang Dao from his mouth and lunged at me once more. Just when it seemed dire, Zhuang Xiaolu arrived, unfaltering in his resolve. As he dashed toward me, he began to invoke a performance of martial prowess. I summoned the mighty Xiangyu of the Western Shu. Zhuang Xiaolu's fist came crashing down toward Lu Qingwan's head. Lu Qingwan relinquished his grip on my shoulders in a bid to defend himself, but I would not allow him that opportunity. With force, I clamped his hands beneath my armpits, simultaneously tilting my head aside. Zhuang Xiaolu's fist grazed my temple before it landed heavily upon Lu Qingwan's face. To my astonishment, despite enduring such a beating, Lu Qingwan, merely receiving a punch to the face, was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground and wailing in agony. What do you think? I glanced at Zhuang Xiaolu, shaking my head. This fellow is peculiar. It seems he possesses neither internal organs nor blood. A blow to the head is futile. I turned my gaze toward the blade at Zhuang Xiaolu's side. The sword, please. In a state of divine invocation, Zhuang Xiaolu had no need for a weapon, and he promptly drew the sword, handing it to me. I took a deep breath, poised to summon the sun god mask, when suddenly, from behind Lu Qingwan, emerged a figure that both surprised and yet did not astonish me. Lu Sui. Not only him, but a woman trailed behind, none other than Zhong Shirley's sister, Zhong Rujiao. Her gaze upon me was dark and foreboding, as if, had Lu Sui not been present, she would have savored the opportunity to devour me alive. Zhong Rujiao's demeanor was decidedly off. She was merely an ordinary individual, and it was inconceivable for her to possess such an overwhelming aura of negativity. If you intend to ruin this exquisite artifact, I shall be quite perturbed. Lu Sui gestured to Lu Qingwan, who promptly rose and hurried over with youthful exuberance. I want to eat. I'm so hungry. I want a meal. I stood there, utterly stupefied, as Lu Qingwan, in front of Lu Sui, acted like a child seeking affection. Lu Sui appeared unfazed. Instead, he reached out to touzle Lu Qingwan's hair, saying, "Very well. I shall take you to find something to eat." He then waved his hand at Zhong Rujiao, instructing, "Let him go first." "Sir, but I wish to personally eliminate Li Sansheng. There will be an opportunity, but not at this moment." After casting a cold glare in my direction, Zhong Rujiao grasped Lu Qingwan's hand and turned to leave. "Stop. Alas, Zhong Rugio did not heed my command. Lu Sui, however, observed me with a knowing smile. Lu Sui, my search for you has been arduous. Come fort. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Upon seeing Lu Sui, Zhuang Xiaolu could no longer contain himself. I made no effort to restrain him as he charged forward. After all, there was little left to discuss between Lu Sui and me. I had made my position abundantly clear the last time we met. Our next encounter would result in either his demise or mine. To summon a deity. Who would have thought that such a delicate soul could invoke the mighty Shi Chu Baoan? I had underestimated you. Come forth. Boom. Zhuang Xiaolu's all-out punch was effortlessly caught by Lu Sui, who then found Zhuang Xiaolu's arm ensnared, making it impossible for him to withdraw. Such feeble strength. Your cultivation is insufficient. It is truly a waste to summon the Western Shu overlord with your abilities. With a sharp crack, Lu Sui merely exerted a slight force, snapping Zhuang's arm. The excruciating pain caused Zhuang Xiaolu to lose focus on his technique. Release him, Zhuang demanded. Why should I heed your words? Why? Because I seek your life, I declared, plunging my Tang Dao into the ground before me, bending forward and resting my hand upon my knees. My face was smeared with blood, and in that moment, I felt a throbbing pain emanating from my right eye. Taking a deep breath, I intoned gravely, the 8 stars of the Northern Dipper manifest, severing the fates of life and death in the heavens. The cycle of reincarnation does not wait. The heavenly killer descends upon the mortal realm. I summon the general of the 9 heavens, the heavenly killer, to descend and bestow the law, subduing the demons and vanquishing the evil. The temperature in the corridor began to plummet, becoming unnaturally arid. Even the slightest blink could spark a flash of electricity. The heavenly killer general, Lu Sui, squinted, fixating his gaze upon me, his thoughts a mystery at that moment. Junior apprentice, it seems you cannot simply walk away today. Your soul may depart, but your flesh shall remain. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui suddenly raised his hand and struck Zhuang Xiaolu, sending him crashing into the wall, unconscious. He paid no further attention to Zhuang, but instead looked at me with a puzzled expression. So, you truly desire my life? Lu Sui sighed deeply, his hands outstretched. Very well, I shall surrender my life to you. I will stand here, come and take it. I furrowed my brow, remaining silent as I observed him. If you do not come, then I shall advance. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sui had dashed to stand before me. Yet at this moment, I was the formidable general of the 9 heavens. Scarlet Palace Thunder. I raised my hand, unleashing a bolt of heavenly lightning that struck forth. Lu Sui staggered, and the lightning obliterated a massive hole in the wall behind him, through which I glimpsed the figures of Zhong Rugio and Lu Qingguan. Zhong Rugio exhibited no reaction. However, Lu Qingguan appeared to have lost his sanity. Upon seeing me, he immediately released Zhong Rugio's hand and charged through the layers of debris directly towards me. I want to eat. I want to eat. How delicious. Lu Sui quickly retreated, standing aside with an eerie smile. Seeking death, I tightened my fist, enveloping it in a shroud of electric energy. Break. What? I never anticipated that my punch would land squarely in Lu Qingguan's gaping mouth. His face lit up with satisfaction, and I could feel something swirling within my fist. Get away from me. A wave of scorching heat sent Lu Qingguan tumbling to the ground. Yet I found that my hand was devoid of warmth and lightning. Meanwhile, Lu Qingguan was contentedly burping. So delicious, exceedingly delicious. Mr. Lu waved his hand dismissively, personally lifting Lu Qingguan from the ground and then handing his hand over to Zhong Rugio. He said nothing further, turning to lead the 2 of them away. Stop. Zhong Rugio turned, poised to rush forward, but was halted by Lu. With a smirk, Lu turned to me and remarked, It appears that you cannot detain me today. Remember, we are not enemies at this juncture. The congenital cranial gastric pouch was not of my making. I take him away for your own good. What do you mean? I inquired. Did you impersonate Gong Liang to ensnare me? Impersonate Gong Liang? I lack the leisure for such theatrics. I am merely the mantis stalking the cicada. With the oriole behind, Lu replied. Without further ado, he turned and departed with Zhong Rugio and Lu Qingguan. I attempted to pursue them, but a wave of weakness suddenly engulfed my entire body, particularly My right hand felt as if it were broken, unable to lift even an inch. I collapsed onto the ground, helplessly watching as Lu vanished from my sight. Gasping for breath, I stared at my right hand, pondering the nature of this congenital cranial gastric pouch. Why did it seem that he had consumed the spiritual energy enveloping my hand just moments ago? Chapter 64. Thus far, I cannot ascertain how much time elapsed before someone descended. When President Jiang crouched before me, his brow furrowed, he uttered not a single word. We were all transported to the hospital. After a brief slumber, I found myself relatively unharmed, save for a persistent numbness in my right hand, rendering it somewhat powerless. Zhuang Xiaolu lay with a fractured right arm encased in a cast, while Shen Xuanxia and Nan Yen remained in a state of severe coma. Had it been any later, their demise would have been inevitable. It could be considered a stroke of fortune to have spared a life. Zhuang Xiaolu lay silently on the hospital bed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, I gazed out the window at the sky, striving to recall the words that Lu Sui had imparted to me, the congenital cranial gastropouch. A paper man's tears conceal the truth, hidden within the fasting of 5 temples. A spark of inspiration ignited within my mind. The latter part of the phrase, hidden within the fasting of 5 temples, pertained precisely to Lu Qingguan's condition, a body devoid of internal organs. Were these 5 organs not the 5 temples? In other words, was Lu Qingguan's enlarged head a result of all his internal organs being situated within his cranium? Is he even human? But what, then, does the earlier phrase, "A paper man's tears conceal the truth," signify? Moreover, Lu Sui asserted he did not impersonate Gong Liang to draw me into this predicament. According to him, he merely reaped the benefits of the struggle between others. So, who indeed orchestrated my involvement, and what connection do these events hold for me? Why did Lu Sui refer to you as junior brother? At this moment, Zhuang Xiaolu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. I turned to him, glancing at his arm. How would I know? Do you presume I possess such a senior brother? Zhuang Xiaolu gazed at me with a peculiar expression. I have a lingering suspicion that you are concealing something from me. I leaned against the windowsill and replied, what benefit would there be for me to hide something from you? After a brief silence, Zhuang Xiaolu continued, Lu Sui is formidable. I feel as though I cannot match him. I chuckled softly. You are aware of this, so the next time you encounter him, do not act so impulsively. What is your level of confidence? I shook my head. I am uncertain. When will I ever be able to defeat him and avenge Xuehui? There will be opportunities, he reassured, but for now, we must clarify the matters at hand. By the way, what exactly is this Lu Qingguan? I vaguely heard Lu Sui mention something about a cranial gastric pouch and a lurking predator. The questions Zhuang Xiaolu posed were the very inquiries I sought to unravel. If only I could ascertain these mysteries, perhaps my distress would dissipate. Once I have the answers, I shall inform you, I stated as I approached the doorway of the hospital room. Where are you headed? He inquired. To check on Shen Xuanxia and Nan Yen. They are the only ones who know what transpired before our arrival. Just as I stepped outside, I spotted President Jiang approaching the entrance. Xiaoli, how is your recovery progressing? Thank you for your concern. I am fine, nothing serious. How are Shen Xuanxia and that madwoman? Their condition is quite dire. The injuries they sustained are severe, and they remain in a precarious state. Oh, I shall go and see, I replied. Wait a moment. I gazed at President Jiang in confusion as he beamed back at me, producing 2 bank cards from his pocket. Xiaoli, your efforts in this matter have been commendable. I took the cards, regarding him with intrigue. President Jiang, what does this signify? This is the remuneration we previously agreed upon, given the severity of your injuries. It is well deserved, he replied. I remained silent, awaiting his further elaboration. Indeed, President Jiang smiled subtly and continued. Shen Xuanxia and his subordinate Nan Yen have suffered grave injuries. This incident has garnered significant attention from above, mandating that our Jinwu Guard thoroughly investigate. What does this have to do with us? Without our intervention, they would have had no chance of survival, I retorted. I was aware that the assailant, Lu Qingguan, had been confirmed to have fled, and we would pursue him with unwavering determination. I was no fool. Seeing President Jiang's demeanor and his monetary offering, I chuckled. President Jiang, our involvement in this matter is far from over. No, You have performed admirably. It is best that you refrain from further involvement. Refrain? We still need to investigate Zhang Hushu's role in the murder of Chen Guofu. This matter does not require your input. It is a concern solely for our Jinwu Guard. As for Lin Huan, I will speak with her. I appreciate your assistance during this time, but this concludes our collaboration. I cast a glance at President Jiang, smiled, and, after securing the bank cards, continued towards the hospital room of Shen Xuancha. Mr. Li, I have made our position abundantly clear. Our Jinwu Guard prefers to operate without external interference. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of Shen Xuancha. But he was not at the hospital. He was at our own Jingwu premises. I turned to President Jiang, whose face still bore his signature smile. I have had your badges retrieved, he remarked. Moreover, I hope that Mr. Li and Mr. Zhuang will refrain from discussing this matter publicly to avoid unnecessary complications. Jiang Changming. I called out to him as he was about to leave. I'm a businessman, yet I possess principles. I am not one to be easily dismissed, especially when our affairs remain unresolved. Jiang Changming did not turn back, merely uttering a cautionary phrase, "Take care of yourself," before strolling away from my presence. Upon returning to the hospital room, Zhuang Xiaolu looked at me with curiosity. "Who are you speaking to outside?" I tossed one of the bank cards to him. "What is this?" he inquired. It was given by Jiang Changming. "But our matters are not yet concluded?" he questioned. "They will not allow us to proceed. Our badges will soon be reclaimed. Why would they prevent us from continuing?" I leaned back against the bed, inadvertently causing my entire right arm to tingle slightly. How would I know? Will we still investigate Zhang's alleged murder of Chen Guofu? "We shall take it step by step," I replied, then looked earnestly at Zhuang Xiaolu and asked, "Lu Sui is merely reaping the benefits from the situation. The peculiarities surrounding Lu Qingguan cannot be attributed to him. How credible do you find that? If it is not him, then who else could it be?" Zhuang Xiaolu's rhetorical question resonates profoundly. If not him, then who else could it be? If you intend to cease your calculations regarding this matter, I shall also withdraw from the play. What now? No longer pursuing Lu Sui? The disparity between us is insurmountable. Even if we were to cross paths, I would not be his equal, rendering any notions of vengeance futile. The most prudent course of action is to better myself. Very well, you may return for now, and I shall contact you should anything arise. After all, the money is already in hand, so let things unfold as they will. On that same day, Jiang Changming dispatched someone to retrieve the badges belonging to both Zhuang Xiaolu and myself. As I lacked any pressing matters to attend to and felt somewhat drained, I opted to discharge myself from the hospital after a brief respite. Upon my return to the shop, I found myself lost in thought, pondering the intricate connections between these events and the identity of the imposter posing as Gong Liang. Yet, despite my contemplation, clarity eluded me. I reached for my phone to call Lin Huan, but my efforts were in vain. Neither he nor the commander nor Qin Chuan answered. With my legs crossed, I listened to the music playing from my phone, closing my eyes to savor the tranquility of the moment. Since that day, a full 3 days have passed, during which I have languished in a state of idleness. It is not that I lack the desire to continue my investigation. Rather, there exists no compelling reason to do so. Jiang Changming had been quite forthright in his previous remarks, indicating that he would advise Lin Huan to dissuade me from intervening. This matter fundamentally belongs to the Jinwu Guard. Although it bears some relation to Lu Sui, it appears he has obtained what he sought, and I believe he will refrain from reappearing for the foreseeable future. Thus, it is unnecessary for me to pursue this matter relentlessly, as I am merely a businessman. I hold a profound apprehension towards Lu Qingguan. His eccentricity is alarming, capable of consuming the essence of my Yang God Mass technique. Should I fail to comprehend the purpose of his existence and the uniqueness he embodies, any impulsive action upon our encounter would surely lead to my demise. Furthermore, I find myself entirely alone. Commander Qin Chuan remains absent, and Zhuang Xiaolu has retreated into seclusion at the theater. If an urgent matter arises, I may find myself in utter desolation, for the circumstances I currently face diverge significantly from those of my past. Having indulged in this tranquil existence for too long, I have absurdly begun to rely on others, a truly laughable predicament. As I draw on my cigarette, gazing at the new world displayed on the television, I cannot help but chuckle at my own folly. Today is a splendid day, vibrant and full of life. Hello, Mr. Lee. This is Su Tianlong. I could scarcely fathom that Su Tianlong would reach out to me. I had nearly forgotten that he existed. For Lin, Su has always been the one to contact me in times of need. Half an hour later, Lin Su arrived at my shop, parking his car at the entrance. Lin Su, what is your boss up to? Must I go to him? Cannot he come to see me in person? Mr. Lee, I am as perplexed as you. The boss is in a hurry and did not disclose the reason for his urgency, even to me. Lin Su is undoubtedly the most trusted individual by Su Tianlong, and yet even he remains in the dark regarding this matter. Could it be that individuals from another realm have approached him? That seems improbable. If it were indeed the nether realm, he would have certainly informed Lin Su. I did not inquire of Lin Su. Rather, I turned my gaze towards the window, observing the world outside. Before long, we arrived at the foot of the Wulong Group building. Mr. Lee, the boss is awaiting you on the top floor. I shall not accompany you, as that is his instruction. After disembarking from the vehicle, I made my way directly to Su Tianlong's office. Reflecting on my initial visit here, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. Mr. Lee, you have finally arrived. Speak quickly, what is the matter? Must I make another trip for you? Have you encountered some troublesome situation? Mr. Lee, it is not I who finds myself in a predicament. Rather, there is someone seeking you and requesting my assistance to locate you. Who is this individual? Surely, if they were looking specifically for me, they would not come to your establishment. What business do they have here? Noticing the pallor of my face, Su Tianlong shuddered slightly. He swallowed hard and, summoning his courage, replied, Mr. Lee, she claims her name is Nan Yen, covered in blood and gravely injured, barely clinging to life. She insisted on finding you, and it was only then that I intervened to save her. Wait, what did you say? Her name is Nan Yen? This world is vast, and many share the same name, but a woman named Nan Yen. Aside from that madwoman, I can think of no other. Chapter 65. Self-inflicted flames. I seized Su Tianlong by the collar, demanding where is she? Su Tianlong, startled by my forceful gesture, stammered in response, She's at my home, being treated by a private doctor. I cast him a glance, released his collar, and strode toward the exit. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take me there. All right. I suddenly halted, turning to Su Tianlong with an odd expression. How many people are aware of this matter? Su Tianlong shook his head. Only I and that doctor know. She went directly to my house. He swallowed hard before continuing, Mr. Lee. I saw her grievously injured, and given your connection, I dared not even mention it to Lin Su. Let us go. Lin Su awaited us in the car, and upon seeing Su Tianlong and me emerge, he promptly exited to greet us. Mr. Lee, boss, where are we heading now? I pondered briefly before replying to Lin Su. Give me the car. I need to go alone with your boss. You stay here. I rolled my eyes and added, remember, whatever transpires tonight, keep it to yourself. If anyone inquires, maintain that you know nothing. Understood. At times, I found myself envious of Su Tianlong for having such a loyal subordinate, one who followed orders without question and remained tight-lipped about matters that were not to be disclosed. This was not my first visit to Su Tianlong's residence. Given the late hour, I drove swiftly while Su Tianlong, seated in the passenger seat, clutched the armrest tightly. Are you that frightened? I assure you, I won't harm you. Su Tianlong managed an awkward smile. Upon arriving at his residence, they encountered Su Tianlong's personal physician, who was seated on the sofa, resting and wiping the perspiration from his brow. Mr. Su, who has this girl offended? She bears countless wounds from knives and has marks on her collarbone, as if seared by a branding iron. The doctor adjusted his spectacles and continued, I recommend that we notify the authorities. It appears she has been subjected to violence. There is no need to involve the police. Tell me, is she conscious at present? Noticing my entrance alongside Su Tianlong, the doctor recognized my significant status and shook his head. She is not yet stabilized. While the knife and burn wounds are not fatal in themselves, the real peril lies in her internally ruptured organs. The medical facilities here are insufficient for her treatment. If we do not transfer her to a better hospital promptly, she will not survive beyond 3 days. Upon hearing this, I turned to Su Tianlong with a smile and declared, a hospital is out of the question. Su Tianlong, I want this woman to live. If she dies, you are well aware of the consequences. Dr. Gu, no matter the method, enlist the help of those you trust. I will provide whatever is necessary. You must ensure this girl's safety. Do you understand? Dr. Gu was momentarily taken aback. Having served as Su Tianlong's private physician for several years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a tone from him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. I found myself standing before the ancient physician, extracting from my pocket the bank card that Jiang Changming had bestowed upon me earlier. Take this money. It serves merely as an appetizer for life's banquet. When one departs this world, it merely funds your resting place. With those words, I made my way toward the chamber where Nanyan resided, leaving behind the bewildered ancient physician and the terrified Su Tianlong. Upon pushing the door open, I was immediately struck by the unpleasant scent of antiseptic permeating the air. My brow furrowed as I approached Nanyan, who was entirely swathed in bandages, her head encased in a frame. To be honest, my feelings were rather tumultuous. This madwoman had nearly brought about my demise. It seemed she had thought of me just before her life was drawing to a close. I could not fathom why she sought Su Tianlong instead of coming directly to me, who had inflicted such grievous harm upon her. During her time in the interrogation room, she had already sustained significant injuries. Logically, after Jiang Changming's intervention, she should have been treated in the special facilities of the Jinwu Guard. How could it be that she had ended up in this state? It appeared as if she had endured torture. The ancient physician's words echoed persistently in my mind. Torture. Those two syllables demanded emphasis. Madwoman, you are not unappealing, though your temper may be too fiery. It seems you have paid the price for it. Rest assured, since you thought to seek my assistance, I shall indeed lend you my aid. I will uncover the identity of the one who has wronged you, and when the time comes, I shall repay them in kind, as a token of gratitude for your trust in me. Moreover, do not succumb to death. If you were to perish, where would I find someone to avenge the wound upon my face? I remained uncertain whether Nanyan could hear my words at that moment. Having spoken, I quietly exited the room. Dr. Gu had vanished without a trace, leaving only Su Tianlong waiting for me outside. Mr. Li, I have already arranged everything with Dr. Gu. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, Miss Nanyan shall not perish. Did she say anything else to you besides asking you to find me? Or did she possess any other items? Ah, yes. There is a jade pendant. I almost forgot in my fright. I shall retrieve it for you at once. Su Tianlong soon returned, holding a blood-stained jade pendant. However, upon closer inspection, I realized this was no ordinary pendant, but rather the insignia of the Jinwu Guard. What perplexed me further was the engraving of my name upon it. Wasn't this the very piece Jiang Changming had given to me, only to reclaim later? Noticing my prolonged silence, Su Tianlong instinctively inquired, Mr. Li. I gestured for him to be quiet, pocketed the insignia, and strode towards the exit. Your paramount duty at present is to remain vigilant here. I shall take your vehicle for the time being. Remember, report to me immediately if anything concerning Nanyan arises. I parked the vehicle not far from the Tang Dynasty Guild Hall, yet I did not disembark. I remained uncertain whether matters were unfolding as I suspected. I questioned the veracity of my assumption that Jiang Changming was orchestrating events from within. Lu Sui had mentioned that Lu Qingwan was not his doing. He merely reaped the rewards. In the interrogation chamber, the normally composed Lu Qingwan had gone berserk, injuring both Inspector Shun and Nanyan. I could have continued my investigation with Zhuang Xiaolu, but it was abruptly halted by Jiang Changming. After the Jinwei took over, Nanyan found herself entangled in this predicament once more. This compels me to question whether the Jinwei is truly what we all believed it to be. What are Jiang Changming's intentions behind his actions? Furthermore, what role does the Shadow Palace play in this affair? One question leads to another. Nothing appears clear-cut, and there seems to be an intricate web of connections, yet I lack a comprehensive chain of evidence to weave all these threads together. After all, this matter pertains to the Jinwei, and I must refrain from acting recklessly as I did with Su Tianlong. If not handled with care, I fear I may inadvertently ignite peril for myself. Chapter 66. Concealment of a notorious criminal. I discarded the cigarette butt and drove back to the shop. Closing the door, I turned on the desk lamp and succinctly summarized all recent events in a single sentence. Then, like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, I began to piece together the fragments. One cigarette after another was consumed, and the ashtrays accumulated more remnants. Zhang He needed to eliminate Chen Guofu, and Lin Huan sought my assistance in investigating this matter, revealing that it was connected to Lu Sui and the shadowy realm of Indian. Before his demise, Chen Guofu had briefly served as a member of the Jinwu Guard, while Jiang Changming displayed an indifferent attitude. Inspector Shun joined me in our quest to locate Lu Qingguan, who had been apprehended for interrogation. Lu Qingguan's captors, however, were informed by Lu Sui, who lurked like a cunning predator, that he had no part in this affair. Jiang Changming advised us to refrain from further involvement, thereby bringing the matter to a halt. Nan Yin had endured such torture that she was left barely alive, deceit cloaked in tears of paper, emptying the depths of one's being concealed within the skull. Alas, the headache! I extinguished the cigarette in hand, turned off the light, and returned home to indulge in a warm bath, finally finding comfort in my bed. I attempted to send a message to Commander Qin Chuan, yet as always, there was no reply. I could only wonder about their circumstances and what events had transpired to preclude any response. Upon reflection, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. My own affairs were overly intricate, with complications multiplying as more individuals became entangled. The following day, I was abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by the ringing of my phone. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was Lin Su calling. "Mr. Li, you must come quickly. A group of men in black has stormed the headquarters, and without hesitation, they've taken the boss." Men in black? They have seized Su Tianlong? Enemies of Su Tianlong? Where have you been? The Tang Dynasty Pavilion. Oh, a moment later, I was startled. The Tang Dynasty Pavilion? I'm on my way. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath. Su Tianlong had been captured by the Jinwu Guard, and it was undoubtedly related to Nan Yin. Half an hour later, outside the Tang Dynasty Pavilion, I encountered Lin Su, surrounded by a throng of people. Given his demeanor, it seemed he intended to rush in and rescue someone. "Mr. Li, why have you brought so many people? Are you part of the mafia? Do you intend to stage a rebellion? My boss has been taken." I gathered a lot of people. When they heard it was the Tang Dynasty Pavilion, no one wanted to get involved, and the police are the same. I cannot simply stand by while my boss is taken away. "Disperse your people." Lin Su remained motionless, and I frowned. "Make them disperse. Your actions will only endanger Su Tianlong." Seeing that I was serious, Lin Su turned to the crowd he had summoned and could only wave his hand. "You all disperse for now. Wait for my news at the group." "Mr. Li, what is going on? You should go back as well. Leave this matter to me. Su Tianlong will be fine." "But Mr. Li, are you going alone?" "Let me accompany you. I suspect those people are not ordinary." "Absolutely not." "But, come on, there are no buts. Trust me, you should return." Lin Su was reluctant to leave, yet recognizing the severity of my expression and fearing to provoke my ire, he could only follow the crowd back. I stand at the entrance of the Tang Dynasty Guild Hall, lighting a cigarette. The more I do this, the more I feel detached from Jiang Changming. However, my greater concern now is for Nan Yin. They have apprehended Su Tianlong, which undoubtedly indicates they possess evidence. Where's Nan Yin now? Has Jiang Changming already located him? Stop. Outsiders are not permitted inside. I glance up at the little fellow blocking my way, smile faintly, and deliver a punch to his forehead. Another guard attempts to intervene, but I seize his throat. "I know who you are. I am not here to cause trouble. I demand to see Jiang Changming." "Shao Li, why such fury this early in the morning? Why are you at odds with our people?" I look up to find none other than Jiang Changming himself, accompanied by an individual whose presence unsettles me for reasons I cannot quite articulate. The moment our eyes meet, I sense a significant hostility from him, but it vanishes almost instantly. I release my grip, holding the cigarette between my fingers, and gesture towards Jiang Changming. "What is the meaning of this? I assisted you before, and now your people have turned against me? Who captured you?" He retorts, "Let us speak plainly. Su Tianlong is my associate. He is merely an ordinary man. Even if he has erred, it is not within the purview of your Jinwu Guard to apprehend him." "You mean that old fellow from the Wulong group?" Jiang Changming inquires, casting a glance my way. "How has he become your associate? This matter is not for you to concern yourself with." "Where is he?" Inside, I contemplated whether to release him or to enter and escort him out. Xiao Li, to my knowledge, this Su Tianlong harbors a notorious criminal for my Golden Guard, and his offenses have escalated beyond the ordinary. Are you jesting with me? Do I appear to be jesting? Lu Qingguan has indeed been concealed by him. Yet this old fellow remains obstinately silent, uttering not a single word. Lu Qingguan is hidden by him? Yes, perhaps you are unaware. But Shun Xuanxia has succumbed to his grave injuries and has passed away. Nan Yin is also on the brink of death, likely unable to survive. According to intelligence reports, it was he who dispatched someone to take Lu Qingguan away. Tell me, would I simply allow such a person to go free? Upon hearing Jiang Changming's words, I laughed, a full, unrestrained laugh. A clever tactic, indeed, to confuse the truth. Could it be that you, Li Sansheng, are also implicated in this affair? After all, Su Tianlong is one of your own. Are you truly oblivious to everything? No sooner had Jiang Changming's words faded than a sinister-looking individual stepped forward behind him, seemingly intent on confronting me, yet was restrained by Jiang Changming. Xiao Li, considering our past collaboration, I urge you to refrain from intervening in this matter. It will not serve you well, as you are merely a businessman. Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of my Golden Guard? Your concerns regarding the Golden Guard are of no interest to me, nor do I wish to involve myself. I only desire to retrieve my person. You refuse to leave? Leave? Why should I not? I merely intend to take Su Tianlong with me. This is truly vexing, Li Sansheng. I'll warn you one last time. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Do you comprehend? With a sly smile, I discarded the cigarette, but onto the ground and extinguished it with the tip of my shoe. Do you not understand what I am saying? Su Tianlong must come with me. How audacious! Li Sansheng, you possess an extraordinary amount of courage. Jiang Changming's expression shifted abruptly, yet I had anticipated this turn of events. What? Is raising your voice a display of greatness? Are you attempting to intimidate? Jiang Changming, remember that while men act, the heavens observe. I assure you, I have encountered far more than you can imagine. I will ask you once more, will you allow me to take Su Tianlong? Chairman Jiang, why are we still engaging in idle chatter? As Jiang Changming ceased to impede the man beside him, that individual stepped forward and delivered a punch directly to my face. Are you courting death? Chapter 67. Borrowing paper to return the soul, this individual approached with great ferocity. Yet I remained unyielding. With a grim countenance and my head slightly tilted, I swiftly struck his muscular arm with a powerful punch. He grimaced in pain, his strength faltering, and I seized his arm with a firm grip. Young man, do not court death, do you understand? Release him. Jiang Changming bellowed as he witnessed my hold on his subordinate. I cast a glance at Jiang Changming and forcefully pushed the man back, causing him to stagger several steps before steadying himself beside Jiang Changming. Jiang Changming, I shall not waste words with you. Release Su Tianlong, and I shall take my leave. Jiang Changming chuckled, stepping closer to me, placing a hand on my shoulder, and spoke in a low, measured tone. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner, Li Sansheng? Do not overestimate your significance. Before I could retort, he continued, do not presume that your slight connection to that individual grants you the liberty to act at will. He is no longer the commander of our Jinwu Guard. He has become a madman. Everyone merely shows him deference, and you still brandish a mere feather as if it were a command. Narrowing my eyes, I pressed. Have you made up your mind, or will you not release Su Tianlong? Jiang Changming patted my shoulder once more, this time in silence. Before gesturing for the man, I had just propelled to enter the vehicle. As he rolled down the window, he declared, without my command, any intruders shall be dealt with ruthlessly. What a ruthless decree. I must admit, I had misjudged Jiang Changming. He chose to disregard me entirely because, deep down, he was certain I would not dare to create a disturbance at the Tang Dynasty Guildhall, merely for the sake of an ordinary individual. However, he underestimates me greatly. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, raising my gaze towards the two guards of the Jinwu Guard. In unison, they drew their swords. I let out a cold laugh, said nothing more, and turned away from the Tang Dynasty Guildhall. Mr. Li, why are you the only one who has returned? Where's the boss? Upon reaching my vehicle, I was surprised to find Lin Su still waiting, anxiously standing by my car. Who are they? even with your intervention. They refused to release him. I extinguished my cigarette, and with utmost seriousness, looked at Lin Su and said, I am here waiting for you. Remember, you're the only one. Bring 2 barrels of gasoline. Gasoline? Lin Su questioned, bewildered. I had no time to elaborate. If you wish to rescue your boss, hurry and do as I say. Quickly. Lin Su's feelings for Su Tianlong were beyond my comprehension. He seemed willing to brave any peril, even through fire and sword, as long as it meant saving Su Tianlong. I leaned against the car door, gazing at the Tang Dynasty Guild Hall in the distance, a place that instilled fear in many. I was acutely aware of the powerful forces behind it and knew the consequences of a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, I had no choice but to proceed. The shift in Jiang Changming's attitude compelled deeper contemplation. While others might be oblivious, I could not be. How could Lu Qingwan possibly be hidden by Su Tianlong when he was clearly taken by Lu Sui and Zhong Rujiao? Jiang Changming's capture of Su Tianlong could only stem from one reason. Su Tianlong had sheltered Nanyan. He merely concocted a flimsy excuse to dismiss me. Jiang Changming, it appears you still fail to comprehend my modus operandi. 10 minutes later, Lin Su returned, bringing with him 2 canisters of gasoline. Mr. Li, what would you have me do next? I absent-mindedly wiped my eyes and replied, just carry the gasoline to the entrance of the Tang Dynasty Club. Are you intending to set the Tang Dynasty Club ablaze? I shrugged nonchalantly, responding, something like that. After all, I've already torched the Shuzi Gate once. I'm indifferent to adding another casualty with the Tang Dynasty Club. Lin Su was not particularly familiar with the Tang Dynasty Club, but he certainly knew what the Shuzi Gate was. Upon hearing me claim to have previously set the Shuzi Gate aflame, his jaw dropped in astonishment. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind me, Mr. Li, wait. I turned around, my brow furrowing in irritation. Approaching the individual who had called out, I abruptly seized him by the neck and pressed him against the tree behind us. Should I address you as Gong Liang, or do you prefer another moniker? I tightened my grip, demanding speak. Who are you really? Why do you draw me into this? Mr. Li, I truly am Gong Liang. I let out a cold laugh. I've already seen Gong Liang's corpse. Do you think I'm a naive child, easily deceived? His complexion paled as he stammered. I have no reason to deceive you. If I merely sought to draw you in, why would I expose myself? I took a deep breath, releasing my grip, my gaze fixed upon him like that of a hawk. Should he make even the slightest move that I deemed inappropriate, I would promptly send him to his demise. Gong Liang regarded me with a heavy sigh, then abruptly tore open his shirt. The scars upon his body mirrored precisely those I had observed on his corpse within the coffin, without the slightest deviation. Mr. Li, I am indeed dead. But have you ever heard of borrowing paper to return one's soul? What did you say? Borrowing paper to return one's soul. I began to reassess the individual before me. I had heard of such a concept, but this notion of borrowing paper. Wait a moment. Borrowing paper to return one's soul? Does it not relate to the phrase about deceiving the heavens with paper and the tears of a paper figure? My mind raced with thoughts. Deceiving the heavens with paper figures. The empty stomach conceals secrets within the skull. This was the direction that Chen Guofu needed to investigate, and Gong Liang's death occurred thereafter. Could it be that Chen Guofu sought Zhang Heshu not for assistance, but because he had uncovered a connection between this matter and Gong Liang? Though my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, my expression remained inscrutable. I am granting you a single opportunity to clarify. Remember, this is your only chance. Gong Liang nodded. May I speak inside the vehicle? I cannot endure the sun for long. I found no reasonable grounds to deny his request. I instructed Lin Su to stand guard outside, while I accompanied Gong Liang into the car. Speak. I am indeed dead, yet I am unwilling to accept this fate. The sect leader is wrongfully accused. It was not the sect leader who killed Chen Guofu. Let's set aside that for now. I wish to inquire about the concept of borrowing paper to return one's soul. At this moment, Gong Liang gazed at me, clearly reluctant to divulge this matter. Is it related to the investigation I asked you to undertake? I pressed. Of course it is. Why can't you speak of it? I paused for a moment before continuing. Given your current state, what is there left to cling to? You are, after all, deceased. What remains to be concerned about? I am sorry, Mr. Li, but I truly cannot disclose this matter to you. All I can say is that the effect of borrowing paper to return one's soul lasts only 49 days, and my time is running short. I shrugged nonchalantly. Your dwindling time does not concern me. Moreover, with all that has transpired, where were you before? Why do you reappear before me now? Gong Liang took a deep breath. I have found evidence proving that Chen Guofu's death bears no relation to our sect leader. You have found evidence? I regarded him with a perplexed expression. If you possess such proof, should you not go directly to the Jinwu Guard? That would be more straightforward. Seeking me seems rather superfluous. Gong Liang swallowed hard. The Tang Dynasty Guild, under Jiang Changming, has colluded with the underworld, cultivating a specific entity to counter you, known as the innate cranial gastric pouch. In exchange, the underworld will clandestinely assist him in ascending within the ranks of the Jinwu Guard. My face betrayed no emotion, yet my mind flickered back to the days prior, recalling the interrogation site and the moment when Lu Qingguan consumed my divine power. Who, indeed, was responsible for Chen Guofu's demise? It is not our leader. I am certain that Chen Guofu's demise is inextricably linked to Jiang Changming. I suspect even further that when Chen Guofu sought our leader, he was already gravely injured, though he remained unaware of his condition. I comprehend Gong Liang's implication. Irrespective of whether Chen Guofu approached Zhang Hushu at the appointed time, he would meet his end regardless of his whereabouts. Wait, a horrifying thought suddenly emerged in my mind. From where did you obtain this information, and how accurate is it? I have my methods. I cannot disclose the source. If I utter a single falsehood, may I descend into the depths of hell. I scoffed coldly. Your fate in hell is of no concern to me. Although I feigned disbelief, had I readily agreed to assist Chen Guofu during his visit to me, he would not have sought Zhang Hushu subsequently. If, by chance, Chen Guofu had lingered in my establishment a bit longer, or if we had other matters to discuss, could it be construed that he would perish within my premises? If this were indeed the case, the perpetrator apprehended by the Jinwei would not be Zhang Hushu, but rather I. In other words, the mastermind behind all of this did not anticipate the rift between Chen Guofu and myself, nor his decision to approach Zhang Hushu. The true target of his machinations was me. Thus, if my current suspicions hold true, Zhang Hushu has indeed borne the blame on my behalf. Gong Liang, for the time being, I shall place my trust in you. However, you claim to possess evidence to substantiate your assertions. Yet everything you utter seems merely to be your own rhetoric, lacking in definitive proof. What must transpire for you to place your faith in me? Enlighten me on the origins of your knowledge regarding these matters, as well as the means by which you return to this realm. I seek further specificity. Gong Liang regarded me with a peculiar expression, his mind wrestling with contemplation, deliberating whether to disclose his secrets. I refrained from pressing him, and, after 5 minutes, he exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to address me. Meet me at your establishment tonight at 10. Very well, I replied, casting him a glance. If you have no further obligations at present, you may depart. We shall converse this evening. Gong Liang appeared taken aback by my demeanor, yet he refrained from uttering another word. After alighting from the vehicle, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the street. Watching his retreating figure, I redirected my attention towards the direction of the Tang Dynasty Club. Lin Su, bring the gasoline and follow me. Understood. The weight of the 2 barrels of gasoline eluded my estimation, but it was evident that Lin Su, straining under the burden of one, had veins visibly protruding from his temples, indicating the considerable heft. Chapter 68. The fire at the Tang Dynasty. The affairs concerning Gong Liang are of paramount importance. Yet I am but one individual, and every endeavor must be approached methodically. At present, my foremost objective remains to rescue Su Tianlong, regardless of the methods employed or the sacrifices required. Stop right there, Li Sansheng. Chairman Jiang has made himself abundantly clear. Do not compel us to take action. Gazing at the 2 guards of the Jinwei, I offered a faint smile. If they intended to engage me, they ought to possess the requisite qualifications. I gestured for Lin Su to set down the 2 barrels of gasoline. Meanwhile, I leisurely lit a cigarette. Do you see what this is? Gasoline? Li Sansheng, what are you planning to do? Given the gravity of the situation, their inquiry seemed rather foolish. My expression darkened as I hoisted 1 barrel of gasoline and doused it over them. The two instinctively recoiled, and in that fleeting moment, I expelled the cigarette, but from my mouth. Boom! Flames erupted rapidly, igniting wherever the gasoline spread. Not good. Quickly, extinguish the fire. Put out. As the inferno blazed, chaos ensued both inside and outside the venue. No one could have anticipated that I would possess such audacity to set fire at the entrance of the Tang Dynasty Club. Lin Su, return and await my arrival. You need not involve yourself further in this matter. Lin Su stood in stunned silence. Setting aside the nature of the Tang Dynasty Club, the very act of igniting a fire in the street was bound to escalate the situation beyond control. Mr. Li, thank you. Please ensure that you rescue the boss. I'm not here for Su Tianlong. I must leave quickly. Lin Su, without further words, turned away, and in that fleeting moment, I seized another barrel of gasoline and dashed into the Tang Dynasty Pavilion. The fire had already been ignited, and all the Jinwu guards remaining in the pavilion were either preoccupied with extinguishing the flames or seeking a safe refuge. No one paid me any heed. Stop! What are you doing? What am I doing? The fire isn't large enough. I shall add some fuel. Good grief. This time, I needn't even strike a match. I am certain that for a considerable duration, the Tang Dynasty Pavilion shall not reopen its doors. Chaos ensued. Utter pandemonium reigned. I cast a glance at my handiwork, but lingered not, making my way swiftly to the second floor. The upper level was deserted. Just as I pondered where to locate Su Tianlong, I suddenly heard the sound of pounding on a door from a corner room. I stepped forward and kicked the door open. Who else could it be but Su Tianlong? He seemed on the verge of succumbing to the smoke. I propped him up and opened the window, which faced directly onto the main road. Without a moment's hesitation, I instructed, hold on tight. No sooner had the words left my lips than I leaped from the second floor, carrying him with me. An escapee is being abducted. Stop him. As I landed, the Jinwu guard were quick to spot me. If I were alone, fleeing would have been a simple task. However, with the elderly Su Tianlong on my back, my speed was considerably hindered. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt before me. Mr. Li, getting quickly. It was Lin Su. After throwing Su Tianlong into the car, I myself climbed in. No matter how formidable the Jinwei were, I could hardly believe they could pursue a vehicle with such swiftness. Seeing that no one was following us, I let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Li, did you truly set fire to the Tang Dynasty Guildhall? What other choice did I have? If they refused to release him, my only option was to ignite the flames. Ignoring Lin Su's astonishment, I turned my attention to Su Tianlong. Has Nan Yin been discovered? Almost. Su Tianlong gulped down a considerable amount of water. After my departure from his residence the day prior, he had begun to feel uneasy about having Nan Yin sheltered in his home. If discovered, it would not be a trifling matter. Hence, he had swiftly relocated her to a secure location. Just after he had settled these affairs, Jiang Changming and his men stormed into his house. And then they brought me to the Tang Dynasty Guildhall. No one inquired about me or took notice of my presence. I merely lingered in the room, unable to contact the outside world until the place caught fire, and then you arrived. Is it really that simple? No, this is a trap. Jiang Changming was entirely unaware that Nan Yin went to seek Su Tianlong, and he was quite certain that Lu Qingguan was not with Su Tianlong. He took Su Tianlong only for one reason. He desired precisely this outcome, compelling me to act in such a manner, thus allowing him to justifiably assist the Yin Palace in dealing with me. At that moment, the radio in the car crackled to life with the news that I was now wanted. Mr. Li, I reclined on the chair. Su Tianlong, take me to Nanyan. Until the matter is resolved, you should remain in the shadows. The methods of the Yin Palace are exceedingly formidable, even within the Jinwu Guard. They have their allies. I sighed and closed my eyes in the vehicle. This predicament is, in part, due to my own impulsiveness and carelessness, as Jiang Changming has grasped my character with remarkable insight. Previously, he deliberately created discord between us, fostering a distaste not only for him, but also for the entire Jinwu Guard. Furthermore, by capturing Su Tianlong, he anticipated that his subordinates would seek my assistance for, given the capabilities of the Jinwu Guard, unraveling the connection between Su Tianlong and myself would be a trivial task. Thus, everything that transpired today fell well within Jiang Changming's expectations. Fortunately, He remains unaware that Nanyan is in my possession. Otherwise, the situation would undoubtedly become more intricate. Mr. Li, who exactly are the individuals associated with the Tang Dynasty Guild? How do they possess such formidable influence that you are immediately placed under a warrant following this incident? Lin Su posed a pertinent question, and I smiled in response. The Tang Dynasty Guild is not an entity you can afford to provoke. Remember, when you encounter them, steer clear. Under Su Tianlong's guidance, Lin Su drove us to a quaint village situated over 30 kilometers from the city center. Is it safe here? Rest assured, it is entirely secure. All the residents here are affiliated with our Wulong group. They manage the agricultural sector. Not to mention, Su Tianlong's acumen in business is truly commendable. In the heart of this quaint village stands a two-story villa where Nanyan resides. As the esteemed physician, Dr. Gu pushed open the door. He immediately addressed me regarding Nanyan's condition. The young lady appeared frail, yet her physical resilience surpassed that of an average individual by several folds. Mr. Su, the surgery was remarkably successful, but she has endured significant blood loss and remains in a coma. Awakening is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, I cast a glance at Dr. Gu, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose clothes were drenched in sweat. I retrieved a bank card from my pocket and pressed it into his hand, declaring, I promise that as long as she lives, you shall not be deprived. This is unnecessary. Mr. Su has already compensated me, he replied. Accepted. What he gives is his own, but this is for me, I insisted, grasping Dr. Gu's hand firmly. There is one more matter. From this moment forth, without my permission, you are not to return home. You must remain here. Very well. I shall stay until the patient recovers. Dr. Gu, being a sensible man, required no further explanation. I then entered Nanyan's room, allowing Su Tianlong to retire for the night, as his age had rendered him weary after the night's tribulations. Gazing at Nanyan, who lay peacefully on the bed, I sighed softly. Madwoman, what kind of ordeal have I been drawn into? I can comprehend the shadowy figures targeting me. Yet what is the motive behind Jiang Changming's pursuit of you and Shen Sun? Time slipped away moment by moment as I sat in a daze by Nanyan's bedside, fervently wishing she would awaken in the next instant to elucidate the events that had transpired. It was evident that miracles were confined to the realms of novels and films, especially given the severity of her injuries. I glanced at my phone. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Rising to stretch my limbs, I massaged my temples before exiting the room, only to encounter Lin Su, who had come to summon me for dinner. Mr. Li, the meal is ready. Let us partake together. You all eat, just leave me a little. First, go find an inconspicuous vehicle for me in the village. I must go out. Mr. Li, you intend to leave now? They are currently searching for you outside. It's fine. While many may attempt to capture me, Jiang Changming is not someone I take seriously. Lin Su had no choice but to comply. If circumstances allowed, I would indeed relish a hearty meal followed by a restorative slumber. But I had an appointment with Gong Liang at 10 o'clock. Had I foreseen the unfolding events, I would have certainly refrained from arranging a meeting at my establishment. Sometimes, it seems that fate has its own designs beyond our calculations. Lin Su was efficient in his task, procuring a Wuling Hongguang for me, with a cigarette between my lips. One hand gripping the steering wheel and the other shifting gears, I departed from the village. It was just past 10, neither too early nor too late. Typically, at this hour, my shop's entrance would be bustling with vendors selling fried skewers. Yet tonight, not a soul was in sight. Without a moment's hesitation, I sensed that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, the presence of the Imperial Guards was palpable. The instant I made my appearance, they would undoubtedly encircle me. It was 9 o'clock, and I had yet an hour until my rendezvous with Gong Liang. I parked my vehicle at a distance, contemplating how to meet Gong Liang without attracting the attention of the guards. Regrettably, I could not reach him, nor could I devise a suitable plan. What a vexing predicament! I inhaled deeply, opened the car door, and strode purposefully towards the shop. I did not enter, but instead took a seat at the entrance, smoking a cigarette while awaiting Gong Liang's arrival. I had anticipated the guards would have already arrived, yet they were nowhere to be seen. Had I misjudged the situation? Did Jiang Changming believe I would return against the wind, thereby choosing not to station anyone to surveil my shop? This seemed implausible, Jiang Changming had ascended to his current position through sheer determination, and he would undoubtedly keep watch if there was even a glimmer of hope. But why was this not the case? Just as I was engulfed in confusion, a soda can unexpectedly roll to my feet from a distance. My goodness, you shouldn't have thrown that. It belongs to me. Chapter 69. The circumstances lifting my gaze, I beheld a bald man with white eyebrows and a white beard, clad in a rather unkempt suit, his feet adorned with flip-flops, and carrying a snakeskin bag, appearing before me. His movements were swift as he swiftly picked up a soda can from in front of me and tossed it into his bag, all in one fluid motion. Old Jia, do you recognize me? Li Sanshun? Is it you, you little rascal? Upon seeing him, I couldn't help but chuckle. I patted the ground beside me, inviting him to sit. Why do you still act like a child? Did you pilfer that outfit from my friend? Pray tell, how did you end up in a tussle with a dog? Don't mention it. Damn, your friend is quite stingy. It's merely a piece of clothing. Must he roll around in the dirt with me over it? The old man before me was none other than the individual I had previously asked Zhuang Xiaolu to locate. As for his identity beyond that, I cared little. To me, I was his benefactor. What brings you here? Can't you tell? I'm collecting bottles. Old Jia set his snakeskin bag on the ground and immediately began rummaging through my pockets. What are you searching for? Cigarettes, hand me one. I shot him a glance of exasperation, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from my pocket and offering them to him. Just tell me what you need, and I shall provide it. Old Jia retrieved a cigarette, lighting it for himself. Suddenly, he cast an odd look in my direction. Have you been causing trouble, you little rascal? Pretty much. No wonder so many rats are lurking in the shadows. Do you require assistance? A smile crept across my face as I addressed Lao Jia. Are you intentionally here to lend a hand? He feigned ignorance, insisting I know nothing at all. I simply grew weary from collecting aluminum cans and decided to rest here. Perhaps these individuals are intent on seizing my belongings. Despite Lao Jia's occasional eccentricities, I find conversing with him to be one of the most comforting experiences in my life. At that moment, I noticed a figure approaching us. Has the time come? I glanced at my watch. There were still 10 minutes until our agreed-upon hour of 10. Quite punctual, indeed. I rose and said to Gong Liang, come inside with me. Gong Liang hesitated, surveying the surroundings before his gaze settled on Lao Jia. Mr. Li, has something occurred here? You need not concern yourself with such matters. Just come in and tell me what I wish to know. The rest is irrelevant to you. Having dealt with me before, Gong Liang understood my temperament and refrained from further inquiries as he followed me into the store. Just as I shut the door, a series of anguished cries erupted outside, quickly fading into silence. Gong Liang, visibly anxious, glanced outside. Mr. Li, those are the Golden Guard personnel, aren't they? You are quite chatty. Just tell me what I need to know. I settled into the boss's chair, tapping my fingers on the desk. Speak. It is Jiang Changming. Jiang Changming has killed Chen Guofu. My eyebrows arched in surprise. I require evidence. To my astonishment, Gong Liang retrieved his phone from his jacket pocket and played a video. The video appears to be a clandestine recording, taken from a considerable distance. It captures Jiang Changming and Chen Guofu seated inside a vehicle, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument that escalates into physical confrontation. Shortly thereafter, Chen Guofu exits the car in a fit of anger, turning back momentarily to gesture emphatically at Jiang Changming, though the exact words remain unknown. This provokes Jiang Changming to step out and hurl a talisman towards the retreating figure of Chen Guofu, an action that goes unnoticed by him. I toyed with my phone, pondering the implications. The mere existence of this footage does not incontrovertibly establish Jiang Changming as Chen Guofu's murderer. Regardless, it is undeniable that Chen Guofu met his demise within the confines of your leader's chamber. Gong Liang seemed to anticipate my skepticism, offering a wry smile as he clarified. This video was recorded by Zhong Rugio, an associate of Lu Sui. Lu Sui? Zhong Rugio? I massaged my temples, urging him to elucidate further. Gong Liang gathered his thoughts and shared the entirety of his findings. Our prior investigations revealed that Lu Qingwan's transformation had not occurred overnight. He had long been under Jiang Changming's scrutiny. One could argue that the Yin Temple had laid plans well in advance, wary of a situation such as this unfolding. My invocation of divine power left them at a loss, while the innate cranial stomach served as a dark art specifically devised to counteract me. The possessor of this innate cranial stomach can consume the divine energy I summon. The agreement between Jiang Changming and the Yin Temple stipulates that upon the formation of the innate cranial stomach, it will be delivered to them, in exchange for which the Yin Temple would assist him in elevating his status within the Golden Guard. Oomph. I let out a cold laugh. What does this have to do with Lu Sui? Gong Liang sighed deeply and informed me that, although Lu Sui had betrayed the Shuzi sect, he still remained one of its members. Moreover, his encounter with Jiang Changming and his actions against Chun Guofu were entirely serendipitous. His sole focus was on Lu Qingwan, whom he wished to claim for himself, and evidently, he had already achieved this objective. It was merely by chance that he discovered this information while surveilling Jiang Changming. So why did he not directly relay the video to the patrol of the Jinwu Guard? Gong Liang looked at me earnestly and said, "Can you genuinely guarantee that the Jinwu Guard's patrol is not in cahoots with Jiang Changming? If they are indeed allies, then Lu Sui would also find himself under their scrutiny. Thus, it was he who orchestrated my involvement, was it not? No, that is truly not the case." At this juncture, Gong Liang had no need to deceive me. When a person is on the brink of death, their words become sincere. Moreover, as he now stood as a deceased soul, his remaining days in the realm of the living were numbered. He wished for me to confess that Lu Sui had utilized the method of borrowing paper to return from the underworld, binding his spirit to a paper effigy. The reason for this was to honor Gong Liang's sacrifice in defending the Shuzi sect with his life. Lu Sui intended for me to live, so that I might assist him in uncovering the perfect chain of evidence to confront Jiang Changming. However, I was concerned that he alone could not succeed. Thus, I took the initiative to seek you out. Why do you trust me? You are not like Lu Sui. You dare to do anything. For the sake of Qin Chuan, you would even set the Shuzi sect ablaze. I was amused by Gong Liang's remark. Enough of the nonsense. Let's continue. Gong Liang approached me, and, eventually, Lu Sui became aware of the situation. Upon reflection, Lu Sui considered that my involvement might not be entirely detrimental. Our encounter that night at the interrogation site was indeed facilitated by Gong Liang's influence. During the preceding days, Gong Liang had been discreetly shadowing me, meticulously observing my every move. Given this, what was the purpose of your current words? Did Lu Sui send you to seek me out? Gong Liang nodded in a sense. Yes and no. Lu Sui has departed, his sole objective being the innate cranial gastric pouch. After acquiring Lu Qingwan, he no longer concerned himself with the matters of the Shuzi sect, merely entrusting me with what he possessed, leaving me to navigate the situation. I had no choice but to seek you out. This behavior aligns perfectly with Lu Sui. Ultimately, his initial display of apprehension was merely a fade. He aimed to acquire what he desired, yet one thing remained certain. He still harbored some sentiment for the Shuzi sect. Otherwise, he would not have assisted Gong Liang. Mr. Li, this is all that I know. The sect leader is innocent. I refrained from hastily responding. Through these clues and the footage, though the content of the video does not constitute irrefutable evidence, when combined with all recent events, I am convinced that Jiang Changming has colluded with the individuals from the Yin Hall. The initial blame was unequivocally directed towards me. Even without Zhang Hushu as a scapegoat this time, it is only a matter of time before they come for me. As previously mentioned by Lu Sui, his departure with Lu Qingwan poses no detriment to me at this moment. It is evident that Shun Xuanxia and Nan Yin have uncovered something significant, prompting Jiang Changming to dare to act against the patrol of the Jinwei. Had Nan Yin not fled, I might still be oblivious to this revelation. Regarding the demise of Chen Guofu, the situation is rather straightforward. Despite his unpleasant manner of speaking, that small-faced man was not inherently malevolent, especially when compared to Jiang Changming. Chen Guofu must have stumbled upon some clues while investigating Lu Qingwan. I believe the gravest mistake Chen Guofu made was confronting Jiang Changming, which ultimately led to his untimely death. The entire affair has become increasingly lucid, and now, my next course of action is quite simple. Gong Liang, calculate the days. You should still have ample time. During this period, I require you to undertake a task. Mr. Li, please instruct me. I shall comply with anything within my means. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of Shunshu and Sha, whether he is alive or deceased. Inform me immediately upon discovery. Understood. Well, you may take your leave now. Gong Liang stood, bowed respectfully, and departed. 5 minutes after his exit, I too stepped out of the shop. The scene outside momentarily stunned me. An elder sat on the ground, counting the empty cans in his snakeskin bag, sighing about his poor business that day. Meanwhile, sprawled across the open ground were a dozen individuals, lying in disarray. Fear not. They have merely fainted, not perished. It matters not if one is deceased. Have you concluded your affairs? Almost, I suppose. Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. No need for that. You may continue on your way. Wherever you go, trouble seems to follow, and I prefer to keep my distance from you. I shall take my leave now. As I watched old Jia depart, I let out a resigned sigh. Without casting a glance at the individuals sprawled on the ground, I promptly entered the 2 Wuling Hongwangs and drove away with purpose. Today is a splendid day. With one hand on the wheel, I answered the phone. Mr. Li, you must return swiftly. Nan Yan has awakened. She has gone mad, shouting for vengeance and attempting to rush out. She has injured the boss and Dr. Gu. I can barely restrain her. Goodness, this lunatic, having sustained such severe injuries, awakens only to cause chaos. Stop her. Employ any means necessary. I shall return at once. Nan Yan's awakening signifies that all matters can now progress forward. Chapter 70. The 9-lived cat demon Nan Yan awakened, heralding the possibility of numerous revelations. I raced towards a village, scarcely allowing my vehicle to come to a halt before leaping out, which inadvertently sent the Wuling Hongguang careening into the fields. Mr. Li, we cannot restrain her. As I regained my footing, I beheld Nan Yan, her body swathed in bandages. Rushing out of the house, an iron rod firmly grasped in her hand. Lin Su trailed closely behind her, his face marred with bruises, clearly having endured his share of blows. Madwoman, what are you doing? Panting, Nan Yan exuded a fierce determination, but her body had yet to fully recover. After such a prolonged bout of vigorous activity, blood had begun to seep through the bandages enveloping her. Li Sansheng, I must rescue the boss. Save your mother. In your current state, who could you possibly defeat? Lin Su approached me, clearing his throat awkwardly, prompting me to cast him an exasperated glance. Behave and return to your resting place. Absolutely not. I inhaled deeply, choosing not to allow